In this world, card drawing is supreme. Everyone will have a chance to draw a card and change their job at the age of 18. Some people used to be poor students, but they became combat professionals after a draw and have since soared to fame. Some people are top students, but they were drawn into a life profession and have no chance to participate in combat adventures. In this era of card drawing, winning a combat profession is called getting gold, and the world will reward you with another draw, and the repeated profession will be converted into a constellation. However, there is no guarantee. On the day of the card drawing, I, Zhang Yuan, drew the only hidden profession, Sword Master. The world rewarded me with another draw, and it turned out to be a continuous payout. Along with a voice, I obtained a god-level talent. I was absolutely lucky. My luck value was max when I drew the card. From then on, I became the only sword immortal in the world, and all my damage increased tenfold. Daxia Empire, Jiangnan Province, Shihu City. On the playground of Westlake No. 1 Middle School, a formation master was busy setting up a formation. 300 high school students lined up, waiting for the most important card drawing and job change moment in their lives. Principal Ning Qin stood on the stage and gave a passionate speech. The students lined up neatly. Ning Qin waved his hand, and the card drawing ceremony officially began. My name is Zhang Yuan. I am not originally from this world. I come from Earth, and I am a senior archaeologist. During an expedition into a Qin dynasty tomb in China, I touched a colored stone and was transported to this world. By traveling through the stones brought here, I have understood the rules here. The colorful stone in his hand is called the God Stone, a treasure unique to this world. Everyone will receive a divine stone at the age of 18 and draw a profession or treasure through the Destiny Star Array constructed by the Array Master. The first time you draw a card, you will definitely pick a profession, which is called the first job change. Occupations are divided into two categories, combat and life, with a ratio of 1:9. Combat professions are divided into output and support, with the ratio generally being 2:1. Therefore, auxiliary professions are the rarest, followed by output professions, and finally life professions. Although society says that life professions can also be promoted to God level, everyone knows in their hearts that the value of combat professions far exceeds that of life professions. As long as you draw a combat profession, the world will give you another divine stone to draw an exclusive weapon. This kind of treatment is not available for life professions. Although I think the strength of a profession is related to the person, and those who practice God-level life professions can also stir up the world, I still hope to draw a combat profession. At this time, a ray of light shot up into the sky. Ning Qin announced the start of the card drawing ceremony, and the teachers began to organize the students to line up. Standing at the end of the crowd, I was nervous. Although I studied hard after traveling through time, and my grades were always in the top 10 in my grade, drawing cards and changing jobs depended purely on luck. There was once a student who ranked last in the class and won the mage profession and soared to the top. There was also a top student in the grade who was chosen to be a car repairman, and from then on he was in decadence for the rest of his life. Li Shuer, who is petite and has a delicate face, stands in front of me. She is my only friend and also a rich second generation. Her family is very powerful in Shihu City. Just as I lowered my head to think, Ning Qin asked Zhao Li to walk to the Destiny Star Array and place the God Stone into the array. The God Stone turned into a light spot and dissipated. A large number of cards with patterns rose from the magic circle, and the last blue card flew out. Life occupation, barber. Zhao Li staggered and took several steps back. He never expected that he would become a barber. The students below were whispering, and Zhao Li returned to the line in a daze. Next, the students drew cards one by one, and most of them drew life-related occupations. Wang Hu was extremely lucky as he drew the combat profession of fire mage, but in the second draw he only got a white staff. Ning Qin was filled with worry when he saw the poor harvest this year. He sighed in his heart and worried that the school's ranking would drop as a result. Me with a smug look on his face and made a provocative gesture. Li Shuer stood aside with a determined look, as if cheering me on. At this time, Ning Qin asked Li Shuer to go up and draw a card. Li Shuer blinked her eyes, then trotted over to the magic circle to draw a card. A golden light flashed, and a large number of golden willow branches appeared around the magic circle. A golden card with a picture of the elf goddess appeared in the magic circle. Rare auxiliary profession, elf saint. At this time, the whole school was in an uproar, because this is a rare profession. Ning Qin was so excited when he saw Li Shuer draw a rare profession that his reading glasses almost fell off. Westlake No. 1 Middle School hasn't had a rare profession for 10 years, and this elf saint is even more of a rare auxiliary, and there is no one in the entire Westlake City. This card draw not only maintains the school's ranking, but also climbs up a few places. The crowd became noisy. Some were envious and jealous, and talked about how powerful the elf saint was. Colorful light emerged from the magic circle and condensed into a new divine stone. Li Shuer excitedly used the chance to draw again that was given after winning a combat profession. Another golden light flashed, and a staff shining with golden light flew out of the magic circle. The light made the people around her feel refreshed. Ning Qin's eyes almost popped out when he saw the double gold record. The formation master was also happy for Li Shuer. It was very rare to obtain a golden weapon in the early stage. Bowed excitedly and trotted back to the crowd. Wang Hu walked up to me and smiled sarcastically, but I ignored it and just walked forward slowly. When I passed Li Shuer, she patted my head, as if conveying good luck. When I walked in front of the magic circle, I politely thanked the master of the formation and placed the god stone into the destiny star array. Amid the roar, the cards began to roll. A red light flashed. The sound of swords rose to the sky, and sword energy spread in all directions. Ning Qin saw the red light. His heart skipped a beat, and he had difficulty breathing. Red represents a hidden profession, and the probability is less than 1 in 10,000. As the red light faded, a swordsman flying in the air appeared on the card. Hidden occupation, sword master, only 1. This scene shocked the entire audience, and even students in the first and second year of high school came to watch. At the same time, a new divine stone condensed in front of me. The formation master excitedly urged me to draw again while my luck was good. Zhang Yuan did not hesitate to put the god stone into the magic circle. Another red light flashed. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and swords flashed everywhere. There was no weapon in the card, and it was still a swordsman flying in the air. This meant the fate seat. The formation master roared with excitement. The principal Ning Qin even fainted with excitement. The teachers were suddenly in chaos. People don't just have this one chance to draw cards in their senior year of high school. Thereafter, they may draw a duplicate profession and convert it into a constellation every time they draw a card. Each profession has 6 constellations, and many people never draw 6 constellations in their entire lives. And my situation of drawing red and then drawing red is extremely rare. The formation master's eyes turned red, and he urged me to continue drawing cards, hoping to draw a special weapon. I obediently drew the card again, and another red light flashed, and a sword formation appeared in the sky. It was the constellation again, and everyone jumped up at this scene. Zhang Yuan no longer waited and skillfully put the divine stone into place. Another red light flashed, and then 3 red lights flashed in succession, and the whole school fell into deathly silence. In one chance to draw a card, you draw out the only hidden profession with full constellations. This is something that has never happened in history. I slowly looked at the formation master who fainted and foamed at the mouth, feeling somewhat helpless. This exaggerated card draw made me feel like I had sucked away my life. However, I still have a gifted god stone, so I can continue drawing cards. This time there was no red, golden, or blue light, only a white light. A sword box flew out of the magic circle and fell into my hands. I looked at it and sighed, a whiteboard. Little did I know that my sigh aroused public outrage on campus and students began to riot. Fortunately, the teachers in the school did their job conscientiously and quickly stopped the rioting students. Among them, a music teacher activated her skills, and her singing calmed everyone's emotions like a clear spring. Zhang Yuan walked out of the crowd holding the sword box. He checked his attribute panel and found that he had drawn the only hidden profession, swordmaster. He was secretly amazed by the attributes and skills of this profession, especially the constellation bonus, which gave him extremely strong combat power in the early stages. The iron sword box slowly opened, and a long iron sword flew out, causing the students to exclaim and look at him with envy. The sword master's display of skills made the playground boil again. The long iron sword flew quickly in the air, and the speed was so fast that ordinary people had no way to avoid it. Zhang Yuan continued to test the maximum distance of flying the sword and found that the radius of the sword formation was also about 100 meters. In the process of controlling the flying sword, he felt like he had an extra pair of hands, and the control was smooth and without any delay. At this time, he realized that his combat effectiveness had been greatly improved. On the playground, the card drawing ceremony continued. 35 of the 300 students drew combat-related occupations, and the rest drew life-related occupations. The card drawing, the students returned to their classrooms, while Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer were specially notified to go to the principal's office. In Ning Qin's office, Ning Qin had a bright smile on his face. and his eyes kept looking back and forth between Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer, as if he was admiring two precious treasures. Li Shuer seemed a little uneasy, while Zhang Yuan looked calm. When Ning Qin asked about their university choices, Li Shuer chose Kyoto University without hesitation, and Zhang Yuan, at Li Shuer's suggestion, also expressed his desire to go to the same university. Ning Qin nodded with satisfaction. Kyoto University was the top-ranked institution of higher learning in the Great Xia Empire, and this decision made him proud. Ning Qin told them that Kyoto University had a hidden hard requirement, which was to reach level 19 within 1 month. Although Li Shuer's profession and family background give her hope of achieving this goal, he is worried about Zhang Yuan because hidden professions do not necessarily mean strong, and some are even worse than ordinary professions. During Zhang Yuan's silence, Ning Qin proposed a solution. This year, the Westlake municipal government discovered a hidden copy in the western suburbs, which is suitable for novices to level up. After clearing the level, they can also get a god stone. Ning Qin decided to give 2 places to enter the dungeon to Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer, so that they would have the hope of reaching level 19 within a month. Li Shuer was very grateful, and Zhang Yuan also expressed his gratitude. Ning Qin encouraged them to cherish this opportunity and work hard to improve themselves. After school, Li Shuer stopped Zhang Yuan at the school gate and asked a high-level professional to help him level up, but Zhang Yuan refused. He didn't want to waste money and hoped to improve his abilities through actual combat. Li Shuer was a little annoyed, but she still got into a luxury car. The housekeeper respectfully opened the door for her and then drove away. Zhang Yuan watched the car go away without worrying. Li Shuer's temper has always been like this, and it will get better tomorrow. The reason why he refused Li Shuer's help was because he was confident in his leveling speed, and he also hoped to have more practical experience. After parting with Li Shuer, Zhang Yuan went to the weapon shop and spent the New Year's money he had saved for 3 years to buy 9 iron swords and fill the iron sword box. Afterwards, he bought a damage test mannequin and prepared to test his skills. Just as he was about to summon the flying sword, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The achievement system was activated, and Zhang Yuan obtained 2 unique god-level talents, Absolute Luck and I Am a Sword Immortal. Checking the properties, Absolute Luck gives him 10 chances per month to draw cards with Luck Max, while I Am a Sword Immortal increases all damage by 10 times. Zhang Yuan was extremely surprised. The power of these 2 talents made him realize that his potential far exceeded that of ordinary people. It took a long time for Zhang Yuan to come back to his senses from his shock. He couldn't wait to test his own damage, so he placed the test wooden man in the middle of the open space, and Zhang Yuan deployed the sword formation and used the flying sword. A flying sword flew out of the sword box and accurately pierced the wooden man, displaying a virtual number, -546. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath. The damage of a level 1 normal attack was as high as 546 points. The fire mage, who was recognized as having the highest attack power in the early stage, could only cause about 20 points of damage to the test wooden man with a level 1 fireball. Moreover, the fire mage could not continue to cast spells after his mental power was exhausted. But Zhang Yuan's attack not only ignored defense, but also caused real damage. What shocked him even more was that he only used a flying sword. He controlled 10 flying swords to shoot at the test wooden man again, and the virtual number displayed, -5460. Zhang Yuan's pupils shrank. The physical strength of a level 10 boss was only 10,000 to 20,000, which meant that he only needed 4 attacks to easily kill a level 10 boss. He was only level 1 now, and the weapon he used was just the lowest level iron sword. He put away the test wooden man and went home excitedly carrying the sword case on his back. At home, his aunt Zhang Yuya, who was practicing yoga in the living room, saw him come back and greeted him with a smile. Zhang Yuya is 4 years older than Zhang Yuan. She graduated from college not long ago and is unemployed. She has beautiful features and a curvy figure, and was the dream girl of many men in college. Grandma came out of the kitchen with chicken soup and called Zhang Yuan and Zhang Yuya to eat. The aunt reached out to grab the chicken leg on the table, but was slapped away by Grandma with chopsticks. Zhang Yuan was also glared at by Grandma and had to go wash his hands with his aunt. During the meal, Grandma asked Zhang Yuan about his occupation. When he answered that it was a combat occupation, Grandma's face instantly turned cold. Ever since Zhang Yuan's parents disappeared in the dungeon, Grandma has been averse to combat professions. The aunt quickly explained the benefits of combat professions, and Zhang Yuan also said that he could make more money by doing dungeons. After hearing this, Grandma left the table angrily and went back to her room, slamming the door shut. The aunt quietly told Zhang Yuan that her grandmother was an elite in the army when she was young and was not really averse to combat-related careers. My aunt also envied Zhang Yuan for drawing the hidden profession, swordmaster. Zhang Yuan described his profession in detail, and his aunt praised him repeatedly. Zhang Yuan gradually became cheerful, talked about the greatness of his profession, and spent a pleasant evening. The next morning, Zhang Yuan found a gorgeous badge at the head of his bed with amazing properties. This Imperial Special Merit Badge represented supreme glory, and the 100-plus four-dimensional properties shocked him. The Badge of Special Merit means a figure at the God of War level. Zhang Yuan realized that his usually kind and gentle grandmother was actually a god of war who had made special merit. Zhang Yuan walked into the living room with the badge and saw his aunt eating pancakes with porridge. She called him dog in a sarcastic tone. Grandma brought out some freshly baked pancakes and porridge. Zhang Yuan took them and asked about the origin of the badge. Grandma responded calmly, asking Zhang Yuan to work hard to level up and not bring shame to the family. Grandma also told him that the school bus was waiting outside. So Zhang Yuan got on the bus after breakfast and prepared to go to school. He understands that he has a heavy responsibility and the future is full of challenges, but he is full of confidence and determined to live up to everyone's expectations. After finishing his meal, Zhang Yuan went out with his sword case on his back to check his attributes. After wearing the Imperial Special Merit Badge, his four-dimensional attributes were greatly improved, equivalent to the attributes of an ordinary professional at the early stage of level 16. Zhang Yuan happily put away the badge and took the school bus to the hidden copy in the western suburbs. There are 8 middle schools in Shihu City, and each school has several places to enter the hidden dungeon for leveling. When Zhang Yuan arrived at the entrance of the copy, he saw that the teachers and students had gathered together, including Li Shuer. Although Li Shuer was still a little angry with Zhang Yuan, she had already helped Zhang Yuan form a team, including 2 fire mages, a warrior, and herself as the nurse. Zhang Yuan decided to clear the dungeon alone. His hidden profession and full constellations made him full of confidence. Principal Ning Qin agreed with his decision and believed that soloing the dungeon would be a valuable challenge for Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan told Li Shuer that he could take her with him, but Li Shuer angrily refused and led the team into the dungeon alone. After Zhang Yuan entered the copy, facing the monsters in the jungle, he did not hesitate to deploy the sword formation and attack with the sword. A violent rabbit was instantly pierced by the flying sword, and the experience bar began to rise rapidly. Constellation 4 causes all enemies within his attack range to be damaged, and the leveling speed is astonishingly fast. Half an hour later, Zhang Yuan had his first upgrade, and his attributes were improved across the board. With each upgrade, Zhang Yuan's strength, agility, spirit, and physique increased significantly, and his career growth potential far exceeded that of ordinary professions. He continued to kill in the jungle, and monsters fell wherever his flying sword went. As all the violent rabbits on the outskirts of the forest were slaughtered, Zhang Yuan fearlessly stepped into the depths of the forest. Along the way, the level of monsters gradually increased, but this did not pose a threat to Zhang Yuan. The sword flashed, and the black pig fell to the ground. The ferocity of the red-eyed hyena was useless in front of him. The violent rabbit king was also killed instantly. He advanced steadily, and nothing could stop him wherever his sword pointed. Every swing of his sword was an absolute suppression of the monsters. The monsters in the dungeon refreshed at a rate that simply couldn't keep up with his killing rhythm. Within an hour, a beam of light shot up from Zhang Yuan's body, announcing that he had upgraded again. Strength, agility, physique, spirit, and critical damage were all improved, and the sword formation and sword control skills were also strengthened. Continuing forward, Zhang Yuan locked onto a level 5 violent rabbit king. The flying sword was unsheathed and instantly pierced through the enemy's body. A series of kill notifications flashed in front of him, showing his amazing record. At this moment, Zhang Yuan's strength was enough to kill a level 10 boss in seconds. Unconsciously, his level has been raised to level 4, and his attributes have increased significantly. At this time, Zhang Yuan has become the absolute master of this forest. Of the constellation made him fearless in the sword formation, and the recovery of physical and mental strength made him never need to stop. His upgrade speed was amazing, and other students could not catch up at all. Deep in the forest, the level 12 boss Cyclops was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, purple bubbles seeping out from the stone bed heralded a greater crisis. And Zhang Yuan continued his killing spree tirelessly. Zhang Yuan's sword flashed, and the blue wolf, black bear, and tiger fell to the ground one after another, and his experience value continued to rise. Even a level 10 monster could not escape the fate of being killed by a single sword. As he went deeper into the forest, golden light surged out of his body again. Zhang Yuan successfully reached level 5, and his attributes were comprehensively improved. However, he was not satisfied with his upgrade speed. Although the monster level increased and the experience points increased, the density decreased a lot. Zhang Yuan only gained 0.1% experience for killing a tiger, and he had to kill 1,000 tigers to reach level 1. However, tigers were scarce, and he could only find 5 tigers per minute. At this rate, he would need another 2 hours to reach level 6. As time passed, Zhang Yuan continued to go deeper into the forest until he came to a cave. He judged that this might be the location of the boss of the hidden dungeon, and the monsters inside might be elite monsters of level 12 or even higher. After thinking for a moment, he walked in resolutely. At the same time, outside the dungeon, Xia Chaoyang said to Ning Qin, "The time is up, we must close the dungeon." Ning Qin begged for more time, explaining that Zhang Yuan was a promising talent at Kyoto University and must not be lost. Xia Chaoyang explained, "If the copy becomes abyssal, the monsters inside will threaten the safety of the people of Westlake City." Ning Qin finally agreed and said with a sigh, "Close the copy." Suddenly, a soldier came running to report, "The breath of the abyss has been detected in the dungeon, and the boss has been corrupted." Xia Chaoyang ordered to close the copy immediately, but the soldier replied, "The copy has entered the Abyss Raiders mode and cannot be closed." Xia Chaoyang asked, "There is only one student in the dungeon. How could he enter the boss territory?" The soldier replied, "The instrument cannot be wrong. The Abyss Raiders mode has been activated." Xia Chaoyang had a gloomy expression on his face. He ordered the evacuation of the surrounding teachers and students and dispatched the city defense forces to prevent the Abyss corrupted boss from entering the city. Li Shuer asked Ning Qin what the Abyss strategy mode was. Ning Qin explained that after the dungeon boss was corrupted by the Abyss, all its attributes would increase at least tenfold, and it must be conquered within a certain period of time. Otherwise, it would invade the real world. The conquerors who entered the dungeon had to fight the boss to the death. At this time in the copy, Zhang Yuan was unaware of the dangers lurking around him and was immersed in the fun of quickly leveling up. Corrupted goblins, corrupted elite goblins, and corrupted giant vanguards fell under his sword one after another, and his experience points increased rapidly. Zhang Yuan looked at the heads moving in front of him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Corrupted goblins, corrupted elite goblins, and corrupted giant vanguards kept appearing, providing him with rich experience. The density of monsters in the cave was extremely high, as if it was a treasure land tailor-made for his leveling. Zhang Yuan looked at the rapidly rising experience bar and felt that he had found a treasure trove of leveling. In just a few minutes, he had reached level 6. Faced with such a wealth of experience, the monsters in his eyes seemed extremely cute. Outside the instance, the city defense forces have already built a defense line at the entrance. They are fully armed and ready to intercept the Abyss monsters outside the defense line. All teachers and students of various schools had been evacuated. Only Ning Qin, relying on his status as the old principal, persuaded Xia Chaoyang to agree that he and Li Shuer would stay behind the city defense army until the battle was over. Ning Qin's eyes were firm, but his heart was filled with helplessness. He knew how powerful the dungeon boss was, especially after being corrupted by the Abyss. Its attributes had skyrocketed tenfold, and Zhang Yuan was almost powerless to save the situation. The process of the copy becoming an abyss is irreversible. Once the boss attacks, Zhang Yuan will have nowhere to escape. Meanwhile, deep in the cave, Zhang Yuan had reached level 9, sitting on a flattened stone, chewing the dried meat roasted by his grandmother, and manipulating his flying sword to kill the monsters in the cave. The upgrade restored his condition, but his hunger still needed to be filled. He casually swung his sword, and the corrupted giant shaman fell to the ground. Golden light burst out of Zhang Yuan's body again. He was promoted to level 10, and his attributes were greatly improved. After checking the attribute panel, he found that the skill level also increased, and the damage was increased again. Taking a deep breath, he looked deeper into the cave. There came a terrifying roar and earth-shaking vibrations, which was full of oppression. He decided to challenge the boss and step deeper into the cave. The Cyclops was 10 meters tall, with dark purple skin, rock-hard warts, and an uneasy aura that made Zhang Yuan feel fearful. The giant's one eye burned with malice. His roar was deafening, and the earth shook. The flying sword was unsheathed and pierced through the Cyclops' shell, but the giant still stood. Zhang Yuan was shocked. The giant grabbed the mace and rushed towards him madly, his footsteps shaking the earth. Zhang Yuan controlled the flying sword to attack again. The giant's chest exploded and blood gushed out, but he was still as powerful as ever. The giant swung his stick and Zhang Yuan dodged by jumping sideways, but was blown away by the shock wave and his health dropped sharply. Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth and did not dare to be careless. He attacked again with his flying sword. 10 swords pierced the giant's heart. The giant howled in pain and fell to the ground with a bang. Experience point soared, and Zhang Yuan directly reached level 11. The system prompted him that he had awakened the advanced talent, Eye of the Abyss, which could detect objects that were no higher than his own level by 50. A treasure chest appeared on the giant king's stone bed. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately ran forward to open the treasure chest, obtaining the primary skill scroll, the Godstone, and the class-specific skill scroll. Skill scrolls. 2 of them. In this world, skill scrolls are extremely valuable treasures. Even a primary skill scroll can be sold for 100,000 yuan at a trading house. As for the profession-exclusive skill scrolls, Zhang Yuan had never heard of them, but there was no need to think about it. They must be of extremely high value. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan directly used the primary skill scroll. The skill scroll turned into a ball of light, covering Zhang Yuan. Skill acquired, Toxin Resistance, Level 1. Toxin Resistance, Level 1 gain, 10% poison resistance. Toxin Resistance, not bad. Zhang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. The skills obtained from this skill scroll were random, and there was also a chance of failing to obtain the skills. Using the primary skill scroll to obtain a passive skill was already quite good. Afterwards, Zhang Yuan couldn't wait to use his profession-specific skill scroll. Obtain skills. Sword Formation Space. Passive. Sword Formation Space. Passive. You can place the sword box and flying sword in the sword formation space, and you can use them at any time in the sword formation. Sword Formation Space? What the hell is this? When Zhang Yuan saw this incomprehensible skill, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, and then he tried this passive skill. Then, Zhang Yuan discovered that the sword box and flying sword he was carrying disappeared together and were stored in the sword formation space. That's it. Zhang Yuan was a little disappointed. Although it was indeed convenient to store the heavy sword box into the sword formation space, with his current strength, it was not too much of a hindrance to carry the sword box on his back. If this skill only provides a convenience, then the cost-effectiveness of this profession-specific skill is too low.
No.
But soon, Zhang Yuan discovered something wrong with this skill. There is a second half to this skill, which can be used at any time in the sword formation. Zhang Yuan immediately deployed the sword formation, and then those flying swords appeared out of thin air in the sword formation, and then quickly disappeared. Shit. Space-related methods. Zhang Yuan discovered that he could release and collect flying swords at will within the range of the sword formation, and he immediately became excited. This means that when he is fighting with the enemy, as long as the opponent is within his sword formation, he can simply release the flying sword behind the enemy and act like a loser. Not bad, not bad. As expected of a class-specific skill, this is definitely my trump card. Zhang Yuan changed his previous disdainful expression and was very satisfied with his new skills. This trip was very rewarding. Zhang Yuan stuffed the god's stone into his pocket with satisfaction and began to sweep away the remaining monsters in the cave. The god's stone must be used in the Destiny Star Array. Now Zhang Yuan has no money to buy the portable Destiny Compass made by the Grand Array Master, so he can only go to the Adventurers Association to pay a certain commission and use the public Destiny Star Array to draw cards. After Zhang Yuan killed the corrupted Cyclops King, no more monsters appeared in the cave. It took Zhang Yuan half an hour to kill all the monsters and barely reached level 12. Before leaving the copy, Zhang Yuan checked his current attributes. Name, Zhang Yuan. Occupation, Swordmaster, only 1. Level, 12, 8%. Strength, 220. Agility, 160. Spirit, 460.
Physique, 160.
Special attributes of the profession. Critical hit rate, 21%. Critical hit damage, 210%. Talents, absolute luck, level 1. I am a sword immortal, level 1. Eye of the Abyss. Equipment, Iron Sword Box, 10 out of 10. Imperial Special Merit Badge. Skills, Sword Formation, level 3. Sword Control, level 3. Sword Formation Space. Passive, Poison Resistance, level 1. Sign, 6th Fate. Perfect. It's perfect. Zhang Yuan looked at his current attribute panel and couldn't help but sigh. Now he only had to go to the Adventurers Association to draw cards and get exclusive weapons, then he would soar to the sky. Zhang Yuan laughed and walked into the copy teleportation exit that appeared behind the treasure chest. A moment later, a wisp of purple smoke flew out from an empty treasure chest deep in the cave, gradually condensing into a black shadow, staring grimly at the gradually closing copy teleportation exit. A level 10 player soloing a level 12 corrupted boss. Humanity has produced such a genius. We must find a way to strangle him in the cradle. The shadow spoke grimly before dissipating into smoke. However, Zhang Yuan, who was being targeted by the abyss, was completely unaware of it at this time. Outside the copy, Xia Chaoyang led the city defense team to be on high alert, but the abyss monster was slow to come out of the copy. It's been 3 hours since the dungeon began to deepen, and the child is still alive. Xia Chaoyang felt a little regretful when he saw that the monster from the abyss had not come out for a long time. The fact that a novice could survive in the abyss dungeon for 3 hours was enough to prove that he was the elite among the elites. If he was trained well, he would surely become a high-level combat force of the Empire. Unfortunately, as the copy became completely deeper, the child was doomed to die. "Captain, someone is coming out. All troops on alert." Xia Chaoyang shouted loudly, and the soldiers raised their guns and aimed. As long as Xia Chaoyang gave the order, they would launch the most violent attack on the abyss monster. Zhang Yuan walked out of the light and was stunned when he saw a large number of black gun muzzles in front of him. "Wait, don't do it." Ning Qin quickly rushed out of the crowd. "He is my student." "Student?" Xia Chaoyang was stunned and quickly stepped forward to ask Zhang Yuan, "How did you get out?" Zhang Yuan simply replied, "Kill the boss and you'll be out, right? Just kill the boss and you'll be able to get out, right?" These words made Xia Chaoyang and Ning Qin stop thinking for a while. The next second, Ning Qin immediately used a detection technique on Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, Sword Master, level 12. Ning Qin's heart skipped a beat, his face full of disbelief. "You are level 12? Ning Qin thought he had seen it wrong and threw another detection spell at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, Sword Master, level 12. Now, Ning Qin was completely confused. Generally speaking, those who can reach level 12 on their own within a week have a high chance of being admitted to Kyoto University, but Ning Qin had never heard of anyone who could reach level 12 on his own within a day. It's a pity that after killing the boss, the monsters inside stopped refreshing, otherwise the level would be higher. Zhang Yuan sighed regretfully, not feeling that he had done anything remarkable. However, Ning Qin and Xia Chaoyang's faces turned green. Xia Chaoyang put his hands on Zhang Yuan's shoulders and asked excitedly, "Classmate, did you conquer the abyss boss by yourself?" Zhang Yuan was surprised. "Isn't this dungeon boss meant for people to conquer? Why are you so excited?" "Xia Zhaoyang."
Ning Qin.
Only then did the two of them realize that Zhang Yuan had no idea that the copy had become an abyss, and he thought he was conquering an ordinary hidden copy. Xia Chaoyang turned his head to look at Ning Qin and asked, "Principal Ning, didn't you teach the students about the abyss dungeon?" Ning Qin scratched his head. "Isn't that a university course? Who would have thought that a high school student would go to conquer an abyssal dungeon? After all, students only start drawing cards and changing jobs when they are about to graduate from high school. They have low levels, few skills, and weak combat power. Not to mention conquering corrupted bosses with attributes enhanced more than 10 times. Even ordinary bosses require at least a week of leveling before they can be conquered. And that also requires the premise that the team configuration is reasonable and the players cooperate well. As for the level 12 Abyss Corruption boss, it requires a level 20 elite team to conquer it. It's unheard of for a novice to solo an Abyss Corruption boss. It's numb. Xia Chaoyang and Ning Qin were both numb. Chapter 11 Genius Among Geniuses.
Principal Ning.
Seeing Ning Qin's shocked expression, Zhang Yuan thought that he might have described the process too blandly and couldn't help but say seriously. In fact, that boss was not easy to beat. Its health was more than 10 times that of a regular boss. I spent a little more effort. Ning Qin's mouth twitched. Well, it just took a little more effort? At this moment, Xia Chaoyang came back to his senses, immediately hooked Ning Qin's shoulder and walked to the side, whispering, "Old Ning, you see, we have been friends for so many years, just promise me something." Ning Qin, what's the matter? Xia Chaoyang, why not just not let that kid take the college entrance exam? I'll write a letter of recommendation and send it directly to the army. The military will provide special training for him, and he'll be treated like a division commander when he graduates. Isn't that better than going to Kyoto University? Ning Qin immediately blew his beard and glared, saying angrily, "Xia Zhaoyang, my school finally produced such a seedling. You want to dig up my roots, right?" With Zhang Yuan's talent, once he joins the army and is specially trained by the military, his identity will definitely be kept secret. In this way, Westlake No. 1 Middle School will not be able to benefit from any of Zhang Yuan's future honors and achievements. To put it simply, Westlake No. 1 Middle School has one less student admitted to Kyoto University this year. To put it in a broader sense, Without Zhang Yuan as a living signboard for publicity, the source of students for Westlake No. 1 Middle School will definitely be greatly affected. In the long run, it will do more harm than good to the development of the school. Xia Chaoyang said quickly, "Hey, Lao Ning, you can't say that. Joining the army is to contribute to the country. You have to be more broad-minded. Ning Qin, don't give me that crap. That kid is admitted to Kyoto University. Whether he becomes an adventurer conquering abyss dungeons or joins the army to defend the country, he is making contributions to the country. Besides, it is the kid's freedom to choose. It shouldn't be us who decide." Seeing Ning Qin's firm attitude, Xiao Chaoyang smiled awkwardly and said, "Old Ning, let me just say this, you have a bad heart. Don't be so excited. You are right, the choice is up to the child. We can't force him to choose." Ning Qin pointed at his own eyes with 2 fingers and then pointed at Xiao Chaoyang. "Xiao Chaoyang, this old man's eyes will always be on you. You can't do anything small these days?" Xiao Chaoyang replied with a smile, "Don't worry, Lao Ning, I will never force that child." After saying that, Xiao Chaoyang turned around and gave Zhang Yuan a subtle smile, then lifted the guard and left with his troops. When Ning Qin saw Xiao Chaoyang's expression, he knew that Xiao Chaoyang would definitely do something tricky, so he quickly asked Zhang Yuan, you must be going to Kyoto University, right? Idiot, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Before Zhang Yuan could reply, Li Shuer ran over and handed him a bottle of red medicine. "This is my healing potion. Drink it first." Advanced healing potion? Zhang Yuan saw the advanced healing potion that Li Shuer stuffed in front of him, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Little rich woman, I'm afraid that even a level 60 adventurer wouldn't be willing to use this medicine, and I'm not injured now. You can take it back." The market price of this advanced healing potion is 100,000 yuan per bottle. It can directly restore the health of a level 60 adventurer to full and is quite precious. Take it if it's given to you. Li Shuer forced the advanced healing potion into Zhang Yuan's arms and whispered, "I'm sorry." Zhang Yuan was stunned. "Why are you suddenly saying sorry to me?" "Li Shuer, I shouldn't have abandoned you and teamed up with others. If I had been behind you today, you wouldn't have fought alone in the abyss dungeon." Zhang Yuan smiled and replied, "Fortunately, I didn't bring you with me. If someone shared experience with me, I would have a hard time reaching level 12 today." "You!" Li Shuer was instantly furious and raised her fist to hit Zhang Yuan. But when she thought that Zhang Yuan might be injured, she put her fist down and just glared at Zhang Yuan hatefully. "I'm not going to pay attention to you." After saying these harsh words, Li Shuer turned around and left, walking towards butler Su, who was standing not far away. Housekeeper Su smiled as he watched the angry Li Shuer approaching. He bowed slightly and said, "Miss, it's a good thing that Zhang Yuan came out on his own. Otherwise, if I had used that treasure on an outsider, the master would have skinned me alive." "Humph, that idiot doesn't deserve that kind of good stuff. Butler Su, let's go." "Yes, ma'am." Butler Su helped Li Shuer open the car door and once again gave an apologetic smile to Zhang Yuan in the distance. Zhang Yuan watched Li Shuer leave in the car before looking at Ning Qin. "Principal, you said before that Shuer's family background is quite terrifying, right?" Ning Qin nodded. "Yes, to be honest, when Li Shuer came to study in our school, I was very surprised." Zhang Yuan, "That's right." Ning Qin was surprised. "What's wrong?" Zhang Yuan just smiled and replied, "President, I not only want to be admitted to Kyoto University, but also want to be admitted as the top student in the country." Ning Qin was shocked. At the same time, Li Shuer was sulking in the car. Butler Su noticed Li Shuer's expression and said with a smile, "Miss, I think you should be happy." Li Shuer pouted. "Why should I be happy? That idiot can't say a single nice word, and I'm still so worried about him." Butler Su laughed and said, "Miss, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying that you should be happy for his excellence. He reached level 12 on his own on the first day. He's a genius among geniuses." Li Shuer retorted unhappily, "What does his excellence have to do with me?" Butler Su, "The master of the family values geniuses very much, especially geniuses among geniuses. The talent that Zhang Yuan showed today must be enough for the master of the family to have no objection to your relationship with him, young lady." Li Shuer's face immediately turned red. "Butler Su, what did you say? Who wants to date that idiot?" "Ha ha ha, just pretend I didn't say anything." Butler Su laughed heartily when he saw Li Shuer's reaction. He watched Li Shuer grow up and treated her as his own daughter. He also secretly observed Zhang Yuan for 3 years. At least, he was quite satisfied with Zhang Yuan, his son-in-law. On Li Shuer's way home, Zhang Yuan had already said goodbye to Ning Qin and came to the Adventurers Association in Shihu City. After professionals register as adventurers, They can take on missions and earn bounties at adventurer associations in large, medium, and small cities across the country, which is also the main source of income for adventurers. In the Adventurers Association, in addition to the mission hall where missions are posted, there is also an extremely important facility, the Daxia Empire Exchange. The exchange was jointly opened by the Adventurers Association and the Daxia Empire. In the exchange, as long as you are a citizen of the Great Xia Empire, you can not only buy and sell equipment and materials freely, but also directly hand over your items to the exchange for consignment, and buyers from all over the country can see the consignment items. The consignment shop has everything, even unbound god stones. But generally speaking, those unbound god stones will be bought out the moment they are put on the shelves, and ordinary people cannot get them. The Destiny Star Array that Zhang Yuan wants to use is at the exchange. Chapter 12. First Exclusive Weapon. This was Zhang Yuan's first time walking into the exchange, and he saw a large number of separate rooms inside. It is said that there were no private rooms in the exchange in the past, and all transactions were conducted in the hall. At that time, many customers would be targeted after purchasing large quantities of materials and would be robbed once they left the exchange. Later, in order to protect the privacy and security of customers, the exchange built these trading rooms. All customer transactions are known only to the customers themselves and the exchange. After the exchange launched the trading rooms, robberies across the country suddenly dropped by 80%, and the effect was immediate. Zhang Yuan found an unoccupied single room and placed his hand on the palm print recognition area on the door. Start Identity Authentication. Authentication successful. Citizen of the Great Xia Empire, Zhang Yuan. Member level, level 1. The palm print recognition area turns green and the single room door opens. Zhang Yuan walked into the room, which contained a chair and a magic crystal ball specially made by an alchemist. Zhang Yuan followed the instructions and placed his hand on the magic crystal ball. A virtual screen appeared in front of him with a large number of items for sale. Whether it is weapons, armor, or potion materials, we have everything. Zhang Yuan took out the advanced healing potion that Li Shuer had given him and said to himself, "Little rich woman, it would be a waste if I used this advanced healing potion. I should use it to exchange for money. You shouldn't mind, right?" Having said that, Zhang Yuan chose consignment and then placed the advanced healing potion on the storage table in front of the magic crystal ball. A green light swept by, and a new pop-up window popped up in front of Zhang Yuan. Advanced healing potion, estimated value is 100,000. Is it consignment or direct purchase from the exchange? If it is consignment, the price will be set by Zhang Yuan himself, and the exchange will only charge a 5% handling fee, but it will take time to sell it. If you purchase directly from an exchange, the exchange will generally purchase at 80% of the market price. The advantage is that the funds will be credited to your account immediately. Currently, Zhang Yuan has used all his New Year's money to buy the iron sword. He does not even have enough commission to use the Destiny Star Array, so he can only choose to buy directly from the exchange. A flash of light passed by, the advanced healing potion disappeared, and Zhang Yuan's exchange account had an additional balance of 80,000. It's really shady. They made 20,000 from me in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yuan looked at his account balance and couldn't help but complain. There is no need to worry about not being able to sell essential products such as healing potions. If Zhang Yuan was not in urgent need of money, he would not have chosen to buy directly from the exchange. With the money, Zhang Yuan directly spent 1,000 yuan to purchase the one-time use right of the Destiny Star Array. As 1,000 yuan was deducted from Zhang Yuan's account, the storage table in front of the magic crystal lit up, and a small star array of destiny emerged. It is said that the magic array used in the portable destiny compass is this kind of small destiny star array. The card drawing effect of this small destiny star array is the same as that of the large destiny star array, and it is extremely secretive and convenient. As long as you carry the destiny compass with you, you can draw cards anytime and anywhere after getting the God Stone. However, the compass of destiny is extremely expensive. Even the cheapest one costs 1 million, which is not affordable for ordinary combat professionals. This formation master is all about making money. Zhang Yuan sighed sincerely, then took out the God Stone and placed it into the Destiny Star Array. The God Stone turned into a spot of light and dissipated. A large number of cards rolled in it, and then the magic circle glowed red. Sure enough, talent is useful. Absolute luck, level 1 lucky max when drawing cards, limited to 10 times per month. Zhang Yuan's eyes glowed as he stared at the magic circle, eager to know what he had drawn. A card with a scarlet sword printed on it flew out from the magic circle. Then the card turned into red light and dissipated, and the entire magic circle was lit up with red light. Then, a scarlet sword with dragon patterns on it slowly rose from the magic circle. The The surging momentum swept in all directions.
Divine Sword Xiao.
Divine Sword Qi Xiao, exclusive level 1 attack power plus 1000, critical hit rate plus 50%, critical hit damage plus 200%, automatically protects the owner. The holder is immune to mental attacks, no equipment level restrictions. Note: one of the 10 great swords, it protects the master, destroys demons, and cleanses the world. A perverted smile appeared on Zhang Yuan's face. This equipment is the most violent of the violent, the most perverted of the perverted. I'm afraid the weapons used by those god-level professionals are no more than this. The effects are too explosive. He can now deal more than 4,000 damage with an iron sword with an attack power of 10. Now Qi Xiao has an attack power of 1,000, plus a 50% critical hit rate and 200% explosive damage, plus the critical hit conversion of the constellation. Zhang Yuan made a rough calculation and found that the damage from his Qi Xiao attack was close to 700,000. Level 12, 700,000 damage. What is the concept of this? If this were put in a game, it would be fucking overinflated in intensity. What a rubbish game. But this is reality. After being excited, Zhang Yuan quickly calmed down and quickly put Qi Xiao into the sword formation space, using it as a trump card. He usually did not show him to others easily. After all, he is only level 12 now. If other high-level professionals find out that he has a magic weapon, his life will definitely be in danger. A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. This is true no matter which world we are in. After calming down a little, Zhang Yuan bought a map outside the city and some dry food and stored them in his own storage space. After sending a message to his aunt that he would not go tonight, he headed straight out of the city. The storage space is a special space that everyone gets after drawing a card and changing their job. People can put their various things in the storage space, but the storage space capacity is limited. If you want to increase the space capacity, you can only rely on level upgrades. Having acquired a new artifact, Zhang Yuan was very excited about leveling up and planned to practice to his heart's content outside the city. After passing through the western suburbs, you will arrive at the West City Gate, which is usually guarded by guards above level 20. Since Zhang Yuan had reached level 12, the guards at the city gate did not stop him. They just registered Zhang Yuan's information and then allowed Zhang Yuan to go out. It's not like the city outside. Not only are there many monsters, but bandits are also quite rampant. And it's almost night time. The monsters will become even more ferocious. You must be careful and don't lose your life. The guard at the city gate kindly advised Zhang Yuan to pass. Thank you very much. Zhang Yuan thanked the guard at the city gate, walked out of the city gate, and officially came to the wilderness. A cold wind blew in his face, making Zhang Yuan shiver. I don't know if it's an illusion, but the sky has become a lot darker and the air is filled with a depressing and solemn atmosphere, which makes people feel tense. This was Zhang Yuan's first time in the wild, and everywhere he looked was in ruins. Only then did he feel as if he had traveled to another world. The peaceful life in the city made him feel not much different from before, but after coming to this wilderness with overgrown weeds and barren trees, he realized that the outside and inside of the city were simply two extremes. The country protects people so well. Zhang Yuan walked forward for a distance, then looked back and found that the back was shrouded in fog and the city wall of West Lake City could no longer be seen. Just as the book says, the wilderness is full of fog. Without a map, I'm afraid I'll be lost in the wilderness forever. Zhang Yuan took out the map, selected a suitable leveling point, and rushed there. Chapter 13. First Murder. The place Zhang Yuan chose this time was a goblin gathering place. The monster levels were between 15 and 20. The experience points given by these monsters were high enough, and they were densely distributed. Relying on the splash damage of Constellation 4, it was easy to kill one and kill a large group of people. After arriving at the destination, Zhang Yuan used his new talent, Eye of the Abyss, on a goblin more than 10 meters away. Goblin Vanguard. Level 15. Strength 220. Agility 30. Spirit 10.
Constitution 90.
Skill Axe Swing. A level 15 Goblin Vanguard, with a burly build, ugly and ferocious appearance, holding a giant axe with a notched blade, looks quite terrifying. Ordinary detection skills can only detect objects whose levels are not higher than your own. This Eye of the Abyss can detect objects that are not higher than your own level by 50. It is indeed a high-level talent. Zhang Yuan sincerely sighed at the usefulness of the Eye of the Abyss, then deployed a sword formation and used his skills to fly the sword. An iron sword appeared out of nowhere and pierced the Goblin Vanguard's head. Minus 4,484. Successfully killed the Goblin Vanguard. experience plus 300. Get the goblin's bones. There are other goblins within the range of the sword formation, but only one kill message appears, indicating that the health of the monsters here is above 448. At the same time, in the wild, materials will be dropped after killing monsters. These materials can be taken to the exchange to sell. Both alchemists and pharmacists need them. Selling materials from wild monsters is also a source of income for combat professions. Sure enough, the era when a single iron sword could kill a large group of people in seconds is over. Zhang Yuan sighed and switched to using 10 iron swords to kill monsters. Successfully killed the Goblin Vanguard, experience plus 300. Successfully killed the Goblin Scout, experience plus 500. Successfully killed the Goblin Warrior, experience plus 200. Get Goblin Bones, *36, Goblin Crystal, *1. A large number of kill notifications began to appear on the screen. Hey, a crystal actually fell. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw an extra gray stone in the storage space. Killing monsters has a chance of dropping monster crystals, which are necessary materials for making skill scrolls and advanced potions, and are very valuable. Even a level 15 goblin crystal could be sold for 1,000 yuan each. No wonder everyone wants a combat profession. With this kind of money-making rate, even if you only kill goblins, you can easily make tens of thousands a month. Zhang Yuan calmed down and began to go deep into the goblin settlement to level up quickly. At this rate, it would be no problem to reach level 13 in one night. Suddenly, a feather arrow shot from behind. Qi Xiao appeared behind Zhang Yuan and cut the feather arrow into two halves. Being attacked, Zhang Yuan received the reminder and turned around, only to see two men walking out of the woods, one holding a bow and arrow, obviously the one who had just attacked. The other one had a dagger in his hand and looked like an assassin. Zhang Yuan immediately used Eye of the Abyss. Sunya, Archer, level 20. He Mingda, Assassin, level 20. Two level 20 professionals, with fierce looks, looking like they have killed many people. Why did you attack me? Zhang Yuan asked coldly. If Qi Xiao hadn't had the passive skill of protecting his master, he would have been at least seriously injured. The dead don't need to know why. He Mingda sneered. His body disappeared into the shadows and rushed towards Zhang Yuan quickly. Skill, escape into shadows. There was a flash of murderous intent in Zhang Yuan's eyes. Although he had never killed anyone, it didn't mean that he would let the other person go if a knife was put to his neck. Several iron swords appeared out of thin air and quickly stabbed at the shadow on the ground. However, the shadow on the ground was like a fish swimming in the water. It easily dodged Zhang Yuan's attack and came behind Zhang Yuan. Skill, critical strike. He Mingda activated his skill, and the poisoned dagger stabbed towards Zhang Yuan's heart without hesitation. Laugh. Those iron swords that were stuck in the ground appeared behind Zhang Yuan at some point and directly poked He Mingda into a hedgehog. Successfully killed He Mingda. Obtain the equipment poison dagger. The kill prompt appeared, and He Mingda, who was pierced like a hedgehog by 10 iron swords, fell to the ground and died on the spot. This? Sun Ya's face changed drastically, and he immediately drew his bow and shot. The bowstring vibrated, and an arrow was shot out, which turned into 3 halfway, blocking Zhang Yuan's retreat. Skill, triple shot. Zhang Yuan remained motionless. The iron swords that were stuck in He Mingda's body disappeared out of thin air, and then reappeared halfway, cutting off Sun Ya's 3 feather arrows. What skill do you have? Sun Ya was frightened by Zhang Yuan's methods. He didn't understand why a level 12 novice could kill his level 20 companion in seconds and easily resolve his attack. Why are you trying to kill me? Zhang Yuan's tone was cold. Having killed someone once, there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. In order to find out the reason, he deliberately turned off the splash damage of the constellation to prevent Sunya from dying suddenly. Sunya did not answer. He threw a smoke bomb and jumped onto a tree to escape. But as soon as he jumped onto the branch, an iron sword came out of the air and cut the branch off. Boom! Sunya fell heavily to the ground. 10 iron swords fell from the sky, outlining Sunya's body and nailing him to the ground. Sunya was so frightened that he peed his pants on the spot. Don't kill me. Zhang Yuan, this is your last chance. Why are you killing me? Sunya replied in a tearful voice. Wang Hu. It was Wang Hu who paid us to kill you. We are just doing the job for the money. Wang Hu. When Zhang Yuan heard the name, his face instantly darkened. Although he and Wang Hu had conflicts, they were just some frictions in school. He never expected that Wang Hu would be so vicious as to hire someone to kill someone. Sunya begged for mercy in a trembling voice. Big brother. I have told you everything I know. Just treat me as a fart and let me go. Zhang Yuan calmed down, glanced at the goblin not far away, and said to Sunya calmly, Go away. Thank you, brother. Sunya immediately fled away, tumbling and crawling. Zhang Yuan casually pierced the goblin not far away with 10 iron swords. Successfully killed the goblin warrior. Experience plus 200. Successfully killed Sunya. Obtain goblin bones and obtain the emerald bow and arrow. Zhang Yuan walked up to Sunya's body and found no wounds on his body. It looked like he had died suddenly. You can also choose a specific target for the constellation splash damage, and if you kill someone with this, it won't look like there's any wound on the surface. This is really a magical skill for killing and robbing people. After Zhang Yuan experimented with the effects of his constellation on Sunya, he dragged Sunya's body to He Mingda's side, lured some wild wolves to the vicinity, and watched as the wolves devoured the two men's bodies. Since you are doing it, you must do it thoroughly and leave no traces. Chapter 14 Discovering a Hidden Dungeon. After the wild wolves finished eating the corpse, Zhang Yuan turned the wolves' knowledge into his own experience, and then began to check the two pieces of equipment he had obtained. Poison Dagger, Silver Attack Power plus 100, Assassin Skill Damage plus 10%, Additional Poison Attribute Damage, available at level 20. Emerald Bow, Silver Attack Power plus 80, Bow Skill Damage plus 10%, Additional Skill Triple Shot, available at level 20. The attributes of these two pieces of equipment are very good, so selling them for 100,000 yuan is no problem. In this world, precious weapons all have grades, from low to high, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, epic, legendary, and artifact. In addition, there are also profession-specific weapons that can only be obtained from drawing cards, such as Zhang Yuan's magic sword Qishao. Generally speaking, the attributes of a Tier 1 exclusive weapon are above epic and legendary. With the increase of refinement, the attributes of the equipment will continue to rise until it is fully refined and becomes an artifact. Because exclusive weapons are in line with the particularity of the profession, after the exclusive weapons are fully refined, their value is higher than that of ordinary artifacts. These two pieces of equipment are useless to me. I can sell them for some money when I get back to ease the financial pressure. Zhang Yuan put away his equipment, went deep into the forest, and went deep into the goblin tribe's settlement. It was already dark, and thick fog was rising around. The roars of beasts could be heard from time to time, and the air seemed to be filled with a dangerous atmosphere. The wilderness at night is several times more dangerous than during the day. At night, most professionals would choose to set up camp in a safe area or retreat back into the city, except for perverts like Zhang Yuan. Soon, a goblin with red eyes appeared in Zhang Yuan's sight. Zhang Yuan uses the Eye of the Abyss. Goblin Axeman. Level 20. Strength 600. Agility 50. Spirit 20.
Constitution 220.
Skills. Axe Swing, Rage. As expected of a night monster, its attributes are much higher than those of a normal level 20 monster. No wonder the textbooks always remind you that if you level up in the wild, it's best to return to the city before sunset. Zhang Yuan sighed and controlled 10 iron swords to kill the elite Goblin Axeman. Successfully killed the Goblin Axeman. Experience plus 1,000. Successfully killed the Goblin Archer. Experience plus 1,200. Successfully killed the Wild Wolf. Experience plus 50. Get Goblin Bones *10, Goblin Eyeballs *3, Wolf Skins *20. A series of kill notifications appeared, and Zhang Yuan's experience increased a little. Yes, the experience here is much higher than the novice hidden copy. Maybe I can level up 2 or 3 times tonight. Zhang Yuan was very satisfied with the experience provided by these monsters. He continued to go deeper into the forest and slaughter the monsters in the forest. In less than an hour, a golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body. Zhang Yuan reached level 13, and his mental power had reached 490 points. Zhang Yuan, who was originally a little sleepy, suddenly became energetic after the upgrade. I didn't expect that upgrading would not only restore my condition, but also eliminate my fatigue. Zhang Yuan was full of energy and fought his way into the depths of the forest, until he came to a huge blue vortex. A copy. When Zhang Yuan saw the copy deep in the forest, he was stunned and took out the map for comparison. There is no copy marked on the map. This should be a newly appeared hidden copy. It seems that I am lucky. The government and the Adventurers Association have policies that as long as a professional discovers a new wild copy and reports it, the Adventurers Association will reward him with money and contribution points. Needless to say, money is important. Contribution is a very important thing. The higher the contribution of a professional, the more permissions can be unlocked in the Adventurers Association. For example, at the Imperial Exchange, Zhang Yuan can only purchase some primary materials and equipment now. When his contribution is high, the membership level of the exchange will be upgraded accordingly, and he will be able to purchase more things. Generally speaking, professionals will not enter a new dungeon casually after discovering it. They will wait for the Adventurers Association to send professionals to assess the level of the dungeon before considering whether to enter. After all, the level of the copy is unknown. If the copy found is a high-level copy, it would be tantamount to suicide for low-level professionals to enter. However, Zhang Yuan had new ideas. After all, this is a new dungeon, and the first-time reward is quite generous. If he waits for the Adventurers Association to assess the dungeon level before challenging it, he would be handing the reward to the Adventurers Association. I wonder if the Eye of the Abyss can detect dungeon information. Zhang Yuan put away the map and tried to use the Eye of the Abyss on the hidden copy ahead. Shadow Forest Dungeon. Level 15. Difficulty. Normal, difficult, nightmare / question mark. Zhang Yuan was stunned when he saw a question mark in the copy information given by the Eye of the Abyss. He knew that there were difficult options in the Wild Dungeon, but he didn't expect that this dungeon had hidden difficulties. I should be able to solo a level 15 dungeon now? Zhang Yuan thought for a moment and decided to try the nightmare difficulty first. After all, this is not a game. If you die in the dungeon, you are really dead. It is not a wise choice to rashly challenge the hidden difficulty. Please confirm whether to select nightmare difficulty. Confirm. Zhang Yuan was teleported into a copy and entered an unknown forest. The Shadow Forest Dungeon, as its name suggests, the forest in the dungeon is extremely dark, with thick fog in the forest, and the visible distance is less than 20 meters. The entire copy was filled with a depressing atmosphere, and there was a faint smell of blood in the air. Shadow Forest Dungeon. There was only one road under Zhang Yuan's feet, leading to the depths of the forest. However, due to the thick fog blocking his vision, Zhang Yuan did not know what was waiting for him ahead. This atmosphere is truly amazing. I'm afraid that many timid professionals will immediately quit after seeing this environment. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but shiver. He first controlled the iron sword to explore the way forward. After making sure there were no traps, he started to move forward. Boom! Zhang Yuan had not walked far when the ground suddenly shook and a black shadow about 4 or 5 meters tall appeared in the thick fog ahead. Zhang Yuan immediately used Eye of the Abyss. Shadow Forest Giant. Enhanced Elite. Level 15. Strength 1000. Agility 100. Spirit 30.
Constitution 1000.
Skills. Tremor Attack. Stone Throwing. As expected of an elite monster in a nightmare dungeon, the attributes of a level 15 monster are much higher than those of a level 20 goblin outside. Strength affects attack power and health volume, while physique affects defense power and health volume. This monster's strength and physique are both over 1,000, making it a blood cow with high attack and defense. However, with 1,000 strength and 1,000 physique and a health point of around 20,000, it is still not enough to withstand the attack of 10 iron swords. Zhang Yuan controls 10 iron swords to attack monsters. Minus 48,238. The Shadow Forest Giant's chest was pierced by 10 iron swords. He fell to the ground on the spot and turned into black smoke and dissipated. Successfully killed the Shadow Forest Giant. Experience plus 2,000. Get Giant's Heart *1, Giant's Nail *1. Chapter 15 Shadow Scarecrow. A level 15 monster has 2,000 experience points, which is several times higher than monsters of the same level. When Zhang Yuan received the prompt, a hint of excitement flashed through his heart. Killing one monster here is equivalent to killing several outside, and it is also an instant kill, so the speed is not slow. Leveling up in this dungeon might be a good choice. Continuing to go deeper into the dungeon, Zhang Yuan encountered several Shadow Forest Giants again. He defeated them easily and gained experience rapidly. During this period, Zhang Yuan also encountered other monsters, but their attributes were similar to those of the Shadow Forest Giant, and they were also killed instantly. Zhang Yuan pushed forward all the way, and when he reached the deepest part of the copy, the experience bar had reached 70%. His upgrade speed was abnormal. Deep in the Shadow Forest, there is a gray altar. Many corpses are hanging on the dead trees around the altar. The overall environment is quite bloody and weird. There are a lot of candles on the altar, and in the center of the altar there is a scarecrow tied to a cross, which looks like the boss of this copy. Shadow Scarecrow. Use Eye of the Abyss. Shadow Scarecrow, Boss. Level 16. Strength 0. Agility 0. Spirit 10,000. Constitution 0. Skills Mental Storm, Death Curse, Resurrection 10,000 spirits? When Zhang Yuan saw the boss's attributes, a perverted smile suddenly appeared on his face. The attributes of this boss are indeed terrifying. If the general team is unaware of the situation, it is estimated that they will be easily wiped out. However, Zhang Yuan has his own special martial art, Qi Xiao. One of Qi Xiao's passive skills makes the holder immune to psychic attacks. It can be said that Zhang Yuan's special weapon is very effective against this spiritual boss. The shadow scarecrow lay motionless on the altar, looking harmless. Zhang Yuan did not show mercy and immediately controlled the iron sword to attack. The shadow scarecrow's strength and physique were both 0, so it should be easy to kill him instantly. But when Zhang Yuan pierced the shadow scarecrow with the iron sword, the kill prompt did not appear. A circle of green light appeared on the shadow scarecrow, and the wounds on its body disappeared. Skill revival? Seeing this, Zhang Yuan tried to attack a few more times, but the shadow scarecrow would still resurrect and could not be killed. It is confirmed that the mechanism is strange. There should be other ways to kill it. Zhang Yuan gave up on physical attacks and focused his attention on the altar. He found 4 thick candles on the 4 corners of the edge of the altar. Could it be related to those candles? And the shadow scarecrow suddenly let out a piercing scream. Skill, Mental Storm. The terrifying wind and waves spread out in all directions, and Qi Xiao immediately condensed a red barrier around Zhang Yuan to block the attack of the shadow scarecrow. Psychic attacks really don't work on me. When Zhang Yuan saw that the shadow scarecrow launched an attack after he extinguished the candle, he realized that his direction was right and immediately went to extinguish the other candles. Every time Zhang Yuan extinguishes one, the shadow scarecrow will launch a mental storm. When Zhang Yuan extinguished the last candle, the shadow scarecrow did not launch a mental storm, but began to twist and scream continuously and then exploded. A death ray shot towards Zhang Yuan. Skill, Death Curse. If not purified within 1 minute, death will occur immediately. Qi Xiao's passive skill was activated, blocking the final attack from Shadow Scarecrow. Successfully killed Shadow Scarecrow. Experience plus 20,000. Obtain the Equipment Curse Necklace. The kill notification appeared, but Zhang Yuan still felt a lingering fear. If he didn't have the passive ability of being immune to mental attacks, then in order to clear this dungeon, there must be a professional such as a paladin or a priest with purification skills present. Otherwise, once he is hit by the death curse, he will surely die. If we write this information into a guide and submit it to the Adventurers Association, it should be able to exchange for a lot of money and save a lot of people. Zhang Yuan silently took note of this and then checked his newly acquired equipment. Curse Necklace, Special Accessory Spirit plus 500. The holder gains the skill Spirit Storm and suffers a mental curse at the same time. Strength minus 250, Constitution minus 250, no equipment level limit. Note, one of the 3-piece curse set. Spiritual Storm. Launch a large-scale mental howl, causing 10 times the amount of mental damage to each enemy. The Cursed Necklace has exaggerated added and deducted attributes, and it has no equipment level restrictions. It is a special equipment just like Qi Xiao. Zhang Yuan was a little confused when he saw the properties of the Cursed Necklace. The damage of his sword is related to his mental power. The addition of 500 mental power is equivalent to increasing the attribute by 17 levels. Moreover, the skill Mental Storm also makes up for his lack of group attack. Although his Constellation 4 has splash damage, the splash damage is only 10%. In the later stage when the monster's health increases, his splash damage is not enough. Even now, his single splash damage is not enough to kill elite monsters instantly. But the group attack skills are different. The effect of his Constellation 4 is that every time he attacks an enemy in the sword formation, other enemies will suffer 10% splash damage. This means that the more enemies attacked by his group attack skills, the higher the cumulative splash damage. If there are more than 10 enemies, the splash damage will directly exceed the damage of the skill itself. For him, Mental Storm is a magical skill for clearing out a large area of miscellaneous soldiers. However, the deduction of 250 points in strength and constitution is quite annoying. His current strength is 230 and his constitution is 165. After wearing this necklace, his attributes are directly deducted to negative numbers. He might even be cursed to death on the spot. If he wants to wear this cursed necklace, he has to be at least level 30 or above. No, This necklace's mental curse, should it also be considered a mental attack? Zhang Yuan suddenly noticed the blind spot. This cursed necklace would curse the holder, while his special weapon Qi Xiao could make him immune to mental attacks. Judging from Qi Xiao's performance just now, Shadow Scarecrow's mental storm and death curse are useless to him. Logically speaking, Qi Xiao should also be able to offset the mental curse of this cursed necklace. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan immediately decided to try wearing the necklace. If it didn't work, he would just take it off. After putting on the cursed necklace, Zhang Yuan only felt a chill on his neck and his vision became much clearer, but other than that, he had no other feelings. Zhang Yuan immediately checked his own attributes. Name, Zhang Yuan. Occupation, Sword Master, only 1. Level, 13, 82%. Strength, 230. Agility, 165. Spirit, 990.
Physique, 165.
Special attributes of the profession. Critical hit rate, 22%. Critical hit damage, 220%. Talents, absolute luck, level 1. I am a sword immortal, level 1. Eye of the Abyss. Equipment, Iron Sword Box, 10/10. Divine Sword Qi Xiao, Imperial Special Merit Badge, Cursed Necklace. Skills, Sword Formation, level 3. Sword Control, level 3. Sword Formation Space, Poison Resistance, level 1. Mental Storm. Sign, 6th Fate. Mental power increased by 500, while strength and physique did not decrease. So my guess was correct. Special weapons are worthy of being special weapons. They are immune to mental attacks. Doesn't that mean I can ignore the negative effects and wear cursed equipment? Zhang Yuan was immediately delighted when he saw that Qi Xiao could really offset the negative effects of the cursed necklace. You know, the cursed necklace has a note that it is one of the 3 cursed pieces. If he could collect the entire cursed set, gaining powerful bonuses while ignoring negative effects, he would have no idea how powerful he could be. When Zhang Yuan was excited, a brand new treasure chest appeared in the center of the altar. Zhang Yuan stepped forward to open it, and colorful lights lit up in the treasure chest. Obtain God's Stone *1. First clear of the Nightmare level Shadow Forest Dungeon. Additional reward equipment Cursed Ring. Chapter 16 Hidden Difficulty. First Pass Reward. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw the first pass reward. The God's Stone is the reward that everyone will get when they complete a dungeon for the first time. Zhang Yuan was not surprised by this, but he was surprised that the reward for the first pass of the dungeon gave him a cursed equipment. With excitement, Zhang Yuan immediately checked his harvest. Cursed Ring, Special Accessory Spirit plus 500. The holder suffers a mental curse. Agility minus 250. Constitution minus 250. No equipment level limit. Note, one of the 3-piece curse set. It's a suit indeed. When Zhang Yuan saw the effect of the Cursed Ring, he equipped it without hesitation. Qi Xiao's passive ability was triggered, offsetting the negative effects of the Cursed Ring. The spiritual attribute directly reached 1490, which is the attribute of the mage after the job change to level 30. The last piece of the cursed 3-piece set should be obtained in the hidden difficulty of this dungeon. Zhang Yuan has now obtained 2 of the 3 pieces of the curse set, so there is no reason not to take the last one. What's more, he is a natural nemesis to the boss of this dungeon and can pass it without any damage. After sorting out the spoils, Zhang Yuan left the copy, returned to reality, and then challenged the copy again without hesitation. Please confirm your selection? Difficulty? Confirm. Zhang Yuan was teleported into the dungeon again and found that the dungeon environment was no different from that of the nightmare difficulty. However, before Zhang Yuan could move forward, an extremely shrill scream suddenly came from deep in the forest, and Qi Xiao's passive ability was directly triggered. It's the mental storm of Shadow Scarecrow. As expected of a hidden difficulty level, I was attacked by the boss's mental attack right after entering. By the way, is the attack range of the Shadow Scarecrow so large? Zhang Yuan muttered to himself, deployed a sword formation, used his flying sword to explore the way, and moved forward steadily. Although he has already cleared the nightmare difficulty once, there may be new mechanisms in the hidden difficulty, so it is better to be cautious. Soon, Zhang Yuan encountered the first giant, and he used the Eye of the Abyss on the monster without hesitation. Shadow Forest Giant Warrior, Strengthened Elite, Level 15, Strength 2000, Agility 200, Spirit 60,
Physique, 2000.
Skills, Swing Axe, Trample. Compared to the nightmare difficulty monsters, the attributes of the giants in this hidden difficulty are directly doubled. This hidden difficulty is really dangerous. If I get hit, I will probably be killed instantly. Anyway, let's try out the new skills first. Zhang Yuan stepped back for a distance, kept the distance from the monster, and then used his newly acquired skills. Mental Storm. A sharp scream erupted from Zhang Yuan's necklace. Zhang Yuan's spirit was instantly consumed by 500 points, and a terrifying mental storm swept around. 2610480. A string of terrifying damage numbers appeared above the head of a giant warrior in the shadow forest not far away. The giant fell to the ground with blood gushing from all his orifices. Successfully killed the Shadow Forest Giant Warrior. Experience plus 4,000. Successfully killed the Shadow Forest Giant Vanguard. Experience plus 5,000. Successfully killed Shadow Mage. Experience plus 8,000. Get Giant Heart * 10, Giant Nail * 12, Giant Bone * 10, Shadow Crystal * 1. In an instant, a large number of kill notifications flashed on the screen, and a golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body, and he was upgraded to level 14 on the spot. Hiss! Zhang Yuan couldn't help but gasp when he saw his experience soaring into the sky like a rocket. The effective range of the Spirit Storm is actually the same as that of his sword array, and it is also the same as the sword control skill, with a critical hit and burst damage bonus, plus a 10x increase from the talent, and the damage from Constellation Force stacked. Once this skill is released, no one will be left alive within the 300-meter radius of the sword formation. For other mages, Mental Storm may be a powerful large-scale group attack skill, but its value is not as great as the mage's own forbidden spells. But when this skill is used on Zhang Yuan, with the damage accumulation of Constellation 4, this skill directly becomes a nuclear explosion. Not only the Mental Storm, any group attack skill given to Zhang Yuan will become a strategic level forbidden spell. Just imagine that if in the later stage, the radius of the sword formation is expanded to thousands or tens of thousands of meters, then there will be a Mental Storm. For every additional enemy within the range of the sword formation, the damage will be increased by 10%. In the sword formation, even the gods may be killed by the storm. The only drawback of this skill is that it consumes mental power. I currently have 1520 mental power points and can only use it 3 times. If I use this skill to level up, unless the enemy density is very high, it is not as cost-effective as using my flying sword to perform more normal attacks. After seeing the power and consumption of the Mental Storm, Zhang Yuan decided not to continue using the Mental Storm in this copy and used the flying sword to clear the way. Although the attributes of the hidden difficulty monsters have been greatly enhanced, due to Zhang Yuan's ability to ignore enemy defenses, those monsters still cannot withstand Zhang Yuan's swords and cannot get close to him at all. Zhang Yuan leveled up as he moved forward, and when he arrived near the altar deep in the Shadow Forest, he had reached level 15. I didn't expect that the hidden difficulty of this dungeon would become my holy place for leveling up. Zhang Yuan saw the scarecrow in the center of the altar. Just as he was about to use the Eye of the Abyss on the scarecrow, a large number of purple bubbles suddenly appeared in the altar. The scarecrow suddenly twisted strangely, opened its bloody mouth, and emitted a mental storm that was several times stronger than before.
Ah!
The scarecrow's shrill scream set off a terrifying sound wave that lifted up the ground around the altar. Even though Zhang Yuan had Qi Zhao's protection, he was still knocked back several steps by the sound wave. Zhang Yuan immediately used Eye of the Abyss on the scarecrow. Corrupted Abyss Scarecrow, Lord. Level 16. Strength 0. Agility 0. Spirit 200,000. Constitution 0. Skills: Mental Storm, Death Curse, Resurrection, 200,000 spirits? Zhang Yuan's pupils shrank slightly when he saw the boss's attributes. No matter how abnormal the hidden difficulty is, it shouldn't increase the boss's attributes by 20 times, right? This is a level 15 dungeon. If a level 30 elite team comes over without any preparation, they will be wiped out instantly, right?
No.
Corrupted Abyss Scarecrow. Isn't this the same as the corrupted Cyclops King from before? Am I in Abyss Raiders mode again? Zhang Yuan discovered that the Scarecrow's name had changed this time, and his expression instantly became extremely interesting. Isn't it said that the probability of a copy becoming an Abyss is less than 1%? This was only the second day after he changed his job, and he had only challenged 2 dungeons in total, but both dungeons turned into Abyssal? Is this bad luck or good luck? Chapter 17, Facing the Abyss. Although Zhang Yuan was unlucky, fortunately this boss only had mental attacks. Even if his mental power increased 20 times, even 200 times would make no difference to him. After calming down, Zhang Yuan immediately went to extinguish the candles around the altar, according to the method used in the nightmare difficulty. This time there were 8 candles around the altar. Every time Zhang Yuan extinguished one, the corrupted abyss scarecrow would howl twice. The ugly and piercing screams numbed Zhang Yuan's head. When Zhang Yuan extinguished the last candle, the scarecrow of the corrupted abyss kept screaming and twisting, and finally exploded. Boom! The dark death ray rushed towards Zhang Yuan, and Qi Zhao's passive skill was activated again to block the scarecrow's death curse. Successfully killed the corrupted abyss scarecrow. Experience plus 40,000. Obtain the equipment curse bracelet. As the kill notification sounded, the annoying scream finally disappeared. Huh, it's finally over. Not to mention the damage, the noise pollution is not something that everyone can stand. Zhang Yuan watched the scarecrow turn into ashes and breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could check the spoils, purple smoke rose from the altar again, and a terrifying aura spread out from the altar. Besides, when Zhang Yuan saw the strange changes in the altar, he immediately stepped back and kept a distance from the altar. You are just a level 15 human, but you were able to defeat my masterpiece. I really can't let you stay here. A black shadow rose from the altar and eventually turned into a demon wizard wearing a purple robe, holding a staff, with 2 horns on his head and fangs. The hidden boss of this copy? When Zhang Yuan saw the demon wizard appear, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately used the Eye of the Abyss on him. Unable to detect target. Unable to detect? When Zhang Yuan received the response from the Eye of the Abyss, his pupils suddenly shrank and a huge wave of fear rose in his heart. His Eye of the Abyss can detect objects that are no higher than 50 levels above itself. Now that he can't detect this demon mage, doesn't that mean that the other party is a monster above level 65? This is definitely not the boss that should appear in a level 15 copy. Abyss boss. At this moment, Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered a piece of news he had seen in the newspaper that his grandmother subscribed to a while ago. A vanguard team with an average level of 70 failed in their attempt to capture the Abyss dungeon, resulting in the escape of a level 70 Abyss boss. Currently, the level 70 Abyss boss is missing. I can't be so unlucky. Zhang Yuan thought of the news and suddenly felt dry in the mouth. He looked at the demon mage in front of him and asked tentatively, "Are you the boss of the Abyss?" The demon wizard sneered and said, "That's right. I am the spiritual wizard from the Abyss, Odysseus. I sneaked into the Great Xia Empire under the order of the king to turn all novice copies into the Abyss and wipe out all the undeveloped geniuses of your human race. Human boy, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too dazzling. Otherwise, I would not risk being discovered and take action myself." Abyss mage Odysseus. Zhang Yuan's expression suddenly became subtle when he heard what Odysseus said. "Are you a great wizard of the spiritual system?" Odysseus seemed to be very proud of his abilities. When Zhang Yuan asked him about it, he proudly said, "I have been specializing in spiritual magic since I was born, just to have more ways to torture the souls of you humans. Not long ago, a level 70 elite team from your Great Xia Empire was tortured to death by my mental attack spell. Even now, when I think of the pain in their souls before they died, I still feel extremely happy." "I see." Zhang Yuan nodded, and the magic sword Qishao appeared silently behind Odysseus and pierced Odysseus back directly. -209-7480. A string of terrifying numbers appeared above Odysseus' head. Odysseus turned into smoke and dispersed on the spot, then quickly condensed not far away. At this moment, the smile on Odysseus's face had turned into a look of fear.
Impossible.
"How could you possibly break my defense? How much blood do you have?" Seeing that Odysseus's aura showed no signs of decreasing, Zhang Yuan controlled Qi Shao to attack again. Qi Shao disappeared out of thin air, and then reappeared out of thin air behind Odysseus, launching another successful sneak attack.
No, impossible.
This is impossible. Seeing that he was injured, Odysseus almost went crazy. He stared at Zhang Yuan and roared, "How can you, a level 15 guy, hurt me? What skills do you have? I'm going to make you my slave." Skill, soul control. The energy in Odysseus's staff surged, and an invisible spiritual wave attacked Zhang Yuan. Qi Zhao's passive skill was activated, and the red barrier blocked Odysseus' attack. At this moment, the smile on Odysseus's face shifted to Zhang Yuan's face. Ineffective? Why would it be ineffective? Impossible.
Absolutely impossible.
Seeing that his skills had no effect on Zhang Yuan, Odysseus completely lost his mind and started throwing skills at Zhang Yuan frantically. Mental Storm, Soul Flame, Death Curse.
Soul poison.
Soul explosion technique. Odysseus used all his skills against Zhang Yuan. Those mental spells that could kill a level 70 professional in seconds were all thrown at Zhang Yuan, who was only level 15, as if they were free. However, Zhang Yuan remained unmoved in the face of the violent mental attacks and continued to use Qi Shao to launch sneak attacks on Odysseus. No matter how much blood Odysseus has, he will eventually be able to kill him by stabbing him with his sword. Why? Why? Why are my skills ineffective against you? Odysseus was like a madman, roaring heartbreakingly, his eyes red. This guy really doesn't want to learn any other magic. Seeing that Odysseus only had mental attacks, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but complain in his heart, and at the same time he was still frightened. Fortunately, the one who targeted him was an abyss wizard who specialized in spiritual magic. If other abyss demons had come, he would probably have died without knowing how. As Odysseus had used up all his skills and consumed most of his mental energy, he gradually calmed down and realized that Zhang Yuan had a magical skill that made him completely immune to mental attacks. Zhang Yuan, you are really lucky to have met me, Odysseus. If any other abyss demon had found you, you would definitely not have survived today. After calming down, Odysseus' tone became extremely cold, and he was no longer hysterical. He said calmly, I will let you live for a while longer. When other abyss demons break through the blockade, you will definitely die. Are you trying to run away? Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows. I'm curious, as a level 70 abyss demon, you were killed by a level 15 human. Can you really survive in the abyss? You. Odysseus's mood, which had just calmed down, was shaken again. He suppressed his anger and looked at Zhang Yuan deeply. Zhang Yuan, you wait for me. Zhang Yuan chuckled. I'll wait and see. Qi Shao pierced Odysseus' chest, and Odysseus turned into black smoke and dissipated. Successfully defeated the abyss demon Odysseus. Experience plus 200,000. Ding. It is detected that the host has achieved the achievement Facing the Abyss, and the reward is Awakening Advanced Talent. Congratulations to the host for awakening the advanced talent, Fearless Body. At the same time, a treasure chest appeared in the center of the altar and opened automatically, flashing with golden light. Obtain God's Stone *1. Get Primary Skill Scrolls *10. Obtain a Professional Skill Scroll *1. Successfully cleared the hidden difficulty Shadow Forest dungeon for the first time, and received the additional reward of Cursed Heart. Chapter 18 Great Harvest. A series of information appeared on Zhang Yuan's panel, making Zhang Yuan a little dazzled, and he had to check his own attributes. Name, Zhang Yuan. Occupation, Sword Master, only 1. Level, 16, 23%. Strength, 270. Agility, 190. Spirit, 1590.
Physique, 190.
Special attributes of the profession. Critical hit rate, 25%. Critical hit damage, 250%. Talents, Absolute Luck, Level 1. I am a Sword Immortal, Level 1. Eye of the Abyss, Fearless Body. Equipment, Iron Sword Box, 10 out of 10. Divine Sword Qi Shao, Imperial Special Merit Badge, Cursed Necklace, Cursed Ring. Skills, Sword Formation, Level 3. Sword Control, Level 3. Sword Formation Space, Poison Resistance, Level 1. Mental Storm. Sign, Sixth Fate. The spiritual attribute is far superior. When Zhang Yuan saw his own four-dimensional panel, he couldn't help but sigh. He was now better than a wizard. After checking the attribute panel, Zhang Yuan noticed his new talent, Fearless Body. Fearless Body. Damage reduction 80%. Master Duo? When Zhang Yuan saw the talent description, he was so scared that he blurted out his words. What does 80% mean? Add in the 10% reduction from the Imperial Special Merit Badge that his grandmother gave him, and his damage reduction goes straight to 90%. How different is this from injury immunity? Originally, the biggest weakness of his profession as a sword formation master was his fragility. Now this Fearless Body directly made up for his biggest weakness, turning him into a bucket profession with no flaws. Too perverted. After checking his talents, Zhang Yuan went to check the equipment in the storage space. Cursed Ring, Special Accessory Spirit plus 500. The holder suffers a mental curse. Strength minus 250. Agility minus 250. No equipment level limit. Note, one of the 3-piece curse set. Just as expected, the same 500 increase in spiritual power, my spiritual attribute has exceeded 2,000 after the equipment. Other mages of the same level, as me, probably only have 300 or 400 spiritual power, right? This is too exaggerated. Zhang Yuan put on the cursed ring, and then turned his attention to another piece of equipment in the storage space. That is the reward for completing the hidden difficulty dungeon for the first time. The Cursed Heart. Cursed Heart. The curse effect inflicted on oneself is transformed into a positive effect. Hiss. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath. The curse effect turned into a positive effect? Doesn't this mean that the negative effects of his cursed three-piece suit have all turned into positive effects? In order to verify his guess, Zhang Yuan took out the Cursed Heart from the storage space. Then the Cursed Heart turned into a ray of light, entered Zhang Yuan's chest, and disappeared. Afterwards, Zhang Yuan felt that his physical strength had improved a lot. He immediately checked his four-dimensional attributes and found that his strength, agility, and physique had increased by 500 points each. This is actually tougher than a knight, faster than an assassin, more damaging than a mage, and stronger than a warrior. The key is that it also has 90% damage reduction. Zhang Yuan looked at his level 16 4D and wanted to put his hands on his hips and say, "What does it mean to be invincible at the same level?" This is invincibility in the same level. After checking his talents and equipment, Zhang Yuan began to sort out other spoils. 2 divine stones, which meant 2 special weapons, were worth more than all his other gains today combined. Zhang Yuan took out 10 basic skill scrolls and used them without hesitation. However, there is a chance of failure when using primary skill scrolls, and no skills will be gained. At the same time, there is a chance of gaining duplicate skills when using skill scrolls. If the proficiency of a repeated skill is not high enough, the skill scroll will convert the repeated skill into skill proficiency. However, if the proficiency of the repeated skill is full, the skill scroll will be wasted. Zhang Yuan threw down 10 primary skill scrolls. Except for the ones that failed to be used, there was no new skill at all. Instead, he upgraded the poison resistance skill to level 5. Toxin resistance. Level 5 gained 50% toxin resistance. Although I didn't get any new skills, I got a 50% passive poison resistance, so I'm still lucky. Zhang Yuan was not too disappointed. After all, it was just a primary skill scroll that could only allow the user to awaken skills below level 20. Moreover, they could only be public skills. Awakening resistance was a high probability event. Of course, primary skill scrolls may also awaken profession-specific skills, but this depends on luck. Obviously, Zhang Yuan's talent of absolute luck cannot be used on skill scrolls. After using the primary skill scroll, Zhang Yuan focused all his attention on the profession-specific skill scroll. The last time he used his exclusive skill scroll, he awakened the sword formation space and completely changed his means of attack. Although the sword formation space skill did not add any attributes, the actual increase in Zhang Yuan's combat power could not be measured by data. I hope I can get a powerful skill this time. Zhang Yuan prayed silently, and then used the professional-specific skill scroll. Acquired skill. Attribute conversion. Attribute conversion, level 1 in the sword formation. You can convert your mental power into strength, agility, and physical attributes, with the conversion amplification factor being 1. Transformation attribute? Zhang Yuan was stunned when he saw his new skills. Why are the skills of a sword formation master so brain-burning? It was difficult to understand just by looking at the text description. So Zhang Yuan immediately tried to use the sword formation attribute conversion, trying to convert the spiritual attribute into the power attribute. Afterwards, Zhang Yuan discovered that his strength attribute had soared directly from 760 to 2840. He suddenly felt that he could kill a cow with one punch. Afterwards, Zhang Yuan converted his mental power into agility attribute, and his agility soared from 680 to 2760. He felt that he could run faster than a car. Finally, Zhang Yuan converted his mental strength into physical attributes, and his physical fitness soared from 680 to 2760. He felt as if he had turned into a wall, indestructible. Good. In the sword formation, a thought can allow the spiritual attributes to be freely converted into other attributes. This is definitely a magical skill in actual combat. Zhang Yuan was quite satisfied with his newly awakened professional skills, and the most important thing was the second half of the attribute conversion, which increased the conversion by 1 times. This is not nonsense. It means that as his skill level increases in the future, the amplification multiplier will also increase. His spiritual attribute is already high, and then it is converted into strength 10 times. Wow! I can't even imagine that scene. Although this dungeon trip was full of twists and turns, and I was targeted by an abyss demon, the result was a great harvest. Zhang Yuan left the copy contentedly and found that it was already dawn. At this time, the hidden difficulty of the copy had disappeared and could no longer be selected. It seems that the hidden difficulty was specially prepared for me by the abyss mage. He really took great pains to deal with me. Zhang Yuan complained about Odysseus and did not choose to continue leveling up. Instead, he returned to the city and went straight to the Adventurers Association. After a day and night of fighting, his storage space was almost filled with various monster materials, and he needed to go to the exchange to empty it and exchange it for money. At the same time, he also had to report the Ghost Forest dungeon as soon as possible in exchange for contribution points to the Adventurers Association to avoid being intercepted by other professionals. The most important thing is that he has 2 divine stones and can participate in the lottery twice. Chapter 19 Shocking Information Bomb. Back at the Adventurers Association, Zhang Yuan walked to the front desk. A sweet-looking girl with a professional smile asked in a pleasant voice, "Hello, how can I help you?" Zhang Yuan got straight to the point. "I found a new copy in the wild."
Okowo.
The girl immediately registered her information on the computer. "Please log in here." The Adventurers Association will confirm the copy information within 1 working day and issue you a reward. Zhang Yuan asked again, "By the way, I heard that after a new dungeon is discovered, the first person to clear the nightmare level and submit a clearance strategy can get an extra reward, right?" "Yes, sir. After the Adventurers Association assesses the dungeon level, if your level is suitable, you can try to conquer the dungeon. I have already cleared the nightmare difficulty of that dungeon. Can I submit the strategy directly?" "Okay. What did you say?" The girl answered subconsciously, then froze for a moment, looking at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. "Have you cleared the nightmare difficulty of the new dungeon?" Nowadays, quite a few people have discovered new dungeons, but it is rare to see someone who, after discovering a new dungeon, rashly challenges the nightmare difficulty of the dungeon without waiting for the Adventurers Association to measure their level, and still comes back alive. After all, everything in the new copy is unknown, and no one would complain about their own long life. "That's right." Hearing Zhang Yuan's affirmative answer, the girl was in a trance for a moment, then she came to her senses and said quickly, "Please wait a moment. I will go to notify the manager." The current situation is no longer something she, a receptionist, can handle. Not long after the girl left the front desk, a middle-aged man wearing a black suit, a white shirt, a black vest, with a slicked back hair and a stubble came out. "Hello, my name is Li Anping, and I'm the manager of the West Lake branch of the Adventurers Association." Li Anping secretly used detection techniques on Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, Sword Master, level 16. A level 16 sword formation master? Li Anping was stunned. Although he had never heard of Zhang Yuan's profession, the nightmare dungeon that a professional of this level could clear should be around level 8 to 12. If a copy of this level is within the city walls, it can be used as a novice copy to train students, but if it is in the wild, it will have no value. After all, novices will not go to the wild, and professionals who can go to the wild will not use dungeons below level 12. However, a copy is a copy. According to the association's regulations, even if it is a level 1 copy, the Adventurers Association must keep a record of it and monitor the copy's energy index at all times to prevent the copy from becoming an abyss. A series of thoughts flashed through Li Anping's mind, and then he smiled and politely said to Zhang Yuan, "Shall we talk inside?" "Okay." Zhang Yuan smiled back and used the source of the abyss on Li Anping as well. Li Anping, Fire Mage, level 40. The Fire Mage who advances to become the mage is a powerful being. Zhang Yuan silently confirmed Li Anping's strength and followed Li Anping to the manager's office. Li Anping opened the refrigerator and asked, "What do you want to drink?" "Cola." "Sorry, I don't have any here. Go to the refrigerator and get what you want to drink." Li Anping poured himself a glass of brandy, sat down with the wine in his hand, leaned back in his chair, and said leisurely, "Tell me where the copy you found is and what is the specific information of the copy." Zhang Yuan was only here to get the reward and didn't care about Li Anping's attitude. He replied, "The new dungeon is located deep in the Goblin Forest, 10 kilometers outside the West City Gate. It's a level 15 hidden dungeon." "A level 15 hidden copy?" A hint of surprise flashed in Li Anping's eyes. "I heard from the front desk that you have prepared a guide for the nightmare difficulty of that dungeon, right?" "Zhang Yuan, any questions?" Li Anping glanced at Zhang Yuan's level again and asked, "Why are you the only one reporting the dungeon information? Where are your teammates?" "Zhang Yuan, I played it solo." "Solo play?" Li Anping sat up straighter, his expression more serious. "Go on." Although he had never seen the profession of Swordmaster, a level 16 professional could solo a level 15 nightmare dungeon, which meant that the Swordmaster was at least a rare hidden profession, and possibly even a legendary one. It must be taken seriously. "Zhang Yuan, the name of the dungeon is Shadow Forest Dungeon. The monsters in the dungeon are pretty ordinary, with strength and physique of around 1,000, so it's easy to deal with them. The key is the dungeon boss, a boss with specialized spiritual attributes, with a spiritual attribute of 10,000 and other attributes of 0? Lianping's expression became more and more interesting when he heard Zhang Yuan's words. You said that the strength and physique of ordinary level 15 monsters in the dungeon are as high as 1,000, and the spiritual attribute of the dungeon boss is even 10,000? Zhang Yuan, what? Is there a problem? Lianping held his forehead with his hand and said, Kid, do you know that there is a penalty for lying about dungeon information? A spiritual attribute of 10,000 is comparable to many bosses at level 30 or 40. Let's not talk about whether a boss with this kind of attribute will appear in a level 15 instance. Even if there is, how did you manage to clear it alone? Zhang Yuan, if you don't believe it, you can send a team to confirm it first. Also, I'd like to remind you that it's best to have a priest or a paladin in the team. The boss has a resuscitation skill, and conventional means cannot kill it. You must extinguish the 4 candles around the altar, and after extinguishing the candles, the boss will release the death curse. If the team does not have a purification skill, it is very easy to lose people. Seeing Zhang Yuan's words were so certain, Lianping's expression turned serious. I will arrange for the team to determine the dungeon level. If you are not lying, this may be a special dungeon opened by the Abyss monsters. The Adventurers Association will give you a generous reward. Please do not leave the Adventurers Association before the copy information is confirmed. Zhang Yuan, no problem. I just happen to be going to the exchange. Please do as you please. I'll be leaving you now. Lianping nodded slightly to Zhang Yuan and left the office in a hurry. If the copy information Zhang Yuan brought is true, then the level 70 Abyss boss who escaped a few days ago is likely to have fled to Shihu City. The previous novice copy becoming an Abyss is not a coincidence, and the newly discovered hidden copy is also very likely to become an Abyss. If you don't get the Abyss dungeon strategy in time, the consequences will be disastrous. This kind of thing must be reported to the association's top management. Zhang Yuan didn't know that he had dropped an information bomb. While thinking about what reward he would get, he walked towards the exchange to sell materials and purchase the number of times he could use the Destiny Star Array. 2 divine stones were exchanged for Qi Xiao's refined level 3 weapon, which was comparable to a legendary weapon. It is said that legendary weapons can even bring some unexpected benefits to the wearer. However, legendary equipment is a secret to every professional, and Zhang Yuan doesn't know what the benefits are. Of course, he would soon find out. Chapter 20. I passed the level by luck. Coming to the exchange again, Zhang Yuan skillfully walked into a single room and opened the trading panel. This time Zhang Yuan was not in a hurry to use the money, so he consigned all the materials in his storage space at the market price. Once the materials were sold, the exchange would automatically transfer the money to Zhang Yuan's account after deducting the handling fee. The 2 silver equipment I used to steal the goods sold for 100,000, and the miscellaneous materials added up to 20,000. I made 120,000 that day. The combat profession is really profitable, but the cost is also high. Although Zhang Yuan earned more than 100,000 yuan after selling the equipment materials, in fact, a primary skill scroll costs 100,000 yuan. He used 10 primary skill scrolls at once last night, and in the end he only got a 50% poison resistance passive. Although this combat profession makes money quickly, it also costs money like water, and that money has to be spent. Generally speaking, every professional can learn 3 profession-specific skills and 5 common skills before advancing to level 30. And if a professional wants to acquire new skills, he can only rely on skill scrolls. Once a professional advances to level 30, he can no longer use primary skill scrolls. Therefore, if a professional wants to pursue the upper limit, he must learn 3 exclusive skills and 5 common skills before level 30. The number of primary skill scrolls required is quite terrifying. Compared with the money he needs to spend, Zhang Yuan's current savings are just a drop in the bucket. Of course, now is not the time to think about these things. Zhang Yuan spent 2,000 yuan to purchase the right to use the Destiny Star Array twice and prepared to draw cards. I'm really looking forward to refining the 3rd level of Qi Xiao. Zhang Yuan saw a light on the display table and a small star array of destiny emerged. Excitement appeared in his eyes, and he immediately took out the 2 divine stones and put them in. Double draw. As the 2 divine stones turned into light spots and dissipated in the Destiny Star Array, a large number of cards rolled in it, and then the magic array glowed red. 2 red cards with scarlet swords printed on them flew out and finally transformed into 2 divine swords, Qi Xiao. Before Zhang Yuan could take any action, the magic sword Qi Xiao in the sword formation space automatically flew out and merged with the 2 newly drawn magic swords Qi Xiao. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out from Qi Xiao, and Zhang Yuan seemed to hear the sound of a dragon's roar. The patterns on the Qishao sword became more refined, and the sword body began to glow with a faint light. Divine Sword Qishao, exclusive level 3 attack power plus 3000, critical hit rate plus 70%, critical hit damage plus 400%. If the holder's health value reaches 0, it will be forcibly changed to 1 point, once a month. Automatically protect the owner. The holder is immune to mental attacks. No equipment level limit. Artifact mission. Clear 10 Abyss Dungeons, 0/10. Note: one of the 10 great swords, it protects the master, destroys demons, and cleanses the world. Artifact mission? After reading about the abnormal properties of Qishao after it was refined to level 3, Zhang Yuan was attracted by the term artifact mission below. This was the first time he had seen such a thing as an artifact mission, and clearing 10 Abyss dungeons was not an easy task. An ordinary professional may not encounter 10 Abyss level copies in more than 10 years, let alone conquer them. However, the more difficult the task is to complete, the richer the task reward will be. And just by looking at the attributes given by Qishao, you can guess that the task reward must not be stingy. It seems that I have to go to the Abyssal Dungeon specifically in the future to complete the artifact mission as soon as possible and unlock the mission rewards. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Yuan put away Qishao and went out, only to see Li Anping looking at Zhang Yuan with a smile on his face. Zhang Yuan was stunned. You finished the test so quickly? Li Anping smiled and said, we have indeed found the copy you mentioned, and have sent people to seal off the surrounding area. Zhang Yuan, in that case, can you give me a reward? Li Anping, we have distributed the rewards. You can check your account in the Adventurers Association. Zhang Yuan immediately opened the panel to check. Name, Zhang Yuan. Contribution, 10,000. Adventurer Association level, Silver level Adventurer. Member level, level 2. The reward is so generous. Zhang Yuan was stunned to see that he not only had 10,000 contribution points, but also became a silver-level adventurer and his membership level reached level 2. After a professional registers with the Adventurers Association, his or her adventurer level will be assessed based on his or her contribution. From low to high, there are 7 levels: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, epic, legendary, and god level. The higher the adventurer's level, the higher the level of the missions he can receive. It is said that when the adventurer's level reaches the platinum level, the Adventurers Association will pay him a monthly allowance. There is no need to say much about the membership levels of the exchange. After level 2, you can purchase the Compass of Destiny. The most important thing is that Zhang Yuan has not yet registered as an adventurer. Li Anping smiled and said, I'm sorry. I took the initiative to help you register as an adventurer, mainly so that you can get all the rewards. Zhang Yuan, it's okay for you to register me as an adventurer. I plan to register in the future anyway, but I'm curious, why is the reward so generous? As far as I know, a level 15 dungeon only has 1,000 contribution points, right? Even with the guide, it can't be more than 10,000, right? In the Adventurers Guild, there are many things that cannot be bought with money, and the only way to purchase them is through contribution points. It is said that on the black market, the price of 1 contribution point has even been driven up to 100 yuan in cash. This is equivalent to Zhang Yuan reporting a copy, and the Adventurers Association directly rewarded him with 1 million. Li Anping, let's go to the office and discuss this in detail. In fact, your reward could be more than this. Can there be more? Zhang Yuan immediately became interested and followed Li Anping back to the manager's office. As soon as he entered the office, Li Anping took out a bottle of iced Coke from the refrigerator and placed it in front of Zhang Yuan, saying with a smile, drink as much as you want. There's still a lot in the refrigerator. If it's not enough, I'll ask someone to buy more. Seeing the iced Coke in front of him, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but ask Li Anping, just tell me what you want to say. I'm not used to you being like this. Then I'll just say it straight. Li Anping smiled at Zhang Yuan and said, we found that the Shadow Forest dungeon has become abyssal, and someone has successfully conquered it. I heard that you successfully conquered the Abyssal Novice Hidden Dungeon by yourself before. Did you also conquer the Abyssal Shadow Forest dungeon by yourself? Zhang Yuan looked confused and asked, could it be someone else's strategy? Li Anping saw Zhang Yuan lying with his eyes wide open, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He reminded him, the dungeon has a clearance record. Currently, you are the only one who has the clearance record for the Shadow Forest dungeon. Is there anything else? Zhang Yuan said calmly, oh, I forgot to mention that the dungeon has indeed become abyssal. The corrupted scarecrow is very strong. I was lucky enough to clear it. Is it really a fluke? Li Anping's mouth twitched, and he added, actually, We also detected traces left by the Abyss Master Odysseus in the dungeon. That level 70 Abyss boss seemed to have become the final boss after the dungeon was abyssified. Ahem. Zhang Yuan coughed. Actually, I was just about to say that Odysseus was also very strong, and I defeated him by luck. Not big brother. Liangping finally couldn't hold it anymore. He suddenly jumped up and stared at Zhang Yuan, saying in a hurried tone, "Level 70 boss. That was a level 70 Abyss boss that wiped out our entire Daxia Vanguard team. How did you manage to defeat that monster at level 16? Zhang Yuan, strictly speaking, it's level 15. Chapter 21 President of the Adventurers Association. Liangping opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something impolite, but in the end, considering his own identity, he swallowed the words back. After calming down, Liangping forced a smile on his face again and asked Zhang Yuan, "Can you tell me how you defeated the Abyss boss?" Don't get me wrong. I have no intention of exploring the secrets of your profession, and I have no ill will towards you. It's just that the Great Xia Empire and our association are in urgent need of information about the Abyss boss. Don't worry, as long as you can provide any useful information about Odysseus, the Great Xia Empire and the Adventurers Association will give you extremely generous rewards. Zhang Yuan thought for a moment and decided to reveal some information about Odysseus. Although doing so would expose his ability to be immune to psychic attacks, if he handed over the information about Odysseus, the country and the Adventurers Association would be able to help him share most of the pressure. Odysseus is obviously a highly intelligent creature. The reason why he failed last time was because of his arrogance in mental spells, which resulted in him only knowing mental spells. Once Odysseus went back to learn skills of other attributes and then came to him again, Zhang Yuan felt that it would be difficult for him to survive on his own. It would be best if the country could get rid of Odysseus before he makes a comeback. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan said, "I have the skill of being immune to mental attacks, and Odysseus only knew mental spells at the time, so he had no way to deal with me." Liangping nodded. "Well, your information also confirms the speculation of the senior management about the Abyss boss. Our Vanguard team was wiped out because the team was not equipped with mental defense equipment. Zhang Yuan, your information is very useful. Do you have any other information about Odysseus?" Zhang Yuan, Odysseus sneaked into the Great Xia Empire under the order of the king. He wanted to turn all novice copies into the Abyss in order to wipe out all the undeveloped geniuses of the human race. As soon as Zhang Yuan said this, Liangping's expression changed slightly, and he asked in surprise, "Are you sure?" Zhang Yuan, Odysseus said it himself. "The reason he wanted to attack me was because I conquered an abyssal instance alone, so he wanted to kill me before I could grow up." Liangping's pupils shrank slightly, and he said in a lost voice, "I see. No wonder the probability of novice copies in various places becoming abyssal has increased greatly. It turns out that the monsters in the abyss want to dig up the roots of our Great Xia. This matter must be reported as soon as possible." He seemed to have thought of something, and without caring about Zhang Yuan, he rushed out of the office. After a long while, Liangping hurried back and said to Zhang Yuan excitedly, "My son, you have really made a great contribution this time. Mr. Bai wants to see you and reward you personally." "Mr. Bai?" Zhang Yuan was stunned. "Are you talking about the legendary wizard, Bai Zhanghua, the president of the Adventurers Association?" Bai Zhanghua is a top-level warrior in the Great Xia Empire. He once single-handedly blocked an army of the Abyss at the entrance to the Abyss. His strength is so powerful that he is a figure written into textbooks. Ever since Zhang Yuan came here, he has often heard about Bai Lao's deeds. "Yes, it's Chairman Bai." Liangping patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder excitedly. "You are really rich. Most people don't have the chance to meet him." Zhang Yuan was puzzled. "He is in Westlake City? He can be anywhere. You will know when you go there." Liangping did not explain too much and took Zhang Yuan to a secret room. "Mr. Bai is inside. Please go in." "Aren't you going in?" Zhang Yuan asked, turning around. Liangping smiled and said, "This is your reward. I won't join in the fun. Mr. Bai is very generous. You can ask for anything, go ahead." When Zhang Yuan heard Liangping say this, he pushed the door open and walked into the room. Inside the door was a simply decorated, brightly lit room. In the middle of the room stood an old man in a white robe. Strangely enough, Zhang Yuan could not sense anything when he was outside the door, but as soon as he entered the house, he felt an extremely terrifying aura from the old man, which made it difficult for him to breathe. President of the Adventurers Association. The pressure this old man gave him was even stronger than that from the level 70 Abyss boss Odysseus. Almost subconsciously, Zhang Yuan summoned Xiao to protect him, and at the same time used the Eye of the Abyss on the old man. Unable to detect target. Not surprisingly, Zhang Yuan couldn't get any information about the old man. The response has been great. Bai Zhenghua smiled at Zhang Yuan with satisfaction. Young people nowadays rarely have your vigilance. Seeing Bai Zhenghua put away his aura, Zhang Yuan also took back Qi Shao and saluted Bai Zhenghua. Greetings, Mr. Bai. The sword you used just now is your special weapon, right? Bai Zhenghua asked with a smile. Exactly. Zhang Yuan answered frankly that at this point, there was no point in hiding it. I heard that when you were drawing cards to change your job, you drew a hidden job with full life in one draw. It's only been 3 days since you changed your job, and you drew a special weapon, kid. Your luck is really against the sky. Mr. Bai, it's all just luck, not worth bragging about. Luck is also part of strength. I hope the country can have more lucky people like you. Bai Zhenghua was more and more satisfied with Zhang Yuan. He reached into the air, and a bottle of iced cola appeared. I heard from Lianping that you like to drink cola. This is a drink I specially asked someone to make for you. Would you like to try it? Thank you, Mr. Bai. Zhang Yuan took the Coke without hesitation, opened the bottle cap and gulped it down. Take God-level Coke, 4-dimensional attributes, permanently plus 10. This is... Zhang Yuan saw that his 4-dimensional attributes were permanently increased by 10 points, and looked at Bai Zhenghua in shock. Haha, just a small gift. I hope you like it. Bai Zhenghua smiled and then said, I came here specifically for 2 things. First, I'll give you a reward. The information you provided is very important. It can be said that it has saved the lives of many young people in disguise. Second, I hope you can join the Abyss Raiders team. Abyss Raiders team? Zhang Yuan was stunned. Bai Zhenghua introduced, in recent years, the trend of dungeons in various places becoming abyssal dungeons has become more and more serious. The number of elite professionals responsible for conquering abyssal dungeons has been stretched to the limit, so our Adventurer Association has established an abyss conquering team. After you join this group, we will not force you to carry out tasks. We will only pull you into a special chat group. That chat group will update the information about the abyssal dungeons in various places at any time, and team members from various places can also temporarily form a team in the group and selectively challenge the abyssal dungeons. After the challenge is successful, the Adventurers Association will give the attackers extremely generous rewards. I see. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. He already had a mission to conquer the artifact of the Abyss Dungeon. This Abyss conquering team was really like someone trying to find a pillow when he was dozing off. However, he did not rush to agree at this time, and continued to ask, the members who can enter this kind of group should all be high-level elite professionals, right? Why did you choose me? Bai Zhenghua laughed and said, haha, kid. Although you hide well, the aura you exude is very fierce. I can feel that many professionals who have advanced to level 30 are not your opponents. If it is a life-and-death fight, even Li Anping, who is level 40 outside the door, will die under your sword. Am I right? Zhang Yuan. Bai Zhenghua continued, with your strength, it is more than enough for you to join the Abyss Raiders team. Of course, as long as you agree to join the Abyss Raiders team, I will give you additional rewards. Zhang Yuan, okay, I agree. Chapter 22 Abyss Raiders Team. Good boy, not bad. Seeing Zhang Yuan agree so readily, Bai Zhenghua admired Zhang Yuan's character even more. In that case, I will give you the reward first. First, the reward for providing key intelligence about Odysseus is 10 primary skill scrolls and 100,000 points of contribution to the Adventurers Association. A light flashed in Bai Zhenghua's hand, and 10 basic skill scrolls appeared. Zhang Yuan's pupils shrank. He didn't expect the reward to be so generous. 10 primary skill scrolls would cost 1 million, and 100,000 contribution points would be worth tens of millions. Mr. Bai, isn't your reward too generous? Bai Zhenghua waved his hand and smiled. It's not much. Compared to the losses your intelligence saved the country, this is just a drop in the bucket. Also, I have something else for you. As he spoke, Bai Zhenghua handed a crystal ball the size of a ping-pong ball to Zhang Yuan. This is your reward for agreeing to join the Abyss Raiders team. If you are in danger in the future, just crush this crystal ball and I will immediately appear by your side and help you unconditionally once. Zhang Yuan was shocked. If I crush this crystal ball, you, Bai Lao, will appear? Haha. Of course, even if Odysseus finds you again, you just need to crush this crystal ball and Odysseus will die. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Zhang Yuan excitedly accepted the crystal ball. With this life-saving talisman, he would have enough confidence to deal with the Abyss boss the next time he comes. Bai Zhenghua added, regarding joining the Abyss Raiders group, Li Anping will invite you to join the group. I have other things to do, so I will leave first. Zhang Yuan, goodbye, Mr. Bai. Come on, kid. The future is yours. Bai Zhenghua smiled with relief, and then a white light lit up under his feet, and the whole person disappeared. Space magic? Seeing that Bai Zhenghua had been teleported away, Zhang Yuan muttered something and pushed the door open to go out. Li Yonping had been waiting outside the door for a long time. When he saw Zhang Yuan coming out, he immediately stepped forward and said, Mr. Bai has just sent me a message saying that we should add each other as friends. I will add you to the chat group of the Abyss Raiders team later. Zhang Yuan took out his communicator and added Li Yonping as his friend. Sorry for the trouble. No trouble. Li Yonping's face was bright at this time. Thanks to you, I have the opportunity to communicate with Mr. Bai. If you need anything in Shihu City in the future, just let me know. I can do everything I can for you. Zhang Yuan, I really have something I want to trouble managerly with. Can I use my association contribution points to exchange for a destiny compass for drawing cards? Without the compass of destiny with him, he had to go to the exchange every time he drew a card, which was extremely troublesome. The most important thing is that privacy is also a big issue when drawing cards on the exchange. It would be fine if he drew the special weapon once or twice, but if he drew it every time, he would be targeted sooner or later. You know, every time a special weapon comes out, there is a lot of noise. Anyone with a slightly higher spirit nearby can keenly sense that someone has drawn a special weapon. No problem at all. Li Yonping smiled and replied, with your current contribution, you can definitely buy a top-of-the-line destiny compass. Just ask, no matter what kind of destiny compass it is, I can immediately transfer one from the warehouse to you. Zhang Yuan, just give me the cheapest destiny compass. Those so-called high-end destiny compasses are nothing more than fancy craftsmanship, and then they are blessed by some monks or Taoists, so that the card drawer has the illusion that their luck will be better if they draw cards with this high-end compass. Zhang Yuan doesn't need all this fancy metaphysics. He himself is absolute metaphysics. Seeing that Zhang Yuan only wanted the cheapest destiny compass, Li Yonping did not continue to sell it. He smiled and said, That's right. You are still a novice now. Your contribution points should be spent on the most important things. There is no need to get those fancy things. After saying that, Li Yonping took out a simple compass with a small magic circle engraved in the middle from his storage space. Although this compass looks too simple and plain, it has all the functions of a destiny compass. This is the cheapest destiny compass. The market price is 1 million, which is 10,000 contribution points. I'll give you a discount and transfer 8,000 contribution points to you. Thanks. Zhang Yuan didn't care whether the destiny compass was secondhand or not. After transferring 8,000 contribution points to Li Yonping, he said goodbye to Li Yonping and left the Adventurers Association contentedly with the destiny compass. As soon as he walked out of the association's gate, Zhang Yuan received an invitation message from Li Yonping on his communicator. After clicking confirm, Zhang Yuan entered the chat group of the Abyss strategy team and received a bunch of messages. The dungeon in the Mine Abyss in the west of Los Angeles is in need of a level 45 nurse. Brothers and sisters nearby who are interested, please contact me. In the Abyss dungeon in the forest of the eastern suburbs of Shenzhen, here comes a level 50 violent mage. The Fishman Island in the East China Sea has turned into the Abyss. A level 60 paladin is here. I need a full set of epic equipment, preferably with the skills of blessing and purification. As soon as Zhang Yuan entered the group, he felt like he had entered a vegetable market and was extremely uncomfortable. Shouldn't this Abyss Raiders team be solemn and sacred, filled with ruthless and taciturn elites? But now it seems that the situation is similar to that of an ordinary wild copy. If there wasn't a real-time updated map of Abyss dungeons in various places in the group, and the required professional level was not also quite high, Zhang Yuan would even suspect that he had joined the wrong group. Rabbit, at UNZ, hello, there's a new person here. Say hello to everyone. Suddenly, a person with a beautiful queen profile picture and the ID Rabbit at Zhang Yuan. UNZ is the nickname of Zhang Yuan's social account. In this Abyss Raiders group, everyone's information is kept confidential, and no one knows who is who unless they meet offline. Zhang Yuan didn't want to have too much interaction with these strangers, so he changed his status to invisible, then opened the map to see if there was any Abyss copy suitable for him near Shihu City. The only 2 Abyss dungeons near Shihu City have already displayed their strategies, and they are mine. It seems that I should not think about conquering the Abyss dungeons in the short term. I should concentrate on leveling up and getting into Kyoto University first. Zhang Yuan did not find a suitable Abyss copy near Shihu City. Just after he exited the group chat, he received a private message from Rabbit. Little brother, I see your IP address is in Shihu City. I happen to be nearby. How about we make an offline appointment? I have a surprise waiting for you. Zhang Yuan glanced at the private message and immediately blocked Rabbit. The Abyss raiding group is a mixed bag, and he doesn't trust anyone in it. Even if he wants to raid the Abyss dungeon in the future, he will not turn his back to strangers, even if he has to take the risk of going solo. No one knows whether teammates fighting together will stab you in the back. Putting the information about the rabbit behind his mind, Zhang Yuan left the city again. But this time he did not go to the west gate, but rushed to the east gate. There is a Luosha River to the east of Shihu City. There is a level 20 outdoor dungeon by the river. It is a treasure land for professionals in Shihu City to brush equipment materials. It is also the best place for Zhang Yuan to level up at present. He can directly brush to level 19 in that dungeon, if nothing unexpected happens. Chapter 23 Luosha River Dungeon. After exiting the East City Gate, Zhang Yuan walked eastward for several kilometers. Since the Luosha River copy is the most popular copy in Shihu City, Zhang Yuan did not encounter many wild monsters along the way, and all of them were cleared out by professionals. The dungeon portal is on a flat ground by the river. Many professionals are guarding the dungeon entrance, some waving flags and cheering, some holding signs. Looking around, they are all teams recruiting teammates. Normal difficulty, 1 missing, get in the car and go. Normal difficulty, missing a nurse, equipment materials are equally divided, come quickly. Hard difficulty, there are healers and mages, let's have a tank class. The nightmare team must pass, get an assistant, preferably a formation master. The entrance to the copy was as busy as a vegetable market. Zhang Yuan walked straight to the copy portal and checked the copy information. This level 20 dungeon is divided into 3 difficulty levels: normal, difficult, and nightmare. Generally speaking, at normal difficulty, you can easily pass the level with just 1 output, 1 meat shield, and 1 nurse. The difficult difficulty requires a 4-person team. The healers and shields must stand in 2 positions, and the remaining 2 positions must either have 2 outputs or 1 output and 1 auxiliary. As for the nightmare difficulty, it usually requires a 5-person team. A meat shield and a nurse are indispensable, and there must be at least 2 outputs. The last position must have an assistant to buff teammates and debuff monsters, otherwise the meat shield will not be able to withstand it. When Zhang Yuan was checking the dungeon information, someone came up to him and said, "Brother, do you want to play the dungeon together? I see that your profession should be a support, and we are in need of a support. Our team plays nightmares. Equipment is based on role points and materials are evenly split. Do you want to come?" Although Zhang Yuan is only level 16, the profession of sword master is quite conspicuous, and everyone can realize that Zhang Yuan is not simple. After all, if you don't have some skills, you wouldn't come to the Luosha River dungeon at level 16. "No, I don't like forming a team." Zhang Yuan simply rejected the invitation to join a team, chose the nightmare difficulty, and teleported in directly. He's entered the dungeon. Level 16. Entering a dungeon alone? Is he so arrogant? Even if it's a normal difficulty dungeon, he's looking for death, right? Haha, he is really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. Just wait, it will only take an hour. Let's see if he can come out alive. As Zhang Yuan entered the dungeon alone, many people outside the dungeon showed playful smiles. Most of the professionals here are experienced players in their 20s. They are well aware of the difficulty of the Luosha River dungeon and do not believe that Zhang Yuan can clear the dungeon alone. At this time, outside the crowd, a woman in an assassin's suit sat on a rock, tossing a dagger in her hand while looking at the dungeon portal with interest. What an interesting guy. Maybe he is the one I am looking for. As soon as Zhang Yuan entered the copy, he was teleported to the bottom of the river, and his head was wrapped in a bubble filled with air. In front of Zhang Yuan, there was a huge underwater palace with some shrimp soldiers and crab generals guarding the entrance of the palace. The air in the bubble is limited, and it looks like there's only enough for an hour. Either we clear the area within an hour, or reserve some air to get back to the entrance. Time is running out. Zhang Yuan instantly understood that this copy had a time limit, and immediately walked towards the underwater palace in front, while using the Eye of the Abyss on the shrimp soldiers and crab generals at the door. Shrimp soldier, elite, level 20, strength 1500, agility 2000, spirit 500,
Constitution, 1000.
skills, intimidation, whipping, water bomb, crab general, elite, level 20, strength 3000, agility 500, spirit 500,
Constitution, 1000.
skills, intimidation, flanking, collision. The attributes of these 2 elite monsters are already higher than those of the level 10 boss. No wonder nightmares require a 5-man team and support. Otherwise, with the power of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, Even a level 20 knight can't withstand a single blow. Zhang Yuan knew that time was running out, so he didn't waste any time. He directly deployed the sword formation and used Qi Shao to kill the two elite monsters. Successfully killed the shrimp soldier. Experience plus 3,000. Successfully killed the crab general. Experience plus 3,000. Get one shrimp tail, one crab claw. After easily killing the shrimp soldiers and crab generals guarding the gate, Zhang Yuan walked into the palace and found even more shrimp soldiers and crab generals inside. Skill: Mental Storm. Seeing a large number of monsters gathering in the hall, Zhang Yuan used Mental Storm directly. All the monsters in the palace hall died suddenly. A large number of experience prompts appeared on the screen, and Zhang Yuan's experience bar directly increased by 20%. Cool. Zhang Yuan felt inexplicably happy when he saw the monsters disappearing as quickly as in a puzzle game, and he continued to go deeper into the dungeon. However, there are 3 passages in this palace, and each passage has a large number of forks. The huge palace is like a maze and is extremely complicated. Zhang Yuan wandered around in there for half an hour, killed a lot of small fry, and reached level 17, but still didn't find the boss room. I can't go on like this. Once the air runs out and I haven't found the boss yet, I'm afraid I'll suffocate to death. This dungeon has existed for many years. There should be a complete dungeon map on the market. I will come back and challenge it after I get the map. To be on the safe side, Zhang Yuan did not go any deeper, but returned to the entrance of the copy along the same route. Do you want to give up challenging the dungeon? Yes, da. At this time, Zhang Yuan chose to give up the strategy copy without hesitation and teleport out. As Zhang Yuan appeared at the copy portal, he immediately attracted the attention of many people around him. This kid actually made it out alive. Could it be that he really cleared the dungeon alone? He was only in there for 40 minutes or so. How could he possibly clear the dungeon? I don't think he could even defeat the minnows at the door. He definitely waited at the entrance for so long before coming out just to save face. He was really just trying to show off? No. Look at his level. He's already level 17. He must have killed a lot of monsters. He must have gotten lost in the palace and had to leave. Really? This kid really has the ability to clear a dungeon solo. This Luosha River dungeon is indeed complicated. I got lost the first time I went there. I should be able to get there after going there a few more times. Zhang Yuan didn't care about what others said and walked towards Shihu City. This kind of wild copy is different from the novice copy. Each difficulty has its own exclusive cooldown time. The cooldown time for the nightmare difficulty is 6 hours, so he has plenty of time to prepare what he needs. Suddenly, a woman stopped Zhang Yuan and asked, "Were you playing the nightmare game solo just now?" Zhang Yuan glanced at the woman dressed as an assassin, then walked around her and continued moving forward. The woman smiled and said, "I have information about the hidden boss of Luosha River. Are you interested?" Zhang Yuan paused and looked back at the woman. Hidden boss? The woman glanced around, twirled her knife, and said to Zhang Yuan, "There are too many people here. Shall we talk somewhere else?" Zhang Yuan used the Eye of the Abyss on the woman. Guan Xian, Shadow Assassin, level 22. After confirming the other party's occupation and level, Zhang Yuan nodded and said, "Okay." Chapter 24. Because we were in a hurry, we finished it in seconds. Guan Xian smiled and spun the knife, bringing Zhang Yuan to a deserted place, and stopped. "Let's do it here." As soon as he finished speaking, Guan Xian suddenly disappeared from the spot. Assassin skills. Invisibility. The next second, Guan Xian appeared behind Zhang Yuan, but before she could activate her skills, an iron sword appeared out of thin air and was placed on her neck. So fast. When Guan Xian saw the iron sword on his neck, a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. Zhang Yuan turned around, looked at Guan Xian calmly, and said lightly, "If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I guarantee that your head will fall to the ground in the next second." Guan Xian quickly calmed down, put away the dagger, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, sister just wants to test whether you are qualified to team up with me. If I bring a loser to attack the hidden boss, we might lose our lives." Zhang Yuan, but from the current point of view, you look more like a waste. Guan Xian's mouth twitched. "You are not very old, but you have a very vicious mouth." Zhang Yuan put the iron sword back into the sword formation space and said, "Let's get down to business. What hidden boss? Is Westlake City rich in people with your personality?" Guan Xian muttered to herself, and then took out a coral key. "This is the key that dropped when I killed the boss of Luosha River. It can open a hidden door. There is a level 30 humanoid hidden boss inside. That hidden room is limited to 2 people, and the average level must be below level 20. Zhang Yuan sneered, "The room is limited to 2 people, and the average level must be below level 20, but the boss is level 30. How can such a copy exist? You can't fool a fool like this. Guan Xian smiled and said, "That's because you are ignorant. This kind of situation is actually very common in the legend trial." Legendary trial? Those are secret missions scattered around the world. As long as you complete the trials, you will receive extremely generous rewards. At the very least, you will receive an epic piece of equipment. If you are lucky, you may even gain special skills or awaken talents. How do you know this? From your looks, you must have just graduated from high school, right? Legend Trial is a required course in every university. You will know it when you enter university. Zhang Yuan asked again. Then how can you be sure that I can help you defeat the hidden boss? Intuition. Guan Xian pointed to his head with a smile. My intuition is always very accurate. I feel that if I team up with you, I will definitely be able to pass the level. Zhang Yuan shook his head. I don't like taking risks. Your reason is not sufficient. Dull guy. Guan Xian couldn't help but complain about Zhang Yuan, then took out a scroll and handed it to Zhang Yuan. Hey, take this, you are willing to try it with me, right? Zhang Yuan took the scroll and checked the information. City Return Scroll can be used in a dungeon to forcibly leave the dungeon and return to the nearest main city. City Portal Scroll? When Zhang Yuan saw what Guan Xian handed over, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had seen this thing at the stock exchange. It was worth 100,000 yuan apiece, which was extremely expensive. He didn't expect Guan Xian to be so generous. Guan Xian, however, did not take the scroll seriously at all and said, now that you have the scroll, you can teleport back to the city immediately when you encounter danger. Your safety is guaranteed. You should be willing to give it a try, right? Zhang Yuan thought about it for a moment and felt that this was also an opportunity, so he nodded and said, okay, I can team up with you to attack the hidden boss, but I just came out of the nightmare difficulty, so I have to wait for another 6 hours. That doesn't matter. I have an item that can remove the cooldown of the dungeon. Guan Xian invited Zhang Yuan to form a team. Don't worry, even though you are only level 17, we can split the spoils equally. After hearing what Guan Xian said, Zhang Yuan said nothing more. He accepted the invitation to join a team and went back to the portal of the Rakshasa dungeon with her. Guan Xian stood at the copy portal and took out something like a talisman. When the talisman flashed a light, Zhang Yuan received the copy confirmation information. The captain will challenge the nightmare difficulty of Luosha River Dungeon. Is it confirmed? Confirm. Zhang Yuan did not hesitate and teleported into the copy with Guan Xian. Guan Xian turned to Zhang Yuan and said, it takes a lot of time for the two of us to fight these elite monsters. I know a small path that can avoid most of the elite monsters and lead directly to the boss room. No need, let's break through head-on. I'll level up while I'm at it. Zhang Yuan said this lightly and walked straight towards the shrimp soldiers and crab generals at the door. Are you crazy? You will die if you break through head-on.
Guan xin sao tết huri den.
Zhang Yuan did not respond. He summoned 10 iron swords and instantly killed the shrimp soldiers and crab generals at the door. He walked into the hall and used mental storm. Boom! A terrifying storm swept around, and then Guan Xian saw a large number of kill prompts, and he was stunned on the spot. This. She walked into the palace in a daze, looking at the empty hall, her mind going blank. What's strange? Guan Xian pursed her lips and asked Zhang Yuan, what did you do? Fighting monsters. Zhang Yuan's answer was so matter-of-fact that Guan Xian felt frustrated that she wanted to complain but couldn't find anything to complain about. Zhang Yuan turned around and urged, why are you still standing there? Lead the way. I don't have a map. Oh. Guan Xian came to her senses, immediately walked to the front, and chose the door in the middle of the hall. On the way to the boss room, Guan Xian was completely stunned. All the elite monsters she encountered along the way were killed instantly by Zhang Yuan. Is this really the attack power that a level 17 should have? Guan Xian couldn't understand why. With the health of those elite monsters, even if she used her skill with the highest single target damage, she couldn't kill them instantly. But Zhang Yuan looks like he is using normal attacks. The most terrifying thing is that his normal attacks seem to have splash damage. Suddenly, Guan Xian felt that his rare profession was a beggar's profession compared to Zhang Yuan's sword formation master. With Guan Xian leading the way and Zhang Yuan killing instantly, the two of them arrived outside the dungeon boss's room in less than 10 minutes. Guan Xian stopped outside the boss room and said to Zhang Yuan, I know you have a high attack power, but the boss inside is the final boss of the level 20 nightmare dungeon after all. I know its weakness. Help me pull it back and I'll go around. We have limited time. There is no need to go through so much trouble. Zhang Yuan interrupted Guan Xian and pushed open the door directly, only to see a giant snake over 10 meters long lying inside. Use Eye of the Abyss. Rakshasa King Snake, Leader. Level 20. Strength 3,200. Agility 4,200. Spirit 2,000.
Physique, 6000.
Skills: Whip, Bite, Venomous Coil, Venom Attack. Zhang Yuan murmured, A 6,000 physical fitness. Guan Xian hurriedly caught up with him. I told you not to be impulsive. This boss has a very high attack power and a lot of blood. Your small body can't withstand it. Qi Shao. Zhang Yuan raised his hand and waved. Qi Shao appeared out of thin air, turned into a red light, and pierced the head of the Rakshasa King Snake. Before the Rakshasa King Snake could even react, it let out a wail and fell to the ground with a bang. Successfully killed the Rakshasa King Snake. Experience plus 42,000. Guan Xian obtains the equipment: Rakshasa King Snake Skin Armor, Rakshasa King Snake Fang Poison Blade, and Rakshasa King Snake Crystal Core. Guan Xian saw the kill prompt on the panel, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Seconds? Chapter 25. Rakshasa King. Guan Xian stood there in a daze, looking at the empty boss room in a trance, thinking she was dreaming. Zhang Yuan turned around and said, the dungeon equipment and materials were dropped into the captain's storage space. According to the agreement, we split them equally, right? Yep. Guan Xian nodded subconsciously and took out the equipment and materials dropped by the boss. Rakshasa King Snake Skin Armor, Gold Level Defense plus 200, Agility plus 200, Poison Damage plus 20%. Available at level 20. Rakshasa King Snake Fang Poison Blade, Gold Level Attack plus 200, Attack with Poison Attribute, Assassin Damage Skill plus 20%. Available at level 20. Rakshasa King Snake Crystal Core, Poison Attribute Material. After checking the equipment information, Zhang Yuan shook his head and said, these equipments are useless to me. Guan Xian suggested, I didn't contribute much in this dungeon, so the equipment should be given to you. However, I really want these equipment. How about I buy these 2 pieces of equipment at the market price of gold equipment? Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows. How much? Guan Xian. A piece of gold-level equipment has a market price starting at 1 million. These 2 pieces of equipment look like a set, so they are even more expensive. The crystal core is also a very expensive material. How about I give you 5 million for the whole set? 5 million? Zhang Yuan was stunned on the spot. So many? Seeing that Zhang Yuan did not agree, Guan Xian thought that Zhang Yuan thought it was too little, so she said, I didn't bring much change this time. If you think it's too little, let's add each other as friends after we get out, and I'll transfer another 2 million to you later. Zhang Yuan came back to his senses and shook his head, saying, if I said it's split equally, it means split equally. 1 piece of equipment goes to me, and 1 piece of equipment goes to you. We'll each have half of the crystal cores, and we'll cash them all. Just give me 2.5 million. Puff. Guan Xian chuckled. You are really a weirdo. You don't even want the extra money? Zhang Yuan replied calmly, this is the principle. Besides, when we agreed to split the spoils equally, I never thought that you could contribute. Can't you, an idiot, say something nice? Guan Xian was so upset that she couldn't help but complain about Zhang Yuan. Then she said, 250 doesn't sound good. I'll transfer 3 million to you after the dungeon is out.
Okowo.
After the two reached an agreement, Guan Xian took out the coral key, walked behind the copy teleportation exit, and pushed aside the water plants covering the wall. A coral door appeared in their sight. Guan Xian inserted the key into the coral door, and with a click, the coral door slowly opened. The strange thing is that although they are clearly at the bottom of the river, there is not a drop of water behind the coral door. All the water is isolated outside the door by an invisible force. It seems like there is another world in there. The moment the coral door opened, Zhang Yuan received a prompt. The Rakshasa King's training ground is ahead. The dungeon limits the individual's highest level to no more than 25, and the team's average level to no more than 20. Do you want to challenge it? Guan Xian turned around and asked, the hidden boss is inside. Are you ready? Go in. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. Guan Xian confirmed the challenge, and the two were directly teleported into an empty dojo. In the center of the dojo, there was a humanoid monster sitting cross-legged, wearing an evil ghost mask and red armor. Next to him, there was an unsheathed sword lying quietly. Noble, proud, and solemn. The monster exuded the aura of a king from head to toe. Rakshasa King. Zhang Yuan used Eye of the Abyss on him. Rakshasa King, hidden boss. Level 30. Strength 10,000. Agility 10,000. Spirit, 10,000.
Physique, 10000.
Skills, sword flash, king's pressure, immortal will. Hiss. When Zhang Yuan saw the attributes of the Rakshasa king, he couldn't help but gasp. Not only does the Rakshasa king have a four-dimensional attribute as high as 5 digits, but his skills also seem to be quite tricky. Zhang Yuan turned to Guan Xian and asked, "You have challenged this boss before, right? Do you have any information?" Guan Xian replied, "I have only challenged it once, and I only passed its first stage. In the first stage, it does not use weapons, but in the second stage, it will use weapons, and its desire and speed of attack will increase significantly. In addition, its health will be locked in each stage, so it does not look like it can be killed by simply inflicting damage. Is the mechanism weird?" Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. He had encountered Shadow Scarecrow before and had some understanding of mechanical monsters. He was not surprised to learn that this Rakshasa king was a mechanical monster. "I'll go test the waters. You stay by the side and scout the enemy." Zhang Yuan stepped into the dojo, and the Rakshasa king, who had kept his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes and stood up. Only then did Zhang Yuan realize that the Rakshasa king was more than 3 meters tall, and the oppressive feeling was extremely strong.
Kixiao.
Zhang Yuan deployed a sword formation and summoned Qi Xiao behind the Rakshasa king, piercing the Rakshasa king's body. The Rakshasa king knelt on the spot, and then hot flames burned all over his body. His skin turned red, and he stood up again, drawing his sword from its scabbard. Phase 2. Is this the second stage? Guan Xian opened her mouth in shock when she saw that Zhang Yuan had knocked the Rakshasa king down to the second stage with just one strike. You know, she had relied on her skills to beat Rakshasa king for an hour in this dojo before she could reduce him to the second stage. But Zhang Yuan beat the boss to the second stage with just one normal attack? This huge gap made her feel ashamed. Seeing that the Rakshasa king had entered the second stage, Zhang Yuan did not give it a chance to attack and controlled Qi Xiao to stab it again. However, a flash of sword light appeared at this time, and Qi Xiao was actually bounced away by the Rakshasa king's sword. Blocked my attack? Zhang Yuan's pupil shrank slightly. It was the first time that his attack was bounced away. Watch out. It's about to use a skill. Guan Xian didn't seem surprised by this situation and immediately reminded Zhang Yuan. At this time, the Rakshasa king suddenly turned into a red light and rushed to Zhang Yuan. Skill, sword flash. Rakshasa king swung his sword and Qi Xiao immediately appeared in front of Zhang Yuan, unfolding a red barrier and deflecting Rakshasa king's attack in time. Clang! The sound of two swords colliding was heard, and King Rakshasa retreated perfectly, easily removing the force of Qi Xiao's counterattack. Instead, Zhang Yuan, who was protected by Qi Xiao, lost a lot of physical strength. Although Qi Xiao has a passive skill to protect the master, it can only protect Zhang Yuan from being stiffened and will not reduce the damage of the attack. Even though Zhang Yuan's talent and equipment can reduce 90% of the damage, his physical fitness is only 705. Under the 10,000 strength of the Rakshasa king, even if it is 10% of the damage, the pressure on him is not small, and he can't withstand a few hits. However, Guan Xian, who was outside the dojo, was shocked when he saw Zhang Yuan resist the attack of the Rakshasa king without even taking a step back. He stared at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. What kind of pervert is this guy? It's okay that he has high damage, but why is his defense so high, and he has a domineering body? You know, even if she is level 22, if she is touched by the Rakshasa king, even if she can use the skill of parrying the knife to reduce most of the damage, her physical strength will be exhausted in an instant, and she will have to use the scroll to return to the city to escape. But Zhang Yuan seemed to be fine at this time. This guy, is he really level 17? Chapter 26, Completing the Trial. Just when Guan Xian was shocked, Zhang Yuan suddenly asked her, Guan Xian, do you know why the boss bounced off my attack? Guan Xian came back to her senses and asked, you don't know how to do a perfect block? Perfect block? That is an advanced technique for dealing with physical attacks. You need to find the flaws in the moment when the enemy attacks, and then defend yourself. If you succeed, you can avoid the damage of the attack and even cause stiffness to the enemy. Like the parrying in video games? Zhang Yuan has played many video games, so he understood Guan Xian's words immediately. Guan Xian nodded. That's right, but the premise of a perfect block is that you can only defend for an instant. So this technique has huge benefits and huge risks. Once a perfect block fails, you will receive full damage. When I was dealing with the Rakshasa king in the first stage, I used perfect blocking to slowly grind it to death. But in the second stage, it was too fast. I would die if I was hit. I didn't dare to try perfect blocking anymore. While Guan Xian was speaking, Rakshasa King once again launched a sword flash, instantly appeared in front of Zhang Yuan, and swung his sword to cut him. Qi Xiao. Zhang Yuan immediately controlled Qi Xiao to stand in front of him and tried to block it perfectly, but the Rakshasa King was too fast and Zhang Yuan was completely unable to react, so the block failed. Clang! The Rakshasa King slashed Zhang Yuan hard with his sword. Zhang Yuan felt the pain and had to summon other iron swords to force the Rakshasa King back. At the same time, Zhang Yuan controlled 10 flying swords to attack the Rakshasa King, but all of them were perfectly blocked by the Rakshasa King. Seeing that Zhang Yuan was also unable to defeat the Rakshasa King, Guan Xian couldn't help but ask, "How about we retreat first, discuss countermeasures, and then challenge again? Do you have any healing potion?" Zhang Yuan suddenly asked Guan Xian. Healing potion? Guan Xian was stunned, then took out 3 bottles of intermediate healing potions from the storage space and threw them to Zhang Yuan. This copy allows the use of 3 bottles of potions, but I will be killed instantly by the boss, so these potions cannot be used. What are you doing here? Zhang Yuan, this Rakshasa King can only be defeated with a perfect block. I can withstand a few of his attacks, so I want to try. With his current physique, he can withstand 3 attacks from the Rakshasa King. Combined with the continuous blood recovery passive of Constellation 3, he can withstand 4 attacks. 1 bottle of intermediate stamina potion can directly restore his stamina to full. 3 bottles of intermediate potions can restore his stamina 12 times. Plus, he can still resist 2 more hits now, for a total of 14 chances. If Zhang Yuan can master the trick of perfect blocking within 14 attacks, then he may not be unable to defeat this hidden boss. Guan Xian was shocked when she saw Zhang Yuan trying to perfectly block the second stage attack of the Rakshasa King. Perfect blocking is related to strength and agility. The Rakshasa King is very fast. Can your agility keep up with it? I have my own way. Zhang Yuan replied briefly, then used attribute conversion to transform all of his mental power into strength and agility. The next moment, Zhang Yuan's spiritual attributes returned to 0, and his strength and agility attributes became 1845 and 1770 respectively. All the flying swords fell down with a crackling sound. Zhang Yuan could no longer control the flying swords, but he felt that his strength and speed had increased significantly. Zhang Yuan held the Qi Xiao sword, staring intently at the Rakshasa King not far away, and murmured, "Now I am a warrior, come on." The Rakshasa King seemed to sense Zhang Yuan's fighting spirit, and he also made a sword flower and took an offensive stance towards Zhang Yuan. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Zhang Yuan felt that the Rakshasa King under the evil ghost mask suddenly smiled. Skill, sword flash. Rakshasa King used his skills again, turning into a red light and rushing towards Zhang Yuan. I can see clearly now. With his greatly increased strength and speed, Zhang Yuan was barely able to catch the Rakshasa King's movements and tried to block them perfectly. Block failed. Rakshasa King stabbed Zhang Yuan with a sword, and Zhang Yuan's physical strength was immediately reduced to only 1/3. Then Rakshasa King retreated gracefully, putting some distance between himself and Zhang Yuan. It is as expected. Seeing that King Rakshasa retreated after one attack, Zhang Yuan further confirmed his guess. This hidden boss is a trial, and the content of the trial is perfect blocking. After a moment, Rakshasa King used his skills again, and Zhang Yuan tried to block it perfectly again. Still failed. My physical strength is running out. Zhang Yuan immediately took out a bottle of intermediate healing potion and drank it, his physical strength fully restored. Come again. Rakshasa King used his skill again, and Zhang Yuan tried to block it perfectly again. The sword flashed and the block failed. The sword flashed and the block failed. In the dojo, Rakshasa King was like a strict master, and Zhang Yuan was a disciple who refused to admit defeat. The two of them kept repeating the moves. Guan Xian outside the dojo was completely stunned. She had never expected that Zhang Yuan, who was only level 17, was actually using the Rakshasa King to practice perfect blocking. Clang! As Zhang Yuan drank the 3rd bottle of intermediate healing potion, he finally succeeded in a perfect block, deflecting the Rakshasa King's sword away. Zhang Yuan seized the opportunity, canceled the attribute transformation, and controlled the Qi Xiao sword to pierce the Rakshasa King's chest. A red light passed through Rakshasa King's body, and his health bar dropped to the bottom, causing him to kneel on the spot. 1. Guan Xian was pleasantly surprised to see that Zhang Yuan successfully hit the Rakshasa King. But before she could congratulate him, the Rakshasa King suddenly burst out with an extremely powerful pressure, which pushed Zhang Yuan back. Skill. Undying will. Skill. King's pressure. The entire dojo began to shake violently. The Rakshasa king suddenly roared and stood up again. His heavy armor fell off, revealing his upper body covered with scars and muscular body. The Rakshasa king raised his arm, and the great sword that had fallen far away quickly flew back into his hand, and at the same time, the sword body was burning with hot flames. There are 3 more stages? Guan Xian saw that the Rakshasa king had stood up again, and his expression changed drastically. He quickly shouted to Zhang Yuan, "Zhang Yuan, if it really doesn't work, use the scroll back to the city. The number of challenges is unlimited. There is no need to give up your life here." However, Zhang Yuan did not respond to Guan Xian. He looked directly into the eyes under the evil ghost mask of the Rakshasa king and understood that this 3rd stage was also the last trial of this legendary trial. Strength, skill, and the courage to face death. However, Zhang Yuan, who had the passive ability of the Scarlet Sky Sword to avoid death, was not afraid at all. Bring it on. Zhang Yuan grinned. This time he did not use attribute conversion. Instead, he put all the flying swords into the sword formation space. After many times of practice, he has figured out the attack trajectory of the Rakshasa king. Even if you can't see Rakshasa king's movements clearly, you can still block perfectly by controlling the timing through the skill back panel. At this time, the Rakshasa king got ready, then turned into a red light and rushed in front of Zhang Yuan, swinging his sword and slashing down. 9 iron swords flew out in front of Zhang Yuan, one of which happened to hit the flaw of Rakshasa king and knocked Rakshasa king's sword away. Chi Xiao. A red light flashed and pierced through the heart of the Rakshasa king. Successfully killed the Rakshasa king. Experience plus 100,000. Obtain equipment, Rakshasa king mask. Get the heart of the Rakshasa king *1. Complete the legend trial and gain the skill. Block intuition. Ding. It is detected that the host has achieved the achievement First Legend Trial, and the reward is Awakening Advanced Talent. Congratulations to the host for awakening the advanced talent. I am a legend. At the same time, the treasure chest after clearing the hidden copy appeared in the center of the dojo. Chapter 27 New Special Weapon. Past. Guan Xian looked at the numerous prompts flashing on her panel and was still a little confused. Although Zhang Yuan completed this legendary trial alone, they were in a team state. Guan Xian also obtained basic experience rewards and the god-level skill of blocking intuition. At the same time, because she is the captain, the equipment and materials obtained from defeating the boss are also placed in her storage space. Guan Xian patted his face to calm himself down, then took out the equipment and materials he had obtained. Mask of Rakshasa King. Epic summon Rakshasa King to fight together. After Rakshasa King dies, he will recover in the mask. The heart of the Rakshasa King. Epic material. 1 piece of epic equipment. 1 piece of epic material. Guan Xian couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the 2 items that King Rakshasa exploded. There is no need to say much about epic equipment. Each piece is extremely precious, and epic materials are necessary materials for god-level blacksmiths to forge legendary equipment, and they are in great demand. While Guan Xian was checking the equipment materials, Zhang Yuan was also checking his newly acquired talents and skills. Blocking intuition. Passive. The first block is guaranteed to be a perfect block. I am a legend. If there is a legend trial in the dungeon, the item to start the trial will definitely drop after clearing the dungeon. A passive conceptual magical skill. If used properly, it is equivalent to being completely immune to a physical attack, while also being able to deal a powerful blow to the enemy. A top-level talent. With this talent, you will never miss any legendary trials in the future. What a great harvest! Zhang Yuan couldn't stop smiling when he saw his new skills and talents. At this time, Guan Xian came up and handed the Rakshasa King mask and the Rakshasa King heart to Zhang Yuan, saying, "Zhang Yuan, take it. You got through this battle entirely by yourself. These 2 epic items should be given to you." Zhang Yuan glanced at the Rakshasa King mask and the Rakshasa King heart, but in the end he only took the Rakshasa King mask. I said, since we agreed to split it equally, then we should split everything equally, instead of distributing it according to contribution. Guan Xian was surprised. Do you know how much an epic item is worth? This Rakshasa King's heart is worth at least tens of millions. Zhang Yuan shook his head firmly. 100 million should belong to you. This is a principle, and it has nothing to do with the amount of money. Besides, without the hidden key you provided, the information about the perfect block, and the 3 bottles of healing potions, I would not be able to defeat the Rakshasa King. You guy, I really underestimated you. Guan Xian's eyes when looking at Zhang Yuan changed completely at this time. When Zhang Yuan insisted on dividing the gold equipment equally, She felt that the price of the gold equipment alone was not enough to shake Zhang Yuan's principles. And now Zhang Yuan wants to divide even the epic items equally, which makes Guan Xian re-understand Zhang Yuan. You know, even many close friends or lovers will stab each other in the back for an epic equipment. Thinking of this, Guan Xian shook his head and smiled, then put the heart of the Rakshasa king back into his own storage space and said, "In that case, I will not refuse it. I have to say, although you are a bit dull, you are quite reliable. Thanks for the compliment." Zhang Yuan put away the Rakshasa king mask and walked towards the treasure chest in the center of the dojo. The previous one was the reward for defeating the boss, and this treasure chest is the reward for completing the Rakshasa River dungeon. The equipment and materials obtained by defeating the boss are directly given to the team leader, who then distributes them. However, the treasure chest rewards for the first clear of the dungeon are unique to each person. Guan Xian has already completed the Luosha River dungeon, so this time the treasure chest belongs exclusively to Zhang Yuan. Open the treasure chest. Obtain God's Stone *1. Get 5 primary skill scrolls. As Zhang Yuan obtained the reward, the treasure chest in the dojo disappeared, the copy teleportation exit appeared, and the two were teleported out. Outside the copy, Guan Xian took a breath of moist fresh air with satisfaction, and then directly transferred 3 million to Zhang Yuan's exchange account, and said with a smile, "This is really a pleasant cooperation. Let's add each other as friends on the communicator. Will we have the opportunity to cooperate again in the future? We'll talk about it later." Zhang Yuan did not agree to Guan Xian's request and directly withdrew from the team without looking back. Hey, you just took the money and left. Is this how you treat women? When Guan Xian saw Zhang Yuan leaving without saying goodbye, she was immediately furious. She was about to chase after Zhang Yuan to ask for an explanation, but then she stopped and watched Zhang Yuan leave. "You will definitely be admitted to Kyoto University, right? Haha, you can't escape my clutches." Guan Xian chuckled, twirled the dagger between her fingers, whistled, and left in the other direction. After Zhang Yuan and Guan Xian parted, they went straight home. On the one hand, he is already level 18, and now is only the 3rd day of his job change. Even if he works hard for 3 days and rests for 2 days, he can still reach level 19 in a month. Leveling up is no longer his most important thing at the moment. On the other hand, he had been out for several days, and although the rapid upgrade made him not feel any fatigue, he had been fighting for several days in a row and had not taken a shower yet, so his body already smelled. Grandma and aunt were not at home, so Zhang Yuan washed up at home, changed into a clean and refreshing set of clothes, then sat on the sofa in the living room, took out the Compass of Destiny and 15 skill scrolls. I didn't expect to get another God's Stone so soon. If this trend continues, I will be able to get a full-level special weapon before the college entrance examination. Zhang Yuan muttered to himself, but he did not rush to draw cards. Instead, he used the basic skill scroll first. 15 skill scrolls were thrown down. Gain duplicate skills and improve skill proficiency. Toxin resistance, level 10 gain 100% poison resistance. This. 6. When Zhang Yuan saw that he had used 15 primary skill scrolls and had raised his poison resistance to the maximum, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't understand how much he was afraid of poison. That's all. I only awakened one skill repeatedly. In a sense, it can be considered a kind of luck. Zhang Yuan smiled helplessly, picked up the Compass of Destiny again, and took out the newly obtained Divine Stone. Although Zhang Yuan had drawn cards many times, this was his first time using his own Destiny Compass to draw cards, and he felt inexplicably excited at this moment. The 4th level refined Qi Xiao is already considered a divine weapon, right? Zhang Yuan muttered as he placed the God's Stone into the Compass of Destiny. The compass began to rotate, and the magic circle on the compass lit up. Countless cards rotated in the magic circle, and finally a red card flew out. "Come out, my Qi Xiao." Zhang Yuan shouted in an immature way, and then a blue sword flew out from the card. A large amount of water vapor was surging around, and Zhang Yuan seemed to hear the sound of waves. Exclusive Sword Zhanlu, level 1 attack power plus 1000, damage plus 100%, automatically protects the owner. The holder is immune to water attribute attacks, no equipment level limit. Note: one of the 10 great swords, it protects the master, destroys demons, and cleanses the world. When Zhang Yuan saw the new special weapon, he was stunned. It turns out, there can be more than one special weapon? Chapter 28 Military Chief, Wan Chang'e. When Zhang Yuan saw that his newly drawn special weapon also had the notes of the 10 major swords, he suddenly had a terrible guess. He has 10 special weapons. Other professions only have one special weapon. I've never heard of anyone having more than one special weapon, but I have 10. Then in the later stage, if all 10 of my special weapons are fully refined, won't that mean I can possess 10 divine weapons at the same time? When Zhang Yuan thought of this possibility, his breathing became much faster. As long as it is a divine weapon, it has the power to destroy the world. Even those who have entered the god-level professions and possess divine weapons are very few. This hidden profession, combined with sheer luck, has enormous potential. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, someone knocked on the door. Zhang Yuan immediately put Zhanlu into the sword formation space and went to open the door. He saw Xia Chaoyang standing at the door with a smile on his face. I remember you. You were the captain of the guard at that time. Zhang Yuan recognized Xia Chaoyang at a glance and then said, Sorry, I have decided to apply to Kyoto University. Don't worry, I'm not here to stop you from taking the entrance exam to Kyoto University. Xia Chaoyang smiled at Zhang Yuan. When I went back that day, I reported your situation to the Supreme Command. The leaders took you very seriously and held 3 consecutive days of meetings. They decided to make an exception and allow you to join the Qianlong detachment as a non-staff member, so that you can continue to take the university entrance exam. Qianlong detachment? That is a secret special forces unit of our country. Those who can enter the Qianlong detachment are the elite among the elites. Zhang Yuan, what are the benefits of joining the Qianlong detachment? Xia Chaoyang, as long as you join the Qianlong detachment, the military will be your biggest background. Looking at the entire daxia, no one will dare to bully you. In addition, all kinds of military resources will be tilted towards you. From now on, you will not only be able to enjoy the resources of Kyoto University, but you will also be eligible to obtain our military's unique copy resources, equipment, and various intelligence. You are the first person who can enjoy the resources of both the university and the military at the same time. Zhang Yuan, then what do I need to do? There is no free lunch in the world. Since the military has given him corresponding benefits, he also needs to bear corresponding responsibilities. After all, the Daxia National Defense Army is not a private force. Its duty is to defend the country. Xia Chaoyang, I won't hide this from you. After you join the Qianlong detachment, you will need to carry out military tasks. Of course, after all, you are still a novice, and the military is still focusing on training. In the early stage, it is basically training tasks, which will not affect your status as a Kyoto University student. Even in the later stages, as a special soldier, the military will not assign you ordinary tasks. You will become a sharp knife of the empire. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment, and then remembered his grandmother's special merit badge. If it were his grandmother, she would definitely hope that he could serve the country. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. Okay, I agree to join the Qianlong detachment. Good boy, I knew you would agree. Xia Chaoyang suddenly became excited, patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder heavily, and said, By the way, to join the Qianlong detachment, in addition to the recommendation of the headquarters, you also need to pass the trial of the Qianlong detachment. You should level up well these days. When you reach level 15, I will take you to participate in the Hidden Dragon trial. With your strength, you will definitely pass it. After that, you will officially join the Hidden Dragon detachment with the rank of Major. Zhang Yuan, then I can go to the trial now. You've reached level 15? Xia Chaoyang was stunned. Weren't you only level 12 the day before yesterday? Then, Xia Chaoyang threw a detection spell at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, Swordmaster, level 18. Level 10, 18? Xia Chaoyang's eyes almost popped out. How did you do that? You know, even Kyoto University, which is ranked first in Daxia, requires students to reach level 19 within a month, but Zhang Yuan reached level 18 within 3 days. This is simply unprecedented. Zhang Yuan replied calmly, I cleared another abyss dungeon and gained a lot of experience. Then I cleared the nightmare difficulty Luosha River dungeon and reached level 18. You are the one who conquered the Shadow Forest Abyss dungeon? Xia Chaoyang seemed to have heard something incredible. His eyes almost popped out. I heard that the level 70 Abyss boss Odysseus appeared in that instance and was defeated. Did you do that too? Zhang Yuan was surprised. I have already reported this to the Adventurer Association. Don't you know? The Adventurers Association and the National Defense Force are 2 different units. We don't share all our intelligence. Xia Chaoyang explained to Zhang Yuan, then put his hand on his forehead and said, No, I have to slow down. Your news is too explosive. Xia Chaoyang walked back and forth at the door for a few steps, then said to Zhang Yuan, I have to report this matter to the headquarters. Please wait for a moment. Excuse me. After saying that, Xia Chaoyang left in a hurry. After a while, Xia Chaoyang hurried back and said to Zhang Yuan excitedly, Zhang Yuan, this is great news. Wan Zhanshan wants to see you in person. Come with me to the military region. Wan Zhanshan. Zhang Yuan was stunned. Who? You don't know the god of war Wan Chang'an? Xia Chaoyang was stunned for a moment, then replied, he is a legendary figure in our great Xia Empire. He is not only the highest leader of our national defense force, but also a god-level warrior. There are no more than 10 people in the great Xia Empire with higher status than him. He is definitely a big shot. Even I have only seen him on the news, but he is the idol of all of us soldiers. Oh, let's go. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly, without much emotional fluctuation. With his profession as a sword master, he is confident that he can climb to the top of the world in the near future. Seeing that Zhang Yuan's expression did not change, Xia Chaoyang could not help but admire Zhang Yuan even more. He then drove with Zhang Yuan to the City Defense Army base in Shihu City. Wan Chang'an has been teleported from Kyoto to Shihu City via the teleportation array and is currently waiting at the Shihu City Defense Force headquarters. At this time, the City Defense Army was on extremely tight alert. Xia Chaoyang took Zhang Yuan through numerous checkpoints and came to the outside of the headquarters, only to see 2 tall soldiers standing outside the door. Zhang Yuan used the Eye of the Abyss to investigate and found that the 2 soldiers at the door were both level 60 elite professionals. What a grand ceremony! Zhang Yuan sighed in his heart. At this time, Xia Chaoyang stepped forward and saluted, and reported loudly, report to the commander, Zhang Yuan has been brought here. Bring him in. A powerful voice came from the headquarters. Xia Chaoyang suppressed his excitement and whispered to Zhang Yuan, boy, let's go in. This is a great opportunity for you. You must seize it. Zhang Yuan nodded calmly and walked into the headquarters, where he saw several soldiers in dark green uniforms standing inside. Among them was a middle-aged man who exuded an incomparable terrifying aura from head to toe. The first time Zhang Yuan saw the middle-aged man, he knew he was Wan Chang'an, whose strength was no less than by Zhanghua. I'm afraid that even if the Abyss boss Odysseus is here, he can't withstand a slap from Wan Chang'an. Wan Chang'an just turned around, and his sharp gaze made Xia Chaoyang's legs go weak. Seeing Zhang Yuan standing still, Wan Chang'an nodded slightly, not bad. As soon as he finished speaking, Wan Chang'an suddenly raised his hand, and a sharp sword appeared out of thin air, turning into a golden light and stabbing towards Zhang Yuan, and the terrifying power swept around.
Qi Xiao.
Zhang Yuan uttered a word, and Qi Xiao appeared out of thin air. Skill, block intuition, clang. Wan Chang'an's sword was bounced away by Qi Xiao. The headquarters suddenly fell into deathly silence. Chapter 29. Wind Riding Boots. At this moment, everyone was stunned, including Wan Chang'an. No one could have imagined that Zhang Yuan, who was only level 18, could perfectly block Wan Chang'an's attack. This is too exaggerated. Zhang Yuan, you? Xia Chaoyang on the side had a pale face. He stared at Zhang Yuan blankly, his mind blank. At this moment Wan Chang'an was a little overwhelmed. He originally wanted to test Zhang Yuan's reaction. If Zhang Yuan could remain calm in the face of a huge crisis, he would praise Zhang Yuan and give him a reward to improve Zhang Yuan's favor. But he never expected that his sword would be knocked away by Zhang Yuan. Although Wan Chang'an knew that Zhang Yuan must have used some skill that would guarantee a perfect block, with so many subordinates watching him, it was impossible for him to make excuses for himself. Ahem. Wan Chang'an coughed twice to ease the embarrassment, and nodded to Zhang Yuan, good boy. You are really good. You can actually block my sword. No wonder Lao Bai praised you so much. I just used a skill that is sure to block successfully. It was all luck. It doesn't count for much. Zhang Yuan bowed slightly and replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. I see. Xia Chaoyang, who was standing by, breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Zhang Yuan's words. The majestic image of Wan Chang'an in his mind almost collapsed. At this time, everyone else in the headquarters also had an expression of sudden enlightenment on their faces. That's true. If it weren't for his skills, Zhang Yuan would have no way of blocking Wan Chang'an's sword. Seeing Zhang Yuan took the initiative to explain and help him regain face, Wan Chang'an became more and more satisfied with Zhang Yuan. He immediately took out a pair of boots from the storage space and handed them to Zhang Yuan. Although you relied on your skills to block my sword, your performance has far exceeded my expectations. This pair of boots has been with me for many years, and now I give it to you. When the others around saw Wan Chang'an actually gave the boots to Zhang Yuan, their expressions changed and they said in surprise, Chief, this is my decision, don't say anything. Wan Chang'an interrupted the others and said, everyone go out. I want to talk to this kid alone. When everyone heard Wan Chang'an say this, they stopped talking, just cast envious glances at Zhang Yuan, and then left the headquarters together. Zhang Yuan took the boots and checked the information. Wind riding boots, legend strength plus 1000, agility plus 1000, spirit plus 1000, constitution plus 1000, wind attribute damage reduction by 50%. Wearer gains the skill of riding the wind, available at level 15. Ride the wind. After using the skill, movement speed increases by 100%. Legendary equipment? When Zhang Yuan saw the attributes of the wind riding boots, his pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at Wan Chang'an in shock. This is too expensive. Wan Chang'an waved his hand and smiled. This is the equipment I got early on. It has been with me for more than 20 years. Now I can no longer use it. Giving it to you can make it shine again. This is my sincere gift. Don't refuse it. That's okay. Zhang Yuan was no longer polite and put on the wind riding boots immediately. He immediately felt a lot lighter, as if he could jump into the sky with one jump. Not bad, it suits you well. Wan Chang'an looked at Zhang Yuan with a smile and continued, Zhang Yuan, do you know why I want to meet you in person? Zhang Yuan, isn't it because of Captain Xia's report? Wan Chang'an, that's just one aspect, but it's not the main reason why I decided to meet you in person. Are there other reasons? Zhang Yuan was stunned. Wan Chang'an said in a deep voice, your grandmother was my teacher, and your parents were once my subordinates. Zhang Yuan's pupil shrank slightly. Is there such a thing? I've never heard grandma talk about it. Wan Chang'an, after she retired, she no longer talked about military affairs. Since your parents disappeared, she even refused to see me. Not only you, but most people in the military now don't know that I once had a teacher. But that's not what I want to tell you today. What I want to talk about is your parents. My parents. Zhang Yuan's heart moved. Although he had not seen the host's parents since he traveled through time, because of the host's influence, he also had some strong feelings for these parents whom he had never met. He was an orphan in his previous life, and in this life, he longs to have parents who love him. Wan Chang'an nodded slightly and said, your parents were once elite members of the Qianlong detachment. They had an accident during an expedition to the Abyss dungeon and disappeared. We once sent troops to search around the dungeon for a whole month, but there was no trace of them. Zhang Yuan came back to his senses and said, I know this. Wan Chang'an added, but recently, we have news about your parents. Found them? Zhang Yuan looked surprised. Wan Chang'an nodded, well, someone found their traces on the front line of the Abyss, but they seem to have become the boss of the Abyss. My parents became the boss of the Abyss? Zhang Yuan's surprise turned into shock on the spot. Wan Chang'an, I haven't told the teacher about this yet, but I think it's necessary to tell you. The Abyss is getting more and more restless now. Your parents have become the boss of the Abyss, which is unusual. Maybe it will involve you. Zhang Yuan fell into deep thought, and then said to Wan Chang'an, Commander, can I ask you for a favor? If you have any news about my parents, please tell me as soon as possible. Wan Chang'an, well, that's what I meant, but I hope you don't tell the teacher about this. I'm afraid that she will hear the news and rush directly to the front line of the Abyss. Now that there is unrest over there, the teacher is no longer fit to fight. Yeah. Zhang Yuan nodded. Okay, now that we've talked about personal matters, it's time for us to talk about business. Wan Chang'an took out a set of specially made dark green military uniform from the storage space and handed it to Zhang Yuan. I originally wanted to personally test whether you are qualified to join the Qianlong detachment, but from now on, it seems that there is no need to test. This is the uniform of the Qianlong Brigade. Try it on. Zhang Yuan took the military uniform and put it on quickly. Zhang Yuan, who already had a tall and straight figure, became even more heroic after putting on the military uniform. Good. Wan Chang'an nodded with satisfaction and suddenly shouted loudly and seriously, Major Zhang Yuan?
Arrive.
Zhang Yuan stood up straight and replied in a strong and powerful voice. Wan Chang'an looked at Zhang Yuan, who was standing upright, as if he saw the two subordinates he was once most proud of. He couldn't help but smile and said gently, Welcome to join the Qianlong detachment. Chapter 30 Skill Training Hall. After granting Zhang Yuan the military rank, Wan Chang'an teleported away with his personal guards. As the commander-in-chief of the Great Xia National Defense Army, Wan Chang'an was busy with important tasks, and it was already the limit for him to take out a short period of time to meet with Zhang Yuan. After Wan Chang'an left, Xiao Chaoyang took Zhang Yuan to the military canteen for dinner and introduced Zhang Yuan to the situation in the army and the many benefits of the soldiers. When Xiao Chaoyang mentioned the skill training hall, Zhang Yuan was particularly curious and asked, What is the skill training hall? The skill training hall is where our soldiers improve their skills. The efficiency of practicing skills in it will be greatly improved. The skill training hall is a unique facility of our army. It cannot be found anywhere else. Improved skill level? A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. He is already level 18, but his sword formation and sword controlling skills are still only level 3, and he doesn't know when he will be able to reach the next level. If the skill training hall can improve his skill level, it will be a huge leap in his combat power. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan couldn't wait to ask, "Can I go to the skill training hall?" "Of course, this is your benefit." Xia Chaoyang smiled, "But we only have a basic skill training hall here, which can quickly increase your skill level to level 5 at most. If you want to use a more advanced skill training hall, you can only report to the Qianlong detachment in Kyoto. It's great to be able to upgrade to level 5. Zhang Yuan replied in surprise, "My skills are only level 3 now, and upgrading to level 5 will be a big improvement." "Well, I'll take you there after we finish eating."
Ok.
Zhang Yuan swept away the food on the plate like whirlwind, and then followed Xia Chaoyang to an independent queue building. Xia Chaoyang turned to Zhang Yuan and said, "After you go in, the skill training hall will teleport you to a separate closed room. You can't get out until the training is completed, or you give up. You have to be mentally prepared for this. But you don't have to worry about eating, drinking, defecating, or urinating. The training hall is fully equipped, and there are nutritious meals prepared by someone every day. Thank you for letting me know." Zhang Yuan thanked Xia Chaoyang and then walked into the skills training hall impatiently. The soldiers outside the skill training hall saw Zhang Yuan go in and asked Xia Chaoyang with a smile, "Captain Xia, how long do you think that kid can last in the training hall?" Xia Chaoyang held up 5 fingers and said confidently, 5 days. The soldier was surprised and asked, "He is still a student, right? Wouldn't he go crazy after staying in that damn place for 5 days?" Xia Chaoyang smiled slightly. "He is the hope for the future of our empire. He does have this ability. If you don't believe it, how about we make a bet?" "Let's bet." While Xia Chaoyang was making a bet with the soldiers, Zhang Yuan had already been teleported into a small room of 50 square meters. The space is neither too big nor too small, enough for training. "Welcome to the Primary Skills Training Center. Do you need a tailor-made training package?" As soon as Zhang Yuan came in, he heard an intelligent female voice synthesized by AI. "Can you also customize training packages?" There was a hint of surprise in Zhang Yuan's eyes. Everything here was new to him, and he immediately answered yes. Then, Zhang Yuan felt a strange light wave scanning his body. Scan completed. Currently, the upgradable skills are sword formation, level 3, sword control, level 3, attribute conversion, level 1, training 16 hours a day. The estimated upgrade time is 20 days. Do you want to start training? So long? When Zhang Yuan heard about the time required to upgrade his skills, he finally understood why Xia Chaoyang suddenly mentioned eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating in the training hall. It turned out that this battle line was so long. Zhang Yuan thought for a moment. There were still 27 days before the National College entrance examination. He was already level 18. Even if he trained in this training hall for 20 days, he still had a week to level up. Even if he continued to solo the Luosha River dungeon, it would be enough to reach level 19. As for the 16 hours of training every day, with his current mental strength of over 3,000, it should not be difficult to stick to it. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan took out his communicator and sent messages to his grandmother and aunt, explaining his current situation and that he would not be returning home within 20 days. After all, he is not alone. If he suddenly disappears for 20 days, grandma and aunt will be worried. After reporting to his family, Zhang Yuan chose to start training. The next moment, a training wooden man rose from the center of the room. Training begins. First, use the sword formation skill, then use the flying sword skill to attack the wooden man. Repeat 100 times. As Al gave the training plan in voice, Zhang Yuan also began to deploy the sword formation, summoning 10 iron swords from the sword formation space to attack the wooden man in the room. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Zhang Yuan felt that he was more adept at using the sword controlling skills in this room than outside. Soon, after 100 training sessions, Zhang Yuan tried to control the iron sword again and found it a little smoother. It seems to be more efficient than training in the wild. Zhang Yuan tasted the sweetness and immediately became full of energy and began to practice his skills continuously. The intensity of the training in the skill training hall was much greater than Zhang Yuan had imagined. When he finished the first day of training, he was almost exhausted. He didn't even have the strength to wash up and fell asleep directly. Although the training here is intense, the results are gratifying. On just the first day, Zhang Yuan's sword controlling skill level was raised to level 4. The next morning, Zhang Yuan, who was still in a sweet dream, was awakened by a basin of cold water. Then he was horrified to see a robotic arm holding a basin of water extending from the ceiling of the training hall. On the second day, training will begin. Use the sword control skill to attack the wooden man 1,000 times. Zhang Yuan listened to the emotionless AI voice, then looked at the wooden man that appeared in the middle of the room and couldn't help but ask, "Is this a skill training hall or a prison?" AL's voice sounded again. "Please start training within 10 seconds, otherwise it will be regarded as giving up training, and this skill training hall will be closed and will no longer be open to you." Who wants to give up? I want to upgrade my skills to the maximum here. Zhang Yuan was immediately aroused by his competitive spirit. He summoned his flying sword and started high-intensity repetitive training. During these 20 days, Zhang Yuan ate, drank, defecated, and urinated in this training hall. He ate when he was hungry, slept when he was tired, and continued training when he woke up. He kept repeating skill exercises mechanically to improve his skill proficiency. As Zhang Yuan's skill level continued to rise, he gradually realized that nothing can be accomplished overnight. Even if he has a powerful profession and skills, the only way to become stronger is to keep training. Gradually, Zhang Yuan became addicted to practicing his skills. 20 days passed in a flash. Zhang Yuan ran around the room leaving an afterimage, and finally stopped abruptly in the center of the room and pressed the middle button. Congratulations on completing this training package. This skill training hall can no longer improve your skill level. If you want to continue to improve, please go to the advanced skill training hall. AL's voice sounded, and Zhang Yuan checked his skill information. Skill, sword formation, level 5. Deploys a sword formation, continuously consumes mental power, and within a radius of 50 meters, critical damage increases by 140%. Sword control, level 5. Control the flying sword and attack from mid-air. The power depends on the quality of the sword, one's own mental strength, and skill level. Attribute conversion, level 5. In the sword formation, you can convert your mental power into strength, agility, and physical attributes, with the conversion amplification rate being 5 times. It's finally over. Zhang Yuan smiled with relief when he saw that all 3 of his skills had been upgraded to level 5. It actually took him 3 days to upgrade his sword formation and sword controlling skills to level 5, and he spent the rest of the time practicing the attribute conversion skill. In order to practice this skill, he has to exercise intensively, which is equivalent to doing an enhanced triathlon in the training hall every day. Before Zhang Yuan entered the skills training hall, he didn't have any abdominal muscles, but when he came out, he already had 6 abdominal muscles. You can imagine the intensity of this training. When Zhang Yuan left the training hall, he saw a group of soldiers surrounding him outside, and all of them looked at him with admiration. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yuan was stunned. He looked at Xia Chaoyang, who was also waiting outside, and asked, "What's going on? Why are you all here?" At this time, Xia Chaoyang couldn't help but give Zhang Yuan a thumbs up. "Boy, you are really awesome. You can actually stay in the training hall for 20 days? Zhang Yuan was surprised. What's wrong with staying for 20 days? Isn't that a training package customized by the system? Xia Chaoyang looked at Zhang Yuan as if he were a freak and said, "Do you know that before you, the longest training record in this training hall was 7 days? You're really awesome. You know that?" Zhang Yuan, Chapter 31 Secret Realm Instance. After listening to Xia Chaoyang's words, Zhang Yuan realized that he seemed to have done something extraordinary, but he has already persevered, so there is no point in talking about it anymore. Zhang Yuan changed from his military uniform back into his daily clothes, said goodbye to Xia Chaoyang, and rushed to the Luosha River copy in the east of the city without stopping. Now there is only 1 week left before the college entrance examination. He must reach level 19 before the exam, otherwise he will not even be eligible to take the entrance exam for Kyoto University. Zhang Yuan came to the Luosha River dungeon again, but saw Li Shuer standing at the entrance of the dungeon. Zhang Yuan immediately stepped forward to greet her. "Shuer, are you here to play the Luosha River dungeon as well?" "Idiot, I finally got you." When Li Shuer saw Zhang Yuan finally appear, she immediately clenched her fist and punched Zhang Yuan in the chest. "Where have you been these days? I couldn't contact you no matter what, and I couldn't find you at your house. I asked around for a long time before I found out that you appeared in the Luosha River dungeon. I'm going to practice my skill level." Zhang Yuan did not mention that he had joined the Qianlong detachment. He glossed over the topic and replied, "What do you want from me?" Li Shuer glanced at Zhang Yuan complainingly. "Can't I find you if there's nothing wrong? It's been so many days, and you didn't even call me? I thought you were concentrating on leveling up, so I didn't disturb you." Zhang Yuan made up a lame excuse. "Forget it. You idiot can't come up with a better excuse." Li Shuer rolled her eyes and didn't dwell on it too much. She asked, How are your levels these days? Are you confident that you can be admitted to Kyoto University? When Zhang Yuan heard what Li Shuer said, he used the eye of the abyss on her. Li Shuer, Elf Saint, level 16. Seeing Li Shuer's level, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but say, compared to me, you should be more worried about yourself, right? There are only 7 days left before the college entrance examination. How come you are only level 16? I have worked so hard to get to this level, so it's already very high. I want to see what level you are at. Li Shuer glared at Zhang Yuan, then threw a detection spell at him. Level 18? Li Shuer opened her mouth wide and looked at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. I leveled up so hard and only reached level 16. How did you get to level 18? Zhang Yuan replied, is it difficult? Just play through the nightmare dungeon a few times. You? Li Shuer was immediately annoyed, and then said, well, I should have known that talking about leveling in front of you would be a humiliation. Zhang Yuan, so, you waited for me at the entrance of this dungeon on purpose? Didn't you just come here to check my level? Of course not. I'm not that idle yet. I came to you mainly to take you to a secret dungeon. Secret realm instance? Zhang Yuan was surprised. What is that? Li Shuer, that is different from the wild copy that was born naturally. The secret copy is a special artificial copy created by people at a huge cost. All the monsters in that copy are artificially created. Our college entrance examination in 7 days will actually be held in a super large secret dungeon. Zhang Yuan, so, you took me to the secret dungeon mainly to simulate the college entrance examination? That's one of the reasons. Li Shuer patiently explained. There is another more important reason. The military announced a new policy a few days ago. Students in our class can join the military special forces and receive training from military resources while taking the college entrance examination. You know, the military has a lot of resources that even Kyoto University doesn't have. If we can get training from the military, our future will be limitless. This secret realm dungeon is actually an assessment by the military to select outstanding students. It is said that the best students will have the opportunity to join the legendary Hidden Dragon team. All the major families are fighting for a place to take the exam. I spent a lot of effort to help you get a place to enter the secret dungeon. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard what Li Shuer said. So that secret dungeon is the trial of the Qianlong detachment? Li Shuer patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder and said, don't be too stressed. Although it's hard to get into the Qianlong detachment, I believe you can get in. Zhang Yuan looked at Li Shuer's encouraging eyes and really didn't want to slap Li Shuer in the face, so he could only say, although the military's policy is tempting, our focus now should be on reaching level 19, right? Otherwise, you won't be able to study at Kyoto University, which you've always wanted to attend. Don't worry about that. The monsters in the secret dungeon also have experience points, and they are extremely rich. At this point, Li Shuer punched Zhang Yuan hard on the chest again. You idiot! When did you become so fussy? Even if we fail the exam and fail to pass the test of the Qianlong detachment, there will be a lot of experience in the secret dungeon. Isn't it better than you playing the wild dungeon here? Zhang Yuan, actually. Li Shuer interrupted. It's settled. The secret dungeon will be open soon. Let's rush over now and treat it as leveling up. Li Shuer didn't wait for Zhang Yuan to speak and immediately dragged Zhang Yuan into the car parked by Butler Sue on the side of the road. Butler Sue, let's go. Yes, miss. Butler Sue looked at the two people playing in the back seat with a smile through the rearview mirror, then started the car and rushed to the location of the secret realm copy. The entrance to this secret dungeon is in Yunhai Manor on the top of Yunhai Mountain in the north of Shihu City. When Butler Sue drove there were already many luxury cars parked in the parking lot outside Yunhai Manor. Almost all the celebrities in Shihu City whose children were taking the college entrance examination this year had come here. Zhang Yuan scanned the luxury cars in the parking lot and couldn't help asking, isn't the military's policy for the entire country? Why are all the cars here from Westlake City? Li Shuer, there are many independent spaces in the secret dungeon. Ours is just the entrance to the dungeon in Westlake City. Other cities also have their own entrances to the secret dungeons. To put it simply, after we enter, we are in different spaces of the same dungeon, just like a 1,000-layer cake. The super large secret dungeon used for the college entrance examination is the same. Each province has an independent space. Although the space is different, the assessment content is the same, so we just need to focus on conquering our own copy. Zhang Yuan nodded. I see. Thank you for your advice. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Li Shuer immediately puffed out her chest with pride. Hee, there is still a lot I know. If you don't understand something, just ask. Butler Sue, miss, the secret realm dungeon will be open soon. Don't be late. Oh yeah, it's almost too late. Li Shuer came to her senses and immediately pulled Zhang Yuan out of the car. After the two of them had their identities verified at the gate of the manor, they entered the spacious courtyard. At this time, in the center of the courtyard, there was a blue vortex that was no different from the entrance to a wild dungeon. At this time, there were already quite a few students waiting outside the copy. Zhang Yuan used the Eye of the Abyss to take a rough look and found that their levels were basically above level 16, and there were even some students who were already level 19. They are all elites. Soon, Zhang Yuan saw a familiar figure, and his eyes instantly turned cold. Wang Hu, who was not far away, also noticed Zhang Yuan. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, as if he was surprised that Zhang Yuan was still alive. But soon, the surprise in Wang Hu's eyes turned into provocation. He grinned and made a provocative gesture of wiping his neck towards Zhang Yuan. Chapter 32. Fiery Night. Wang Hu. When Zhang Yuan saw Wang Hu's provocative behavior, he marked Wang Hu as a dead man in his mind. Before, he was busy leveling up and practicing skills and had no time to take revenge on Wang Hu. Now that Wang Hu was jumping up and down in front of him, he had successfully aroused his murderous intent. However, there are many people here now, and Wang Hu's elders may be nearby, so it is not wise to take action at this time. Zhang Yuan cleverly concealed his murderous intent and regained his composure. Now his sword formation can cover an area of 500 meters in radius. In the future, he will have plenty of opportunities to kill Wang Hu without anyone noticing. Zhang Yuan, look, the secret realm copy has been opened. Li Shuer at the side pulled Zhang Yuan, and Zhang Yuan came back to his senses and looked towards the copy teleportation entrance in the middle of the courtyard, only to see a light lit up at the copy teleportation entrance. Then a majestic voice sounded. This secret realm dungeon is a team dungeon. The participants will be randomly divided into groups according to their respective professions to form a 4-person team consisting of DPS, tank, nurse, and support. Please note that you can use your own equipment in this secret dungeon, but you cannot use any props, including but not limited to potions and enhancement props. We will rate you based on your performance in the dungeon. Trialists rated above S level will join the Hidden Dragon team as non-staff members. You can exit this instance at any time. Please put safety first. Finally, I wish you all good luck. As he finished speaking, the ball of light at the dungeon's teleportation entrance grew brighter and brighter until it enveloped everyone in the courtyard. The next moment, Zhang Yuan found himself teleported to the entrance of an underground palace. Appearing at the entrance with him were Li Shuer, a tall woman dressed as a knight, and Wang Hu holding a magic staff. Silly, we are actually in the same team. Li Shuer saw that she was actually in the same team with Zhang Yuan, and her eyes curved into crescents with smiles. Is this the first time we are in a team? It seems that I am being treated as an auxiliary. Zhang Yuan saw the team configuration clearly and immediately understood his position in the team. However, Zhang Yuan was not surprised by this. After all, he was the only hidden profession and outsiders did not understand the characteristics of his profession. The name of his profession, Sword Formation Master, is easily confused with Formation Master, so it is normal that he is regarded as an auxiliary. At this time, the tall woman came up, looking a little shy, and whispered softly, "My name is Miao Shulan, level 17, Holy Shield Knight. Zhang Yuan, level 18, Sword Formation Master. My name is Li Shuer, I'm level 16, and my occupation is Elf Saint." The three of them introduced themselves to each other. At this time, Wang Hu suddenly said, "SK, what bad luck. How come I, a level 19 fire mage, am teamed up with a useless assistant like you? It seems like there is no hope for me in this trial." Wang Hu was provocative and arrogant as soon as he opened his mouth, and did not take Zhang Yuan seriously at all. When Li Shuer heard Wang Hu's voice, the smile on her face suddenly fell, and she said unhappily, "Wang Hu, why are you everywhere? Don't think I don't know that your level was raised entirely by the help of high-level professionals, right? You are the one who is holding us back." Wang Hu sneered, "Family background is also a kind of strength. Besides, didn't you listen to the rules? A team has only one output. Without me in this team, you can't even kill the monsters. How about you let Zhang Yuan, that useless assistant, kill a monster and try? I'm afraid he won't be able to break through the defense." Li Shuer yelled angrily, "You fart." Miao Shulan, who was standing by, saw that the tension in the team was getting stronger and stronger, so she stepped out to smooth things over. "Everyone, stop arguing. This time, the secret realm dungeon requires teamwork to clear. Both output and support are indispensable. I suggest that everyone put aside their grudges and work together to clear it." After saying that, Miao Shulan looked at Wang Hu again and said soothingly, "Master, calm down first. We have to rely on your output in this dungeon. You are a generous person. Why don't you lead us to complete the dungeon? Oh, you want me to take care of a piece of trash like him? No way. Wang Hu sneered. He ignored Miao Shulan's request and said to Zhang Yuan, either you quit the dungeon now, so that I can help Shuer clear the secret dungeon, or we can all just give up together. Seeing that Wang Hu refused to budge, Miao Shulan couldn't help but feel a hint of anger in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. In order to participate in this secret dungeon trial, she set out alone from a border county town, crossed a mountain range full of level 30 wild monsters, and finally arrived in Westlake City, just to show her skills in the secret dungeon. But I didn't expect that I would meet such a disgusting person before I even started. She looked down on guys like Wang Hu who were always pushing their luck, but Wang Hu was the only output in the team now. If he played badly, they would have basically no hope of passing the secret realm copy, and everyone would be eliminated in the end. Thinking of this, Miao Shulan could only suppress her anger and said to Wang Hu in a gentle voice, "Brother, even if you are a noble wizard, I heard that the monsters in this secret dungeon are very strong. Without an auxiliary to control them, it will be really difficult for us to advance." But Wang Hu didn't care at all. "I'll be frank. My level is high enough to enter Kyoto University. I'm not interested in this trial at all. If my dad hadn't forced me to come, I wouldn't be here. I'm going to say this now. Either Zhang Yuan gets out of here, or he gets out of here. I'm a level 19 fire mage. I've learned a rare skill and have enough damage. As long as I have a nurse and a tank, I can easily clear this secret dungeon. Or, I will just quit the dungeon and all of you will be eliminated." Zhang Yuan said, "If that's the case, then you can just go away. Are you telling me to get out?" Wang Hu looked at Zhang Yuan in surprise. "Don't you understand the situation? I am an indispensable output for this team, and you, the auxiliary, are just a dispensable waste." Li Shuer immediately stood on Zhang Yuan's side and said to Wang Hu, "I also suggest that you get out immediately. This team may be able to advance faster without you." "Oh, I've changed my mind now." Wang Hu sneered when he saw Li Shuer saying the same thing, and then looked at Miao Shulan. "Miao Shulan, stand aside with me. I can help you through the level. I'm a level 19 mage, and as long as you can hold on in the front, I can definitely kill all the monsters." Hearing Wang Hu's words, Miao Shulan's mouth twitched and she fell silent. Finally, she couldn't help herself and knocked Wang Hu down with one punch. "You are such a fucking 19th level moron. I've had enough. If you want to clear this dungeon, then do it. If you don't want to, get out of here. Don't keep whining like a woman. It's so annoying." Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer were both shocked when they saw Miao Shulan's sudden outburst. The contrast between this woman before and after is really too great. "You dare to hit me?" Wang Hu looked at Miao Shulan in shock. "Do you know who my father is?" "I don't care who your father is. You're just a useless idiot." Miao Shulan cursed angrily and drew out her cavalry sword. "I hate people like you who rely on family power to do whatever they want. If you don't get out of here, I'll chop you to death." When Wang Hu saw Miao Shulan draw out his weapon, he was immediately frightened and quickly twisted his butt to retreat, angrily saying, "Zhang Yuan, Miao Shulan, you wait for me. I will kill you when I get out." After making these harsh remarks, Wang Hu immediately disbanded the team and exited the secret realm copy. Bah! Meeting such a cowardly and stupid bastard is such bad luck. Miao Shulan spat, then looked at Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer with sympathy. "You are so unlucky to be targeted by that scumbag. If it were me, I really wouldn't be able to stand it for a day." Li Shuer nodded. "That's right. If my dad hadn't stopped me, I would have wanted to find someone to teach that bastard a lesson." Miao Shulan sighed. "Alas, before I came out, the teacher specifically told me to control my temper and not to cause trouble, but I failed right after I got here. His name is Wang Hu, right? He and I have a grudge against each other. Before I return to the county, I will take care of him for you." Hearing Miao Shulan's words, Zhang Yuan shook his head and smiled, then said, "We have wasted too much time on that idiot. Let's go." Miao Shulan was stunned. "Where are we going?" Li Shuer smiled and said, "Of course I'm going to brush the dungeon. Just the three of us?" Miao Shulan hesitated. "Without output, we can't make it, right? I am the output." Zhang Yuan said this and walked straight into the passage of the underground palace, and Li Shuer followed without hesitation. When Miao Shulan saw the two people entering the game, she thought that since they were already here, she had to give it a try no matter what. Anyway, as long as she is here, no one will be in any danger. "Wait for me. Let me clear the way." Miao Shulan chased after him. Chapter 33. Pushing all the way, the easiest way to brush the book. After the three of them entered the underground palace, they slowly walked forward in a long and narrow tunnel. Miao Shulan walked in front with a large shield on her head and said to Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer, I heard that the monsters in this dungeon are all level 20 and have very high attack power. You will be safe if you hide behind me. Li Shuer smiled while holding the elf staff and said, Don't worry, Sister Miao. I will definitely take good care of you and will never let you drop to half health. Then I'll leave it to you. Miao Shulan nodded and then said to Zhang Yuan, If you encounter a monster, you should give me status. I have 2 attack skills. If you have an increased attack, I should be able to grind the monster to death. Zhang Yuan, I don't have any buff skills.
No.
Miao Shulan was stunned, then said, Then you can reduce the monster's defense. Zhang Yuan, I don't have any debuff skills either. What about control? Nor. Miao Shulan was stunned and looked at Zhang Yuan in surprise. Then what is your auxiliary skill? Zhang Yuan, didn't I say that? I am the output.
Impossible.
This secret dungeon has a rule that a team can only have 1 output. That fire dog has already rolled out. Perhaps because I am a hidden profession, the examiners misjudged me. There is such a thing. Miao Shulan's eyes flashed with surprise. Although it is still difficult to advance without assistance, at least we can fight now. Li Shuer smiled and said, It's okay. I can be considered a half assistant and can fight. At this time, a headless figure in armor more than 2 meters tall rushed out from the darkness, swinging a great sword. Careful. A gleam of light flashed in Miao Shulan's eyes, and she immediately taunted the monster. Boom! The monster's sword chopped at Miao Shulan's shield, but Miao Shulan didn't move at all. At this time, Li Shuer also reacted and was about to add blood to Miao Shulan. Miao Shulan immediately said, No need for healing now. Save your energy first. Zhang Yuan used Eye of the Abyss on the monster. Headless Knight Elite. Level 20. Strength 1800. Agility 1200. Spirit 800.
Constitution, 1000.
Skills, Charge, Slash. A level 20 elite monster with a strength of 1800. Miao Shulan, who is level 16, can actually withstand this level of monster without getting hurt. This shows how high her defense is. Zhang Yuan's mind moved, and an iron sword flew out from the sword formation space and stabbed at the headless armor. Minus 38,963. A string of horrifying damage numbers flew out, and the headless knight died on the spot. Successfully killed the headless knight. Experience plus 2,000. Get armor fragment *1. Miao Shulan was still checking her status when she suddenly saw the kill notification and was shocked. What happened just now? Li Shuer also widened her eyes at this time, looking at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. Silly, are you so fierce? Although she knew that Zhang Yuan was powerful, this was the first time she saw Zhang Yuan's attack power with her own eyes. It's just basic exercises, keep going. Zhang Yuan replied with a smile. His spirit is now as high as 3160, and his sword formation and sword controlling skills have reached level 5, so his damage has already undergone a qualitative change. If he equips the Tier 3 Qi Xiao and Tier 1 Zhanlu, the damage can even reach 20 million. However, after all, this secret realm copy is a trial, and the trial taker's rating is related to his performance in the copy, so Zhang Yuan must be cautious. Otherwise, he would be able to clear out all the monsters in the entire palace with just the splash of his constellation. By then, Li Shuer and Miao Shulan would have no chance to perform, and their scores would definitely be very low. Seeing Zhang Yuan's abnormal attack power, Miao Shulan's originally disappointed mood immediately became better. That's great. Zhang Yuan, your output is enough, and Shuer's healing is enough. Then even if there are 3 of us, we can pass this secret dungeon. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, Let's speed up and make up for all the time we lost just now. Good. The 2 women responded in unison and quickened their pace. Miao Shulan was in the front, Li Shuer was in the middle, and Zhang Yuan was supporting the minions in the back, and the 3 of them pushed forward in the underground palace. No matter whether it was an elite knight, a gargoyle statue, or an elemental mage, all monsters were killed indiscriminately. If Zhang Yuan hadn't deliberately let the monsters get closer and attack in order to highlight the importance of Miao Shulan and Li Shuer, the 2 women probably wouldn't even see the shadow of the monsters. Li Shuer never expected that clearing a dungeon would be so easy. When she was alone in a wild team, the pressure of treatment was quite high. She needed to stay alert at all times to prevent anyone from being killed instantly by monsters. She would lose half her life every time she cleared a dungeon before. But now, she only needs to give some symbolic treatment to keep Miao Shulan's bloodline above the safety line at any time. Miao Shulan felt the same as Li Shuer at this moment. She had never seen such a fierce guy as Zhang Yuan. Soon, the three of them reached the deepest part of the underground palace and came to the outside of the boss room. After killing their way through, Li Shuer has already reached level 17, Miao Shulan has also reached level 18, and Zhang Yuan only has less than 10% of the experience bar left to reach level 19. It's so cool. Miao Shulan shouted with excitement on her face. So this is what it feels like to be led by a big boss. It's so cool. Li Shuer also said, silly. If I had known you were so strong, why would I have bothered to practice? Why don't you just lead me? Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly. Don't forget, you too. This instance is for trial. Although I have tried my best to hold back, I feel that if this continues, your scores will not be very high. After hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Miao Shulan finally realized, that's right. We are taking an exam, not leveling up. So what should we do? Zhang Yuan, I have an idea. The boss room is ahead. I won't take action. You two should hold out for half an hour under the boss attack and refresh your data. Then I will deal with the boss. That's right. Miao Shulan suddenly realized and gave Zhang Yuan a thumbs up. You are so smart. You actually thought of this trick. Li Shuer also perked up. In that case, you better just stay and watch carefully. We are not just vases. After saying that, Li Shuer and Miao Shulan worked together to push open the heavy door and entered the boss room. In the center of the room, there is a giant knight statue more than 10 meters high, and next to it is a huge stone sword. Statue of the King of Earth. The moment the three entered the room, the eyes of the giant knight statue suddenly lit up red, and the huge statue suddenly moved. Use Eye of the Abyss. Night King statue leader. Level 21. Strength 5,000. Agility 3,000. Spirit 1,000.
Physique, 6000.
Skills: Trample, Earthquake, Self-Healing. The huge statue, the terrifying attributes. The moment the Earth Knight moved, Li Shuer and Miao Shulan suddenly felt unparalleled pressure. Chapter 34: The King of Slacking Off. The statue of the Earth King rushed forward. Miao Shulan stepped forward without hesitation and raised the big shield. I'll take the lead. Shuer, help me get ready. Good. Li Shuer chanted finally, and rays of light flashed across Miao Shulan's body, directly increasing Miao Shulan's physique by 50%. Miao Shulan immediately used the taunt skill. Boom! The statue of the Night King swung a huge stone sword and chopped it hard on Miao Shulan's large shield. The floor that Miao Shulan was standing on immediately shattered, but Miao Shulan was like a rock at this time, motionless. Li Shuer immediately threw a continuous treatment to Miao Shulan, and soon Miao Shulan's physical strength was fully restored. Shuer, good job. Miao Shulan praised Li Shuer loudly, and then used the skill Holy Charge on the statue of the Night King. Miao Shulan's whole body glowed with golden light, and she looked like a wild bull, and she actually knocked the statue of the Night King to the ground. Boom! The huge statue of the Night King fell heavily to the ground, and the entire boss room shook several times. The Holy Shield Knight and the Elf Saint are both rare professions. The shield that Miao Shulan holds doesn't look like ordinary equipment. If the two of them are combined, they can probably withstand even a level 30 boss. This boss can't hurt them. When Zhang Yuan saw the performance of the two women, he was completely relieved and just stood by as a spectator, slacking off with a clear conscience. At the same time, in a special room in the Secret Realm copy, there stood several middle-aged men with dignified expressions and strong aura. Several of them were wearing the instructor uniforms of the Qianlong detachment, and their levels were all above level 70. They are the examiners in charge of the Qianlong detachment trial. Come and see, an interesting team has appeared over in Westlake City. An instructor enlarged the scene of Zhang Yuan and his two companions attacking the dungeon boss, and all the instructors came over. Huh? Why is there only 3 people in this team? I checked the backstage and found that the mage of this team left the team early. They relied on a team of 3 to push to the boss room. Interesting. A team with no DPS can actually push to the boss room so quickly. It seems that they are not simple. What are their professions? The Elf Saint, the Holy Shield Knight, and the other one is... Swordmaster. This seems to be a new profession, right? But why do I feel like I've heard of it somewhere before? Didn't God of War 1 personally go to Westlake City not long ago to recruit a student to join the Qianlong detachment? That student's profession is a sword formation master, which is the only hidden profession. I didn't expect this guy to participate in the Secret Realm dungeon trial. I heard before that he conquered 2 Abyss dungeons alone. Now is a good time to test his strength and see if the rumors are true or not. Several instructors were talking to each other, their eyes all on Zhang Yuan. But they waited for more than 10 minutes and did not see Zhang Yuan make a move, so they all looked puzzled. What's the meaning of this kid not taking any action? This isn't the way to slack off, right? He should at least give his teammates some attention. The combat awareness of those two girls is quite good. They have withstood the boss's attacks for such a long time, and their physical strength is still quite healthy. If they are trained well, they can become two strong warriors. I second the proposal. We can consider recruiting the two of them into the Qianlong detachment. It's just that Zhang Yuan has been slacking off, and I can't tell their strength. Wait a little longer. After all, this kid is favored by the god of war. Maybe he is planning some big move. The instructors originally wanted to see Zhang Yuan's ability, but were attracted by the outstanding performances of Li Shuer and Miao Shulan, and gave high praise to the two women. The instructors watched for more than 10 minutes, but Zhang Yuan still had no intention of taking action. I can see that this guy is not holding back his ultimate move, and he has no support ability. I'm afraid he was carried along by those two girls. I'm afraid there is some fakery in the story of a single player attacking the Abyss dungeon. I didn't expect that the god of war would make mistakes and actually recruit a guy who was only seeking fame and reputation into the Qianlong detachment. After this trial is over, report Zhang Yuan's situation to the headquarters. We in the Qianlong detachment cannot recruit such trash. Those two girls are pretty good. Their cooperation was a little awkward before, but now they are getting more and more in sync. They are very malleable and can be recruited into the Qianlong detachment. When the instructors saw that Zhang Yuan had been fishing for more than 20 minutes, they all expressed their disappointment in him and felt sorry for the two girls. It's such a pity for them. They were able to push the enemy into the boss room without any damage. Unfortunately, the boss has a self-healing skill. With their damage output ability of the Milk Shield, they can't kill the boss and can't get the reward. It's really unlucky for two rare professions to meet two weird teammates. I'll compensate them after the trial is over. At this time, Zhang Yuan in the copy estimated the time and felt that it was about time. So he said to Miao Shulan and Li Shuer, who were fighting hard in the front, "It's almost time. You guys get out of the way, let me take over next." Good. The two women responded in unison and immediately retreated to both sides. The hatred of the statue of the Earth King was immediately transferred to Zhang Yuan, and they ran towards him wildly. Zhang Yuan deployed the sword formation. Qi Shao appeared beside him, and then turned into a red light, piercing through the head of the statue of the Night King. Successfully killed the Night King statue. Experience plus 30,000. Boom! The statue of the Night King collapsed and turned into black smoke and dissipated. In the special room, all the instructors looked at each other and fell silent. What just happened? An instructor spoke first, and then everyone turned their attention to a middle-aged man who was a formation master. Just now, Zhang Yuan obviously used some skills related to formation. Perhaps the formation master could see some clues. But at this time, the formation master also smiled bitterly. I didn't see clearly what formation he used, but he seemed to be using ordinary attacks in the formation just now. The boss was killed instantly with a normal attack? Wasn't he accumulating strength for more than 20 minutes? An instructor exclaimed. His formation was deployed instantly. I can still see that. Fuck, this guy is a bit abnormal. He can kill a level 21 boss in 1 second at level 18. It turns out we misjudged him. If this guy has the ability to kill the boss instantly, why did he spend almost half an hour trying to catch fish? He made us watch the boss beat the shells of those two girls for half an hour. The formation master was silent for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, I guess. He's probably afraid that he'll kill too quickly and his two companions won't have a chance to show off, so he's just slacking off. As soon as these words were spoken, all the instructors fell silent. Now that I think about it carefully, it seems to be true. If Zhang Yuan had killed them instantly, they would not have been able to discover the shining points of Li Shuer and Miao Shulan. At this time, Wan Chongkong appeared in the room, and the instructors immediately saluted Wan Chongkong. Hello, Chief. Wan Chongkong smiled and said, I heard that Zhang Yuan is also here to participate in the trial. I came to see how the trial is going. Several instructors recounted what had happened. Intentionally giving teammates time to show off, and then killing the boss in seconds. Wan Chongkong looked at the three people who were distributing the boss's spoils in the light curtain, pondered for a moment, and then said, adjust the copy parameters and refresh a level 30 boss for them. Level 30? The instructors were shocked. Chapter 35 3S ranks. An instructor worriedly asked, Commander, will a level 30 boss be too dangerous for them? You should know that the difficulty of this secret realm copy is the default nightmare difficulty. A level 30 nightmare boss usually requires a 5-person team with an average level of 35 to attack. Zhang Yuan's team currently only has 3 people, and the highest level Zhang Yuan is only level 18. Even if the strength of the hidden profession of Sword Master is comparable to that of the legendary profession, it is impossible that he will not be able to defeat the level 30 boss. Wan Changkong smiled and said, "Don't worry, that boy Zhang Yuan not only forced back the Abyss boss Otis, but he could even block my sword perfectly. I even felt that the level of the level 30 boss was a bit low. That boy blocked the chief's sword?" The look of shock on everyone's faces became even more intense. Even they couldn't stop Wan Changkong's sword. What kind of pervert is Zhang Yuan? Just do as I say, refresh a level 30 boss, and increase the difficulty for them. Yes, now we will add a level 30 boss to Zhang Yuan's team. When Zhang Yuan and the others were distributing dungeon rewards, a light curtain suddenly appeared in the boss room, and then a boss who looked exactly like the statue of King Chi-Tu came out of the light curtain. Warning, a powerful enemy is coming. Don't be careless. Warning words appeared on the 3 people's panels, and Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. There is actually a new boss? Miao Shulan immediately raised her shield to block the 2 men. No matter how many bosses there are with your output, Zhang Yuan, we can kill as many as we can. As soon as she finished speaking, Miao Shulan directly used the taunt skill on the new boss. The new boss immediately swung the stone sword and slashed at Miao Shulan's shield. Boom! The terrifying air waves swept in all directions, and Miao Shulan was knocked back several steps, and his physical strength instantly dropped below half. This intensity is wrong. When Miao Shulan saw that her body was bleeding, her expression changed slightly. Just as she was shocked, a green light suddenly appeared on her body, and her almost exhausted physical strength was instantly replenished. Miao Shulan looked back at Li Shuer, who was waving her staff, and immediately gave her a thumbs up. "Shuer, you did a great job." Li Shuer smiled and said, "Don't worry, Sister Miao. I have plenty of milk. I guarantee you'll be fine." At this moment, the new boss's hatred suddenly shifted to Li Shuer, and he raised the stone sword and slashed at Li Shuer. Li Shuer was caught off guard and had no time to dodge when she saw the giant sword coming at her, and her face turned pale. "Don't even think about going there." Miao Shulan roared, used the skill Holy Charge, raised the big shield to knock the new boss off course, and then taunted the boss again. Boom! The new boss stone sword slashed at Miao Shulan's shield again, but this time Miao Shulan used some kind of domineering skill to withstand the new boss's attack. "Shuer, don't be afraid. I'm here, heal me." Li Shuer reacted and quickly threw treatment to Miao Shulan, while continuously giving Miao Shulan states that increased her defense and toughness. There's something wrong with this boss. Zhang Yuan, who was at the back, saw that Miao Shulan and Li Shuer were having a hard time fighting, and immediately used the Eye of the Abyss on the new boss. Night King Statue Leader, Level 30, Strength 10,000, Agility 5,000, Spirit 2,000, Physical Strength 12,000, Skills, Trample, Earthquake, Self-Healing. A level 30 boss? When Zhang Yuan saw that the level of the Night King statue had become 30, and its attributes were still nightmare difficulty, he immediately thought of the Abyss invasion. "You too, get out of the way." Zhang Yuanli shouted and immediately urged Qi Xiao to shoot towards the statue of the Cavalry King. Red light pierced the statue's chest. Successfully killed the Night King statue. Experience plus 70,000. A golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body, and he reached level 19. Instant kill. Instant kill again. The instructors were so shocked when they saw that the nightmare boss of level 30 was killed instantly by Zhang Yuan's normal attack. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground. I'm afraid even legendary professions can't achieve this kind of strength. The sword Zhang Yuan used should be a special weapon, right? The attack power is too abnormal. Even if he has a special weapon, he shouldn't be able to kill a level 30 boss instantly. Could it be that he has awakened his talent? I'm afraid this is the only explanation. The instructors' opinions of Zhang Yuan completely changed. They all looked at Wan Changkong and asked, "Commander, do you want to continue to strengthen the situation?" Now they all want to see where Zhang Yuan's limit is. Wan Changkong shook his head. No need. No matter how high the boss's level is, the 2 girls will be in danger. If you still want to try Zhang Yuan, wait until he reports to the Qianlong detachment. This trial can be concluded now. All 3 of them have been rated S level, and Zhang Yuan's rank has been promoted to Lieutenant Colonel. After saying that, Wan Changkong disappeared out of thin air and left the copy. At the same time, Zhang Yuan and the other 2 were teleported back to Yunhai Manor, and the other trial takers, whether they had defeated the boss of the Secret Realm copy or not, were also teleported back. Was I just overthinking it? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but heaving a sigh of relief when he saw his team coming back. After encountering 2 Abyss copies in succession, he has developed PTSD. Wang Hu, who had been waiting outside, saw Zhang Yuan and the other 2 finally come out, and immediately stepped forward and taunted, "How is it? Without my output, it must be hard for you to kill monsters, right? This is what happens when you stand on Zhang Yuan's side." Miao Shulan raised her fist. "You still want to fight, right?" Wang Hu's expression changed, and he quickly took a few steps back. "My bodyguards are watching outside. Do you dare to touch me?" Li Shuer was too lazy to pay attention to Wang Hu at this time. She took Miao Shulan's arm and said, "Sister Miao, don't argue with that idiot. It's not worth fighting here." Wang Hu was defeated by the 2 women and glared at Zhang Yuan, angrily saying, "Zhang Yuan, it's all because of you that they treat me like this. If it weren't for you, I would have led them through the dungeon long ago. I won't swallow this anger. Just wait for me. Why do I hear a dog barking?" Zhang Yuan picked his ears and said to Li Shuer and Miao Shulan, "There's a mad dog nearby. Shall we go somewhere else?" The 2 girls chuckled. "Great. Don't bother with the dog." The 3 of them left together, and Wang Hu was so angry that his face turned red and he kept stamping his feet. "Damn it! Damn it!" He looked at Zhang Yuan's back with a gloomy face, gritting his teeth and said, "Why? Why are the 2 of them surrounding a loser like you? Just wait. I will kill you." At this time, a majestic voice sounded again. "The trial is over, and the results of the West Lake City Division will be announced now. Zhang Yuan, S-level score, 1st place. Miao Shulan, S-level score, 2nd place. Li Shuer, S-level score, 3rd place. Zui Yu, grade A, 4th place. Wang Hu rated F, not good enough." As the ratings of everyone present were announced, Wang Hu's eyes almost popped out of his head. "Impossible. How can they be S-rank? There must be something wrong. They must be cheating. I demand a thorough investigation." Wang Hu shouted loudly in the courtyard, but the trial takers around him looked at Wang Hu as if he were a fool. This secret dungeon trial is organized by the military, and the entire process is monitored by instructors above level 70. Who would have the guts to cheat? And isn't Wang Hu's shouting here just a slap in the face of the military? If the military were to make a fuss about it, not only Wang Hu, but even the Wang family behind Wang Hu would be in trouble. At this time, someone with a curious mind mocked, "I remember now, this idiot called Wang Hu was in the same team with the top 3, right? He quit the dungeon at the beginning and ended up not getting any help. This is really hilarious." "Ah? There is such a thing? Why did he quit?" "I came out early and heard this idiot yelling. He relied on himself as a fire mage and said that other people's supports were useless and he didn't want to lead them through the game. But it turned out that this idiot was the clown. He could get S level without any output. Haha, so there is such a thing. What a clown. If it were me, I would definitely cling to his authority. Even if I can't make it to S rank, I'll still get some rewards for getting A rank." The trial takers who can come here are either elites with rare professions or have a strong family background like Wang Hu. No one is afraid of Wang Hu. They were all young men in their teens, full of youthful vigor. Now seeing a clown, they all mocked Wang Hu without any concealment. An instant, Wang Hu became the target of public criticism and felt countless mocking gazes. Damn it! Wang Hu wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, but in the end he could only glare at Zhang Yuan hatefully, then fled the manor in a panic, once again causing everyone to laugh. Chapter 36 S-Level Rewards. Seeing that Wang Hu did not forget to threaten him with his eyes before leaving, Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and the murderous intent in his heart grew stronger. If Wang Hu is allowed to live any longer, there will probably be stronger killers coming, and even his grandmother and aunt will be in danger. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan said to Li Shuer, "I'm going to the bathroom." "Then hurry up, the rewards will be distributed as soon as the results are announced." Soon, Zhang Yuan quickly ran to the toilet, and seeing that there was no one around, he took out the mask of King Rakshasa. "I hope you're of some use." Zhang Yuan used the mask of Rakshasa King, and then the mask lit up red. Rakshasa King flew out of the mask and knelt down facing Zhang Yuan. Unlike the Rakshasa King in the copy, the Rakshasa King summoned by the mask is the same size as a human. If you don't use detection skills, it is difficult to tell whether the Rakshasa King is a human or a summoned creature. Zhang Yuan also checked the attributes of the Rakshasa King. Rakshasa King, summoned creature, level 30, strength 10,000, agility 10,000, spirit 10,000.
Physique, 10000.
Skills, sword flash, king's pressure, immortal will. The attributes don't seem to have any decay at all. It's truly epic equipment. Zhang Yuan thought that the Rakshasa king summoned by this mask was the classic one that was 3 points weaker and would be much weaker than the original boss, but he didn't expect that the mask would be so effective. Now it's settled. Zhang Yuan immediately gave Luo Xiaowang an order. Go and follow Wang Hu, and be careful not to be discovered. The Rakshasa king nodded slightly, turned into a shadow and rushed out of the toilet, disappearing in the blink of an eye. As expected of an agility of 10,000, the speed is too fast. When Zhang Yuan saw the Rakshasa king disappear, he couldn't help but sigh, and then looked at the Rakshasa king mask in his hand. After Rakshasa king left, he was able to establish a special connection with Rakshasa king through the Rakshasa king mask, obtain Rakshasa king's vision, and even control Rakshasa king's movements. Soon, Zhang Yuan saw through the perspective of the Rakshasa king, as Wang Hu got into a luxury car while cursing and drove down the mountain. I didn't expect this mask to be so useful. If I want to explore dangerous places in the future, I can let the Rakshasa king step on the landmine. Zhang Yuan put away the mask of King Rakshasa, let King Rakshasa move independently, and then returned to the courtyard. At this time, a level 70 instructor was standing in front of the entrance to the secret realm copy, and those trial participants in the courtyard whose scores were not A had already left. The previously bustling courtyard now only has 7 or 8 people bustling about. Zhang Yuan, come here quickly. Li Shuer saw Zhang Yuan and immediately waved to him. The instructor has started distributing rewards. Zhang Yuan pretended to be calm and walked over to Li Shuer and Miao Shulan. So soon? Li Shuer said excitedly. The rewards this time are quite generous. Even A-level trialists can get an upgrade pill. Upgrade pill? Zhang Yuan was stunned. What is that? Li Shuer explained. That is a very precious elixir that can directly upgrade professionals below level 20. I will soon be promoted to level 18. After reaching level 18, I will take the elixir and directly upgrade to level 19. Then I will be admitted to Kyoto University. Zhang Yuan was surprised. There is actually such a thing? Li Shuer, I heard that this upgrade pill is a medicine made by the great alchemist of the military. It is a resource unique to the military. It is said that there are more advanced upgrade pills, but those are strategic level resources that ordinary people cannot see. Even the upgrade pills distributed today are said to be sold for 5 million each on the black market. Even so, there is still no demand for them. So expensive? Zhang Yuan was slightly surprised, but he quickly understood the value of the upgrade pill. If the army suffers heavy losses during war, the upgrade pill can help Daxia to build a combat-capable army in a short period of time. The spies from the enemy country would definitely dream of getting this kind of treasure. After distributing the upgrade pills to the students who were rated A, the instructor reminded them, each of the upgrade pills distributed to you has a unique code. Please use it as soon as possible after you get it. If your upgrade pills appear in the hands of others, no matter what the reason, you will be brought to a military court, and the consequences will be extremely serious. As soon as the instructor said this, everyone was shocked. A level 16 student swallowed the upgrade pill in one gulp. A golden light burst out from his body, and he was directly upgraded to level 17. Seeing this, the instructor smiled and said, actually, there is no need for you to be so anxious. The most cost-effective way to take it is when you are at level 19. Before that, you should put it in the storage space and no one can steal it. What I said just now was just to remind you not to buy or sell the upgrade pills. The student who took the upgrade pill immediately regretted it so much that he beat his chest and stamped his feet, while the other students also put the upgrade pills into their own storage spaces, secretly thanking themselves for not being so impulsive. Okay, those who have received the reward can leave now. The instructor dispersed the students who were rated A, and then walked up to Zhang Yuan and the other two. When Li Shuer and Miao Shulan saw the instructor coming, they both became nervous and stood straight. The instructor smiled and said, congratulations, you have obtained an S grade and are eligible to join the Qianlong detachment. Before I give you the special reward, I still have to ask you, are you willing to join the Qianlong detachment? Miao Shulan said without hesitation, I do. Li Shuer also nodded, I am willing too. The instructor nodded in satisfaction, very good. My name is Ning Wuwei. From now on, I will be the instructor of the three of you. Seeing that Ning Wuwei didn't wait for Zhang Yuan to answer, Li Shuer couldn't help but ask, Instructor Ning, hasn't Zhang Yuan answered yet? Ning Wuwei glanced at Zhang Yuan, then smiled and said, the reason why our military department has a policy of recruiting non-staff members is because of this kid. He has already joined the Qianlong detachment. Ah? He has joined the Qianlong detachment? Li Shuer was a little confused, and then looked at Zhang Yuan in shock. Silly, why didn't you tell me? Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly. You encouraged me so much at that time. Wasn't I afraid of discouraging you? Li Shuer recalled her previous words of encouragement to Zhang Yuan. Her pretty face immediately turned red, and she punched her chest with her fist. You idiot. Bastard. Hee hee hee. It's good to be young. Ning Wuwei watched the two flirting with a smile, then clapped his hands. All right, kids. It's time to give out rewards. After hearing Ning Wuwei's words, Li Shuer immediately gave up pestering Zhang Yuan and looked at Ning Wuwei expectantly. Instructor, what is our reward? I won't let you down. Ning Wuwei smiled slightly and took out 3 upgrade pills and 3 gold-plated black cards from the storage space. Li Shuer recognized the gilded black card at a glance and asked in surprise, Sky Tower admission ticket? Ning Wuwei saw that Li Shuer recognized the Sky Tower admission ticket at a glance, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He then said, yes, this is the Sky Tower admission ticket. You can challenge the Sky Tower once with this card. Zhang Yuan and Miao Shulan asked in unison, what is the Sky Tower? Before Ning Wuwei could answer, Li Shuer introduced, that is the most precious copy of our great Xia Empire. Only 1,000 people can enter this copy every year. The admission qualification is very precious. Little girl, you know a lot. Ning Wuwei praised Li Shuer and then added, there are extremely precious treasures in the Sky Tower, and there may even be artifacts. There will also be extra rewards for challenging the Sky Tower for the first time. You must cherish this opportunity. New. Chapter 37. Battle against Level 48 Water Mage. After Ning Wuwei distributed the rewards, Zhang Yuan did not take the upgrade pill directly. After putting both prizes into the storage space, he added Miao Shulan as a friend, then found an excuse to decline Li Shuer and Miao Shulan's invitation to dinner and went down Yunhai Mountain alone. Attribute Transformation. Ride the Wind. Zhang Yuan converted his spiritual attribute into agility attribute 5 times, and then used the skills of the wind riding boots to increase his movement speed by 100%. At this moment, Zhang Yuan was like a gust of wind and quickly caught up with the Rakshasa king who was following Wang Hu. After Wang Hu suffered a defeat at Yunhai Villa, he did not return to the city, but ran to the wild and took out his anger on those low-level monsters. Zhang Yuan, I'm going to kill your whole family. I'm going to kill your whole family. Wang Hu kept throwing fireballs at the wild cats and rabbits, causing a large number of wild monsters to rise into the sky. Next to Wang Hu stood a middle-aged man in formal attire. Zhang Yuan used the Eye of the Abyss on the middle-aged man. Jiang Yeqing, Water Magician, Level 48. Level 48 Water Magician. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Jiang Yeqing's level. He didn't expect that Wang Hu's bodyguard's level was so high. Things are a bit tricky, but fortunately Jiang Yeqing is a water mage, and with Zhan Lu on him, he is still able to fight. Jiang Yeqing advised Wang Hu, Master, it's not worth it for you to get angry over a lowly person. It's not worth it to get yourself hurt by getting angry. Uncle Jiang,
I'm angry.
I'm really angry. Wang Hu looked at Jiang Yeqing with red eyes. I have clearly sent assassins to kill Zhang Yuan. Why is that bastard still alive? How can he still get an S-level evaluation? And Li Shuer, why did she fall for that lowly person? Those things are obviously mine, and he took everything from me. Uncle Jiang, I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill his entire family. Wang Hu roared hysterically, but Jiang Yeqing looked embarrassed. Master, Zhang Yuan has been rated S-level, and it is very likely that he has joined the Qianlong detachment. After that, he will be a member of the military. I'm afraid it won't be that easy for us to touch him. Can't we just kill him quietly? Wang Hu said unwillingly, he's just a useless assistant at level 10. Find a killer of a higher level to get rid of him without anyone noticing. No one will know it was us who did it. Zhang Yuan hasn't joined the Qianlong detachment yet. It's impossible for the military to investigate our Wang family just for a dead student. Uncle Jiang, why don't you take action? Don't you have a skill called sulfuric acid? You can dissolve Zhang Yuan's body directly. Then there will be no evidence, and the military won't be able to trace us. That's right. I know where Zhang Yuan lives. Let's go to his house first and kill his grandmother and aunt together. Only by killing his whole family can I get rid of the hatred in my heart. Jiang Yeqing saw that Wang Hu's murderous intent was getting stronger and stronger. If he continued like this, Wang Hu might go crazy. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I understand. Let me take care of Zhang Yuan's family. Please, Uncle Jiang. Zhang Yuan, who was hiding in the dark, heard the conversation between Jiang Yeqing and Wang Hu, and the murderous intent in his eyes became real. Rakshasa King, come on. Following Zhang Yuan's order, the Rakshasa King turned into a shadow and rushed out. Skill, Sword Flash. Master, Be careful. Zhang Yeqing's eyes suddenly became sharp, and a magic book was immediately in his hand. Then a water shield emerged around him, and Wang Hu, the sword of the Rakshasa king, hit the water shield and actually sank directly into it. When Wang Hu saw the long sword almost hitting his head, he was so scared that he fell to the ground with a pale face. Wild boss. Zhang Yeqing sensed the breath of the Rakshasa king, and his eyes changed slightly. No, it's a summon creature. Who is attacking us? Your summon has launched an attack. Zhang Yeqing and Wang Hu have become enemies. When Zhang Yuan saw this prompt, he used attribute conversion again to convert the mental attribute into agility and began to lure monsters around. Zhang Yeqing is a level 48 water mage. Zhang Yuan does not think that King Rakshasa can kill Wang Hu under Zhang Yeqing's protection. Moreover, looking at Zhang Yeqing's water shield, it seemed to have a disarming effect. If he attacked with a flying sword, it was very likely that he would be disarmed by Zhang Yeqing before he could attack them. Therefore, he had to use a foolproof method to kill him. While Zhang Yuan was attracting the monster, the pages of the magic book in front of Zhang Yeqing turned quickly. Water Dragon Bullet. A water dragon rushed out from the magic book and directly knocked the Rakshasa king away. Water Prison Technique. After the water dragon knocked the Rakshasa king into the air, Zhang Yeqing once again instantly used a skill. A large amount of water elements gathered around the Rakshasa king, forming a huge water cage, imprisoning the Rakshasa king inside. The Rakshasa king couldn't move. Sulfuric Acid Arrow. A beam of sulfuric acid rushed out from Zhang Yeqing's magic book, instantly piercing through King Rakshas's chest, and at the same time turned the entire water prison into sulfuric acid, constantly corroding King Rakshasa. The Rakshasa king's strength was rapidly decreasing. Summoner, why don't you come out? Zhang Yeqing's eyes were grim and he shouted loudly, and the terrifying sound waves swept around. As expected of a level 48 water mage, you suppressed my summons so easily. At this time, Zhang Yuan walked out from the darkness, took out the mask of King Rakshasa, and took King Rakshasa back. Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yeqing's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw that the attacker was Zhang Yuan. However, when Wang Hu saw Zhang Yuan, the fear on his face immediately turned into resentment. He grinned and said, "Good job, Zhang Yuan. I haven't even come to look for you yet, but you've come to me on your own. Uncle Jiang, kill him." Following Wang Hu's order, Zhang Yeqing fired several sulfuric acid bombs at Zhang Yuan without hesitation. Zhanlu appeared out of nowhere and formed a blue barrier in front of Zhang Yuan, blocking Zhang Yeqing's attack. Specialized weapons? When Zhang Yeqing saw that Zhang Yuan's sword blocked his attack, a trace of shock flashed across his eyes, and his heart was filled with shock. He had also heard about Zhang Yuan's exaggerated story of drawing all the lives in the card-drawing ceremony organized by the school. How long had it been since then? And Zhang Yuan had drawn the special weapon again. What kind of incredible luck is this? Could it be that he has a god-level talent that increases the probability of drawing cards? When Zhang Yeqing thought of this, the murderous intent in his eyes instantly became extremely strong. This child must not be allowed to stay, otherwise the Wang family will perish. Water Prison Technique. Zhang Yeqing used the water prison technique on Zhang Yuan without hesitation, but when the water element approached Zhang Yuan, it was all absorbed by Zhanlu beside Zhang Yuan. Immune to water? When Zhang Yeqing saw this scene, his face changed drastically. He still used several water attribute skills on Zhang Yuan in disbelief, but they were still absorbed by Zhanlu. It turns out that he is immune to water attribute, and his profession is the natural counter to him. Have you had enough? Zhang Yuan smiled slightly, deployed the sword formation, opened the sword formation space directly in front of Wang Hu, and an iron sword rushed out. However, just when the iron sword was about to explode Wang Hu's head, a water shield condensed around Wang Hu again, directly wrapping the iron sword and blocking Zhang Yuan's attack. Sure enough, that water shield has a disarming function, and it also restrains my normal attacks. When Zhang Yuan saw that Xue Dun had taken away one of his iron swords, it confirmed his guess. He secretly thanked God that he did not use Qi Xiao to launch a sneak attack at the beginning, otherwise his unique weapon might have been taken away by Zhang Yeqing. Sure enough, it is not easy for those who can reach high-level professionals. Zhang Yeqing was extremely horrified after seeing Zhang Yuan's elusive attack method. If he had not been focused just now, Wang Hu would have been killed. Is this really something a 19th grade student can do? Wang Hu saw that he was almost killed by Zhang Yuan, and immediately yelled at Zhang Yeqing, "Uncle Zhang, what's wrong with you? Why are you sweating profusely just killing a level 10 auxiliary? Kill him quickly." "Master, this guy is not simple. His special weapon is immune to water attribute attacks. My skills can't hurt him. Zhang Yeqing was much more sober than Wang Hu. He knew that he was not capable of killing Zhang Yuan now, so he immediately used a water shield on Wang Hu and left him suspended in the air. Master, let's retreat and find someone else to deal with him. You want to leave now? A hint of teasing flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. Isn't it a little late? Zhang Yeqing shuddered when he saw Zhang Yuan's eyes, but then he calmed down and said coldly, Zhang Yuan, I admit that your profession is very strong and your special martial arts can restrain me, but my water shield has a disarming effect, and you can't hurt us. Zhang Yuan chuckled. Really? Then look around. Around? Zhang Yeqing was stunned. Then he looked around and saw that a large number of low-level monsters had gathered nearby at some point in time. A rough count showed there were hundreds of them. Seeing those monsters, Zhang Yeqing laughed instead and taunted Zhang Yuan. They are just some low-level monsters. Do you want to kill us with these things? But this time, Zhang Yuan did not answer. He simply expanded the sword formation to its maximum range, covering an area of 500 meters in radius, and then used his skills. Mental Storm. Chapter 38. Alibi. Constellation 4. In the sword formation, every time you attack an enemy, other enemies in the sword formation will receive 10% splash damage. Constellation 5. Attacks within the sword formation are guaranteed to be critical hits, and the critical hit rate is doubled and converted into critical hit damage, which is increased by an additional 100%. Constellation 6. Ignore enemy defense while in sword formation. Qi Shao. Attack plus 3000, critical hit rate plus 70%, critical hit damage plus 400%. Zhanlu. Attack plus 1000, damage plus 100%. When Zhang Yuan used Mental Storm, he activated all the constellations and equipped Qi Shao and Zhanlu at the same time. Zhang Yeqing saw the necklace on Zhang Yuan's chest glowing with a strange light and immediately felt a fatal threat. Not good. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yeqing deployed a water shield. Boom! The mental storm swept in all directions, and all the monsters within a radius of 500 meters, as well as Zhang Yeqing and Wang Hu, were instantly swallowed up by the mental storm. Zhang Yeqing was level 48. His water shield did not play any defensive role, and his soul was annihilated on the spot. Successfully killed Zhang Yeqing Da. Successfully killed Wang Hu Da. Successfully killed the hare. Experience +1. Obtain equipment water magic book. Obtain equipment flame staff. A large amount of kill information quickly flashed on Zhang Yuan's panel. With Zhang Yuan as the center, the area within a radius of 500 meters became a dead zone. Zhang Yeqing and Wang Hu lay straight on the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and looked extremely painful before dying. You asked for this. Zhang Yuan looked at the 2 corpses on the ground indifferently, without a trace of pity in his eyes. He transformed his spirit into agility, and then used his skills to fly with the wind, leaving the scene as quickly as possible. This place is very close to the downtown area of Westlake, and the noise he made just now was quite loud, so it is estimated that many professionals have already rushed here. He had no time to dispose of the body. Shortly after Zhang Yuan left, a group of novice professionals who were leveling up by killing wild monsters nearby rushed to the scene and found Zhang Yeqing and Wang Hu dead. Kill someone. After leaving the scene, Zhang Yuan did not return to the city directly, but came to the Luosha River dungeon and entered the dungeon to level up in front of many professionals. After all, Wang Hu is the youngest son of the Wang family, and the Wang family is one of the largest families in Shihu City. It also has a large guild with thousands of combat professionals. The death of Wang Hu will definitely cause an uproar in Shihu City. Although there was a high-level professional of level 48 among the dead, no one would have thought that the one who did it would be Zhang Yuan of level 19, but Zhang Yuan still had to forge the alibi. When he was killing people, he had carefully calculated that the time required for him to rush from Yunhai Mountain to Luosha River Copy at a normal speed was about the same as the time required for him to use skills to catch up with Wang Hu from Yunhai Mountain, kill them, and then use skills to rush from the murder scene to Luosha River Copy. However, the Wang family had no way of knowing his 2 skills, attribute transformation and riding the wind. In this way, even if the Wang family knew that there was a conflict between Zhang Yuan and Wang Hu, the Wang family would not suspect Zhang Yuan because Zhang Yuan had an alibi and a level 48 bodyguard had died. After Zhang Yuan cleared the Luosha River dungeon in an hour, he returned to Shihu City and went to the exchange to sell the excess equipment and materials in his storage space. When he had sold all the equipment, Zhang Yuan looked at the 2 pieces of equipment lying in his storage space. Water Magic Book, Platinum Spirit plus 1000, Water Magic Power plus 30%, available at level 40. Flame Staff, Platinum Spirit plus 300, Fire magic power plus 30%. Available at level 15. 2 platinum level equipment, one of which is level 40, should be able to sell for tens of millions in total. Zhang Yuan hesitated for a moment and finally decided to leave the 2 pieces of equipment in his own storage space. Although these 2 pieces of equipment are platinum level standard equipment, and there are many of them in the consignment shop of the exchange, but Wang Hu and Jiang Yeqing just died and these 2 pieces of equipment appeared in the Westlake City exchange. Even a fool can understand the problem. Adding the 3 million transferred by Guan Xian before, and the equipment materials dropped by monsters, Zhang Yuan now has 3.28 million in his account. He is not short of money for the time being, and there is no need to take the risk of selling the 2 platinum equipment. Within a month of changing my job, my account balance went from over 1,000 yuan to over 3 million yuan. This combat job is truly a ruthless money-making machine. Zhang Yuan sighed, and being wealthy, he spent 100,000 yuan to buy 10 bottles of intermediate healing potions and put them in the storage space. Although his physical strength will automatically recover after the sword formation is deployed, if he encounters an enemy with high attack power and his physical strength cannot be restored in time, the instant recovery of the healing potion can save his life. Since it concerns his life, Zhang Yuan dare not save money. As for the skill scroll that cost 100,000 yuan, Zhang Yuan was reluctant to buy it. 3 million only make up 30 scrolls, and even if you spend all of them, you may not necessarily awaken a new skill. He thinks it is best to get skill scrolls by honestly clearing dungeons. Zhang Yuan stayed in the exchange for several hours, clearing out the materials in the storage space. He then went to the mall to buy some gifts for his grandmother and aunt before slowly returning home. Zhang Yuan hadn't seen his grandmother and aunt for more than 20 days and began to miss them. When I got home, it was dinner time. My grandmother was cooking in the kitchen and my aunt was practicing her voice in the living room. Wow, what a rare guest. When the aunt saw Zhang Yuan coming back, she said, "Mom, that bastard is finally back." "I'm a dog bunny, what are you?" Zhang Yuan retorted, took out the gifts he bought from the storage space, and piled them up in the living room like a small mountain. "Big bastard, I brought you a gift." Wow, the little bastard has become rich. When my aunt saw the mountain of gifts, her eyes suddenly lit up. She threw herself into the pile of gifts and started unwrapping them without any hesitation. Grandma came out of the kitchen and saw a pile of gifts in the living room. She couldn't help but complain to Zhang Yuan, "You kid, why do you waste your money on these useless things as soon as you make it? Now you are still in the starting stage, the money should be used to update equipment." Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "Grandma, I've made millions these days, and these gifts only add up to tens of thousands of yuan, less than a basic skill scroll, so it won't affect anything." My aunt's eyes suddenly sparkled with gold.
Millions?
"Are combat professions so profitable?" Zhang Yuan scratched his head and smiled. "Yeah, I didn't expect it to be so profitable. Any piece of junk equipment can be sold for millions." Wow, why didn't I get a combat class? I could hold a concert, sing and dance for a few hours, and only earn tens of thousands of yuan in appearance fees. The aunt looked at Zhang Yuan with resentment. "Yuanzi, I'm so jealous of you." "Mom, I want a fighting career too. I don't want to be a singer anymore." My aunt started rolling around in the pile of gifts. "Look at you, you're obsessed with money." Grandma rolled her eyes at my aunt and said, "You two clean up the living room and then have dinner."
Yes.
Under the supervision of their grandmother, Zhang Yuan and his aunt cleaned up the living room, and then the 3 of them enjoyed a rare family dinner together. During the meal, Zhang Yuan hid the murder incident and recounted all his adventures in recent days. His aunt exclaimed in surprise, and his usually steady grandmother also showed a relieved smile on her face. "Yuanzi, you really didn't let Grandma down. Keep going, don't let down, and be careful." "Okay, Grandma." Boom, boom, boom. There was a sudden knock on the door. "I'll open the door." Zhang Yuan put down his bowl and chopsticks and went to open the door, only to see Li Anping standing at the door in a panic. "Manager Li, why are you here?" "Zhang Yuan, there's a murder in the north of the city, did you know?" Chapter 39, the eve of college entrance examination. Zhang Yuan's heart skipped a beat, but he pretended to know nothing and looked puzzled. "What murder happened?" Li Anping said solemnly. 2 combat professionals died in the wild north of the city. One of the dead was named Wang Hu, the youngest son of the Wang family in Westlake, and he seemed to be your classmate. Now the Adventurers Association, the police chief, and the city defense forces have all sent people over there. It's just a murder case. Why did it alert so many departments? And even if the deceased was my classmate, there's no need for you to come all the way to inform me, right, Manager Li? Although Zhang Yuan had made corresponding preparations, he was still a little frightened when he found that the development of things was different from what he expected. It is necessary. It is absolutely necessary. Li Onping said seriously. After forensic examination, it was found that Wang Hu died from a powerful mental skill. There was also extremely terrifying mental power left at the scene. We suspect that it was the Abyss boss Odysseus who did it. Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Odysseus? That's right. It's the Abyss boss you defeated. Li Onping nodded. Among the two dead, one was a level 48 water mage. There were no scars on his body. He was killed by a spiritual skill in one blow. Only a high-level spiritual mage can do such a thing. And currently the only person in Westlake City who meets the conditions for killing someone is Odysseus. Odysseus must be unwilling to give up. He has been roaming around Westlake City, killing talented young people. Zhang Yuan, you are the one who defeated him. He will definitely make a comeback. You must be careful. Zhang Yuan didn't expect that it was Odysseus who took the blame for him. He couldn't help but chuckle in his heart and thanked him. Thank you. I didn't expect Manager Li to come all the way to remind me of this matter. I will pay attention to it. Li Onping added, because of Odysseus, the government has blocked all dungeons near Westlake City. Our Adventurer Association will screen each dungeon to prevent the danger of dungeons becoming abyssal. There are no places to level up in the wild recently, so you'd better stay at home. Westlake City has a city defense formation. Odysseus cannot get in. You will be safe if you stay in the city. Understood. After giving instructions to Zhang Yuan, Li Onping left in a hurry. Wang Hu's death was a big deal in itself in Shihu City. In addition, this matter was related to the Abyss boss Odysseus. As the manager of the Shihu City branch of the Adventurers Association, Li Onping had a lot of things waiting for him to deal with. Yuanzi, what happened? After Zhang Yuan saw Li Onping off, Grandma asked with concern. Zhang Yuan replied, an Abyss boss killed my classmate, and Manager Li from the Adventurers Association came to remind me to be careful. My aunt complained, that Abyss boss is really bad. He doesn't even let the students go. Yeah, that's really bad. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. That Abyss boss has been hunting down our human geniuses. Fortunately, I was more skilled than him and defeated him in the dungeon. Otherwise, I would have been killed by him. My aunt looked terrified. So combat professions are so dangerous. You actually have to face such scary guys. Suddenly I don't envy you anymore, Yuanzi. Grandma looked solemn at this time and told Zhang Yuan, Yuanzi, although you have defeated the boss of the Abyss, those monsters are cruel and cunning by nature. Your parents fell into the Abyss. You must not be careless when facing the Abyss. Do you understand? Zhang Yuan nodded. I understand, Grandma. I will be careful. I will stay at home these days to avoid the limelight. My aunt was immediately delighted. Yuanzi, does this mean that you are free to go shopping, eat, and play games with me? Grandma mercilessly slapped my aunt in the face and said, you have fallen into depravity yourself. Don't bring Yuanzi with you. My aunt said aggrievedly, I know, Mom. In the following week, Shihu City was in an uproar because of Wang Hu's death, but Zhang Yuan was like nothing had happened. He accompanied his aunt shopping, eating, and playing games, and accompanied Li Shuer shopping, eating, and playing games. He spent the week in a very leisurely manner. The government did not find any trace of Odysseus in the surrounding copies, and finally opened all the surrounding wild copies, allowing the Wang family to take back the bodies of Wang Hu and Jiang Yeqing, and the North City murder case came to an end. It is said that after Wang Hu's body was brought back to the Wang family, the head of the Wang family held Wang Hu's body and cried for 2 full hours, and finally offered a bounty of 5 billion to the Abyss boss Odysseus. Of course, nothing was gained. In this way, the real culprit spent the week safely and even attended Wang Hu's funeral. After that, the National College Entrance Examination will begin. The day before the college entrance examination, the principals of major universities in Shihu City gathered for a dinner to discuss this year's college entrance examination. Tomorrow is the day of the college entrance examination. A lot has happened in this month. I don't know what grades the children will get. I feel like as a principal, I worry more than the children's parents. Alas, our school doesn't have any good talents this year. But the 2 little guys from your school, Lao Ning, especially Zhang Yuan, have been shining recently. As one of the principals mentioned Zhang Yuan, others also turned their attention to Ning Qin. Ning Qin was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Haha, I've been optimistic about Zhang Yuan since he entered school, but I didn't expect that he would be such a genius. Although Zhang Yuan's victory over the Abyss boss was top secret, all teachers and students in Shihu City knew about Zhang Yuan's single-handed attack on the Novice Abyss copy, as well as his participation in the military's secret copy a week ago. where he came in first place and received an S-level evaluation. All the major schools in Shihu City have already tacitly accepted that Zhang Yuan is this year's top student in Shihu City, and he even has a chance to become the top student in Jiangnan Province. Old Ning, when Zhang Yuan becomes the top scholar in Jiangnan Province, your number 1 middle school can be renamed as the top scholar middle school. You have to treat us to this meal. Haha. Okay. Give me 10 more bottles of Fate Yin Mutai. We won't go home until we're drunk today. Ning Qin's face was flushed, and he had never been heard laughing. In previous years, he had always listened to other principals bragging about their own students, but this year it was finally his turn. Be proud of yourself. Lao Ning, you've taken out all your private money. We won't be polite then. We are happy today, and we have plenty of money. Let's drink to our heart's content. While the principals were having dinner, Li Shuer also made an appointment with Zhang Yuan to meet on the school playground. The two of them walked around the playground track under the moonlight. Fool, are you sure? Li Shuer suddenly asked Zhang Yuan. She had gone to the secret realm dungeons several times this week, and with the upgrade pills, she was already level 19, but Zhang Yuan could still feel her nervousness. That being said, Kyoto University is the top-ranked institution of higher learning in Daxia, and every year countless geniuses compete for an admission spot. Even though Li Shuer's profession is a rare one, she is not considered outstanding in the entire province. Zhang Yuan smiled and replied, "Don't worry, we will definitely meet at Kyoto University." Li Shuer smiled and said, "I didn't expect a fool like you could say such a thing. Okay, we'll meet at Kyoto University. This is our agreement." Hook. Zhang Yuan looked at Li Shuer's outstretched little finger, which was as white as jade under the moonlight. Hook. Zhang Yuan stretched out his little finger and made a pinky promise with Li Shuer. National College Entrance Examination. Officially begin. Chapter 40. Bug. It must be a bug. The next day, all combat professionals who were going to take the National College Entrance Examination gathered in front of the Westlake City Government Square. The college entrance examination test site in Jiangnan Province is not in Shihu City, but in the provincial capital Donghai City. On the day of the college entrance examination, the governments of each city will build a large-scale teleportation array to transport the candidates from their city to the provincial capital for a unified examination. Ning Qin looked at Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer, who were both at level 19, with a smile on his face. He was very satisfied. I didn't expect that both of you would reach level 19. I have produced two geniuses like you. My Ning family is really blessed. Don't be nervous, both of you. Keep calm during the college entrance exam and perform normally. I believe you can get into Kyoto University. Well, we will keep it up, thank you, Principal.
Li Shuer thanket Ning Qin.
After Ning Qin went to encourage other students, she poked Zhang Yuan again. Why are you still level 19? Didn't you take the upgrade pill? She remembered that after finishing the secret realm copy, Zhang Yuan was already level 19. Zhang Yuan, I want to keep it in case of any accidents. Upgrade pills are useless after level 20. This thing can't be traded, so what's the point of keeping it? Li Shuer didn't understand, but Zhang Yuan just smiled and shook his head. It won't take me long to reach level 20 anyway, so it's nice to keep this thing as a souvenir. What a freak. He doesn't even want the free experience. Li Shuer complained, but did not continue the conversation on this topic. After everyone from all the schools arrived, Ning Qin led the 34 students from number 1 middle school into the teleportation array and distributed admission tickets to them one by one. Students, let me say one more thing. Although exams are important, everyone must do their best. Safety comes first. I don't want to see any of our students get into trouble again. Okay, start teleporting. Ning Qin called the government's formation master, who injected energy into the formation. The teleportation formation lit up, and all the students of Westlake No. 1 Middle School were teleported to the examination room in Donghai City. This examination hall was extremely spacious. Tens of thousands of examinees from dozens of cities large and small in Jiangnan Province gathered here, but it did not feel crowded at all. It even felt a little empty. A light tower was suspended above the center of the examination room, and directly below the light tower was a large blue vortex, which looked like the entrance to a large secret realm copy. After waiting for about half an hour, students from other schools were teleported to the examination room one after another. Suddenly, a majestic voice came from the light tower suspended in the sky. Quiet! The noisy examination room suddenly became quiet. Now I'm announcing the examination rules. This year's college entrance examination is divided into two categories, basic examination and advanced examination. The basic exam is mainly to test basic abilities. Different professions have different exam contents. Output professions test output, tank professions test defense, and so on. Candidates who have obtained a D-level evaluation or above will be eligible to participate in the advanced exam. In the advanced exam, candidates can earn points based on their performance in the dungeon. At the same time, the advanced dungeons have different difficulty levels. The higher the difficulty of the dungeon, the more points they will earn. In addition, you can use your personal equipment during the exam, but you are prohibited from using any props, including but not limited to potions, enhancement props, etc. If you are found cheating in the exam, your test score will be cancelled and you will be held criminally liable. Although the teachers of each school had explained the rules of the college entrance examination countless times before the exam, all the candidates present listened attentively for fear of missing any information. After all, this concerns one's own future. Even if a student is a troublemaker in school, he dare not be careless at this time. The rules have been explained. All candidates, please get ready. The exam officially begins. As the majestic voice fell, the vortex under the light tower lit up with dazzling light, instantly covering the entire examination room. All candidates holding admission tickets were teleported into the secret realm copy at the same time. At this time, a group of middle-aged and elderly people with majestic aura stood on the top floor of the light tower. They were professors from various universities and were also examiners in charge of the college entrance examination in Zhang Yuan province. This year's college entrance examination has finally begun. I wonder how many good talents will emerge from Zhang Yuan province. I heard that Zhang Yuan from Donghai No. 1 High School is pretty good. Not only did he win a rare profession, but he also trained to level 20 in just 1 month. He has the potential to become the top student in the province. There's a good kid in Nanjiang City, a berserker, who's also level 19. It's said that he has the ability to solo a difficult dungeon. There is a girl in a small county who drew the Holy Shield Knight. You can also pay attention to her. I think there is a student in Westlake City who needs special attention this year. At this time, an examiner who knew Zhang Yuan's situation brought up Zhang Yuan's picture. Zhang Yuan, Sword Master, level 19. Sword Master, this is a new profession that Westlake City has just drawn, but I don't know how strong it is. Very strong. This kid has the ability to clear the Abyss dungeon alone.
Solo Abyss Dungeon?
How is this possible? Don't disbelieve me. This is the news I got from a high-ranking member of the Adventurers Association. That guy has received high praise from President Bai. I guess he will be the provincial champion this year. It actually received high praise from President Bai. That's really extraordinary. We must take a closer look at this. The examiners were all intrigued by Zhang Yuan, and they all focused on Zhang Yuan's examination room, wanting to see what abilities this young man favored by Bai Zhenghua had. Zhang Yuan appeared in a Colosseum copy. In the middle of the Colosseum, there was a tall test wooden stake with a counter on it. Exam task: attack the test stake with all your strength. Testing damage? When Zhang Yuan saw the task, he did not hesitate and directly deployed the sword formation, equipped Qi Xiao and Zhan Lu, and then controlled Qi Xiao to shoot. Boom! A red light flashed, and the test wooden stake was directly blown up by Zhang Yuan. Exploded. The examiner on the top floor of the light tower was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. What's going on? That wooden stake can withstand 1,000,000 damages, right? Can he pierce it with one sword? It should be a bug. The examiners unanimously agreed that there was a bug in the secret realm copy. After all, this secret realm copy carried hundreds of thousands of candidates from all over the country, so bugs were expected. Refresh a wooden stake for him. In the Colosseum, a new test stake is refreshed. Exam task: attack the test stake with all your strength. Do we need to test the output by attacking multiple times? It is indeed a college entrance examination copy. It is rigorous. Seeing the new test wooden stake appear, Zhang Yuan didn't think much about it and controlled Qi Xiao to shoot again. Boom! The wooden stake was blown up again. The examiners on the top floor of the light tower fell into deathly silence. Exploded again. Only then did these professors at level 70 or 80 finally realize that this was not a bug in the secret realm copy, but the problem was that the perverted beast at level 19 had caused more than 1,000,000 damage. Chapter 41. This beast almost turned the college entrance examination into an accident. Level 19. Damage exceeds 1,000,000. What is the concept of this? The examiners present, even the history professors, could not find such a pervert in the history books. What should we do now? The stakes have all been blown up, and we can't give an evaluation grade. Others would at most say that S rank is not his limit, but this beast blew up the rating machine. Professor Chun, please give me some advice. The examiners turned their eyes to Chen Yun. He was the chief examiner of the Jiangnan Province Examination Center, and he had the final say on all examination matters. Chun Yuan was silent for a moment and said, refresh another wooden stake and adjust its health to 10 million. This will not only test Zhang Yuan's limits, but also record his rating. Okay, this is a solid idea. Test him again. The examiners nodded repeatedly and once again created a wooden stake for Zhang Yuan, setting his health to 10 million. However, the wooden stake had just appeared in the Colosseum when a red light directly pierced the stake. At this moment, the examiners' faces turned green instantly. What's going on? Even a wooden stake with 10 million HP can't hold up? There are many level 70 professors present. It is unknown whether the damage caused by a full-strength attack will be 10 million. Professor Chen, what should we do? The upper limit of the health of the wooden stake is only 10 million. Chun Yun's old face also turned dark. He had been in charge of the college entrance examination for more than 20 years and had never encountered such a situation. Add defense to the wooden stake and increase damage reduction to 50%. An examiner questioned, the defense of all the candidates' test stakes is 0. If we add defense to Zhang Yuan's stake alone, will it be unfair? That's fine. Chun Yuan said firmly, save the video. If Zhang Yuan's evaluation level is not S in the end, we will change it to S in the back end and give him extra rewards later. It seems that this is the only way to do it. The examiners nodded one after another. Although they all knew that Zhang Yuan's ability far exceeded that required for an S-level evaluation, this secret realm copy was simply a system. If Zhang Yuan always smashes the wooden stakes, resulting in no evaluation level, then the secret realm copy will either rate Zhang Yuan as less than D level or judge that Zhang Yuan is cheating. As the fourth test stake was refreshed in the Colosseum, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but frown. Is this exam so boring? Endlessly hitting the stakes? Although Zhang Yuan was dissatisfied with the content of the college entrance examination, he still had to take the test and control Qi Xiao to attack. Boom! Once again, the defensive wooden stakes were blown up. All the examiners in the light tower were numb at this moment, and some examiners with heart problems even took out quick-acting heart-saving pills. What kind of skills does this kid have? Even a wooden stake with 10 million HP and 50% damage reduction can be blown up. I don't think he used any skills, but normal attacks. Didn't you notice that the boy has no skill cooldown at all? No wonder he can clear the Abyss dungeon solo. If I were the Abyss boss, I would be beaten so hard that I would cry for my mother. All the examiners were convinced by Zhang Yuan's move, and they all looked at Chun Yuan for help. The time for the first test is about to come. If things continue like this, Zhang Yuan will be eliminated, and this college entrance examination will definitely be a major accident. Chun Yuan paced back and forth, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. I have an idea. As he spoke, Chun Yuan personally controlled the background of the copy and refreshed another wooden stake. Test task. Please do not attack the wooden stake with all your strength. Don't use your full strength? What kind of test is this? When Zhang Yuan saw the new test tasks, he began to doubt the professionalism of the college entrance examination. However, since the mission was stated as such, Zhang Yuan could only remove Qi Xiao and Zhan Lu and use the iron sword to attack. Minus 40,032. Rating S. A string of numbers appeared on the test stake, and the evaluation level was S. All the examiners in the light tower immediately cheered loudly. Several professors clapped their hands in celebration and cried with joy, as if they had seen the Daxia football team win the World Cup. Chun Yuan let out a long sigh and said with emotion, I can finally finish this first exam. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded in the copy. The first basic exam is over. The results are now announced. 2,326 people have been evaluated as being above level D, and the rest of the candidates have been eliminated. There were more than 10,000 candidates, and nearly 80% were eliminated just by taking a basic test. This elimination rate is terrifying. Everyone's scores appeared in front of them. At the same time, a giant screen appeared in the sky of the secret realm copy and outside the light tower, announcing the top 100 candidates. Even at S level, there are gaps between candidates. Number 1, Zhang Yuan, rating S. Number 2, Zhang Yun, rating S. Number 3, Miao Shulan, rating S. Number 10, Li Shuer, rating S. Zhang Yuan ranked first, Miao Shulan and Li Shuer ranked 3rd and 10th respectively. All three of them were in the top 10 in the province in the first exam, and their results were very good. Ning Qin, who was outside the instance, saw Zhang Yuan take first place and Li Shuer take 10th place. He was so excited that he started dancing with joy and said to the other principals beside him, "Did you see that? The 1st and 10th place are students from our Westlake No. 1 high school. Two of our students from Westlake Number 1 High School made it into the top 10. Ning Qin's words immediately attracted the envious gazes of many principals. At this time, a cold laugh came. Haha, it's a pity that this is just a basic exam. As long as it is S-level, the points converted into the final ranking are the same. Only the points obtained in the advanced exam are the most important. An old man with a Mediterranean hairstyle came over and taunted Ning Qin. Old classmate, after teaching in the countryside for so many years, have you fallen to the point where you have to dance with joy over such a small achievement? Ning Qin narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw the person coming. Feng Gaoyuan, you are jealous of me. The visitor was Feng Gaoyuan, Ning Qin's high school and college classmate, and now the principal of Donghai Number 1 Middle School. Donghai Number 1 High School is currently ranked number 1 among all high schools in Jiangnan Province. I'm jealous of you? Feng Gaoyuan sneered. Zhang Yuan from my school will definitely be the top scholar in the province. Do you dare to bet with me?
Bet?
Ning Qin raised his eyebrows slightly after hearing Feng Gaoyuan's words. What do you want to bet on? Feng Gaoyuan said confidently, whatever you say, I will win anyway. Is it? Ning Qin laughed out loud. Then I bet that Zhang Yuan from my school is the provincial champion. If I win, you will resign as the principal of Donghai Number 1 Middle School and come to teach at my Westlake Number 1 Middle School. How about that? Are you making such a big deal? Feng Gaoyuan's mouth twitched. Why? Weren't you very angry just now? Are you scared? Stop provoking me. Feng Gaoyuan frowned. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Let's bet. If Zhang Yuan is the provincial champion, you can come to our school to teach. How about that? Seeing Feng Gaoyuan taking the bait, Ning Qin immediately raised her voice, deliberately letting the principals and teachers of other schools around her hear. So many colleagues here have seen it. Feng Gaoyuan and I made a bet. Whoever loses will have to teach at the other school. The one who's cheating is Old Dog. Feng Gaoyuan was also aroused by Ning Qin's move and said, Ning Qin, you can go back and pack your bags. After the summer vacation, you have to call me your leader. Ning Qin sneered, you are dreaming. While the two principals were making the bet, the candidates in the secret copy also started their second advanced exam. Single-player dungeon trial. What does Chapter 42 mean? Clear the level right after entering? The so-called single-player dungeon trial does not mean that the candidate has to go through the dungeon alone. Instead, the secret dungeon will provide each candidate with 4 NPCs that match the candidate's level and attributes, with professions including output, meat shield, nurse, and auxiliary. At the same time, candidates can choose the difficulty of the dungeon and how many teammates to bring to conquer the dungeon. The difficulty of the dungeon is divided into 3 types: normal, difficult, and nightmare, and the points coefficients are 1x, 2x, and 5x respectively. For every NPC teammate you bring away, the points coefficient will increase by 1. For example, if you choose the nightmare difficulty and bring 3 NPC teammates to complete the dungeon, the points coefficient will be 6 times. If the candidate chooses normal difficulty and brings all 4 teammates with him, he will get 1 point for killing a monster. In nightmare difficulty, if you bring 3 teammates, you will get 6 points for killing a monster. This advanced exam not only tests the candidate's combat capabilities, but also their strategic capabilities. If some candidates rashly choose nightmare difficulty and bring fewer teammates, their score coefficient will certainly be high, but it will be difficult to advance the dungeon, and their final score may be far less than that of candidates who choose normal difficulty and bring all their teammates. There is also a special rule for the advanced exam. If the candidate chooses the nightmare difficulty and does not bring any teammates, the score coefficient will be increased by an additional 1 times, reaching a maximum of 10 times the score coefficient. Of course, in all the college entrance examinations, there were basically no crazy people who did this, because that was seeking death. There was once a candidate who won a legendary profession. Due to his arrogance, he chose not to bring any teammates with him and went through a nightmare difficulty dungeon alone. However, he died in the dungeon. Zhang Yuan from Donghai Number 1 High School has already entered the dungeon. He chose the nightmare difficulty and only brought a nurse with him, with an 8x points multiplier. He is really aiming for the provincial top scholar. Miao Shulan from Shihu City Saiha County Number 2 Middle School also chose the nightmare difficulty plus an output. I have seen her strength and she is a strong contender for the provincial champion this year. Li Shuer chose the nightmare difficulty, plus 1 damage dealer, 1 tank, and a 7x points coefficient. She should be able to enter the top 10 in the province. I think this year's provincial champion is among Zhang Yuan, Miao Shulan, and Zhang Yuan. Oh, what did Zhang Yuan choose? The examiners in the Light Tower paid attention to this year's key candidates and discussed the difficulty of the copies they chose. What do you think Zhang Yuan will choose? With his output ability, It's easy for him to kill his way through the nightmare difficulty dungeon. He should choose the nightmare difficulty and bring a meat shield. I think so too. His output is high enough, but correspondingly, his body must be very fragile, and he needs a front row to protect him. With nightmare difficulty and a teammate, and an 8x points coefficient, he is most likely to become the provincial champion. Unfortunately, his skills are all single-target physical attacks, and his monster clearing speed is not as fast as that of magic professions, so his clearance time will be at a disadvantage. Otherwise, he would have a chance to become the national champion. Look, Zhang Yuan has started to choose the difficulty. In the copy, after Zhang Yuan read the rules of the advanced exam, he chose the nightmare difficulty without hesitation and did not bring teammates. To him, his teammates are a burden. Not bringing teammates? Is he crazy? When the examiners saw Zhang Yuan entering the nightmare-level secret dungeon alone, they all exclaimed in surprise. Professor Chen, would you like to intervene and ask him to bring at least one teammate in? An examiner suggested to Chen Yun that after all, the output ability demonstrated by Zhang Yuan in the basic test has far exceeded the legendary output profession. As long as Zhang Yuan grows up, he will definitely be the top combat force of the Great Xia Empire. If Zhang Yuan had an accident during the college entrance examination copy, no one could take the responsibility. Chen Yun frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "Don't interfere with Zhang Yuan's choice. If he encounters danger in the dungeon, kick him out of the dungeon by force and let him take the adult college entrance examination next year." An examiner raised an objection. In this case, wouldn't Zhang Yuan have wasted a year? Chen Yun said seriously, with his talent, even if he postpones entering university for a year, he will still be able to grow up quickly. Using a year to teach him to act within his ability and cherish his life will do far more good than harm to his future growth. Since Professor Chen has said so, let's do this. Everyone keep a close eye on him and don't let this genius die young. Zhang Yuan didn't know that he had become the focus of the examiners. After he entered the copy, he found that this copy was similar to the previous military secret copy, both of which were dungeon types. He walked into the dungeon and saw an orc wearing armor and holding a long sword standing in the corridor. Eye of the Abyss. Orc warrior, elite, level 15, strength 1000, agility 300, spirit 100,
Physique, 2000.
skill, battle cry. No wonder the principal said that the hard requirement for admission to Kyoto University is level 19. Only candidates at level 19 can pass the nightmare dungeon at level 15. Zhang Yuan immediately understood what Ning Qin said, but he was also a little disappointed with the difficulty of this copy. It's really not challenging. However, he soon figured it out. After all, this is the college entrance examination, and its purpose is to screen talents. If the difficulty is too high, not only will the meaning of the exam be lost, but it will also put many candidates in danger, which is not worth the loss. What's that kid's expression? Why does he look so disappointed? He seems very dissatisfied with our copy. Is it too difficult? He is still too aggressive. His profession is more of a turret-type long-range output. Without frontline protection, he probably can't withstand a blow from the orcs. He can't pass the level. When the examiners saw Zhang Yuan's disappointed expression, they began to talk about it. It's boring, let's make it quick and easy. Zhang Yuan deployed a sword formation, covering a huge area of 500 meters in radius, directly covering the entire secret realm copy. Then, Qi Shao pierced through the head of the orc in front. The next moment, all the monsters in the copy, including the level 15 boss, died suddenly. Successfully cleared the dungeon in 36 seconds and calculated the points. Kill points plus 5,000. Clearance points plus 5,000. Time points plus 5,000. Refresh the dungeon clearance time record. Points plus 10,000. Total points, 25,000. Tentative ranking, 1. Zhang Yuan looked at his college entrance examination score panel and yawned. This dungeon is small, weak, and really boring. In the light tower, all the examiners fell into deathly silence, and then a shocking uproar broke out. What just happened? Where are the monsters? Where is the boss? Where is the dungeon? What kind of skills does this kid have? He can directly clear the entire copy? Did he cheat? Did he bring some kind of large-scale killing prop? Do you think the system is just for show? Why didn't you call the police when you used the props? Fuck you. Can this guy be any more outrageous? Other candidates haven't even killed the first monster in the normal dungeon, but this guy has already cleared the nightmare dungeon. It seems that his disappointment just now is because he thinks our dungeon is too easy. 36 seconds to clear a level? Who would believe this? The fastest record in history is also 1 hour and 2 minutes, right? Excluding the time that guy was in a daze, was there even a single second that he actually spent on clearing the dungeon? What's his profession? It's so unbalanced. The experienced examiners rioted. They wanted to rush into the dungeon to hold Zhang Yuan down and force him to reveal all his attributes and skills to see what was going on. At the same time, the huge light curtain outside the light tower also refreshed the results of the first candidate. Name: Zhang Yuan. Points: 25,000. Ranking: 1. Chapter 43, Fault Number 1. Outside the light tower, teachers from various schools were still discussing what this year's copy might be. The ranking that suddenly appeared on the light screen immediately attracted everyone's attention. What's going on? Has a student already cleared the dungeon? It's only been a few minutes. How could anyone possibly pass it? It's out. It's that Zhang Yuan again. How many points? 25,000? The teachers outside all widened their eyes and looked at the points on the screen in disbelief, thinking they were hallucinating. In the advanced copy, the number of monsters is fixed at 450, plus a boss. Killing a monster gives 1 point, and killing a boss gives 50 points. Theoretically, the maximum killing point is 5,000. The basic points for completing a dungeon are 500. If you complete the dungeon within an hour and a half, the maximum basic time points will be 500. Multiplying these two by the points coefficient, the maximum is theoretically 10,000. In other words, only if a single person kills all the monsters and bosses in the Nightmare copy within an hour and a half can he get 15,000 points. And this has never been achieved by any candidate since the first college entrance examination. As for the extra 10,000 points, you can only get them after refreshing the record for the time to clear the Nightmare difficulty dungeon. A student cleared a level 15 Nightmare dungeon alone, killed all the monsters and bosses, and even broke the dungeon record. How is this possible? He cheated, didn't he? This is the Great Xia Empire's college entrance examination. The top leaders of the empire are watching. Who dares to cheat in there? But the dungeon has just been opened, and he has already released the ranking. How do you explain this? The teachers outside began to talk wildly, and everyone was discussing the student Zhang Yuan. After seeing Zhang Yuan's results, Ning Qin laughed out loud and patted Feng Gaoyuan on the shoulder. Old Feng, did you see that? This is a student from my school. Are you ready to resign and come to teach at my school? Feng Gaoyuan was completely silenced. He stared at the ranking on the screen, trying his best to figure out why Zhang Yuan achieved results so quickly and with such a high score. Isn't that guy named Zhang Yuan too perverted? Zhang Yuan is likely to lose. No, we can't lose momentum. Feng Gaoyuan shook his head fiercely and gritted his teeth and said, Ning Qin, don't be too proud. I still have hope. He knew the professional characteristics of his students. Even if they failed the advanced exam, there was still a chance for them to turn things around in the final additional test. After Zhang Yuan's result came out, another hour and 3 minutes passed before Zhang Yun's result appeared in second place. Name: Zhang Yuan. Points: 10704. Ranking: 2. 10 minutes later, Miao Shulan's result also appeared in the third row. Name: Miao Shulan. Points: 9816. Ranking: 3. Subsequently, the scores of more and more candidates appeared on the list. Name: Li Shuer. Points: 9072. Ranking: 5. Zhang Yuan looked at the points that came out one after another and found that Zhang Yuan and Miao Shulan's points were very close. What surprised him was that Li Shuer's ranking actually rushed up and ranked 5th. At the same time, in another copy space, Zhang Yuan, who was wearing a black robe and had a delicate face, more beautiful than a woman, stared at Zhang Yuan on the points ranking, his face full of disbelief. Impossible! How did he do it? He killed all the monsters in the Nightmare dungeon alone and refreshed the dungeon clearance record. Who is he? Zhang Yuan originally thought that with his professional characteristics, he could easily win the advanced exam. After all, he killed 288 elite monsters in an hour and a half, and also killed the boss to pass the level, which was enough to make him the best among all the heroes. But he never expected that in this college entrance examination, there would be a pervert with 25,000 points. He now couldn't wait to know who Zhang Yuan was. On the other side, Miao Shulan and Li Shuer were also staring at Zhang Yuan's score panel in a daze. However, when they thought of Zhang Yuan's performance in the military secret realm copy, the same idea came to their minds at the same time. He is worthy of it. Soon, the majestic voice once again echoed in everyone's ears. The advanced examination is over, and the results of all candidates have been announced. In this advanced examination, a total of 2,326 candidates participated, and 321 students scored above 500. Candidates with a score of 500 or above are eligible to choose the additional test. Please note, the additional test is not a required option for the college entrance examination and is somewhat dangerous, even life-threatening. Candidates, please consider it carefully. When all the candidates heard the prompt, most of them chose to give up without any consideration. The additional test is a test that only the top students who are aiming to enter the top 3 universities in the country will choose. The college entrance examination for ordinary candidates has already ended. As long as the candidates have a score of 500 or above, they can enter a good university, so there is no need for them to join in the fun. Although the additional trials are worth a lot of points, if candidates who are not strong enough participate rashly, they will not only not get many points, but may even get injured and waste their efforts. Of course, there are still many candidates who are very confident in their own abilities and choose to continue. In the end, only 98 students, less than 100, from Jiangnan province chose to take the additional test. When all the candidates had made their choices, all the candidates in the secret copy who chose to continue were teleported to the light tower above the examination room. 98 candidates appeared in the same space, and they were greeted by a group of examiners in charge of the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province. Standing at the front of the examiners was the chief examiner Zhang Yuan. Congratulations, everyone. The candidates who have made it here are all the elites of our great Xia Empire. I look forward to your shining in the great Xia Empire and living a wonderful life in the future. When Zhang Yuan said this, he glanced at Zhang Yuan with a half smile, and then continued, the next additional trial is very special. You will no longer compete with the same province, but will compete with the geniuses from provinces across the country. Of course, the rules of the additional trial are also cruel. You will be thrown into a simulated abyss battlefield. Just like the advanced exam, you will each bring an NPC team that matches your own level and attributes to fight against the simulated abyss monsters. The additional trials test individual strength and teamwork, so there is no point coefficient. Every time your team kills an abyss monster, you will get 100 points. There is no upper limit on the points. In other words, no matter how many points you have in the previous round, you have the possibility of turning the tables or being overturned in this final round of trials. So, don't take it lightly. That's all I have to say. I wish you all good results in the final trial. After Chen Yun finished speaking, a magic book appeared in Jiang Yun's palm, and his eyes became extremely determined. In this final trial, he will definitely turn the tables. Not only Chen Yun, most of the candidates present were holding back their anger at this moment, wanting to turn the tables in this round of exams and soar to the top. The time has come, everyone, let's go. After Chen Yun finished speaking, the light of the teleportation array lit up under the feet of the candidates. The next moment, elite candidates from all over the country were teleported to the final trial space. Chapter 44: The Abyss Demon that is about to arrive at the battlefield is Ishtar. Zhang Yuan was teleported to a barren land, and along with him appeared 4 level 19 NPCs, whose professions were warrior, mage, knight, and priest. Zhang Yuan checked the attributes of his 4 NPC teammates. The total attribute of the 4 NPC teammates was the same as his, but the emphasis was different. For example, warriors focus on strength and agility, mages focus on spirit, knights focus on physique, and priests focus on spirit and physique. In general, if you just look at the attribute panels of the teammates, these 4 teammates are at the same level as Zhang Yuan himself. Of course, the equipment they have are all level 19 white equipment, and their skills are also quite basic. Give each candidate an NPC team. I guess this is for the candidates who are not in DPS professions. After all, it is difficult for them to kill monsters without teammates. However, this NPC team is of no use to me. After checking the attributes of his teammates, Zhang Yuan immediately ordered the 4 of them to stay where they were and moved forward alone. In the light tower, Qin Yun and a group of examiners were not surprised by Zhang Yuan's behavior. After all, they had seen Zhang Yuan's strength. Although those 4 NPC teammates had abnormal attributes, they were still a pure burden to Zhang Yuan. This child is destined to be a brave lone wolf in the future. Chen Yun sighed and began to look forward to Zhang Yun's performance in the Abyss battlefield. Soon, a group of Abyss monsters patrolling the barren land met Zhang Yuan, but before the Abyss team could even react, they were slaughtered by Zhang Yuan's 10 iron swords. Zhang Yuan's points instantly increased by 50,000. Although Chen Yun was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw Zhang Yuan easily wipe out an Abyss squad, and then all the Abyss monsters within a 500-meter radius of Zhang Yuan died. This kid not only has a high single-target attack power, but also seems to have splash damage, and the range is also unreasonably large. The abyss monsters we deployed in the abyss battlefield were cleared out by him in an instant. The sword master profession is too awesome. It's even better than the legendary profession. I'm afraid it's the new god-level profession. This guy is definitely a strategic level weapon on the battlefield. He can destroy an entire army by himself. What a monster! Zhang Yuan and the examiners were discussing this matter. They had never seen such an outrageous profession. The highest score of all the national top scorers in the college entrance examination in the abyss battlefield was only over 40,000. Zhang Yuan broke the historical record just after he started. You should know that this abyss battlefield dungeon lasts for a full 6 hours. Zhang Yuan spread his 10 iron swords to the edge of the sword formation and then moved forward at full speed. All the abyss monsters that entered the range of his sword formation were killed instantly. Zhang Yuan's points soared at a rocket-like speed and soon broke through 100,000. At this moment, all the examiners were numb. They felt that Zhang Yuan and the other candidates had completely different styles. While Zhang Yuan was killing the abyss monsters like cutting leaks, cutting one batch after another, other candidates were still organizing their teams to fight hard with the first abyss team they encountered. Zhang Yuan, who is currently ranked second in Jiangnan province, has just destroyed an abyss team and his points have increased by 500. If it were in previous college entrance examinations, Zhang Yuan's speed in killing monsters would definitely be at the provincial top scorer level, and he would even have a chance to be among the top 3 in the country. Unfortunately, he and Zhang Yuansheng were in the same class, and his brilliance was destined to be overshadowed by Zhang Yuansheng. Seeing Zhang Yuan's overwhelming performance with no skill cooldown or mental energy consumption, Zhang Yuan said to the examiners, "There is no suspense in this round of exams. Zhang Yuan is definitely the top scorer in the country. We can focus on other candidates. The Great Xia Empire needs more than one genius." "No problem." The other examiners nodded one after another. Zhang Yuan's question was only in garbage time. As examiners, they should indeed care about every candidate. At the same time, above the light tower at the Jiangnan Province College Entrance Examination Center, 2 groups of purple mist appeared out of nowhere, and 2 abyss demons walked out of them. One of them was the level 70 abyss boss, Odysseus, who was defeated by Zhang Yuan. The other abyss demon wearing a blue robe with a blue magic book floating beside him is also a level 70 abyss boss named Ishtar. Odysseus asked in a deep voice, "Ishtar, there are many human masters in the tower. Do you think we can succeed in this plan?" Ishtar condensed water vapor on his palm and said confidently, "We will win." "Okay, let's get started." Odysseus took out a black heart, chanted an obscure spell, and then crushed the black heart. Buzz! A strange sound echoed in the sky, and the sky of Donghai City suddenly became extremely dark. The blood splashed from the black heart spilled onto the barrier of the light tower, instantly making the barrier extremely dark. The next moment, the barrier of the light tower was broken. Odysseus and Ishtar looked at each other and nodded, then rushed into the light tower together. The copies of all the candidates in Jiangnan province suddenly turned red, and the surveillance images of the examiners in the light tower all disappeared. The protective barrier of the trial light tower has been broken? I sense the breath of the abyss? Oh no, it must be that wandering abyss demon Odysseus. Immediately activate the emergency plan, suspend the exam, transfer all candidates to a safe place, and request support from above. We must ensure the safety of all candidates. The secret realm copy has been forcibly terminated, and all candidates have been transferred out. No, one of the secret realm copies has completely turned into the abyss, and the abyss attack mode has begun. It cannot be terminated. Chun Yun's expression changed drastically. Which candidate is in that copy? Investigating, it's Zhang Yuan. Sure enough, Odysseus went after Zhang Yuan. Chen Yun's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he turned to look at an examiner from Donghai University. "Professor Li, come with me to Donghai University to ask for the Gauss core and forcibly close this abyss dungeon."
Professor Li azitata.
The Gauss core is the most valuable asset of our school. There are less than 5 Gauss cores left in the country. I'm afraid the principal is unwilling to use it to save a student. Chun Yun said seriously, "If you don't give it to me, I will take all the responsibility." You have all seen Zhang Yuan's college entrance examination process. His value is definitely higher than the core of Gauss. We must not let him be killed by the abyss demon before he grows up. Otherwise, it will be a loss that our human race cannot bear. After hearing what Chen Yun said, Professor Li gritted his teeth and said, "You're right. I don't want this teaching position anymore. Let's go." The other examiners also said, "Professor Chen, you look down on us too much. I'm afraid you too can't snatch the Gauss core from Donghai University." Let's go too. Okay. Examiners below level 70 should appease the students teleported out of the light tower. All examiners above level 70 should go with me to Donghai University and bring the core of Gauss as quickly as possible. At this time, in the secret realm copy, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt the temperature around him drop, and a familiar smell appeared in the air. The copy has become abyssal? Zhang Yuan's eyes changed slightly. He was too familiar with this situation. Are you the human boy who defeated Odysseus? You look just like that. A ball of purple mist appeared in front of Zhang Yuan, and Ishtar walked out of it. The snake-like smile on his face made Zhang Yuan feel cold in his heart. Eye of the Abyss. Unable to detect target. Another Abyss boss above level 70. Zhang Yuan's expression became solemn. He quietly took out the crystal ball given by Zhenghua and prepared to ask for help. The reason why he repelled Odysseus last time was because Odysseus only knew mental spells. Now a new Abyss boss is coming. As long as the new Abyss boss has skills other than mental and water spells, he will definitely die. Look at how weak and frightened you are. Young humans are so fragile that it's laughable. Ishtar grinned, and water vapor surged around him. Boy, before I kill you, please allow me to introduce myself. I am a level 70 water mage from the Abyss. I will let you drown in my vast water element in great pain. Grand water mage? Zhang Yuan was stunned when he heard what Ista said. Then he put away Zhenghua's crystal ball and grinned. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chapter 45. 2 level 70s besieging level 19? Isn't that fair? What do you mean? Ista was stunned and didn't understand Zhang Yuan's reaction. Doesn't this kid have even a little bit of respect for the strong? Zhang Yuan asked, since you are a great water mage, are you like Odysseus, specializing in one type of magic? Of course. I am naturally water-friendly. I have been specializing in water magic since I was born. I dream of one day letting the whole world be swallowed by the flood I created. Although the personalities of you demons are worse than each other, I have to say that you Abyss demons are quite dedicated. You said you would practice spells of one attribute, and you really only practice one attribute. As soon as Zhang Yuan finished speaking, Qi Shao appeared silently behind Ishtar and stabbed at Ishtar. Ishtar immediately turned into smoke and dissipated, then quickly condensed not far away, sneering, I already know your methods. Although you have the skill of ignoring defense, you can't hit me with your current speed. Forget it if I can't hit you. Zhang Yuan didn't care and simply gave up the attack. He guessed that Ishtar was the same as Odysseus, either with a lot of health or a skill that made him immune to death. Anyway, he couldn't kill him even if he hit him, so now he just needed to buy time. This is the territory of the human race. Now that the Abyss demons have invaded the college entrance examination secret realm copy, it is estimated that it won't be long before the strong men of the human race will arrive. Are you trying to buy time and wait for the strong men of your human race to come and rescue you? Ishtar saw Zhang Yuan's plan and sneered, unfortunately, I won't give you that time. Skill. See Dragon Roar. Ishtar killed Zhang Yuan directly. The pages of the magic book floating next to him turned quickly, and a large amount of water elements gushed out from the magic book, condensing into a ferocious water dragon, bombarding Zhang Yuan. Zhanlu immediately condensed a blue barrier in front of Zhang Yuan to offset Ishtar's water dragon. The attack is ineffective? Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Ishtar was shocked. How is this possible? Aren't you immune to mental attacks? Why is my water elemental attack ineffective against you? Try again. Maybe it's not powerful enough? Zhang Yuan chuckled, his words full of sarcasm, and it seemed that he didn't take Ishtar's skills seriously at all. Ishtar was successfully angered by Zhang Yuan's mocking smile and roared, lowly human, even in the Abyss, no demon dares to speak to me like this. I will show you my true strength.
Sky Waterfall Technique.
Big tsunami. The siren screams. Toxic sea. In just a few seconds, Ishtar used up most of his high-level spells, and the entire copy space was submerged in seawater. But Zhang Yuan was safe and sound in the violent water element and did not look like he was hurt at all. Ishtar, why are you so slow? Why haven't you killed Zhang Yuan yet? If the strong men of the human race arrive, we won't be able to escape. At this time, Odysseus's anxious voice sounded in the copy, Stop playing. I'm kidding. Ishtar roared back angrily, Damn you, Odysseus. Zhang Yuan is obviously immune to water attribute attacks, and you still want me to take the risk to kill him. You want me to die, right? He is immune to water attribute attacks? How come? Odysseus exclaimed, and then a crack was torn in the copy space. Odysseus rushed into the copy and saw that the entire copy had been submerged in seawater, and Zhang Yuan was swimming in the sea. Odysseus, are these the reinforcements you found? Their level is not good enough. When Zhang Yuan saw Odysseus appear, he mocked him mercilessly. You. Being mocked by Zhang Yuan, Odysseus was furious and immediately used soul flame on Zhang Yuan. The horrifying soul flame instantly ignited the sea in the copy. Unfortunately, mental spells are ineffective against Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "You two have a great combination of skills. The temperature of the hot spring you created is just right." Puff! Odysseus was so angry at Zhang Yuan that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes turned blood red and he roared, "Zhang Yuan, if I don't kill you, I swear I am not a demon. Since we can't kill you, how can you deal with these monsters?" Odysseus injected a large amount of his mental power into the copy. The water element dissipated, and countless corrupted orcs several meters tall sprang up from the barren land like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Zhang Yuan used Eye of the Abyss on one of the abyss monsters. Corrupted Orc Warrior, Elite, Level 20, Strength 10,000, Agility 10,000, Spirit 10,000.
Physique, 10000.
Skills, Abyssal Roar, Damage Sharing. The attributes of the level 20 Abyss Corruption monster are surprisingly the same as those of the level 30 hidden boss Rakshasa King. The most terrifying thing is, there are more and more Abyss monsters around, and there are thousands of them as far as the eye can see. Zhang Yuan, what does it matter if you are immune to mental and water attacks? In this Abyss dungeon, as long as my mental power is not used up, I can defeat as many of these monsters as I want. Odysseus's eyes were extremely cold. Zhang Yuan, I will kill you today. Roar. The corrupted orc warriors roared angrily and rushed towards Zhang Yuan from all directions with huge axes in hand. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yuan immediately used 10 flying swords to protect himself. Suddenly, 10 water ropes appeared out of thin air and bound all of Zhang Yuan's 10 flying swords. In disarmed state, unable to use weapons. When Zhang Yuan saw the prompt on his panel, his eyes narrowed slightly. There is also this trick? Kid, just because you are immune to water attacks doesn't mean you are immune to control. Ishtar also recovered at this moment, looking at Zhang Yuan coldly. Although it's a bit unfair for two level 70 demons like us to fight against a level 19 demon like you, but no matter what, you must die today. At the same time, more than a dozen corrupted orcs rushed to Zhang Yuan and raised their giant axes to chop him down. As a last resort, Zhang Yuan could only use the skill Mental Storm at the risk of being discovered by the Wang family. Boom! The terrifying storm swept in all directions. Oh no, there's something wrong with his skills. Quickly get out of the range of his sword formation. Odysseus and Ishtar both felt the fatal threat from Zhang Yuan's mental storm and immediately retreated quickly, retreating to 500 meters away before being swallowed by the mental storm. At the same time, with Zhang Yuan as the center, all the corrupted orcs within a radius of 500 meters were reduced to ashes. Clear the screen with one move. This kid, how perverted is he? The two demons, Odysseus and Ishtar, were stunned. They looked at each other, their eyes full of horror and fear. They could feel that every time a corrupted orc was attacked, the power of Zhang Yuan's skills would increase by about 10%. The death of thousands of corrupted orcs increased the amplification of the mental storm, which was enough to kill their two level 70 Abyss Masters on the spot. A level 19 human teenager almost killed two level 70 Abyss bosses in 1 second. This child must not be allowed to grow any further, otherwise there will be great disaster in the Abyss. At this moment, Odysseus and Ishtar both made some kind of decision. Chapter 46. Come on. Fight. Successfully killed the corrupted orc warrior. Due to demon suppression, no experience can be gained. Successfully killed the corrupted orc warrior. Due to demon suppression, no experience can be gained. A large number of kill prompts appeared on Zhang Yuan's panel, but Zhang Yuan failed to gain any experience. The worst has indeed happened. Zhang Yuan looked at the prompt on his panel with a serious expression. He could not gain experience from killing Abyss monsters, which meant that he could not rely on upgrading to restore his mental strength. Using the mental storm consumes mental power, 500 at a time, but his current mental power is only enough for him to use it 6 times. The reason why Zhang Yuan did not use the upgrade pill was that he could vaguely feel that Odysseus might take action during his college entrance examination. One upgrade of the upgrade pill could restore him to full condition. But even if he used the upgrade pill to restore his spirit, the mental storm can only be used 12 times at most. If human support has not arrived before his mental power runs out, he can only place his hopes on by Zhang Yuan's crystal ball. 500 meters away, Odysseus once again consumed a large amount of mental energy to summon a large number of abyss monsters. However, this time, after Odysseus knew that Zhang Yuan had a large-scale group attack skill, he did not let the monsters rush forward, but only sent dozens of them to besiege Zhang Yuan. In this way, even if Zhang Yuan used the mental storm to kill the abyss monster, Odysseus's mental consumption would not be much. This boss is quite clever. Seeing that Odysseus had only sent a few dozen monsters over, Zhang Yuan did not intend to consume his own mental power to kill these monsters. He immediately used attribute conversion to convert his mental power into 5 times agility, and then used the skill of riding the wind to double his movement speed. He then used his speed to dodge freely in the siege of dozens of monsters. Swimming Dragon. Seeing that dozens of abyss monsters couldn't touch Zhang Yuan at all, Ishtar couldn't help but yell at Odysseus, "Idiot! Do you think we have a lot of time? Stop being stingy with your mental power and just use the human wave tactic to besiege. You are a level 70 mental mage. Are you afraid that your mental power consumption will not be as good as that of a level 19 teenager? Shut your stinky mouth, of course I know." Odysseus was extremely unhappy with Ishtar's scolding, and he immediately retorted. However, he also knew that he couldn't waste time like this, so he immediately controlled all the abyss monsters to attack Zhang Yuan. Thousands of monsters crowded around Zhang Yuan, blocking his space for hiding and forcing him to cancel the attribute transformation and use mental storm. Boom! The storm swept in all directions, and the abyss monsters in the sword formation were cleared out. "Zhang Yuan, I want to see how many times you can use this skill." Odysseus roared and summoned monsters again, controlling the monsters to attack Zhang Yuan and forcing him to use the mental storm, repeating this process over and over again. During this period, Ishtar maintained control over Zhang Yuan, and at the same time relied on his own special abilities to absorb the experience Zhang Yuan gained from killing monsters, in order to prevent Zhang Yuan from recovering his mental strength after upgrading. After 6 waves of attacks, Zhang Yuan already had a splitting headache. Using mental storms so many times in a row was a bit too much for him. On the other side, Odysseus's face was also a little pale. He was not a summoner, and he continued to consume his mental power to generate monsters for the abyss copy, which almost pushed him to his limit. Ishtar, who was watching the whole thing, couldn't help but sigh. This kid has finally used up all his mental power. What kind of monster is he? This forbidden skill with a short cooldown and great power can be used 6 times at level 19. What will happen when he reaches a higher level? Odysseus nodded in agreement. "I'm afraid our king was not so strong when he was young. It is worth our risk to be able to wipe out such a future strong man for the abyss." After thinking he had won, Odysseus's old problem came back. He taunted Zhang Yuan. "Zhang Yuan, your mental power has finally been used up, but I can still use my mental power for 2 more large-scale summons. You have no chance of winning. Victory belongs to the abyss. Come out, my followers." Odysseus spread his arms, raised his head and laughed, and thousands of abyss monsters emerged from the barren land. Ishtar couldn't help but roll his eyes at Odysseus. "Among the demons of the abyss, how could there be a fool like you who doesn't even care about his dignity? You almost drained all your mental strength to deal with a level 19 ant, and yet you still have the nerve to act cool. Ishtar, you keep using your skills to extract Zhang Yuan's experience in killing monsters. You can't bear the consumption of your own mental energy, right? How dare you mock me?" Zhang Yuan heard the conversation between Odysseus and Ishtar and grinned. "So you two can't handle it anymore? It looks like this victory belongs to me." "Victory belongs to you?" Odysseus was stunned, and then he was horrified to see Zhang Yuan take out an upgrade pill from the storage space and put it into his mouth. A golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body, and Zhang Yuan reached level 20. Zhang Yuan recovered and raised his middle finger to Odysseus and Ishtar in the distance. "Come on, 2 idiots. Let's have a good fight." Upgrade pills? Where did he get the upgrade pills? This damn Zhang Yuan doesn't even need to upgrade his pills when he's already level 19. Is he just leaving it there to rot? At this moment, both demons, Odysseus and Ishtar, collapsed. They never expected that Zhang Yuan had this trick up his sleeve waiting for them. Now Zhang Yuan is in full condition and can use mental storms 6 times. Not to mention that they don't have enough mental power. Even if they have enough mental power, they don't have enough time. They wasted too much time in this copy. Odysseus couldn't help but look at Ishtar. "Ishtar, didn't you say you would win? What should we do now?" Ishtar gritted his teeth and said, "The situation has changed. That kid is too scheming. The two of us can't kill him today. Let's retreat first. Let's shake off a new demon to deal with him. You said so. I'm leaving now. After seeing Zhang Yuan use the upgrade pill, Odysseus had already begun to think of retreating. But after Isther spoke, he took out some kind of teleportation prop without hesitation and immediately left Isther behind and teleported away.
Gao!
Odysseus, you bastard. When Ishtar saw that Odysseus was running faster than a rabbit, he immediately realized that the strong men of the human race were approaching, and Odysseus wanted him to cover their retreat. Without having the chance to say anything harsh to Zhang Yuan, Ishtar took out some kind of teleportation item and fled the scene. Successfully defeated the Abyss Demon Odysseus. Experience plus 200,000. Successfully defeated the Abyss Demon Ishtar. Experience plus 200,000. Successfully cleared the Abyss Dungeon. Progress of the Qishao Artifact Mission, 1/10. Ding. The host has achieved the achievement, Incredible Taunt, and the talent level is randomly increased. Congratulations, host. My Sword Immortal talent level has been upgraded. I am a Sword Immortal, level 2, all damage increased by 20 times. Another golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body, and Zhang Yuan reached level 21. Chapter 47, Even novels don't dare to write like this. Outside the secret dungeon, the wounded examiners rushed back with the core of Gauss. Professor Chen, we have wasted too much time at Donghua University. Let's use the Gauss core to forcibly close the Abyss instance and rescue Zhang Yuan. Everyone, don't let your guard down. Odysseus might be hiding in this instance as well. There will probably be another fierce battle ahead. Zhang Yuan took out a black prismatic crystal and took a deep breath. Child, I hope you are still alive. Zhang Yuan muttered to himself, holding the core of Gauss and aiming it at the Abyss copy. Just as he was about to use the item, the red Abyss copy suddenly turned blue. The breath of the Abyss seems to have disappeared. Zhang Yuan conquered this Abyss dungeon? How is this possible? Odysseus is a level 70 Abyss boss, right? Can Zhang Yuan defeat Odysseus? When the examiners saw the changes in the copy, they all showed disbelief, looked at each other, and their brains seemed to be shut down. There is only Zhang Yuan in the Abyss dungeon here, and the dungeon boss is a level 70 Abyss demon. How can this dungeon be conquered? The next moment, the copy teleportation entrance was glowing with light, and Zhang Yuan walked out of it, making the examiners realize that this was not an illusion. Zhang Yuan was stunned when he saw Chen Yuan holding a stone towards him. Teacher, what are you doing? Are you okay? Chen Yuan was shocked to see Zhang Yuan came out safely and even reached level 21. Apart from overconsumption of mental energy, there's nothing serious. Zhang Yuan shook his head and then said, Oh, by the way, teacher, 2 Abyss bosses have invaded my copy. They interfered with my college entrance examination. Will my score still count? Or do I have to retake it? What you care about right now is your college entrance exam results? When Chen Yuan heard Zhang Yuan's question, the corners of his mouth twitched. The development of things was completely beyond his expectations. But soon, Chen Yuan caught the point and confirmed with Zhang Yuan. What did you just say? 2 Abyss bosses invaded your copy? Zhang Yuan replied frankly, yes. One is a spiritual master named Odysseus, and the other is a water master named Ishtar. After being targeted by 2 Abyss demons in succession, Zhang Yuan planned to tell the authorities all the information he knew about the Abyss bosses, hoping that the Great Xia Empire could get rid of the 2 Abyss bosses as soon as possible. Otherwise, Odysseus and Ishtar would be like 2 swords of Damocles hanging over his head, and no one knew when they would fall. This time Odysseus shook a water demon over. Who knows what kind of demon he will shake next time? Zhang Yuan couldn't keep betting that the special weapon he drew later would be immune to the attribute attacks of the Abyss demon. Chen Yuan and a group of examiners were all shocked after hearing how Zhang Yuan fought against 2 Abyss bosses alone and forced them to retreat. At this moment, they finally understood why Bai Zhenghua, the president of the Adventurers Association, was so optimistic about Zhang Yuan. This guy is simply a pervert who has turned on cheats. A level 19 player fought 2 level 70 Abyss bosses and actually won. Even novels wouldn't dare to write this. At this time, the space next to everyone was slightly distorted, and Bai Zhenghua walked out of it and said seriously, I received the information about the invasion of the Abyss and rushed back from the front line of the Abyss as soon as possible. How is the situation? Chen Yuan and the other examiners immediately saluted Bai Zhenghua. Mr. Bai, the matter has been resolved. Solved? Bai Zhenghua was stunned at first. Then he saw Zhang Yuan with an innocent look on his face, and then he burst into laughter. I see. Did you defeat Odysseus again? Chen Yuan immediately added, Mr. Bai, the abyss demon that assassinated Zhang Yuan this time is not only Odysseus, but also Ishtar. There's another abyss demon? When Bai Zhenghua heard Qin Yun's addition, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. If only Odysseus broke into the Great Xia Empire, it could be said that there was a loophole in the defense line they built, and they just needed to fill the loophole. But now another abyss boss has appeared, and he has appeared silently in the territory of the Great Xia Empire. This can only mean that there is a traitor inside the Great Xia Empire. Bai Zhenghua thought of some possibilities and asked Qin Yun, do you have a video recording of the Secret Realm dungeon? The secret dungeon where Zhang Yuan is located has been infected by the abyss. I'm afraid we have to clear all the abyss pollution before we can extract the video footage from the secret dungeon. Bai Zhenghua nodded slightly. Well, you will be in charge of retrieving the video footage yourself. Don't let anyone else interfere. Once you get the video footage, send it to me as soon as possible. Qin Yun smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Bai, I'm afraid you'll have to find someone else to do this. Bai Zhenghua was startled. Why? Qin Yun took out the Gauss core and said, after the abyss demon invaded the secret realm, we went to Donghai University to fight with the teachers in order to rescue Zhang Yuan and snatch the Gauss core. Zhang Yuan is fine now. Donghai University will hold us accountable later. We examiners should also go to jail. I see. After hearing what Qin Yun said, Bai Zhenghua smiled and said, you are right. I will go to Donghai University to lobby them. As long as you return the Gauss core, I promise that Donghai University will not cause you any trouble. Thank you, Mr. Bai. As soon as Bai Zhenghua said this, the eyes of all the examiners present lit up. Although they had done a great thing out of passion, now that they had calmed down, they felt a little regretful when they thought about the consequences they might face next. This was especially true since they had not helped Zhang Yuan at all, which made them feel that they had suffered in vain. But now with Bai Zhenghua's words, everyone is no longer worried about subsequent accountability. Donghai University can choose not to give face to anyone, but it must give face to Bai Zhenghua. At this time, Zhang Yuan asked again, Mr. Bai, examiners, since the problem has been solved perfectly, shouldn't you answer my question? Will my college entrance examination score still count? You kid. Seeing that Zhang Yuan was still worried about his college entrance examination results, Qin Yun couldn't help but shook his head and smiled, saying, don't worry. Although the abyss demon disrupted the college entrance examination process and forced the additional trial to be suspended, we have archived the results of all candidates before the suspension of the exam, including yours. For this abyss demon invasion, we announced to the public that we will adjust the secret realm dungeon technology system. We will be able to restart the dungeon and continue the trial later. Zhang Yuan, although the college entrance examination has not yet ended, your scores are far ahead of others, and you are well deserved to be the national champion. I wish you victory in advance. Look forward to the rewards of the national champion, which are very generous. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, thank you, teacher. I am already looking forward to the reward. Bai Zhenghua looked at Zhang Yuan with a smile and suddenly asked, kid, I also have a question for you. I clearly gave you a life-saving item. Why didn't you plan to use it when facing the two abyss bosses? Aren't you afraid? Faced with the siege of two abyss bosses above level 70, even the examiners present did not dare to say that they could survive. Zhang Yuan replied straightforwardly, there is no special reason. It's just that I happen to restrain those two guys. They are not a threat to me, so I don't plan to waste the life-saving props. This reason. Bai Zhenghua was stunned and didn't know how to answer for a moment. The reason why he gave Zhang Yuan the crystal ball was that when Odysseus came to Zhang Yuan again, he could rescue him in time and get rid of the abyss demon that was hiding here and there. But now, Zhang Yuan's strength far exceeded his expectations, which made his plan inconsistent with the actual situation, resulting in the failure of his plan to rely on Zhang Yuan to find Odysseus. Ahem. Bai Zhenghua coughed twice, and then handed Zhang Yuan a crystal ball. Child, if you encounter the abyss demon again next time, crush it immediately and I will come to save you. In fact, this thing is not that rare, so don't save props. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Zhang Yuan happily took the crystal ball and put this new life-saving amulet into the storage space. At this time, an examiner stepped forward and said, Mr. Bai, Professor Chen, all the secret realm copies have been debugged and the trial can be restarted. Okay. Qin Yun nodded slightly. Send all the candidates back to the copy. Bai Zhenghua patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder and said, come on. Although your current points have already secured the title of national champion, you still have to earn as many points as possible in the next trials. The higher your points, the richer the reward will be in the end. Hearing Bai Zhenghua's words, Zhang Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. I understand. Chapter 48 National Champion. After the additional trial resumed, Zhang Yuan went into full fire mode and began to slaughter the abyss monsters in the dungeon. His points soared at a rocket speed. At the same time, Chen Yun also cleared the abyss aura, extracted Zhang Yuan's secret realm copy video, and handed it to Bai Zhanghua. The two watched Zhang Yuan's battle video together. This kid actually drew a new special weapon, and it is immune to water attribute attacks. No wonder he is not afraid of those two abyss nemesis. He is born to be the nemesis of these two abyss demons. Mr. Bai, not only that, look at Zhang Yuan's large-scale group attack skill. The power seems to increase as the number of enemies increases. Odysseus and Ishtar were both frightened. If this were to happen on the battlefield, it would definitely be a strategic level forbidden technique. He was able to release it 6 times in a row. This mental skill. Bai Zhanghua narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he thought of something. Mr. Bai, what did you find? Nothing. Bai Zhanghua shook his head and said to Chen Yun, set the confidentiality level of this video to top secret. At the same time, delete all copies of the video in the trial light tower and only keep the one in my hand. Yes. When Bai Zhanghua was reviewing Zhang Yuan's battle with the abyss demon, the additional trial also ended, and Zhang Yuan's points had exceeded 1 million. The exam is over, all candidates will be transferred out of the copy. Zhang Yuan killed the last abyss monster and saw the pop-up prompt on his panel. He couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that the speed of refreshing monsters in this dungeon is too slow. It would be great if I could summon monsters in large quantities like Odysseus did. Zhang Yuan withdrew the sword formation and was teleported to the square under the light tower. Appearing with him were other candidates who took part in the additional test. However, unlike Zhang Yuan, the others did not know about the invasion of the abyss demons. They only knew that there were some technical problems in the trial light tower, which caused the exam to be suspended for a period of time. At this time, a group of candidates were still excitedly discussing how many points they had earned in the secret copy, completely unaware that they had already survived a huge crisis. Li Shuer and Miao Shulan came over together. Dummy, how did you perform? Good. Zhang Yuan replied, looking at the two women holding hands in surprise. When did you become so close? Li Shuer smiled and said, didn't the dungeon have problems before? Sister Shulan and I were teleported to the same room. She taught me a lot of tricks. Now I have more than 30,000 points. Isn't that amazing? Sharp. Zhang Yuan nodded and looked at Miao Shulan. What about you? Not bad, more than 50,000. As a tank class, you can kill 400 abyss monsters in 6 hours. You are quite amazing. It's far inferior to you. Miao Shulan was not proud. After she saw Zhang Yuan's strength for the first time, she had given up the idea of competing for the provincial top spot. The college entrance examination is over and the final test results are being announced. A majestic voice was heard from the light tower, and then all the candidates' scores were refreshed on the huge light screen outside the light tower. Number 1. Zhang Yuan, points, 1,100,000. Number 2. Zhang Yun, points, 80,000. Third place, Miao Shulan, points, 53,000. Fourth place, Li Shuer, points, 32,000. The results of all the candidates were announced, and Zhang Yuan's score of 1.1 million was far ahead of the others, causing an uproar in the audience. The points exceeded 1 million? Li Shuer and Miao Shulan looked at Zhang Yuan in shock. How did you do that? They had expected that Zhang Yuan's points would be very high, possibly exceeding 100,000, but they had not expected Zhang Yuan's points to be so high. 1,100,000 points. What does this mean? One abyss monster is worth 100 points, which means Zhang Yuan has to kill more than 10,000 abyss monsters in the trial copy. Are there really so many abyss monsters in that dungeon? Zhang Yuan, who was not far away, saw the ranking on the giant screen and began to tremble violently. He was in disbelief. Is this possible? What on earth did he do to kill so many? I've requested to see the exam video. Something must have gone wrong. Zhang Yuan raised his hand and spoke loudly, questioning Zhang Yuan's performance. Not only Zhang Yuan, many candidates and teachers from various schools felt that there was something wrong with the system. The highest score in the college entrance examination was only recorded at 100,000, and Zhang Yuan's score exceeded 1 million, which was indeed too exaggerated. This exam is supervised by the Adventurers Association president, Bai Zhanghua himself. All candidate scores are real and valid. Please check the video recording to reject the application. A cold response came from the trial tower, and the expressions of everyone present became extremely interesting. It turns out that Master Bai is here in person, so there is no way anyone can cheat. That candidate named Zhang Yuan is really abnormal, isn't he? How did he get so many points? If we can understand it, Wouldn't we be geniuses? Bai Zhanghua has a very high prestige in the Great Xia Empire. At this time, no one doubts Zhang Yuan's achievements, including Zhang Yuan. The results have been announced. We hereby announce that Zhang Yuan from Jiangnan Province has become the top scorer in this year's National College Entrance Examination. The top scholar in the country. Feng Yuan, did you see that? My student is not only the top scholar in the province, but also the top scholar in the country. Jiangnan Province has never produced a top scholar in the country, right? Feng Yuan, don't forget our bet. When you go back, pack your bags and come back to report to Westlake No. 1 Middle School during the summer vacation. Ning Qin was so excited that she danced and made crazy faces at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's face was full of disbelief. He had never expected that Zhang Yuan would actually lose. But with the huge points gap in front of him, Feng Yuan had no choice but to admit defeat to Ning Qin, gritting his teeth and saying, Ning Qin, you won. I didn't expect you to be so lucky to pick up such a treasure. Don't worry, I will keep my promise and teach in your school. Ning Qin grinned and said, don't put on such a stinky face. My Westlake No. 1 Middle School has produced a genius like Zhang Yuan. It will definitely be a famous school in the country in the future. By that time, you won't be able to apply to teach in our school. Feng Yuan, Ning Qin, I just want to know how Zhang Yuan managed to get more than 1 million points? I can't tell you anything else. I can only say that, on the first day he entered the novice dungeon, he cleared the abyss dungeon alone. Ah? Feng Yuan was petrified on the spot. When Zhang Yuan heard the examiner announce that he had become the top scorer in the country, he felt very calm. This result is not surprising. Idiot! You actually became the top scholar in the country? Isn't that amazing? At this moment, Li Shuer's eyes sparkled as she looked at Zhang Yuan with admiration. You are worthy of it. It was just luck. Zhang Yuan was not complacent at all. I'm still a long way to go. He was telling the truth. Compared with the demons of the abyss, he was still far behind. Silly. Do you know that saying this is very discouraging? Have it? You guy. Never mind. I'm used to it. Li Shuer rarely lost her temper and smiled at Zhang Yuan. No matter what, we are classmates again. Chapter 49. Blade of the Cursed King. After the college entrance examination, all candidates were teleported back to their respective schools, except Zhang Yuan, who was taken by Chen Yun to the Central Trial Tower in Kyoto. This Central Trial Tower is different from the Light Tower in Donghai City. This one is twice as large, magnificent, and exquisite, and there is an extremely terrifying energy surging inside. Every year during the college entrance examination, the Great Xia Empire would bring the top scorers in the country to the Central Trial Tower, which would give corresponding rewards based on the scores of the top scorers. Zhang Yuan, don't be nervous. I brought you here just to let you draw the reward. There's nothing else to do. Chen Yun stood next to Zhang Yuan and sighed. Tisk tisk tisk. 1,100,000 points. I can't even imagine what your reward will be. Teacher Chen, is the top score reward random? Zhang Yuan was curious. You can say that. Chen Yun nodded. This Central Trial Tower is the main body of the Light Tower you saw in Jiangnan Province. In fact, it is also one of the national treasures of our Great Xia Empire. There are countless treasures in its internal space. Every year, the top scorer in the country has the opportunity to obtain a treasure from the Central Trial Tower. The more points you get in the college entrance examination, the more precious the treasure you get. Moreover, this is different from using the Godstone to draw cards in the Destiny Star array. The treasures drawn here are at least epic equipment. So generous? Zhang Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course. After all, you are the top scholar in the country. There is only one in a year. How can the reward be small? Chen Yun led Zhang Yuan to a golden vortex with a radius of 1 meter and said to Zhang Yuan, put your hand in. Whatever you grab out of it will be your reward. I see. Zhang Yuan nodded and reached his hand into the golden vortex. Boom! The moment Zhang Yuan put his hand in, the golden vortex instantly turned into a red vortex. Lightning flashed around the vortex, and terrifying energy continued to overflow. Zhang Yuan felt as if he had touched something extraordinary, so he immediately grabbed it and tried to pull it out. The next moment, the entire Central Trial Tower began to vibrate violently, and the energy in the tower began to become restless. This is Chen Yun, who was standing behind him, felt the ominous energy surging in the Central Trial Tower. He seemed to realize something, and his expression changed drastically. He immediately said, Zhang Yuan, don't take the things out of the vortex. Unfortunately, it was too late when Chen Yun said this. Zhang Yuan pulled out a pitch-black, cracked short blade from the red vortex. Boom! The short blade suddenly burst out with a terrifying curse power, which immediately knocked Chen Yun away and pierced Zhang Yuan's chest at the same time. The endless curse power directly swallowed Zhang Yuan. It's over. When Chen Yun saw Zhang Yuan being devoured by the power of the curse, despair appeared on his face. Why? That kid was able to pull out the blade of the cursed king that was suppressed by the artifact? Blade of the cursed king. Damage the holder is cursed, and his physical and mental strength will continue to decrease until death. This equipment is mandatory and cannot be discarded or destroyed. Artifact Quest. Use the Blade of the Cursed King to harvest the souls of the weak. 0/100000. Note: the weapon of the Cursed King contains the Cursed King's boundless hatred. Only those who bear the Cursed King's wrath can ascend the Cursed King's throne. Amidst the massive curse power, Zhang Yuan looked at the Cursed King's blade stuck in his chest and couldn't help but complain. Why does this thing only have negative effects? Where are the attributes and skills? There's even an artifact mission. Could this be a legendary equipment or above? Because Zhang Yuan had a cursed heart, the curse effect of the Cursed King's blade turned into a positive effect. Now the Cursed King's blade piercing his chest not only did not cause him any harm, but instead allowed him to continue to recover his physical and mental strength. He didn't even feel any pain. Looking at the state of this equipment, it is damaged. I guess it will take completing the artifact mission for this equipment to return to normal. But if there is no cursed heart, whoever gets this equipment will be doomed, right? After seeing the effect of the blade of the Cursed King, Zhang Yuan complained with a wry smile, then pulled out the blade of the Cursed King that was inserted in his chest. The wound on his chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Successfully pulled out the Cursed King's blade, and temporarily gained the Cursed King's recognition. Zhang Yuan saw the prompt on the panel, and then the blade of the Cursed King in his hand absorbed all the released curse power, and the restless central trial tower returned to calm. Then, Zhang Yuan saw Chen Yun, Bai Zhenghua, Wan Chang'an, and a group of unfamiliar but powerful people surrounding him. Is he still alive? Isn't he drained by the blade of the Cursed King? Incredible. He actually conquered the blade of the Cursed King? When a group of strong men saw that Zhang Yuan was safe and sound, they all looked as if they had seen a ghost. Bai Zhenghua and Wan Chang'an rushed to Zhang Yuan and asked with concern, "Kid, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell?" "I am fine." Zhang Yuan looked puzzled. "Mr. Bai, God of War, can you tell me what's going on? I'm just drawing a prize for the top prize. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Even the two of you are here." Bai Zhenghua finished checking Zhang Yuan's body with elemental power, breathed a sigh of relief, and said to Wan Chang'an, "I've checked it, and there is no curse effect on him." Wan Chang'an looked at Zhang Yuan in shock. "Kid, what did you do? After taking the blade of the Cursed King, you didn't get cursed." Zhang Yuan replied, "Maybe I have a curse in my heart." "What is that?" Bai Zhenghua and Wan Chang'an asked in unison. "Neither of you know?" When Zhang Yuan heard what Bai Zhenghua and Wan Chang'an said, he suddenly realized that the cursed heart he got from the Shadow Forest copy might not be a simple equipment. He immediately shut his mouth and glanced at the strong men around him. Bai Zhenghua instantly understood Zhang Yuan's concerns and said, "Don't worry, kid. Everyone here is a trustworthy senior. No one will harm you." Wan Chang'an also nodded slightly. "That's right. Even if there is a traitor in the Great Xia Empire, they can't be it. So feel free to speak boldly." With Bai Zhenghua and Wan Chang'an's assurance, Zhang Yuan no longer hesitated and replied, "The cursed heart was the equipment I obtained when I defeated Odysseus for the first time. It can transform the curse effect inflicted on oneself into a positive effect. There is actually such a treasure." Bai Zhenghua exclaimed, then looked at Zhang Yuan and said meaningfully, "It was God's will that you obtained the blade of the Cursed King from the Central Trial Tower." Zhang Yuan, "Mr. Bai, is there any story behind this blade of the Cursed King?" Bai Zhenghua fell into recollection. 30 years ago, a demon king of the Abyss led the Abyss army to invade the Great Xia Empire. After our empire paid a heavy price, we finally killed the Demon King and repelled the Abyss army. This blade of the Cursed King is the artifact left behind after the fall of the Demon King. Chapter 50 Awakening Stone. A divine weapon? Zhang Yuan was shocked. He didn't expect that he would actually pull out such a thing. Bai Zhenghua continued, "That's right. Moreover, this is not an ordinary artifact. It seems to be a token of the Abyss Demon King. It is extremely important to the Abyss. After we seized the blade of the Cursed King, the Abyss completely hated us and directed most of its troops against our Great Xia Empire. As a result, the pressure on the Abyss and other countries has been reduced a lot. Whether it's Odysseus or Ishtar, The reason they invaded our great Xia Empire and targeted our geniuses is because we suppressed the blade of the Cursed King. We once wanted to use the blade of the Cursed King to deal with the Abyss, but unfortunately no one could bear the curse of this artifact. In the end, we could only suppress it under the central trial tower. I didn't expect that you would take it out in the end. After hearing what Bai Zhenghua said, Zhang Yuan opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but finally closed it again. Wan Chang'an on the side laughed and said, "Boy, you mean, since we can't use the blade of the Cursed King, why don't we destroy it or throw it back into the abyss, right?" Zhang Yuan nodded. After all, according to what Mr. Bai said, this Cursed King's blade is of no use to us. Instead, it will allow the abyss to focus on our great Xia Empire. Leaving this Cursed King's blade will do more harm than good to our country, right? Wan Chang'an, you are right. It is a thankless task for us to keep the blade of the Cursed King. Not only does it attract most of the firepower of the abyss, but we also spend a huge amount of manpower and material resources every year to suppress the curse of the blade of the Cursed King. If it were any other country in the world, they would have returned the blade of the Cursed King to the abyss long ago. But we can't do that. Zhang Yuan, why? Wan Chang'an, because the abyss will never give up its determination to destroy our human race. There will always be a country that needs to stand at the forefront. If we give in and return the blade of the Cursed King, even if the pressure from the abyss is relieved in a short period of time, the abyss will come back sooner or later. By then, not only our great Xia Empire, but the entire world will be reduced to scorched earth. Zhang Yuan murmured, "Indeed. Today I will cede 5 cities. Tomorrow I will cede 10 cities, and then I can sleep peacefully for one night." I get up and look around, and the abyss is approaching again. To retreat to the abyss is like adding fuel to the fire. If the fuel is not exhausted, the fire will not be extinguished. Hearing Wan Chang'an's words, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but think of the ancient Chinese text he had learned. How similar was the situation of the 6 countries back then to the situation in this world? Wan Chang'an's eyes lit up. "Good boy. I didn't expect you to be able to say such a great thing and point out the key to the matter. I'm afraid your words can wake up many surrenderists. You are really a talent." Bai Zhenghua nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad. He has such insights at such a young age. We in Daxia are blessed." After being praised by Wan Chang'an and Bai Zhenghua, Zhang Yuan came back to his senses and quickly explained, "This is not my theory. I just saw it in an ancient book." "Haha, no need to be modest. I have read almost all the books in the library of the Great Xia Empire, and I have never heard this sentence. Where can you, a little brat, read this sentence in ancient books?" Wan Chang'an patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder heavily and said, "When the next Imperial Congress is held, I will use your words to confront those weak surrenderists and reconnect their bones." Seeing Wan Chang'an's excitement, Zhang Yuan could only smile awkwardly and stopped explaining. He said, "Chief, Mr. Bai, since the Cursed King's blade is so important, wouldn't it be too risky for me to hold it? Should I return it?" Wan Chang'an, since the Central Trial Tower chose to give you the blade of the Cursed King, there must be a reason for it. Just take it with confidence. If you can activate this artifact in the future, you can also become the top combat force of our great Xia Empire. Bai Zhenghua nodded. "That's right. Since you can suppress the curse of the Cursed King's blade, then you can take it. We no longer need to spend a lot of manpower and resources to suppress this artifact, and our empire can also breathe a sigh of relief. However, you must never show this artifact to outsiders. Even in our great Xia Empire, there are many lackeys of the abyss. If you are targeted by them, it will be dangerous." Zhang Yuan nodded. "I understand." Wan Chang'an then turned around and looked at all the experts present and said sternly, "Listen, everyone, you must keep everything that happened here today to yourself. If anyone leaks this, don't blame me for not remembering our friendship." Everyone immediately replied seriously, "Understood." After giving everyone a gag order, Wan Chang'an turned to Bai Zhenghua and said, "Old Bai, I'm busy with military affairs, so I'll take my people away first. There are some things you should tell Zhang Yuan. Do you know what they are?" Bai Zhenghua smiled and said, "Well, of course I know." "Okay, I'll leave first." Wan Chang'an nodded to Zhang Yuan again, and then left with many powerful men. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan also realized that what was going to happen next was not suitable for him to listen to. So he bowed slightly to Bai Zhenghua and said, "Mr. Bai, I will withdraw first." "Well, go ahead." Bai Zhenghua just nodded, and then called Zhang Yuan. "Wait." Zhang Yuan stopped and turned around. "Mr. Bai, is there anything else you want to tell me?" Bai Zhenghua, Zhang Yuan may be away for a while, and will not be able to attend Kyoto University's opening ceremony and freshman training. Please help with Zhang Yuan's admission procedures. Clear. Zhang Yuan did not ask any more questions. He bowed slightly to Bai Zhenghua and then walked out. Seeing that Bai Zhenghua had left him alone, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but ask curiously, Mr. Bai, why are you being so mysterious? Do you need me to do anything? Well, do you know about awakening job change? Of course I know. Every professional can go to the job transfer hall to awaken their profession when they reach level 30, which will further strengthen their profession and greatly improve their attributes in all aspects. Bai Zhenghua nodded, yes, level 30 is a hurdle. Professionals who successfully awaken will have their strength greatly improved, while professionals who fail to awaken will be stuck at level 30 until they awaken successfully. Some professions are very weak before the first transformation, but after the first and second transformations, their strength may become extremely exaggerated. Similarly, some professions are very strong in the early stage, but after the first and second transformations, they may become very weak. Of course, I'm not saying this to make you worry about your career strength after awakening. Your current career strength is comparable to the second-level strength of many professions. No matter how small the increase after awakening is, it won't be that weak. Zhang Yuan, what does Mr. Bai want to say? Bai Zhenghua, do you know about special awakening? Zhang Yuan nodded. We have been taught in school that most people awaken their professions in the job transfer hall, but there is another way to awaken in the world, using special awakening stones. Professionals who use awakening stones to awaken will gain different additional characteristics depending on the awakening stone. However, awakening stones are extremely rare. Even the lowest quality bronze awakening stones can be auctioned for billions of dollars. No one is selling higher-level awakening stones at all. Bai Zhenghua, yes, the awakening stone is such a precious treasure. Even I didn't have the chance to use the awakening stone when I was first transformed. I went to the awakening hall to awaken and change my job. But Zhang Yuan, you are very lucky. I happen to know that there is a copy that contains a god-level first-level awakening stone, and no one has taken it yet. Zhang Yuan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Chapter 51, King's Burial Ground. God-level awakening stone? Zhang Yuan thought he had misheard. Mr. Bai, you are kidding, right? How could such a good thing be left unclaimed? Bai Zhenghua smiled and said, perhaps I have expressed it incorrectly. It's not that no one has tried to get it, but that no one can get it, including me, Wan Chang'an, and the top masters of the major families in the country. Zhang Yuan's heart sank immediately. If even you can't get it, I'm afraid I can't get it either, right? No, on the contrary, I'm afraid you're the only one who can get it. Why? The dungeon where the god-level awakening stone is located was created after the fall of the cursed king. It is limited to levels below 30, has no difficulty options, and only one person is allowed to enter. It does sound difficult, but the Great Xia Empire is so big. There must be someone who can clear this dungeon alone, right? Bai Zhenghua, you are right. The powerful legendary professions and a few god-level professions can all have the ability to clear dungeons alone, but that dungeon is different. Once you enter that dungeon, you will be cursed throughout the process and cannot be purified. The 4 attributes are reduced by 90%, the movement speed is reduced by 90%, the skill cooldown time is increased by 100%, and the physical and mental strength are continuously reduced until the cursed death. Even if a tank with the highest physical strength goes in, the health will be reduced to the bottom in less than 10 seconds, and he will eventually have to retreat. Zhang Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. It sounds like this is a copy specially tailored for me. Bai Zhenghua, that's right. When you said that your cursed heart can transform the curse effect into a positive effect, I knew that only you can get the god-level awakening stone. Zhang Yuan, currently in our Great Xia Empire, there are only professionals who have used the legendary awakening stone, and no one has ever awakened to the god level. If you succeed, the strength you will have is unimaginable. Zhang Yuan immediately became excited. It sounds awesome. I can't wait to play that copy. I knew you'd be excited. Come with me. Bai Zhenghua smiled kindly and put his hand on Zhang Yuan's shoulder. Then the space around the two of them twisted slightly and finally turned into light and dissipated. The cursed copy is located on the outskirts of the Abyss battlefield, thousands of kilometers away from Kyoto. Even for Bai Zhenghua, a space mage, it takes a while to teleport. Zhang Yuan is in a magical space, with lights constantly flowing around him, and a large number of images pulled into lines form a bizarre tunnel. 10 seconds later, Zhang Yuan stepped on a piece of black land. Is this your first time teleporting long distance? How does it feel? It's okay, just a little disgusting. Haha, this is normal, you'll get used to it. Bai Zhenghua nodded with a smile, then pointed forward. Look, that's the cursed copy. Zhang Yuan looked in the direction by Zhengguo pointed, and under the moonlight, on the charred land, a huge skeleton that was 100 meters tall was lying on the ground. On the head of the skeleton, there is a black vortex with a radius of 10 meters. The terrifying aura it exudes is enough to scare people away. That skeleton, is it the cursed king? That's right. In order to kill the cursed king, our great Xia Empire buried millions of soldiers here. The tragic war that year caused great damage to our great Xia Empire, and it has not yet fully recovered. That god-level awakening stone is made from the essence of the cursed king and is hidden deep in the dungeon. Listening to Bai Zhengguo's words, Zhang Yuan used the Eye of the Abyss on that copy. King's Boneyard Dungeon. Level 30. Difficulty. Unable to choose. A level 30 hidden dungeon with no choice of difficulty. It's obvious that this is a place where you can lose your life. Bai Zhengguo. In theory, we should have waited until you reached level 30 before bringing you here, but the abyss has been turbulent recently, and more dungeons have become abyssal. We have been losing ground on the front line, so we have to close the battle line. I'm afraid this place will be taken back by the abyss in a month, so you can only come now. Zhang Yuan, don't worry, Mr. Bai. I have the confidence to clear this instance. Yes. Bai Zhengguo nodded and gave Zhang Yuan another scroll of forced return to the city. However, if you really can't do it, don't force it. Force yourself to leave the dungeon and come back after you level up a bit. Life is the most important thing. New. Zhang Yuan walked to the copy and reached his hand in. Please confirm whether to challenge the king's burial dungeon. Warning. This copy is extremely dangerous. Confirm. When Zhang Yuan entered the copy, he appeared in a black swamp. This swamp is very large, and the air is filled with the smell of rotting plants and animals. Deep in the swamp, there is a corpse that is bigger than a mountain, constantly emitting a foul odor, and has not yet completely decayed. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan discovered that a cold and strange breath was flowing out from the corpse deep in the swamp and entering his body. Suffering from a curse, the four-dimensional attributes decrease by 90%, the movement speed decreases by 90%, the skill cooldown time increases by 100%, and the physical and mental strength continues to decrease until the curse death. Zhang Yuan saw the panel prompting that he was cursed, and then he felt that he had gained a huge improvement. Check out the 4D properties panel now. Name, Zhang Yuan. Occupation, Sword Master. Level, 21, 5%. Strength, 3,277. Agility, 3,287. Spirit, 6,175.
Physique, 3277.
The four-dimensional attributes have all been increased by 90%, and the attributes are already stronger than those of the professionals after awakening at level 30. It looks like a humanoid boss. Zhang Yuan didn't dare to imagine how painful it would be if he stabbed the monster with his sword. After Zhang Yuan's attributes were improved in all aspects, even this depressing and weird swamp became beautiful in his eyes. I don't know how strong the monsters here are. Zhang Yuan walked some distance towards the center of the swamp and encountered 3 huge frogs that were taller than humans, with hard corals on their skin, horns on their heads, and fangs in their mouths. When the 3 big frogs saw Zhang Yuan, they immediately jumped more than 10 meters high and rushed towards Zhang Yuan like missiles. Be the first to use Eye of the Abyss. Cursed Demon Frog Elite. Level, 30. Strength, 15,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 10,000.
Physique, 10000.
Skill, Meteorite Bombardment. The four-dimensional attributes of ordinary monsters in this copy are actually higher than those of the level 30 Hidden Boss King. When Zhang Yuan saw the attributes, he couldn't help but gasp. The fact that this soldier is comparable to a hidden boss is not the key point. The key point is that this is a single-player copy with a level limit of 30. In addition, those who challenge the copy will suffer from a 90% attribute reduction curse throughout the process, and their mental and physical strength will continue to decrease. Not to mention a person coming to challenge it alone. If any level 30 professionals enter this dungeon, all of them will die. No wonder no one has gotten the god-level awakening stone yet. This copy didn't appear for anyone to get. Zhang Yuan sighed and sent the 3 big frogs away with one sword, except me, of course. Successfully killed the cursed demon frog. Experience plus 50,000. Successfully killed the cursed demon snake. Experience plus 50,000. Successfully killed the cursed demon crab. Experience plus 50,000. Get demon frog skin *10. Demon snake scale *3. Demon crab roe *3. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest 22/100000. A series of kill notifications sounded, and a golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body, and he was raised to level 22 on the spot. Chapter 52: The King's Corpse. What a high level of experience! Zhang Yuan could not help but exclaim in amazement when he saw that he gained 50,000 experience points for every monster he killed, and that he would level up directly after clearing all the monsters within a 500-meter radius. But on second thought, this is normal. After all, his level is only in his early 20s, and this is a level 30 hidden difficulty copy. It is normal for him to have such a high amount of experience. It is impossible for others to upgrade like this. After clearing out the monsters around him, Zhang Yuan took 2 steps forward. Suddenly, he felt that he had stepped on empty air. The original ground turned into a quagmire, and Zhang Yuan's whole foot sank directly into it. Rakshasa King. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yuan summoned the Rakshasa King and asked him to pull him to the shore. That was close. I forgot that this is a swamp. Zhang Yuan looked at the large quagmire in front of him and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If he had reacted a little slower, he might not even have the chance to use the forced return scroll. After the false alarm, Zhang Yuan did not dare to be careless anymore and began to command King Rakshasa to explore the way ahead. As long as King Rakshasa stepped on the swamp trap, he would put King Rakshasa into the mask, summon him again, and continue exploring the way. In this way, Zhang Yuan, with the Rakshasa King as the vanguard, advanced step by step and continued to go deeper into the swamp. But after Zhang Yuan walked forward 500 meters, the Rakshasa King who was exploring the way ahead suddenly stopped. Then his body began to twist, and his blood volume dropped rapidly. There is an attack. Zhang Yuan was quick to act and immediately took back the mask from King Rakshasa. Then he saw twisted and crawling traces on the swamp, as if something was coming towards him. Suddenly, Qi Shao stood in front of Zhang Yuan, and then there was a bang. Qi Shao was shaken, and Zhang Yuan's physical strength was reduced by 1/10. Invisible monster? And its attack power is so high. Zhang Yuan was shocked to see that his physical strength had been reduced by 1/10. You know, his attributes had increased by 90%, and he also had a 90% damage reduction. Even so, the monsters here had reduced his physical strength by 1/10. If he didn't have the talent for injury immunity and the master-protecting and domineering characteristics of his special weapon, he would really have died here. At this time, Zhan Lu also appeared on the other side and helped Zhang Yuan block the attack and avoid stiffness. There's more than one. Zhang Yuan realized that there was more than one invisible monster around and immediately became alert. Although he has the triple stamina recovery of the sword array, the blade of the Cursed King, and the copy curse, he can quickly recover to full condition as long as he is not killed instantly. But if he is attacked by a large number of people at the same time, he might directly trigger Qi Zhao's passive ability to avoid death. He had to complete this dungeon within a month, and the cooldown period for Qi Zhao's passive ability to avoid death was 1 month. The dungeon is now less than 1/10 complete. If he activates his passive here, his hope of completing the dungeon will be very slim. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan directly used a large-scale mental storm. Successfully killed the cursed demon snake. Experience plus 50,000. Successfully killed the cursed demon snake. Experience plus 50,000. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest 35/100000. Get Demon Snake Scales *5. Zhang Yuan's panel popped up information about killing more than 10 cursed demon snakes, and his experience increased significantly. I seem to have seen information about killing this kind of monster before, but I didn't expect it to be an invisible monster. This dungeon is really too difficult. Before Zhang Yuan came in, he had no idea that he would be sweating profusely during the fight and was in danger several times. This copy challenge is the most difficult challenge Zhang Yuan has ever experienced. However, the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Zhang Yuan couldn't back down at this time, so he summoned King Rakshasa out of the mask space again to explore the way ahead. At this time, outside the copy, Bai Zhenghua was observing Zhang Yuan's situation in the copy through the copy detection amulet. The King's Boneyard dungeon is of a very high grade. Bai Zhenghua's dungeon detection amulet cannot directly broadcast the situation in the dungeon, but it can still detect Zhang Yuan's status at any time. Although Zhang Yuan's physical strength would occasionally be reduced by 1/10, it would recover quickly. Overall, Zhang Yuan's situation was very safe, and Bai Zhenghua couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I was right about this kid. I think he's the only one who can clear this dungeon. If he were level 30, it might be safer. Unfortunately, we don't have much time now. Boom boom. Just as Bai Zhenghua's side, the earth suddenly began to shake, and the night sky in the distance suddenly turned blood red. Bai Zhenghua saw the red color in the sky, and his expression changed slightly. That's, the abyss is attacking. I'm afraid the abyss also sensed that the cursed king's crystal core might be taken away, and started the attack in advance. Although the frontline troops are sufficient now, there is a high possibility that a boss above level 80 will appear in the abyss. Bai Zhenghua's expression changed. After thinking it over again and again, he finally decided to rush to the front line to provide support. Now that Zhang Yuan is in the copy, he can't help much by guarding outside. But if the abyss demons break through the defense line, not only will their Daxia army suffer heavy losses, but the king's burial ground copy will also fall into the hands of the abyss. At that time, Zhang Yuan was really in danger. Kid, it's up to you from now on. Bai Zhenghua built a temporary teleportation array for Zhang Yuan outside the copy, left a message for Zhang Yuan, then took off into the air and fled to the front line. Zhang Yuan didn't know that the situation in the abyss battlefield had changed. He used the Rakshasa King to explore the way and released mental storms every once in a while to make sure that there was no monster within a radius of 500 meters around him. Thanks to the curse of this copy, Zhang Yuan can quickly recover his mental strength, and the skill cooldown time will be shortened by half. Zhang Yuan can now release the mental storm almost without any consumption. After walking carefully in the copy for more than an hour, Zhang Yuan finally arrived in front of the huge corpse. It's not been easy coming this far. Zhang Yuan let out a long sigh. His experience bar had now reached 90%, and he was about to reach level 23, but he had not yet encountered the true elite monsters in this dungeon. Mental Storm. Zhang Yuan stood in front of the giant corpse that was bigger than a mountain and used Mental Storm. After confirming that there were no invisible monsters around him, he used the Eye of the Abyss on the corpse in front of him. The remains of a certain king may hide a huge secret. The Eye of the Abyss only gave Zhang Yuan this paragraph of text and no other information. What is this? Do you want me to cut open this body? Zhang Yuan didn't know what to do for a moment, so he simply ordered the Rakshasa King to go forward and cut open the rotten flesh of the corpse. A foul stench emanated from the corpse. The Rakshasa King is cursed, and his four-dimensional attributes are enhanced. The Rakshasa King is cursed, and his four-dimensional attributes are enhanced. A lot of information about the Rakshasa King being cursed popped up on Zhang Yuan's panel. Fortunately, the effect of the cursed heart was also effective on Zhang Yuan's summons. Not only was the Rakshasa King not harmed, but his speed of clearing the way became faster and faster. Rakshasa King is cursed, his four-dimensional attributes are permanently increased by 10. Rakshasa King is cursed, his four-dimensional attributes are permanently increased by 10. As the Rakshasa King went deeper into the giant corpse, the prompt message that popped up on Zhang Yuan's panel suddenly changed, causing Zhang Yuan's eyebrows to jump.
Permanent attribut increase.
There is such a good thing? Chapter 53 Special Monster, the King's Flesh and Blood. After seeing the permanent attribute increase of the Rakshasa King, Zhang Yuan was immediately tempted. He took out 2 tissues to plug his nose and was about to rush in to accept the baptism of the curse. Rakshasa King has died. Before Zhang Yuan had the chance to enter the corpse, he received a notification that the Rakshasa King had died, which immediately stopped him. Didn't I use Mental Storm to clear the monsters? How did the Rakshasa King die? The sudden death of King Rakshasa made Zhang Yuan calm down immediately, and he waited outside obediently for King Rakshasa to resurrect. Under the curse of this copy, the skill cooldown was halved, and physical strength and mental strength recovered quickly. The speed of Rakshasa King's resurrection was not slow. Zhang Yuan didn't have to wait long before Rakshasa King regained his combat power. This time, Zhang Yuan switched to the perspective of King Rakshasa and personally controlled King Rakshasa to enter the corpse, cut out the rotten flesh, and clear a passage. Rakshasa King is cursed, his four-dimensional attributes are permanently increased by 10. The special curse prompt appeared again, which gave Zhang Yuan, who was trying hard to suppress his nausea, a little psychological comfort. Just bear with it, and it will pass. Just as Zhang Yuan was thinking this, he suddenly saw a monster made of flesh and blood rushing out from the rotten flesh, hugging the Rakshasa King tightly and biting the Rakshasa King's neck. The Rakshasa King's physical strength dropped rapidly. Before the Rakshasa King was killed instantly, Zhang Yuan used the Eye of the Abyss on the flesh and blood monster. The King's Flesh and Blood Elite. Level 30. Strength 0. Agility 0. Spirit 0. Constitution 0. Skills: Curse of Weakness, Deadly Bloodsucking, Undead. It was a level 30 elite monster, but its four-dimensional attributes were all 0. It was the first time that Zhang Yuan had seen such a special monster. What a strange attribute panel. All attributes are 0, but it can move so fast and kill the Rakshasa King in seconds. The permanent increase in the Rakshasa King's attributes is due to the curse of weakness. The Rakshasa King was killed instantly, which should be the effect of its fatal blood-sucking skill. My mental storm did not kill them, which should be their undead skills. As for their ability to move so quickly, there must be a monster that controls these flesh and blood monsters. That should be the boss. Zhang Yuan got some information from the flesh and blood monster skill panel, but he hasn't fully figured out the monster's mechanism yet. He can't move forward rashly and can only wait patiently for the Rakshasa King to resurrect. After a while, King Rakshasa stood in front of Zhang Yuan again, and was once again sent by Zhang Yuan into the giant corpse to clear away. Rakshasa King is cursed. His four-dimensional attributes are permanently increased by 10. Coming. When Zhang Yuan saw the curse prompt, he immediately held his breath and looked around. He soon discovered that there was a slight bulge in the flesh on the left side of the Rakshasa King. Skill: Sword Flash. A flash of sword light passed by, and the sword of King Rakshasa cut the rushing flesh and blood monster into 2 halves. However, the flesh and blood monster that was cut into 2 halves turned into 2, one on the left and one on the right, and entangled King Rakshasa, sucking him dry on the spot. Rakshasa King has died. The Rakshasa King was killed again. Is there anyone who can really clear this dungeon? Seeing that King Rakshasa was once again killed instantly by the flesh and blood monster, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but complain a few words. The Rakshasa King's physique has the attributes of a level 30 hidden boss, and he also has the curse amplification of the dungeon, so his attributes are far higher than those of a level 30 human professional. Even so, the Rakshasa King was killed instantly 3 times. Even if other professionals use various methods to bypass the elite monsters in front of the copy and come here, there is still only one way to go, which is death. Forget it. I won't be greedy for these attribute enhancements. I'll just rush forward. Zhang Yuan couldn't find a mechanism to kill the flesh monster in a short period of time, so he immediately planned to let King Rakshasa use his life to create a path for him. Anyway, this copy has no time limit, and the Rakshasa King can be resurrected infinitely, so just dig it bit by bit. After making up his mind, Zhang Yuan continued to wait for the Rakshasa King to resurrect, and then let the Rakshasa King rush into the flesh and blood channel, swinging the sword wildly to chop the flesh and blood. Rakshasa King is cursed. His four-dimensional attributes are permanently increased by 10. Rakshasa King has died. The Rakshasa King advanced less than 10 meters before being killed by the flesh and blood monster. Then Zhang Yuan waited again on the spot for King Rakshasa to revive and let King Rakshasa continue to lead the way. Seeing King Luosha clearing the way without complaint, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. King Luosha, although you are dead, you can be resurrected. You died and resurrected and died again. You jumped back and forth in front of the gates of hell and lost countless lives. The flesh and blood of the king's body did not increase, so why bother digging through it? In ancient times, there was Yugong moving mountains. Today, there are Rakshasa digging up corpses. It's the same principle. When the newly resurrected Rakshasa King heard Zhang Yuan's words, he seemed to give Zhang Yuan a blank look. Then he picked up the sword again and rushed in to clear the way. This was repeated countless times before the Rakshasa King finally dug to the chest cavity of the king's body and entered an empty space. There are no internal organs in the chest cavity. The dome is made of flesh and blood supported by huge ribs, and in the middle of the chest cavity, a black stone is suspended. Zhang Yuan uses the Eye of the Abyss through the Rakshasa King. First level awakening stone, God level. Note, transformed from the essence of a certain king. The one who awakens using this awakening stone will gain the power of the king. That's the God level awakening stone. After several hours of digging, Zhang Yuan finally saw the awakening stone he had been longing for and became completely excited. However, despite his excitement, Zhang Yuan remained calm and did not enter the body himself. The boss did not appear, and those flesh and blood monsters were not solved. In this case, the dead Rakshasa King was enough. Under Zhang Yuan's control, the Rakshasa King walked towards the awakening stone, but after only a few steps, a large number of flesh and blood monsters grew out of the flesh and blood ground. A cursory glance revealed that there were hundreds of them. So much? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but frown when he saw the flesh and blood monster blocking the Rakshasa King's path. With the ability of the Rakshasa King, he could not break through the defense line of those flesh and blood monsters. It seems that I can only skip classes so far. If I want to get the awakening stone, I still have to find the boss who controls these monsters. Zhang Yuan let King Rakshasa be killed by the flesh and blood monsters, and then waited for King Rakshasa to be resurrected. This time, Zhang Yuan did not let King Rakshasa enter the corpse, but asked him to climb up along the surface of the corpse to find the boss. Zhang Yuan was also busy, circling the giant corpse looking for clues. There is no unpassable copy in the world. Now that this copy has been created, no matter how difficult it is, there must be a way to pass it. Zhang Yuan walked around the corpse and soon found a flesh and blood monster entangled in water plants and motionless at the rotten wound on the corpse's shoulder. Indeed, a monster with four-dimensional attributes of 0, even if its level is 30, is powerless after being entangled by ordinary water plants. Rakshasa King, come quickly. Zhang Yuan saw the flesh and blood monster entangled by water plants, and suddenly an idea came to him. He immediately called the Rakshasa King to his side. Go touch it. The Rakshasa King immediately followed the order and touched the flesh monster with his hand. Rakshasa King is cursed. His four-dimensional attributes are permanently increased by 10. A prompt appeared on the panel that the Rakshasa King's attributes were permanently improved, and the immobile flesh and blood monster was unable to attack the Rakshasa King. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan showed a perverted smile on his face. Isn't this the place to brush up your attributes? Chapter 54: The Cursed King's Conspiracy. Zhang Yuan licked his lips and tried to touch the flesh monster. Suffering from a special curse, four-dimensional attributes permanently plus 10. A prompt appeared on the panel, and Zhang Yuan's four-dimensional attributes were increased by 10 points. Sure enough, anyone who touches these monsters will be cursed. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yuan and King Rakshasa immediately took each side and poked the flesh monster with their fingers, causing the monster to curse them continuously. Suffering from a special curse, four-dimensional attributes permanently plus 10. Suffering from a special curse, four-dimensional attributes permanently plus 10. Every 10 seconds, the attributes of Zhang Yuan and Rakshasa King will permanently increase by 10. Zhang Yuan has been squatting here to brush up his attributes and even forgot the purpose of coming to this copy. Just like leveling up, brushing up on attributes is addictive. When all 4 attributes of Rakshasa King reach 1,000, he will no longer be cursed. It seems that the upper limit is 1,000 points. It's a pity that I can't grind infinitely. When Zhang Yuan saw that the Rakshasa King's attributes were no longer increasing, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Soon, his attributes reached the upper limit. At this moment, without counting the increase from the copy curse, his mental attribute has reached 4,280 points. With this mental power bonus, even if he uses an ordinary iron sword, without the bonus from Qi Xiao and Zhang Lu, his damage can exceed 100,000. TSK, I didn't expect that I could get this kind of reward by clearing this dungeon. Zhang Yuan was very satisfied with his current gains, but his happiness did not last long as he became distressed again. He still hadn't found the boss who controlled those flesh and blood monsters. If you can't find the boss, you can't deal with the flesh and blood monsters. If you can't deal with the flesh and blood monsters, you can't get the God-level awakening stone. Zhang Yuan was very distressed as he couldn't get the treasure even though it was right in front of him. The king's flesh and blood. What kind of freak is this cursed king? Why is it that even though he's dead, his flesh and blood can still become a monster? Yes, this guy is the cursed king. Zhang Yuan was still complaining about those troublesome flesh and blood monsters when suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Although the Eye of the Abyss only said that this corpse that was bigger than a mountain was the remains of a certain king, he knew that the king's burial ground dungeon came into being because of the fall of the cursed king. This huge corpse is most likely the cursed king. And Zhang Yuan just happened to have the cursed king's weapon, the blade of the cursed king. Perhaps this is the only solution to this copy. Zhang Yuan felt that the logic of his conjecture made sense, so he immediately took out the blade of the cursed king and stabbed it at the motionless flesh and blood monster. Sizzle! The cracked blade of the cursed king easily pierced the flesh and blood monster's body, and the monster immediately emitted black smoke and then disappeared. Successfully killed the king's flesh and blood. Experience plus 0. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest, 72/100000. Finally succeeded. When Zhang Yuan saw the kill information, he was extremely excited and didn't even care why he gained 0 experience after killing the monster. After finding a way to kill the flesh and blood monster, Zhang Yuan no longer let King Rakshasa fight alone. The two of them entered the flesh and blood passage opened up by King Rakshasa together. The Rakshasa King walked in front as bait, and when the flesh and blood monsters attacked the Rakshasa King, Zhang Yuan immediately used the blade of the cursed king to finish off and kill those monsters. In this way, Zhang Yuan killed his way into the chest of the cursed king and used the Rakshasa king to lure monsters, killing the flesh and blood monsters that blocked his way one by one. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest, 1982/100000. Finally, when the progress of the artifact mission reached 1982, Zhang Yuan finally cleared all the monsters in his chest. The killing is finally over. Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not relax and asked King Rakshasa to get the Awakening Stone in case there was any trap. Successfully cleared the king's Boneyard dungeon. Obtain the first level Awakening Stone, God level. The copy clearance prompt appeared. Zhang Yuan obtained the God level Awakening Stone, and the copy teleportation exit appeared next to him. Is this the end? Zhang Yuan was stunned when he looked at the Awakening Stone in his hand and the copy teleportation exit. Although the difficulty of this dungeon was extremely high, it was within Zhang Yuan's acceptable range. Moreover, he didn't even fight a boss, but only encountered some small monsters. Even if he had the Cursed Heart and the Blade of the Cursed King to help him, it would be too easy to clear this dungeon. If other professionals come, as long as they have the Heart of the Curse and the Blade of the Cursed King, and their own strength is stronger, they can easily pass this dungeon. The dungeon rewards and difficulty were completely mismatched, which made Zhang Yuan smell a conspiracy. Talent, I am a legend, is triggered, and a myth trial is found in the dungeon, and the myth trial opening item is forced to drop. Suddenly, such a prompt appeared on Zhang Yuan's panel, and then a normal-sized black heart suddenly appeared where the Awakening Stone was placed. Mythical Trial. When Zhang Yuan saw that his talent had triggered a mythical trial, his pupils suddenly shrank and a huge wave of fear rose in his heart. There really is a huge secret hidden in this copy, and the Eye of the Abyss has also given a hint. Zhang Yuan immediately used Eye of the Abyss on the black heart. Heart of the Cursed King, God level. Note: the fallen king will eventually return. The fallen king will eventually return. When Zhang Yuan saw the note on the cursed king's heart, he suddenly thought of a terrible situation. The cursed king will be resurrected, and the key is the Cursed King's Blade and the God-level Awakening Stone. If Zhang Yuanjin uses this God-level Awakening Stone to awaken, he will probably be possessed by the cursed king sooner or later. This cursed king has a really vicious plan. He set the dungeon as a single-player dungeon and used the God-level Awakening Stone as bait. Those who can pass this dungeon and get the God-level Awakening Stone are the rare geniuses among the human race and will be fully trained by the Great Xia Empire. In this way, once the Cursed King is resurrected, he will become even more powerful than before. When Zhang Yuan thought of this, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Even after his death, the Cursed King was still plotting against the Great Xia Empire. If it weren't for his talent for forcibly triggering the trial, the Cursed King's plot would have most likely succeeded. Once he walks out of this copy today, everything will be over. Although the Abyss has idiots like Odysseus and Ishtar, it also has terrifying enemies like the Cursed King. The Abyss really should not be underestimated. In Zhang Yuan's mind, the points that Odysseus and Ishtar had pulled down for the Abyss were pulled back by the Cursed King, and even went up like crazy. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and picked up the heart of the Cursed King. Do you want to awaken the soul of the Cursed King and start the myth trial? Warning: this trial is extremely dangerous. A red warning message actually appeared on Zhang Yuan's panel, which was enough to show that the upcoming trial might be beyond imagination. Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly. I have been trapped now. If I leave now, I will only become a puppet of the Cursed King. Now this myth trial is the only chance for me to fight to the death. How can I retreat? Begin the trial. Chapter 55. My attack ignores defense, and it still hurts. As Zhang Yuan chose to start the trial, thick black gas suddenly emerged from the black heart in his hand, and then the black gas turned into a black vortex and directly sucked him in. Zhang Yuan came to his senses and found himself on a platform suspended in the fog. The Rakshasa King has disappeared, and the storage space is disabled, so the scroll to return to the city cannot be used. It's a desperate situation from the beginning. Zhang Yuan glanced at the surroundings. The area of the platform where he was only about 100 square meters, and outside the platform was endless thick fog, making it impossible to see what was outside. There is no escape from this place. I never thought that someone could see through my plan and come here. At this moment, a low and magnetic voice sounded on the platform, and then a handsome man in a black robe with an obsidian brooch hanging on his chest appeared out of thin air. If the man's eyes were not red and he had goat-like horns on his head, Zhang Yuan would have found it difficult to tell whether he was a human or a demon. As soon as the Cursed King appeared, his aura was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Zhang Yuan immediately used Eye of the Abyss. Unable to detect target. Not surprisingly, Zhang Yuan failed to obtain any information about the Cursed King. A mere level 22 human actually wants to detect me. You are truly courageous. The Cursed King smiled at Zhang Yuan jokingly, and then probed Zhang Yuan, Swordmaster? I've never heard of this profession. You humans really like to create some fancy professions. Excluding equipment and other enhancements, your basic attributes are so high at level 22. It seems that your profession is quite powerful. If you grow up, you will be a great threat to the abyss. It's a pity that you have to die here today. The Cursed King stretched out his slender index finger and pointed at Zhang Yuan in the air. The Cursed Heart is invalid, and all curses are transformed into negative effects. The Cursed Heart has lost its effect? When Zhang Yuan saw the prompt, his pupils shrank slightly. The Cursed King smiled and said, Your Cursed Heart is originally my power. As long as I take it back, all the curses inflicted on you will become negative effects again. You won't even need me to do anything. You will be dead within 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. The Cursed King counted down confidently, but halfway through he noticed something was wrong, and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. Huh? Why is the curse ineffective on you? Zhang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that he was not cursed. It seemed that Qi Xiao could resist the curse of the Cursed King. The reason why he dared to enter this mythical trial was because Qi Xiao had a passive ability that made him immune to mental attacks. Curse is also a mental attack. Qi Xiao is immune to it, and the Cursed King is called this name, which means that the Cursed King's signature method is curse. As long as the Cursed King cannot ignore Qi Xiao's passive, Zhang Yuan will be immune to most of the Cursed King's methods. In this way, Zhang Yuan also has the possibility of passing this mythical trial. I see. Is your special weapon immune to my curse? The Cursed King soon discovered the reason why Zhang Yuan could ignore the curse and said with a smile, How interesting. Ordinary equipment cannot resist my curse. It seems that your special weapon is of the artifact level, and the grade is high enough. However, if you think that this king only has the curse skill, then you are too naive. The Cursed King was not at all panicked. He grinned and emanated an extremely strong aura from his body, which made Zhang Yuan breathless. Zhang Yuan subconsciously lowered his head, feeling frightened. Can't beat. Absolutely no win. Facing the terrifying Cursed King, Zhang Yuan's reason and emotions were both telling him that he was absolutely no match for the Cursed King. Under the strong pressure from the Cursed King, Zhang Yuan's limbs were even shaking, and he couldn't even hold the sword steadily. The Cursed King continued to laugh and said, You are indeed quite good, young human. You can still stand under my pressure. If it were any other human, they would have already fallen to the ground like a dog, wagging their tails and begging for mercy. I have always admired geniuses, so I can give you a chance. If you are willing to submit to me, I will grant you the identity of an abyss demon and grant you a piece of territory in the abyss. How do you think? Zhang Yuan, who was originally afraid of the pressure from the Cursed King, laughed after hearing what the Cursed King said. What are you laughing at? When the Cursed King saw Zhang Yuan trembling with fear, but with a smile on his face, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. It was the first time he met someone like Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan looked up and looked into the eyes of the Cursed King, and said with a smile, Cursed King, your inconsistent behavior finally allowed me to find the key to breaking the deadlock. The Cursed King's pupils shrank slightly, and he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Zhang Yuan continued, Since this is a mythological trial, I am the trial taker and you are the examiner. You and I both need to abide by the rules of this mythological trial. At the beginning, you sealed the effects of my cursed heart without hesitation and wanted to use various curses to kill me. This shows that you really want to kill me. Later, you found that the curse was ineffective. Logically, you should have used other means to kill me, but you didn't. Instead, you began to use your aura to try to make me surrender. Curse King, does your inconsistent behavior mean that you must use the curse to kill me in this myth trial copy? Curse King. Zhang Yuan saw the Curse King's silence and laughed even more happily. It seems that my bet was right. Even you, the Curse King, cannot defy the rules of the world. A trial is a trial. Even if it is a mythical trial, there is always a chance of passing it. There is no such thing as a dead end. And my Qi Xiao is the key to passing this trial. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword formation space opened up and Qi Xiao floated in front of Zhang Yuan. The red air waves spread out in all directions, dispersing the curse fog around. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. Really awesome. The cursed king suddenly laughed out loud. It's been a long time since I met someone as interesting as you. It seems that it's not a coincidence that you came here. You are right. This myth trial is a curse trial. No matter what method you use, as long as you can withstand this king's curse, you have a chance of passing the trial. It's just a possibility. The cursed king grinned at Zhang Yuan. If you want to pass the trial, you still need to defeat me. However, even though my strength is less than 1,000th of its peak, you are only a level 22 kid. Even if you use all your strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to break my defense, right? I only need to slowly wear down the durability of your equipment, and I will be able to kill you anyway. Zhang Yuan suddenly laughed out loud. Cursed king, what a pity. The cursed king was startled. What are you laughing at? Zhang Yuan shook his head and taunted the cursed king. Perhaps, you abyss demons and I are just born to be incompatible. What a coincidence. My attacks ignore defense, and they hurt. Qi Shao disappeared out of thin air, and 10 sword formations unfolded around the cursed king. Qi Shao, Zhan Lu, and 8 iron swords shot at the cursed king from 10 different directions. Chapter 56. The Limits of Human Capability. Qi Shao and Zhan Lu attacked the cursed king at the same time. With 3280 mental strength, the combined attack power of the two special weapons was 4,000, plus a 1,152% burst damage bonus, and a 21-fold damage bonus. The two special weapons directly caused 60 million in damage. -639-84211. The horrific damage directly stunned the cursed king. At the same time, 8 iron swords that had benefited from the critical hit damage and damage increase of Qi Shao and Zhanlu followed closely and hit the cursed king again. -1279680. Another string of damage numbers of 1.27 million burst out from the cursed king's head. The cursed king was hit by 2 nuclear explosions in succession. He was so frightened that he gave up his skill of receiving the body, distanced himself from Zhang Yuan, and asked in surprise, "Boy, what kind of damage did you do to him?" "I told you, it's going to hurt." Zhang Yuan chuckled and flew towards the cursed king with his sword again. The 8 iron swords disrupted the cursed king's sight. Qi Shao and Zhan Lu led the main attack. The cursed king cannot use any offensive skills other than the curse system in this trial copy. In addition, he is just a remnant soul and his strength is less than 1,000th of his peak strength. It is quite difficult for him to avoid Zhang Yuan's attack at this moment. Qi Shao hit, -479-88158. Zhanlu hits, -1599-6052. The iron sword hits, -159,960. Damage numbers of varying sizes kept popping up above the cursed king's head, making him sweat profusely.
Impossible. Impossible.
It's okay that you can ignore my defense, but why is your damage so high? The cursed king was completely frightened by Zhang Yuan's damage. He originally thought that even if Zhang Yuan used up all the durability of his weapon, he would not be able to wear down his skin. But from now on, before the durability of Zhang Yuan's weapon is used up, his physical strength must be completely used up first. While the cursed king was shocked, he was stabbed twice more and his breathing became rapid. "Don't get too carried away, kid." The cursed king roared, and he directly cast various curses on himself, comprehensively improving all his attributes. Boss second stage. Soon, Zhang Yuan's sword-riding speed could not catch up with the cursed king. The cursed king stood in midair, looking down at Zhang Yuan below. "Ha ha, kid. I have to admit that your damage is indeed very high. If I continue to be attacked by you, I might be worn down to death by you, but unfortunately, your flying sword is too slow. As long as I am fast enough, you will not be able to hit me." Zhang Yuan's eyes focused, and he put the flying swords into the sword formation space, and then opened them around the cursed king. However, before the 10 flying swords could pierce the cursed king teleported to other places. The cursed king continued to cast various curses on himself, and his physical and mental strength began to recover rapidly. Zhang Yuan looked at the smiling cursed king and realized for the first time the shortcomings of his own attack methods. The speed of his flying sword is more than enough to deal with low-level monsters, and no monster can dodge it. But once the enemy becomes faster and his flying sword can't catch up, he won't be able to inflict any damage. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuan does not have the skill to make his flying sword hit the target. Even if he realizes his shortcomings, he cannot change the situation now. "Boy, you've run out of tricks, right?" The cursed king sneered. "Although you are immune to my curse, if you don't defeat me, you can't leave this place. At most, You will starve to death in half a month. Human beings are so fragile. Faced with the ridicule of the Cursed King, Zhang Yuan fell silent. Indeed, he now had no other means to deal with the Cursed King. Although he could use Mental Storm to deal tens of millions of damage to a single target after equipping Qi Xiao and Zhan Lu, without the bonus of the Cursed Heart, he could not rely on the curse to restore his mental strength. The Mental Storm could not be used more than a few times, and it was obviously not enough to kill the Cursed King. Is it still impossible to do it? Zhang Yuan was somewhat unwilling to accept this, but that was the fact, and his ability had its limits. After all, he is only level 22, and his opponent is the King of the Abyss. Even if he has fallen, he is still the king. This is definitely not something Zhang Yuan can defeat at his current stage. Myth trial. It is indeed extremely dangerous with an exclamation mark. Zhang Yuan thought about this and laughed out loud. In this situation, we can only try to have fun despite the hardship. You can still smile in such a desperate situation. I have to say, you are quite optimistic. The Curse King smiled at Zhang Yuan and said, I still say the same thing. If you are willing to work for me, I will let you go. Not only that, I will also give you the power of the Abyss and let you directly reach level 70. With your talent, you are capable of sweeping away all of humanity at level 70. Zhang Yuan sneered, even if I starve to death here, I will never eat a bite of your food. Haha, then I will wait for you to starve to death. The Cursed King sneered and stopped trying to persuade Zhang Yuan to surrender, but just kept his distance from him. During this period, Zhang Yuan also tried to launch a sneak attack on the Cursed King, but the Cursed King remained vigilant and all of Zhang Yuan's sneak attacks ended in failure. And just like that, 5 days passed. Zhang Yuan was so hungry that he was lying on the ground, unable to move. Hunger and thirst were slowly wearing away Zhang Yuan's will. Boy, it's only been 5 days, and you can't hold on any longer? The Cursed King, who was not far away, looked at Zhang Yuan lying on the ground with ridicule. What's the point of having such a good talent? Won't you still starve to death in the end? Humans are flawed creatures. You have a short lifespan. You will die if you don't eat or drink water, and you are extremely prone to premature death. Yet, it is you, a group of fragile creatures who occupy all the sunlight in this world. How unfair is this to the Abyss? Zhang Yuan, human ability has its limits. How about you stop being human? Zhang Yuan still sneered and said weakly, it doesn't matter if I die here. I have already brought the Cursed King's Blade and the God-level Awakening Stone in. From now on, no one will step into this copy. Your plan has failed, and you will be trapped here forever, accompanied by my corpse. Cursed King, I lost, but you didn't win either. Cursed King. The Cursed King fell silent. It was obvious that Zhang Yuan had touched his sore spot. In fact, when the Cursed King used the power of the curse to strengthen himself, he had already thought of 100 ways to exploit loopholes in the copy and deal with Zhang Yuan. He just needs to wrap his fist with the power of the curse and then fight Zhang Yuan in close combat, which can also be considered a curse attack. Although the curse is ineffective against Zhang Yuan, given his attributes, normal attacks can kill Zhang Yuan. But he didn't do it, because he also thought of the consequence that Zhang Yuan mentioned at that time. Now, the Cursed Heart, the Blade of the Cursed King, and the God-level Awakening Stone have all been taken into the trial copy by Zhang Yuan. Even if someone can pass the King's Boneyard copy in the future, he will not be able to get the God-level Awakening Stone, and he will be trapped here forever. Seeing the Cursed King remain silent, Zhang Yuan laughed again and said weakly, Cursed King, you said that humans are fragile. I admit that. But how about we have a competition of will and courage? You, a king of the abyss, do you have the courage to perish together with a nobody like me? Chapter 57 Devil's Contract. The Cursed King never imagined that one day he would be forced into such a situation by a human boy. But the fact is, if Zhang Yuan doesn't want to be trapped here forever, he cannot die. However, the Cursed King did not want to admit defeat and said coldly, Boy, you humans are all cowards. No matter how beautiful your words are, they cannot cover up your fear of death and desire to survive. I want to see if you are really not afraid of death. In response to the Cursed King's words, Zhang Yuan just smiled and closed his eyes to save energy. Of course he is afraid of death, so he needs to imagine death as sleep. A sleep from which one will never wake. Just like that, 3 more days passed. All functions of Zhang Yuan's body had completely weakened. He was breathing in but not out, and it seemed that he would not live for more than a few minutes. The Cursed King looked at Zhang Yuan lying on the ground, and a hint of horror flashed in his red eyes. He never imagined that Zhang Yuan could actually overcome the fear of death and the desire to live. Now Zhang Yuan has completely lost consciousness. If he doesn't take action, Zhang Yuan will definitely die, and he will be trapped in this narrow trial copy forever. The Cursed King is a man who can endure loneliness. He can wait in this place for dozens or even hundreds of years for his plan, but he can never accept being trapped here forever. Boy, you are so cruel. The Cursed King cursed angrily, and finally could only restore the effect of Zhang Yuan's cursed heart. He then used a death curse, hunger curse, and dehydration curse on Zhang Yuan to restore Zhang Yuan to full condition. Zhang Yuan opened his eyes again. Although he still felt hungry and thirsty psychologically, at least his body had regained its vitality. Zhang Yuan stood up and looked at the Cursed King with a smile. It seems that I won in the end. You dare not die with me. The Cursed King asked back, aren't you afraid that I have other means of resurrection? Then I'll just die. Zhang Yuan spread his hands. Do I have any other choice? Cursed King, I said, you can join the abyss. I can directly give you the title of Duke and make you a big shot in the abyss. Zhang Yuan, I said, I won't join the abyss. Heske, he's died once before, but his bones are still so hard. The Cursed King sighed and then said, boy, how about we each take a step back? Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows. You speak first. Cursed King, I can admit defeat and let you pass this myth trial, but the prerequisite is that you must sign a devil contract with me. Devil's contract? Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He had heard of this kind of contract. A small number of humans will sign a contract with the abyss demons and gain powerful strength from them, but they will also pay a corresponding price and may even need to sell their own souls. Once, a high-ranking official of the Great Xia Empire signed a contract with the abyss demon in order to prolong his life. Relying on the power of the demon, he gained a longer life, but the price was to become a traitor and betray the Great Xia Empire. In the end, the traitor caused immeasurable losses to the Great Xia Empire. The Cursed King saw Zhang Yuan's expression of resistance, but he didn't care. He smiled and said, Zhang Yuan, this is the biggest concession I can make. Perhaps you humans have a misunderstanding of the demon contract, but in fact, the demon contract is the fairest contract in the world. To gain benefits, you must pay a price. This is only natural. After signing the devil's contract, both of us must abide by the terms of the contract, and no one can disobey. Zhang Yuan was silent for a moment, then asked, what is the content of the devil's contract? The Cursed King spread out his palms, and a ball of purple fire ignited in his palms. Finally, the flames condensed into a parchment scroll filled with demonic language. Then the parchment scroll floated in front of Zhang Yuan. See for yourself. Zhang Yuan immediately used the Eye of the Abyss on the parchment scroll. Cursed King's contract. Covenanted demon. Artis. Contract object. Zhang Yuan. Content. Cursed King Artis will admit defeat in the myth trial and let Zhang Yuan pass the myth trial. In return, 50% of the experience Zhang Yuan needs to gain before level 70 will be given to Artis. 50% of the experience. Why don't you go and grab it? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but curse when he saw the content of the contract. It takes more than 1 million experience points for him to level up now, and the experience points he needs will increase in the future. If he gives 50% to Artis, he can't even imagine how hard it will be for him to level up in the future. Artis sneered and said, boy, we abyss demons always seek fair trade. The reward you get from clearing the mythology dungeon is completely worthy of the 50% experience points I give you. I even get less than what I want. Zhang Yuan, if I'm assigned to level 70, does that mean you'll be resurrected the day I reach level 70? Artis did not hide his purpose. You should be aware of our current situation. I must be resurrected, otherwise I can't save you. Zhang Yuan thought about it for a while. Although it would be very risky to revive the Cursed King, he would be level 70 by then, and he would have already collected all 10 special weapons and fully refined them. The Cursed King in his peak state may not be his opponent. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan looked at Artis and said, if this is all the content of the contract, then I can sign it. Artis sneered, humph. Don't confuse me with those useless demons who play tricks. I don't even bother to set traps in the content of the demon contract. Zhang Yuan didn't believe what Artis said, but he had no other choice now. Do you want to sign a devil contract with the Cursed King Artis? Note, Artis was once a demon king, and signing a contract with him may lead to unknown consequences. Confirm. Zhang Yuan chose to sign the contract, and the floating parchment scroll was immediately burned to ashes by the flames. The contract comes into effect. A prompt indicating that the contract was effective appeared on the panel, and then Aridi's entire body was engulfed in flames. Artis, who was in the fire, looked at Zhang Yuan with a smile. Zhang Yuan, I am looking forward to the day when you reach level 70. By then, I will return in my prime. I wonder if you can stop me by then? Zhang Yuan, Eretz, I will definitely stop you. Haha, let's wait and see. Artis was burned to ashes by the flames. Successfully killed the remaining soul of the cursed king. Experience plus 10 million, minus 50%. Obtain the first level awakening stone, God level. The heart of the cursed king, God level. Heart of the cursed king, God level. The curse effect applied to oneself is transformed into a positive effect. All attacks have curse attributes, and an impure curse is randomly applied to the target except the holder, with no equipment level restrictions and does not occupy equipment slots. Complete the myth trial and obtain the title, Cursed King. Cursed King title, unique all attributes plus 10,000, can command spiritual abyss monsters. Ding. It is detected that the host has achieved the achievement Conspiracy with the King, and the reward is awakening the God level talent. Congratulations to the host for awakening the God level talent, Abyss King. Abyss King. Every time you kill an abyss monster, the four-dimensional attributes will be permanently increased by 1 point. Clear the King's Boneyard Dungeon. Obtain God's Stone *2. Obtain a Professional Skill Scroll *1. Get Primary Skill Scroll *1000. Chapter 58 Super Big Harvest. A large number of reward prompts appeared on the panel, almost blinding Zhang Yuan's eyes. Check out your current properties now. Name, Zhang Yuan. Title, Cursed King. Occupation, Sword Master, only 1. Level, 24, 22%. Strength, 12,860. Agility, 12,740. Spirit, 14,340.
Physique, 12740.
Special attributes of the profession. Critical hit rate, 33%. Critical hit damage, 330%. Talents, Absolute Luck, level 1. I am a sword immortal, level 2. Eye of the Abyss, Fearless Body, I am a legend, King of the Abyss. Equipment, Iron Sword Box, 10 out of 10. Divine Sword Qishao, Divine Sword Zhanlu, Imperial Special Merit Badge, Cursed Necklace, Cursed Ring, Heart of the Cursed King, Blade of the Cursed King. Skills, Sword Formation, level 5, Sword Control, level 5, Sword Formation Space, Attribute Conversion, level 5, Poison Resistance, level 10, Mental Storm, Wind Control, Block Intuition. Sign, Sixth Fate. At this time, Zhang Yuan's four-dimensional attributes have become so exaggerated that he no longer looks like a human being. He is more like a humanoid boss, and his combat power has increased several times. Is this the reward for the myth trial? I didn't expect it to be a title. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh that only a very few people can obtain this title, which is equivalent to a replaceable talent and has a huge effect. As for the newly awakened God-level talent of King of the Abyss, Zhang Yuan could not imagine how terrifying his attributes would grow when he killed monsters on a large scale in the Abyss battlefield in the future. The strong will always be strong. Zhang Yuan is only level 24, but the gap between him and ordinary professionals is getting bigger and bigger without him noticing. After looking at Big Head's reward, Zhang Yuan couldn't wait to take out the exclusive skill scroll. A professional can learn up to 3 profession-specific skills before reaching level 30. The sword formation space and attribute conversion of the sword formation master provided great help to Zhang Yuan in actual combat. Now Zhang Yuan is looking forward to what his last career exclusive skill will be before reaching level 30. Use class-specific skill scrolls. Skills acquired. Sword Intent Acceleration, level 1. Sword Intent Acceleration, level 1. The flying speed of the flying sword increases by 100%. Increase the flying speed of the flying sword. Why didn't this skill come earlier? When Zhang Yuan saw that he had acquired a new exclusive skill, he couldn't help but curse. If he had acquired this skill earlier, he wouldn't have been tortured by the Cursed King for so long. However, despite all the complaints, this new skill solved a major pain point for Zhang Yuan, which is something to be happy about. After using the profession-specific skill scroll, Zhang Yuan took out the primary skill scroll. Before reaching level 30, professionals can learn 5 general skills in addition to 3 exclusive skills. Zhang Yuan obtained 1,000 skill scrolls in this dungeon, which is enough to learn all the general skills. With 1,000 elementary skill scrolls, there should be at least some useful skills, right? Zhang Yuan had no intention of leaving the trial space. He just sat there and used the basic skill scroll. A large number of primary skill scrolls were thrown down, and white light flashed. Skills acquired. Cooking Mastery, level 10. Cooking Mastery, level 10. The food you cook is quite delicious. Skills acquired. Poison Mastery, level 10. Poison Mastery, level 10 increase poison damage by 100%. Skills acquired. Medical Expertise, level 10. Potion Enhancement, level 10 increases potion healing effect by 100%. Skills acquired. Hidden Weapon Expertise, level 10. Hidden Weapon Mastery, level 10 increases the damage of flying objects by 100%. As hundreds of primary skill scrolls were used up, Zhang Yuan gained 4 general skills that were of little use. This is also the disadvantage of general skills. If you are unlucky, the skills you obtain may be useless. No. This Hidden Weapon Mastery increases the damage of flying objects by 100%. Does my flying sword count as a flying object? Zhang Yuan noticed the description of one of the skills and suddenly had an idea. He immediately took out a test wooden man from the storage space to test the damage. An iron sword pierces the test wooden man. Minus 389,439. Nearly 390,000 damages. Normally, without equipping Qishao and Zhanlu, with the 20x damage bonus from the talent, the damage of an iron sword should be more than 370,000. But now the damage is 390,000, which is exactly 21x damage bonus. It works. Zhang Yuan did some calculations and was surprised to find that the flying sword could trigger the effect of Hidden Weapon Mastery. Finally, there is a good skill among the general skills. After sorting out the newly acquired equipment, talents, and skills, Zhang Yuan rubbed his hands excitedly again, preparing for the highlight of this harvest. 2 Godstones, 2 new special weapons. Zhang Yuan took out the Compass of Destiny from the storage space and put the 2 newly acquired Divine Stones into it. Double draw. The 2 Divine Stones turned into light spots and dissipated in the Compass of Destiny. A large number of cards rolled in it, and then the magic circle in the compass glowed red. 2 red cards with azure swords printed on them flew out and eventually transformed into 2 divine swords, Zhanlu. The Zhanlu in the sword formation space flew out on its own and merged with the 2 new Zhanlu. The Zhanlu suddenly burst out with extremely terrifying power, and Zhang Yuan felt as if he was submerged in an ocean. Exclusive Sword Zhanlu, level 3 attack power plus 3000, damage plus 300%, automatically protects the owner. The holder is immune to water attribute attacks. The damage caused by the holder will be converted into a temporary shield that lasts for 1 minute. No equipment level limit. Artifact Quest. Find the Zhanlu Stone, 0/1. Note: one of the 10 great swords, it protects the master, destroys demons, and cleanses the world. Hiss. When Zhang Yuan saw the new attributes of Zhanlu's entry, he couldn't help but take a breath. The skill of converting the damage caused into a temporary shield is considered a magical skill for other output professions, but for Zhang Yuan, it is already cheating. Zhang Yuan's damage has already been seriously overflowing. If Qi Shao and Zhanlu attack together, the damage will be counted in billions, which is equivalent to hundreds of millions of shield value. Zhang Yuan couldn't think of who would be able to kill him after he launched a normal attack. I can only say that the special weapons are worthy of being special weapons. They haven't even been fully refined yet, but the attributes are already so exaggerated. It's hard to imagine what kind of terrifying panels these special weapons will have after they are fully refined. Zhang Yuan was quite satisfied with the properties of his refined level 3 Zhanlu, but he had never heard of the Zhanlu stone required for the artifact mission, so he could only put the mission on hold for the time being. After sorting out the spoils, Zhang Yuan, whose excitement had faded, suddenly felt unbearable hunger and thirst. He immediately took out the dry food and water stored in the storage space and ate and drank them. After having a good meal and a good drink, Zhang Yuan left the copy contentedly. However, as soon as he came out, he smelled an extremely strong smell of blood in the air. There was a roar in the distance. The sword formation was immediately deployed, and 10 iron swords appeared out of thin air, surrounding Zhang Yuan. Chapter 59. A treasure land for brushing attributes. Several feather arrows flew through the air and were cut off by Zhang Yuan's iron sword. Zhang Yuan looked in the direction where the arrows came from and saw several abyss monsters rushing towards him. Use Eye of the Abyss. Abyss Archer, Elite. Level, 35. Strength, 12,000. Agility, 15,000. Spirit, 3,000.
Physique, 5000.
Skill, Demon Breaking Arrow, 3 consecutive shots. Hellhound. Level, 30. Strength, 2,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 500.
Physique, 3000.
Skills, Sprint, Hellscream. Seeing that their first attack failed, several abyss archers drew their bows and drew their arrows again. However, before their arrows were shot out, they were shot into sieves by Zhang Yuan's flying sword. Successfully killed the Abyss Archer, experience plus 30,000, minus 50%. Successfully killed the Hellhound, experience plus 20,000, minus 50%. Get Abyss Archer Heart, *1. Hellhound Teeth, *2. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest, 1990/100000. The talent of the Abyss King is triggered, and the four-dimensional attributes are permanently plus 8. A series of prompts flashed on the panel, and before Zhang Yuan had time to check, he heard screams from afar. Someone was attacked. Zhang Yuan immediately rushed towards the direction where the sound came from, and saw a knight holding a large shield to block the attack of more than a dozen hellhounds. Behind him was an archer with a leg bitten off, and a nurse who was treating the archer. Zhang Yuan could clearly see that there were still human clothes and some meat scraps at the corners of the mouths of several hellhounds. It was obvious that they had just eaten people. Brute! Zhang Yuan snorted coldly and shot out his flying sword. Before the hellhounds could even scream, all of their energy turned into Zhang Yuan's experience. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest, 1996/100000. Abyss King, four-dimensional attributes plus 6. The three people who were being besieged saw the hellhound being killed by Zhang Yuan, and immediately looked at Zhang Yuan with gratitude. Thank you. If you hadn't come to our rescue, I'm afraid the three of us would have died here today. Zhang Yuan, what on earth happened? Isn't this behind the Great Xia Empire's defense line? Seeing that Zhang Yuan didn't know what was going on, Qi Tu's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he replied, the Abyss army has broken through our army's first position, and the main force has retreated to the second position.
So fast.
Zhang Yuan's eyes changed slightly. The Great Xia Empire had built three major lines of defense on the Abyss battlefield, which were called the three major positions. The first position is located deep in the Abyss battlefield, less than 100 kilometers away from the entrance of the Abyss. The second position is located on the edge of the Abyss battlefield, 500 kilometers away from the entrance of the Abyss. The King's Burial Ground dungeon is located between the first and second positions. The third position is also the border of the Great Xia Empire. If the third position is broken, the army of the Abyss will march straight in, and the entire territory of the Great Xia Empire will be dragged into the war by the Abyss. Zhang Yuankai had only been in the King's Burial Ground for 8 days when the first position fell. How brutal was this war? A trace of fear flashed in Qi Tu's eyes, and he continued, this war is too brutal. A Duke-level demon came from the Abyss, and even Bai Lao was seriously injured. If it weren't for the timely rescue of the God of War, I'm afraid Bai Lao would have died on the battlefield. Zhang Yuan's expression changed drastically. Is Mr. Bai seriously injured? At this time, the nurse barely stopped the archer's bleeding and said to the knight, Captain, Brother Li is seriously injured and won't last long. Captain, we have lost 2 companions now. We must give up this mission and go back to let Brother Li receive treatment from the advanced healer. Hearing the nanny's words, Qi Tu clenched his fists unwillingly. Damn it! Zhang Yuan asked, what is your mission? The rider hesitated. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan immediately took out the Qianlong badge and said, don't worry, I am Zhang Yuan from the Qianlong detachment. I can help you complete the task. When the knight saw the 2-bar and 2-star symbol on the badge, he immediately stood in awe and saluted, saying, reporting to Lieutenant Colonel Zhang Yuan, we are a scout team affiliated with the 2nd Legion. Our mission is to explore an Abyss stronghold in the northwest. At this point, Qi Tu's voice choked a little. However, our team was sniped by the Abyss army while on the march, and 2 of our companions were killed. We are currently unable to carry out the mission. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. I understand. You retreat first, and leave the task of exploring the stronghold to me. Qi Tu continued, Lieutenant Colonel Zhang Yuan, I can be your front row and assist you in carrying out your mission. Zhang Yuan shook his head and took out a scroll to return to the city and handed it to Qi Tuesday. Don't worry. It's too dangerous here. Here is the scroll to return to the city. You can go back together. You have worked hard on this mission. When Qi Tu saw the scroll Zhang Yuan handed over, his eyes reddened. He looked at Zhang Yuan gratefully and said in a trembling voice, thank you. Let's go. It's dangerous here. Yes. Qi Tu no longer hesitated, used the scroll to return to the city, and teleported away with his 2 companions. Zhang Yuan watched the 3 people leave and muttered to himself, is there an Abyss stronghold in the northwest? Maybe I can brush up my attributes. However, Zhang Yuan did not rush to the northwest immediately, but returned to the King's Burial Ground copy. When he came out of the copy, he sensed the teleportation array left by Old Bai, but the situation was urgent just now, and he didn't have time to check it. After returning to the dungeon entrance, Zhang Yuan quickly found the temporary teleportation array left by Bai Lao, as well as Bai Lao's message. Zhang Yuan, the Abyss army has attacked ahead of schedule. The situation is critical. I must rush to support them. When you come out, teleport directly back to Kyoto through the teleportation array. Do not linger on the Abyss battlefield. The situation is not optimistic. After reading Bai Lao's message, Zhang Yuan destroyed the temporary teleportation array built by Bai Lao. He has already taken on the task of exploring the stronghold and cannot go back in a short time, and this place is about to fall. If Bai Lao's teleportation array is discovered by the Abyss monsters, the consequences will be disastrous. He also had a scroll back to the city given by Guan Xian. After completing the task, he would use the scroll to teleport back to the Great Wall of Watch at the third position, and then return to Kyoto through the teleportation array in the city. After making the decision, Zhang Yuan rushed towards the northwest. Along the way, Zhang Yuan encountered many Abyss monsters patrolling the battlefield, all of which were easily dealt with by Zhang Yuan. When Zhang Yuan saw an Abyss stronghold in the distance, he checked his Abyss King talent. Abyss King, 4-dimensional attributes, plus 114. In such a short time, I have increased my 4-dimensional attributes by 114 points, which is equivalent to leveling up by 2 levels. This is indeed a god-level talent. With this talent, this hellish Abyss battlefield is a treasure land for me to quickly improve my combat power. A hint of excitement flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. At this moment, he looked at the Abyss stronghold in front of him as if he was looking at a bunch of attribute points. Today, let's hunt for fun. Chapter 60, The Devil Duke. Watching the Great Wall. After the cavalry team rescued by Zhang Yuan was teleported back, the nurse immediately took the archers to treat them, while the cavalry reported their mission status as soon as possible. You said that a member of the Qianlong detachment named Zhang Yuan rescued you and took over your mission? When Ning Wuwei, the instructor of Qianlong detachment, heard that it was the vanguard team that Zhang Yuan rescued, he immediately found Qi Tu and confirmed it with a serious face. Yes, sir. When Qi Tu saw Ning Wuwei's serious expression, his heart skipped a beat. Sir, is there something wrong with his identity?
No.
There is no problem with his identity. Ning Wuwei shook his head and then instructed Qi Tu. Go back immediately and tell your companions not to leak a single word about Zhang Yuan.
Yes.
Qi Tu did not dare to stay and hurried to the city's Chinese medicine clinic. Ning Wuwei watched Qi Tu leave and paced back and forth. That kid is really fooling around. Doesn't he know that what the Abyss wants most now is his life? What if he meets the Demon Duke? No, I have to save him. Ning Wuwei immediately reported the situation briefly to Wan Chang'an, then left the city and chased after Zhang Yuan. In the Abyss battlefield, outside the stronghold, Zhang Yuan did not rush into the stronghold rashly, but circled outside the stronghold and observed the situation. The scale of this stronghold is not large. There are less than 500 Abyss monsters, and the average level is 30. However, this stronghold was heavily guarded, and Zhang Yuan could not get in. He did not know whether there was a powerful Abyss boss inside the stronghold. Assuming there are 500 monsters in this stronghold, my sword formation can cover the entire stronghold. I can use the mental storm to cover all the Abyss monsters. With the splash damage, the power of the skill can be increased by about 50 times. With the 3rd level Qi Shao and Zhan Lu equipped, even if Odysseus is inside, he should be able to be killed in one blow. Zhang Yuan thought about it for a while, and found a position where he could cover the entire stronghold with a sword formation. Just as he was about to use the mental storm to attack, he saw 2 humanoid Abyss demons with terrifying auras walking out of the stronghold. One of the Abyss demons looked exactly like Zhang Yuan's father, except for the 2 horns on the top. Dad? Zhang Yuan was stunned. Before he could figure out the situation, the Abyss demon who looked like Zhang Yuan's father said something to another Abyss demon and then teleported away. Damn it! Zhang Yuan was disturbed by this sudden situation, and at this moment, he suddenly felt a piercing chill on his back. Haha, a mere level 24 human can actually get here. Interesting. Hearing the cold voice coming from behind, Zhang Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and he used his blocking instinct without hesitation. Clang! Zhang Yuan grabbed Qi Shao, who flew out from the sword formation space, and turned around to block the sharp claws of the Abyss demon. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the Abyss demon, and then it turned into black mist and retreated, avoiding Zhang Yuan's blocking counterattack. Zhang Yuan took advantage of this opportunity to use the Eye of the Abyss on the Abyss demon. Unable to detect the target. Unable to detect target. This means that the opponent is an Abyss boss above level 74. Stronger than Odysseus and Ishtar. Does he have a skill that guarantees blocking? He's such an interesting guy. The Abyss Demon grinned at Zhang Yuan. But can you block the second attack? As soon as he finished speaking, the Abyss Demon teleported in front of Zhang Yuan and pointed its sharp nails at Zhang Yuan's forehead. Zhanlu appeared out of nowhere and helped Zhang Yuan block the attack from the Abyss Demon. Clang! The aftermath of the terrifying power spread in all directions. Zhanlu was flung away, and Zhang Yuan directly triggered Qi Zhao's passive ability to avoid death, forcing his health points to 1 point. Not dead yet? The Abyss Demon was stunned when he saw Zhang Yuan was still alive. He never expected that a mere level 24 human could actually withstand 2 of his attacks. Chance. Seeing that the Abyss Demon was stunned, Zhang Yuan used Mental Storm without hesitation. The Abyss Demon felt threatened and his expression changed slightly, but now he could no longer dodge and could only raise his cloak and wrap himself up. Boom! A terrifying Mental Storm exploded within a radius of 500 meters, and the entire stronghold was razed to the ground in an instant. Successfully killed the Abyss Archer. Experience plus 30,000, minus 50%. Successfully killed the Abyss Warrior. Experience plus 30,000, minus 50%. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest, 2696/100000. Abyss King. 4-dimensional attributes plus 714. A golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body. Zhang Yuan reached level 25 and recovered to full status. At the same time, a faint blue light was lingering around him. That was the temporary shield transformed by Zhanlu. Zhang Yuan stood in the barren land. All the abyss monsters in the stronghold had been destroyed, but at this time Zhang Yuan took out the forced return to the city scroll without hesitation. He did not see the killing prompt of the abyss boss, and Bai Lao was seriously injured, so he could only teleport back first. However, when the forced return scroll lit up white, a black beam of light broke through the air and directly shot through the forced return scroll. At the same time, Zhang Yuan's temporary shield was cleared in an instant. Return to city failed. Good, good, good. That's great. At this time, a somewhat embarrassed Abyss Demon walked out of the void, his eyes burning with flames, staring at Zhang Yuan. A mere level 24 human almost hurt me. You are the human boy reported by Odysseus and Ishtar, right? Zhang Yuan, you are worthy of being me. Odysseus and Ishtar are right. You are the biggest threat to our abyss. Zhang Yuan felt even more depressed when he saw that the Abyss Demon was not only not killed by the mental storm, but was also able to block his way back to the city. It is estimated that Bai Lao's serious injury is also related to this Abyss Demon. Even if he crushes Bai Lao's crystal core and teleports the seriously injured Bai Lao over, it will only cost another life. I've just escaped from the tiger's den and entered the wolf's den again. I'm really an unlucky guy. Zhang Yuan was thinking frantically, trying to find a way to survive with his current abilities. Zhang Yuan, get out of the way. At this time, a roar came from a distance, and Ning Wuwei, holding a purple gold spear, rushed towards the Abyss Demon at an extremely fast speed.
Forbidden technique, God-Killing Spear.
The terrifying power burst out from the tip of Ning Wuwei's gun, piercing the Abyss Demon with the power to destroy the world. The world changed color because of this. Is this the strength of Instructor Ning? Such a terrifying power. When Zhang Yuan saw Ning Wuwei's shot, it was as if he saw the ultimate meaning of the gun. This move is enough to kill Odysseus instantly. The Abyss Demon turned his head to look at the gun that Ning Wuwei was stabbing at with all his strength, but a hint of mockery flashed in his red eyes, an ant trying to shake a tree. Facing Ning Wuwei's full-force attack, the Abyss Demon merely extended his index finger. Zhang Yuan noticed the expression of the Abyss Demon and immediately realized that the Abyss Demon might have the means to block Ning Wuwei's attack. He summoned Shishao Zhanlu and 8 iron swords without hesitation and stabbed at the back of the Abyss Demon. The sword intent accelerates. 10 sword lights broke through the air. Tisk! When the Abyss Demon saw Zhang Yuan launching an attack at the same time, a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. He thought for a moment, and finally decided to use his skills to block Ning Wuwei's attack and withstand Zhang Yuan's attack. After all, Zhang Yuan is only level 25 now, and he has already used that terrifying forbidden technique, so his normal attacks now won't have much damage. When the Abyss Demon thought of this, his index finger lightly touched the tip of Ning Wuwei's gun. Ding! A pleasant voice was heard, and a spatial ripple appeared between the fingers of the Abyss Demon and the tip of Ning Wuwei's gun, and then spread out in all directions. Skill. Nullify. Ning Wuwei's skills immediately lost all damage.
What?
Ning Wuwei's expression changed drastically. At the same time, 10 flying swords hit the Abyss Demon together. -4960179886.
What?
The Abyss Demon's expression changes drastically.
Hell?
Chapter 61 I Don't Want to Die. A string of terrifying numbers that could not be counted in a short period of time jumped out, almost scaring the soul of the Abyss Demon away. He didn't even dare to launch a counterattack against Ning Wuwei. He immediately turned into black mist and retreated, putting some distance between himself and Zhang Yuan. Ning Wuwei took the opportunity to stand in front of Zhang Yuan. Boy, are you okay? Zhang Yuan, Instructor Ning, if you had come a little later, something might have happened. You little brat, why did you mess with the demon Archduke Desses when you could mess with anyone else? Ning Wuwei stared at Desses who had retreated far away, his eyes filled with deep fear. He threw a scroll back to the city to Zhang Yuan. I'll help you stop him. You look for a chance to leave the battlefield and teleport away. Zhang Yuan saw that Ning Wuwei's hand holding the gun was shaking slightly and couldn't help asking, Instructor, is he strong? He is more than just strong. Ning Wuwei was tense. DSAS is one of the 7 Dukes of the Abyss, and it was he who seriously injured Bai Lao. He is so powerful? Zhang Yuan's expression changed slightly. He knew that this Abyss Demon was very powerful, but he didn't expect that this Abyss Demon was so powerful. The injuries on Dis's body in the distance gradually recovered. He looked coldly at Zhang Yuan behind Ning Wuwei. Zhang Yuan, you have such terrible damage at only level 25. I really can't let you go. Boom. Desses suddenly burst out with an extremely terrifying momentum. Ning Wuwei's expression changed drastically, and he gritted his teeth and said, He's coming. Zhang Yuan, I will do my best to find a chance for you to escape. You must escape. Instructor, you can leave me alone and go on your own. Ning Wuwei cursed. What the hell are you talking about? Zhang Yuan, you are the hope of Daxia. You must not die here selfishly. Instructor. After being scolded by Ning Wuwei, Zhang Yuan had a complicated expression. I'm sorry, I was too arrogant. He thought he had passed the myth trial and had enough ability to protect himself in the Abyss battlefield. But when he really met the top strong men, he found that he was so powerless. This is not your fault. You can avenge me later. Ning Wuwei tightly gripped the spear, staring at Di Seisai whose momentum was rising. Instead of retreating, he even took a step forward. Dishes, if you want to kill Zhang Yuan, you have to step over my body first. In this battle, he was determined to die. Neither of you can leave today. Desses roared. A terrifying black light surrounded him, and the whole earth began to shake violently. But the next moment, Di Seisai suddenly trembled, and fear appeared in his eyes. His breath began to drop rapidly. No, it's impossible. Is this the curse of the Curse King? Desses found that he had 11 curses stacked on him, including a rapidly weakening god-level curse, and he was completely panicked. He stared at Zhang Yuan and roared hysterically. What on earth did you do to me? Why do you have the power of the Curse King? The power of the Cursed King? Zhang Yuan was stunned at first. Then he thought of a piece of equipment he obtained after passing the myth trial. Heart of the Cursed King, god level. The curse effect applied to oneself is transformed into a positive effect. All attacks have curse attributes, and an impure curse is randomly applied to the target except the holder, with no equipment level restrictions and does not occupy equipment slots. At that time, Zhang Yuan did not think that the additional curse attribute of the Heart of the Curse King was very strong. He even felt that this skill of the Heart of the Curse King was a bit useless and not worthy of its god-level grade. But judging from Desses' performance, he seemed to have completely underestimated the curse effect of the Heart of the Cursed King. As the curse of the Cursed King took effect, Desses' aura became weaker and weaker, and soon fell to a level weaker than Odysseus. What happened? Ning Wuwei looked incredulous. He felt that he could even kill Desses now. Zhang Yuan, I will remember you. Next time the Abyss comes back, I will tear you into pieces. Desses was cursed and knew he was powerless to kill Zhang Yuan, so he teleported away immediately. Ning Wuwei stared blankly at the empty space where Desses had left, feeling that this was extremely unreal. Desses just retreated like that? Zhang Yuan Wuwei, are you all right? At this time, Wan Chang'an finally arrived at the battlefield. I just felt the breath of Desses. Where is he? Captain. Ning Wuwei looked at Wan Chang'an with a complicated expression and then told him everything that had just happened. Wan Chang'an was stunned when he heard this. Dishes was repelled by you two? Ning Wuwei smiled bitterly. Chief, you are too flattering me. I only used one skill in total, and it was invalidated by Deses. Deses was forced to retreat by Zhang Yuan. Wan Chang'an looked at Zhang Yuan in disbelief and asked, "How did you do that?" As one of the seven dukes of the abyss, even Wan Chang'an is not absolutely sure of defeating Deses. And such a big shot from the abyss was actually defeated by Zhang Yuan? This gave Wan Chang'an the illusion that he was watching a fairy tale. Maybe it's because of this equipment. Zhang Yuan did not hide anything from Wan Chang'an and Ning Wuwei. He took out the heart of the cursed king and told them everything about how he participated in the myth trial in the king's burial ground and signed a contract with the cursed king artists. After listening to Zhang Yuan's story, Wan Chang'an's expression became extremely exciting. This kind of thing actually happened. Zhang Yuan said, "Chief, I was able to force Deses back entirely because of the power of the cursed king, and the cursed king will be resurrected when I reach level 70. How should this be resolved?" Wan Chang'an fell silent. The cursed king was a demon king. The news that a demon king who should have fallen was still alive was like a nuclear bomb detonating in the deep sea, both to the abyss and to the human race, and was enough to cause an uproar. Ning Wuwei suddenly said, "Chief, let me say something extremely treasonous. We must not let those elders know about the contract between Zhang Yuan and the cursed king. Otherwise, they will never allow Zhang Yuan to survive. We must keep this a secret. Moreover, if Zhang Yuan hadn't seen through the cursed king's conspiracy, the Great Xia Empire, which possessed the cursed king's blade, would have definitely suffered a devastating disaster. Zhang Yuan saved the country, and he shouldn't have ended up like that." Wan Chang'an was silent for a long time, then sighed, "This matter is really too complicated. As the head of the military, if I conceal this matter, it will put the safety of the country and the people in danger. This behavior is tantamount to treason." Ning Wuwei continued, "But Chief, Zhang Yuan did nothing wrong. He was able to force back the Emperor of SAS at level 25. I believe that after he reaches level 70, he will definitely be able to fight against the Curse King. We just need to keep this a secret, and when the Curse King is resurrected in the future, we can join forces to kill him, and nothing will happen. The Abyss is getting stronger and stronger now. The Abyss army led by just one demon Grand Duke has defeated our first line of defense. Daxia needs more powerful people, and we must not lose Zhang Yuan." Wan Chang'an sighed. He naturally understood all this in his heart, but the responsibilities on his shoulders did not allow him to do so. At this moment, Wan Chang'an didn't know what to do, and couldn't help but look at Zhang Yuan. "Kid, what do you think?" Zhang Yuan, "I don't want to die, but I don't think it's right to keep this a secret. The Cursed King was defeated by Daxia's millions of generals. If I fail in my fight against the Cursed King in the future, Daxia should not face the Cursed King again without any preparation." Wan Chang'an looked at Zhang Yuan deeply and said, "I understand. My child, you didn't let me down, and I won't let you down either." Chapter 62, National Elders Meeting. When Zhang Yuan followed Wan Chang'an and Ning Wuwei back to the Great Wall, news came from the front line that the Abyss had withdrawn, and the whole city was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Zhang Yuan did not participate in the celebration. He and Wan Chang'an stepped into the teleportation array together and disappeared in the brilliant light. Ning Wuwei looked at the empty teleportation array, sighed, and silently turned around and left the teleportation room. While guarding the Great Wall, no one knew why the Abyss withdrew its troops this time. They only knew that they had once again preserved the peace of Daxia. Ning Wuwei walked to the city wall, looked at the barren land outside the wall and the celebratory atmosphere inside the wall, then looked back towards the territory of Daxia. "Zhang Yuan, I'm sure you'll be fine." Kyoto, top of the central trial tower. Zhang Yuan sat calmly in front of a door, waiting for the judgment that was about to fall upon him. In the room behind the door, 5 old men with terrifying auras were sitting on chairs. Wan Chang'an, wearing a military uniform, stood in front of the 5 old men and reported Zhang Yuan's situation. The old man sitting in the middle of the 5 people with the most terrifying aura said calmly, "Wan Chang'an, we already know the situation. The contract signed between Zhang Yuan and the Cursed King is indeed of great importance. Our next decision will determine the future development direction of the Great Xia Empire and the fate of all people."
Bang!
As the old man finished speaking, a giant scale was suspended in the air, and 5 soul flames of equal weight flew out of it and landed in front of the 5 old men. "Zhang Yuan is innocent. We will fully support Zhang Yuan's growth and allow the Cursed King to revive. We will also make arrangements in advance. If Zhang Yuan fails to fight against the Cursed King, we will use the whole country's strength to kill the Cursed King. The right is that Zhang Yuan is guilty. Sentence Zhang Yuan to death. Smother the Cursed King in the cradle and prevent the Great Xia Empire from falling into the cursed abyss again. Fellow elders, please start voting." As the old man in the middle finished speaking, one of the elders pushed the soul flame in front of him to the right side of the scale without hesitation. The cursed king has brought heavy losses to the Great Xia Empire. Great Xia has not recovered yet. We cannot bear the coming of the cursed king again. I second the motion. Another elder also pushed the soul flame in front of him to the right side of the scale. Zhang Yuan is indeed a genius, but we should put the safety of the people of Daxia first. We cannot let hundreds of millions of people fall into danger because of one person.
Bang!
As the two balls of soul flames flew to the right, the scales immediately tilted to the right. Seeing this, Wan Chang'an couldn't help but clench his fists. If another elder votes to the right at this time, Zhang Yuan will definitely be sentenced to death and no one can save him. Humph, you two cowards. You actually want to kill a top genius of our great Xia just because of a dead demon bastard. You are so weak in the face of the abyss. Sooner or later, the great Xia Empire will be conquered by the abyss. What if the cursed king makes a comeback? Then I will personally cut off his head. An old man with a hot temper slammed the table and immediately pushed the soul flame in front of him to the left side of the scale. The old man sitting in the middle also said at this time, Wan Chang'an once said to me, seed 5 cities today, seed 10 cities tomorrow, and then you can sleep well for one night. Get up and look around, and the abyss is approaching again. To retreat to the abyss is like adding fuel to the fire. If the fuel is not exhausted, the fire will not be extinguished. There is more than one cursed king in the abyss, but we only have one Zhang Yuan. His talent is worth a huge gamble with our national destiny. After saying that, the old man in the middle also sent the soul flame in front of him to the left side of the scale.
Bang!
The scale regained its balance, and finally everyone's eyes fell on the old man who was sitting in the corner, with white hair and a youthful face, and had his eyes closed to rest. The old man had been silent since the beginning of the meeting, and now, the crucial vote that would decide Zhang Yuan's fate fell into his hands. Oldly, it's time to vote, said the old man in the middle. The old man surnamedly opened his eyes slightly and said with a smile, of course I will protect Zhang Yuan. After saying that, the old man surnamedly directly sent the soul flame in front of him to the left side of the scale.
Bang!
The balance has completely tipped to the left. Seeing this, Wan Chang'an finally felt relieved. The result is out. Zhang Yuan is not guilty. The old man in the middle calmly pronounced the result, and then said, the next topic is how we should discuss how to train Zhang Yuan, and what we should do if Zhang Yuan fails. Pause for a moment. At this time, an elder who advocated that Zhang Yuan was guilty interrupted the meeting and looked at the old man surnamedly. Oldly, I have no objection to the result of this vote, but can you tell me why you want to protect Zhang Yuan? Aren't you the one who hates the cursed king the most? The old man surnamedly smiled and replied, of course I hate the cursed king. I wish I could peel off his skin myself, drink his blood, and then go into the abyss and kill all the cursed demons. Then why do you still vote left? Because I recently learned something. The old man surnamedly laughed. Zhang Yuan, he may become my grandson-in-law. How can I kill my grandson-in-law? The other 4 elders asked, what do you mean? The old man surnamedly felt the hostile looks coming from all around him and immediately laughed. Haha, this is my Li family's family affair and has nothing to do with today's meeting. Let's get to the point. How is it irrelevant? Lao Li, you have to explain this matter clearly today. We haven't even discussed who should train Zhang Yuan yet. Why should Zhang Yuan be your grandson-in-law? Oldly, this is not fair of you. We should compete fairly. How could you be the first to strike? That's right. Your family has already produced several legendary professionals, and now you want to snatch Zhang Yuan away? If you don't make things clear today, this meeting won't be able to continue. Suddenly, several old men in the room began to quarrel over a strange issue, and the content of the National Elders meeting unknowingly changed in a strange direction. Wan Chang'an looked at the people arguing over Zhang Yuan. Their faces flushed and couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. No matter what is ultimately discussed at this meeting, Zhang Yuan is at least safe. Zhang Yuan waited outside the door for several hours and finally saw Wan Chang'an walk out of the room. He immediately stood up and asked, Chief, what's the result? Wan Chang'an said with a smile, the elders have decided to take a gamble on you. Zhang Yuan, the cursed king, from now on, it will be up to you to deal with him. Zhang Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just improve your strength step by step. Wan Chang'an patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder and said, let's go. The elders still have a lot to discuss. I will take you to Kyoto University and give you a reward. Zhang Yuan was stunned. Reward? You have been credited with the greatest achievement in defeating the Abyss Army this time, but due to some special reasons, we cannot publicly commend your contribution, so we plan to give you a substantial reward. Let's go.
Chapter 63 Dormitory No 0.
Wan Chang'an took Zhang Yuan and teleported directly from the central trial tower to the gate of Kyoto University. Kyoto City, as the capital of the Great Xia Empire, is the most prosperous large city in the Great Xia Empire, and Kyoto University is located in the most prosperous area of Kyoto City. A giant gate tens of meters high stood in the metropolis. Zhang Yuan felt his own insignificance just by standing in front of the gate. Is this the top-ranked institution of higher learning in Daxia? How impressive! Zhang Yuan's eyes were full of shock. In fact, when he was in high school, he had heard countless legends about Kyoto University and seen countless photos of Kyoto University. But when he really arrived at the gate of Kyoto University, he still felt endless shock. This portal alone seems to contain infinite energy. Wan Chang'an said to Zhang Yuan, half of the great masters of the Great Xia Empire come from Kyoto University. The president of Kyoto University is even on par with the elders of the country. Zhang Yuan, there are many strong people hidden in this school, and there are opportunities everywhere. If you want to fight against the Curse King, you can't do without the help of Kyoto University. After you enter the school, you can't slack off. Zhang Yuan nodded, yes. Wan Chang'an patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder and said, Professor Zhang Yuan has already helped you complete the admission procedures. You don't need to register. I will take you directly to your accommodation. However, your situation is very special, and it is not suitable for you to live in a dormitory with multiple people. So I will take the initiative to help you apply for a single dormitory. Is that okay? No problem. That's good. Let's go. It was already late at night, but when Zhang Yuan walked into the campus, he found that the school was more lively than he had imagined, with students doing various trainings everywhere. Zhang Yuan sighed. They still have to practice so late? As they walked, Wan Chang'an said to Zhang Yuan, those who can be admitted to Kyoto University are the chosen ones from various provinces and cities. They all have their own pride and are unwilling to fall behind others. But what this school lacks the least is geniuses. Many people will find themselves transformed from geniuses into ordinary people after they are admitted. This huge gap will greatly stimulate their self-esteem, and this huge stimulation will make them work harder. But even so, every year there are many students at Kyoto University who are not qualified to graduate. In this world, many things cannot be changed by hard work alone. Of course, if you don't work hard, you will definitely not be able to change your fate. It's so cruel. Zhang Yuan sighed in his heart. In this world, no matter where you are, it is extremely cruel. Kyoto University was much larger than Zhang Yuan had imagined. He followed Wan Chang'an for a long time before they reached where he lived. This place was very remote, with no one in sight. In front of Zhang Yuan, there was only a somewhat old 6-story dormitory building. The dormitory door has been locked, and a nameplate with Building 0 is hung in front of the door. The whole building looked eerie, and Zhang Yuan felt something was wrong no matter how he looked at it. Commander, is this place really inhabited? Zhang Yuan saw that a large piece of the wall outside the dormitory building had fallen off, and every window in the dormitory was pitch black, making it look like an abandoned, haunted building. Wan Chang'an said with a smile, don't underestimate this building. Half of the God-level masters of Kyoto University have lived in this building. Many students in the school are not qualified to live in it. Zhang Yuan was surprised. What on earth is in this building? It's a secret. You'll know once you get the approval of this building. While Wan Chang'an and Zhang Yuan were talking, a white-haired old woman walked behind the closed door, glanced at Zhang Yuan, and asked Wan Chang'an, Xiao Wan, is he the student you insisted on putting into this building? Wan Chang'an was very polite to the old woman. Yes, Granny Nyo. I'll leave the child to you. Seeing that Wan Chang'an was very polite to Granny Nyo, Zhang Yuan immediately used the Eye of the Abyss on Granny Nyo, but found that he was unable to detect the target, as the other party was a strong man above level 75. I can only say that this is Kyoto University. Even a dormitory manager is so fierce. Granny Nyo looked at Zhang Yuan carefully again, then opened the door of the dormitory and said to Wan Chang'an, Xiao Wan, this time I open the back door for your sake and let this child live in Building 0. If he doesn't behave well in the future, I will kick him out. Don't worry, Granny Nyo. This child won't let you down. Wan Chang'an smiled and assured Granny Nyo, then looked at Zhang Yuan. Granny Nyo will take you in later. A lot of things have happened these days. You should have a good rest. If you have any questions, just ask Granny Nyo. I'll be leaving first. Someone will bring your ID card tomorrow. Wait a minute, Chief. Zhang Yuan hurriedly called out to Wan Chang'an. Where's my reward? Wan Chang'an smiled and said, Silly child. Living in Building 0 is your reward. After Wan Chang'an said something meaningless, he left and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Granny Nyo said calmly, "Boy, don't just stand there like an idiot.
Come in.
Zhang Yuan came back to his senses and nodded slightly, yes. After following Granny Nyo into Building 0, Zhang Yuan discovered that there was an entrance to a dungeon in the corridor. That's a secret dungeon unique to Building 0. If you want to stay in Building 0 for a long time, you have to go there to earn rent. Granny Nyo said calmly, but since this is your first day here, tonight's rent will be waived. What's in that copy? Zhang Yuan asked curiously. There's only the boss, a powerful boss. Granny Nyo said as she took Zhang Yuan up to the second floor. On the second floor, except for rooms 203 and 208, all other rooms are empty. You can pick a room for yourself. Zhang Yuan glanced at the corridor and pointed to the room in the corner, room 210, that's it. Granny Nyo took out a black key from her waist and handed it to Zhang Yuan, saying, room 210 is yours from now on. As long as you can afford the rent, no one can enter without your permission, not even Mr. Gua. Do you have any other questions? There is none left. Very good. I like children who don't talk too much. Have a good rest tonight. Granny Nyo nodded and turned to leave. Zhang Yuan used the key to open the dormitory door and entered the room. Unlike the shabby appearance of the building, the room is very clean and tidy. You can even smell the scent of sunshine on the bed. It also comes with a private bathroom with 24-hour hot water. It's much better than I thought. Zhang Yuan was quite satisfied with this dormitory. He closed the door and just sat on the bed when a prompt popped up on his panel. Enter special area. Experience plus 10 per second, minus 50%. Zhang Yuan saw the prompt on the panel and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Gaining experience by hanging up? Chapter 64. Secret Realm of Stars. This was the first time that Zhang Yuan encountered such a thing as gaining experience by AFK. Gaining 10 experience points per second may not seem like much, but if you do the math, that's 36,000 experience points per hour. He slept in this room for 8 hours, which means 288,000 experience points. He is currently at level 25, and it will take 5 million experience points to reach level 26. Taking into account the experience points given to the Curse King, it means that as long as he sleeps here for 34 days, he can naturally reach level 26. For Zhang Yuan, the upgrade speed may be a bit slow, but this is because Zhang Yuan has the ability to solo high-level nightmare dungeons. But for ordinary professionals, being able to upgrade from level 25 to level 26 within a month is already a very impressive upgrade speed. What's more, the experience here is free. No wonder half of Kyoto University's god-level experts came from Building 0. You can gain experience even by hanging up. If you live here long enough, even a pig can become a god level. Zhang Yuan didn't expect to encounter such a surprise as soon as he moved in, and he couldn't help but look forward to his future university life. Soon after sitting on the soft bed, I felt a strong sense of sleepiness. These days, he had been fighting the Curse King and the Demon Duke successively, and his body was exhausted to the extreme. After yawning, Zhang Yuan fell asleep. Early the next morning, someone knocked on the dormitory door. Zhang Yuan opened the door with sleepy eyes and saw Granny Nyo standing at the door with a stack of clothes and an ID card. Here are your school uniform and ID card. Keep them carefully. Remember, the Kyoto University ID card is your ID card for the rest of your life. All your file information will be recorded on this ID card, so you must keep it properly. Also, cash is not used in Kyoto University. No matter what you want to buy, you need points. Your ID card currently has 100 points given by the school. Zhang Yuan took the school uniform and ID card and asked, then how do I earn points? You can earn points by completing courses, clearing dungeons on campus, and taking on campus missions. Of course, if you have the means, you can also steal other people's points. Zhang Yuan was shocked. You can even steal other people's points? Can the school allow this to happen? Granny Nyo said calmly, the school encourages everyone to compete, but of course there is a limit to snatching. If your points are less than 100, you won't be snatched away. Zhang Yuan quickly digested this knowledge and thanked Granny Nyo. I understand. Thank you, Granny Nyo. These are the basic knowledge taught at the opening ceremony and freshman training. I heard from Xiao Wan that you didn't attend the freshman training, so I added a few more words. However, points are only your trading currency at Kyoto University. They cannot be used to pay the rent for dormitory building 0. If you want to live here, you must go to the secret dungeon downstairs to obtain the Star Stone. The rent for the dormitory on the second floor is 1 Star Stone per day. In addition, there are many facilities in this dormitory building, and you need to consume Star Stones to use them. As for the introduction of those facilities, we will discuss it after you are qualified to live in this building. After saying this, Granny Nyo left without looking back and disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Points and star stones. I didn't expect that the first thing I would do after entering college would be to make money. Zhang Yuan shook his head and smiled, then walked to the first floor, where he saw a blonde boy wearing red armor and with a cool temperament standing at the entrance to the corridor. The blonde boy glanced at Zhang Yuan indifferently without saying hello, and teleported directly into the secret realm copy. Is he also a resident of this building? He looks pretty strong. Zhang Yuan muttered something, walked to the entrance of the copy, and used the Eye of the Abyss. Secret Realm of Stars. Level: None. Difficulty: Normal, Difficult, Nightmare. Note: the number of star stones obtained varies depending on the difficulty of the dungeon. Nightmare difficulty. Zhang Yuan chose the Nightmare difficulty without hesitation and teleported into the dungeon. Granny Nyo came out from a corner. She seemed to be used to this situation. She shook her head and said, "Really? Everyone who lives in this building has to choose Nightmare difficulty for the first time. This dungeon is different from the ordinary dungeons outside. Well, it would be good to dampen the enthusiasm of these geniuses." Zhang Yuan entered the copy and found himself on a grassland under the starry sky. The sky was full of stars and the grassland was endless. Zhang Yuan felt refreshed and happy just by standing in the grass. What a beautiful copy. Zhang Yuan sighed and looked around. He soon discovered that not far away, there were 3 humanoid monsters in armor standing under the starry sky. Star Knight, Leader. Level: 25. Strength: 15,000. Agility: 15,000. Spirit: 15,000. Physical strength: 15,000. Skills: Starlight Charge, Starlight Guardian, Star Oath. There are 3 level 25 humanoid bosses, but their attributes are stronger than the level 30 hidden boss Rakshasa King. Even if it's Nightmare difficulty, isn't the difficulty of this dungeon a bit exaggerated? Zhang Yuan looked at the 3 humanoid bosses and couldn't help but complain. With this level of difficulty, is there anyone else besides him who can clear this copy? With doubts in his heart, Zhang Yuan used Qi Shao to take the heads of the 3 Star Knights. Successfully killed Star Knight. Experience plus 100,000, minus 50%. Obtain Star Stone asterisk 30. 3 kill notifications came in succession, and Zhang Yuan obtained 30 Star Stones. It was so easy to settle a month's rent. Zhang Yuan was stunned to see that he had obtained 30 Star Stones so easily. He had heard Granny Nyo's words before and thought that this kind of thing dropped very rarely, so he was a little nervous before the challenge. I didn't expect it to be such a common thing. Successfully challenged the Nightmare difficulty of level 25. Do you want to increase the difficulty? At this time, Zhang Yuan received a prompt about the Secret Realm copy, and he chose to increase the difficulty without hesitation. The Star Realm has been upgraded to level 35. As the prompt appeared, 6 more Star Knights appeared out of nowhere, but this time, their levels had reached 35. Zhang Yuan didn't even bother to check the attributes of the Star Knights, and easily harvested the heads of the knights with Qi Shao. Successfully killed Star Knight. Experience plus 300,000, minus 50%. Obtain Star Stone asterisk 300. Star Stone. A stone condensed from the power of starlight, which contains the power of starlight. Successfully challenged the Nightmare difficulty of level 35. Do you want to increase the difficulty? Continue. The Star Realm has been upgraded to level 45. 12 level 45 Star Knights appeared, and Zhang Yuan, Qi Shao, and Zhan Lu joined together, still easily harvesting the knights' heads. Successfully killed Star Knight. Experience plus 600,000, minus 50%. Obtain Star Stone asterisk 3,000. A golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body, and Zhang Yuan reached level 26. Successfully challenged the Nightmare difficulty of level 45. Do you want to increase the difficulty? Continue. Chapter 65. Killing level 65 boss solo. As Zhang Yuan chose to continue, 24 level 55 Star Knights appeared in the copy, each emitting a terrifying aura. This oppressive feeling makes me sweat a little. Zhang Yuan used Mental Storm for the first time. Boom! A terrifying storm exploded with Zhang Yuan as the center, instantly engulfing the 24 Star Knights. Successfully killed Star Knight. Experience plus 120,000, minus 50%. Obtain Star Stone asterisk 30,000. 24 kill prompts appeared, and 2 consecutive golden lights burst out from Zhang Yuan's body, directly raising Zhang Yuan to level 28. Upgrade awesome. Zhang Yuan never expected that this secret dungeon would be so awesome, making his level soar like a rocket. The most important thing is that every time the difficulty of this copy increases, the boss level increases by 10 levels and the number of bosses doubles. For others, this difficulty increases by a lot. But for Zhang Yuan, this is a benefit that brings experience. These Star Knights have no blood-locking mechanism at all. They are purely numerical monsters. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuan is a numerical monster among numerical monsters. In addition, the more enemies there are, the higher the damage of Zhang Yuan's skills, and it is real damage. This means that the higher the difficulty of the copy, the greater the number of monsters, and the faster Zhang Yuan will level up. If the difficulty continues to increase, Zhang Yuan doesn't even dare to think about how many levels he can reach. Successfully challenged the nightmare difficulty of level 55. Do you want to increase the difficulty? Continue. It is detected that the challenger has increased the difficulty of the dungeon 5 times in a row, triggering the dungeon hiding mechanism. Does the challenger challenge the hidden boss? Hidden boss? Zhang Yuan didn't expect that he could trigger the hidden boss, and his eyes lit up slightly. Although the hidden boss at level 65 is already above level 60 and needs to be challenged by second-level professionals in a team, Zhang Yuan's own stats are quite abnormal. In addition, his attacks are all true damage, and Zhanlu's damage is converted into shield mechanism. If he operates better, it is not impossible for him to kill the hidden boss at level 65 alone. Even if he cannot defeat the boss, he can exit the dungeon directly without any risk. There is no reason for him not to choose. Continue the challenge. As Zhang Yuan chose to challenge, starlight sprinkled in the copy, and a blue-skinned woman over 10 meters tall, holding a scepter and wearing a long robe walked out of the starlight. Star Saint, leader, level 65, strength 100,000, agility 300,000, spirit 800000,
Physique, 500000.
skills, Starlight Eternal Sigh, Star Flame, Star Falls. The hidden boss at level 65, with terrifying 4-dimensional attributes, doesn't seem like a boss that Zhang Yuan should fight at this stage. Generally speaking, a monster's health is related to its strength and constitution. Different boos have different bonus coefficients, but generally speaking, 1 point of constitution means at least 100 health points, and 1 point of strength means 50 health points. According to rough estimates, the health value of this Star Saint is over 55 million. Not as good as Qi Zhao's sword. Zhang Yuan gave a fair evaluation and then used Qi Xiao to attack the Star Saint. Qi Xiao passed through the chest of the Star Saint, who knelt on the spot. Zhang Yuan obtained a temporary shield worth 60 million. This means that Zhang Yuan's attack caused 60 million damages to the Star Saint. Is there a bloodlock? Zhang Yuan found that there was no killing prompt and looked at the Star Saint. He saw starlight all around the Star Saint, and then she activated her skills. Skill, Star Falls. A large number of stars fell from the sky, covering the entire copy. Every time a star hits Zhang Yuan, his temporary shield value will be reduced by 100,000. If Zhang Yuan did not have the 90% damage reduction and the shield value converted by Zhanlu, then when the Star Saint changed phases, Zhang Yuan would be smashed to death by those stars. The Star Falls lasted for a full minute. When this skill ended, Zhang Yuan's temporary shield value, which was about to disappear, was almost gone. This level 65 boss is really powerful. If I don't cheat, I really can't beat him. Zhang Yuan muttered to himself, and before the Star Saint launched her second attack, he struck again with the sword. The Star Saint who had just stood up fell down again. Then she rose high into the sky. The shining starlight around her became even brighter. She once again activated her skill Star Falls. This time, the stars falling from the star waterfall became more dense. Every time Zhang Yuan was hit by a star, his shield value would be reduced by 200,000. The damage of the Star Saint doubled, but Zhang Yuan's temporary shield was still only 60 million. If I keep getting attacked, my makeshift shield won't be able to hold up. I have to take action. Zhang Yuan immediately converted his more than 15,000 mental powers into 5 times agility, and then used the equipment skill of the wind-riding boots to control the wind. Zhang Yuan turned into the flash on the spot, dodging and moving in the star waterfall, avoiding the falling stars, and finally survived this large-scale attack. It's my turn again. Zhang Yuan looked at the Star Saint who was flying high in the sky and canceled the attribute conversion. Qi Xiao and Zhanlu appeared at the same time, attacking the Star Saint from the left and right. The sword intent accelerates. The two swords transformed into red and blue rays of light and shot towards the vital points of the Star Saint. This time, The star saint did not serve as a stake. She shook the staff in her hand and chanted a strange spell. The starlight around her transformed into a starlight shield. Qi Xiao and Zhan Lu were bounced away by the starlight shield and failed to cause any harm to the star saint. Physical immunity? Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The star saint continued to shake her staff, and a large number of blue fireballs appeared around her and smashed towards Zhang Yuan at an extremely fast speed. Zhang Yuan had no shield value at this time, and did not dare to withstand the attack of the star saint. He changed his attributes again, retreated quickly, and avoided the attack of a large number of blue fireballs. Boom! The entire grassland was ignited by blue flames, and Zhang Yuan's physical strength began to decline at a rate of 1% per second. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan had the sword formation and the Cursed King's blade to restore his health, so he quickly made up for the lost strength. Taking advantage of the afterglow of the Star Saint's skill, Zhang Yuan used Mental Storm. The horrifying Mental Storm instantly engulfed the Star Saint, broke her shield, and caused real damage to her. However, this time there was only one enemy within the range of the Mental Storm, and the skill of Mental Storm only benefits from the mental power bonus, not the 6,000 attack power added by Zhang Yuan's special weapon. He only caused 44 million damage to the Star Saint. This time, the Star Saint was not killed instantly. Instead, she was enraged by Zhang Yuan and launched the Star Waterfall again. Isn't this boss too strong? Seeing that the Star Saint was not dead yet, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but complain. But then again, the Star Saint is a level 65 hidden boss after all. If she were really killed in a few seconds by the level 28 Zhang Yuan, she would not be worthy of her level. A large number of stars fell, and Zhang Yuan first used attribute conversion to dodge the attack, and then used Mental Storm again after the skill CD of Mental Storm was ready. Boom! The Star Saint was blown away by the Mental Storm. She screamed and turned into starlight and disappeared. Successfully killed the Star Saint. Experience plus 8 million, minus 50%. Obtain Star Crystal *1. Star Crystal. A crystal condensed from the power of a star god. Only those who have been recognized by the star god can possess it. It is extremely precious. Chapter 66 Star God Robe. It's finally over. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the kill prompt panel appear. Although Zhang Yuan has fought against many bosses above level 70, he always took advantage of the weapon mechanism. This Star Saint was the first high-level boss he killed. When Zhang Yuan was still thinking about the process of conquering the boss, the copy was suddenly covered by starlight, which attracted Zhang Yuan's attention. Due to your outstanding performance, the Star God has sent down a glance. Do you want to accept the Star God's blessing? Note that you can only receive the blessing of one god at a time. God's blessing? Zhang Yuan was shocked by this sudden information and was completely stunned. He had never heard of such a thing. But soon, Zhang Yuan chose to accept the blessing without hesitation. No matter what this star god is like, whether he is strong or not, the 4 words, divine blessing, are enough to make Zhang Yuan's heart move. As Zhang Yuan chose to accept the blessing, the star crystal in his storage space flew out on its own and absorbed the light in the copy. At this moment, the daytime of the Great Xia Empire turned into night, and stars twinkled in the sky, spreading their starlight to all parts of the Great Xia Empire. Anyone who is illuminated by the starlight will begin to gain experience. For a moment, all professionals across the country were shocked by this strange phenomenon in heaven and earth. In the number 0 dormitory building, Granny Nyo, who was guarding the entrance to the secret realm, stood up suddenly and stared at the secret realm copy in shock. The star god has descended? Someone has received the star god's blessing? Is it Wang Haoran or Zhang Yuan? Now there are only those 2 people in the secret realm of stars, and only one of them can receive the blessing of the star god. At this moment, Granny Nyo trembled with excitement. How many years have passed? The star god has finally blessed us again. While Granny Nyo was extremely excited, the star crystal in the copy had already absorbed all the starlight and then returned it to Zhang Yuan. Receive the blessing of the star god, and all attributes will increase. The power of the star god has been polluted by the demon god, and the blessing has failed. What's the situation? Zhang Yuan, who had been thinking about how powerful the blessing from the gods was shocked when he saw that the blessing had failed. Then Zhang Yuan thought of the devil's contract he signed with artists. It must be the work of the Cursed King. That guy really has a trick up his sleeve. Zhang Yuan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for the blessing of God this time that exposed the Cursed King's hidden trick, he would definitely be killed by the Cursed King when he reached level 70 and fought against him. However, after Zhang Yuan discovered the Cursed King's conspiracy, His brows frowned again. The devil behind the Cursed King can even pollute the blessings of the gods. How can he remove the devil's curse on himself?
Bang!
At this time, the star crystals fell to the ground. The strange phenomenon between heaven and earth dissipated, and the starry sky turned back into daytime again. Zhang Yuan picked up the star crystal and saw the cracks on the surface of the crystal that were emitting black gas. He murmured, "It seems that the status of the demon god is higher than that of the star god. If I want to defeat the Cursed King, I must find a god with a higher status than the demon god before level 70 and obtain his blessing. It's a daunting task." Zhang Yuan gave a bitter smile and was about to put the star crystal back into the storage space and leave this copy when another ray of starlight descended from the sky. The next moment, a starlight robe condensed from the starlight and absorbed the power of the star crystal. Star God Robe, God level, can store the power of gods, gain plus 50% favorability with gods, no equipment level limit. Star God Power. Release the Star God's wrath, causing a devastating blow, can be used 1 time, can be recharged with star crystals. God-level clothes? Zhang Yuan was stunned when he saw the Star God robe appearing in front of him. He did not expect such a reversal. Releasing the wrath of the Star God. Is it because the Cursed King's little tricks have angered the Star God? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw the introduction of the Star God's power. Although he did not receive the blessing of God due to the interference of the Cursed King, he did obtain a divine weapon. A blessing in disguise. Zhang Yuan couldn't wait to put on the Star God robe, and the Star God robe directly wrapped around Zhang Yuan's whole body and then disappeared. Although it cannot be seen by the naked eye, Zhang Yuan can feel a powerful force flowing through his body. As long as he wants, he can release that force at any time. With this Star God power, even if I meet Deses again, I should be able to kill him, right? When Zhang Yuan was teleported out of the secret realm, Granny Nyo rushed up to him excitedly and asked, "Zhang Yuan, have you received the blessing of the Star God?" Zhang Yuan shook his head. "It's a pity, no? That's Wang Haoren." Granny Nyo was muttering, and at this moment a ray of light appeared in the copy again, and a blonde boy in red armor walked out. "Boy, come with me." Without waiting for the blonde boy to speak, Granny Nyo impatiently grabbed his hand and dragged him upstairs. What a strange old woman. Zhang Yuan looked at Granny Nyo's excitement and muttered something, but he didn't care. He left the dormitory and contacted Chun Yun. "Teacher Chun, I've arrived at Kyoto University." "Well, Wan Zhanshan told me yesterday, come to the Academic Affairs office now. I'm right here." "Good." Zhang Yuan hung up the communicator and walked straight to the Academic Affairs office. He did not attend the freshman training and now doesn't even know what college he is in. He has to consult Chen Yun about all these. The door of the Academic Affairs office was open, and Chen Yun was processing a pile of documents in the office. Zhang Yuan walked to the door and knocked. "Teacher Chun." "Zhang Yuan, you came just in time. I have just completed your admission procedures. Once you have chosen your college, you will officially become a student of Kyoto University." Zhang Yuan asked, "Teacher, what colleges are there?" Chun Yun. "Generally speaking, during freshman training, we will divide students into more than 10 different colleges based on their characteristics and performance. In addition, for some students with particularly outstanding performance, we will recommend them to different hidden colleges. As for whether hidden colleges accept them or not, it is not up to the Academic Affairs Office to decide. Although you didn't participate in the freshman training, your performance in the college entrance examination was impressive enough, so I can directly recommend you to enter the Hidden Academy." Zhang Yuan, "Teacher, which is the strongest hidden academy? Since you can choose the college, you naturally have to choose the best one. You are indeed worthy of me." Chun Yun looked at Zhang Yuan with a smile. He was not surprised by Zhang Yuan's answer. In fact, those hidden academies are not strong or weak. They just have different training methods. After all, every genius is unique. Maybe Genius A will develop better in Academy B than in Academy A. Based on your situation, I recommend 3 hidden academies to you. The first one is Xinlong College, which is headed by our vice president. Xinlong College has the most resources among all the colleges in the school, and the teachers are all high-level professionals above level 75. Xinlong College is the college with the most students among the hidden colleges, but this college adheres to the winner-takes-all principle. As long as you can outcompete others, you can get countless resources. The second one is Mingjing Academy. The dean is a god-level nurse. Although the resources of Mingjing Academy are not as good as those of Xinlong Academy, the scale of this academy is very small. There are no more than 20 students in a class. Each of them can receive careful training from the dean. The third one is Jinshin College. This college is a little special. There is only one student at the moment. Only one student? Zhang Yuan was immediately curious. Why? Chapter 67 Kyoto University's Strongest Teacher. Zhang Yuan, Yi Qingsong, the dean of Jinshin College, is the strongest person in our Kyoto University, but he has a perverse personality. When he recruits students, he never looks at their talents, but only their chemistry. Actually, I don't really recommend you to choose Jinshin Academy. Why? Jinshin Academy only has one teacher, Yi Qingsong. Not only is he addicted to alcohol, he also likes to be a hands-off boss. He can basically take 90% of all the classes in a year. The only student in Jinshin Academy has been in school for a year, and he has only met Yi Qingsong a few times. He has basically learned his skills by himself. This Jinshin Academy is quite interesting. After hearing Chen Yun's introduction, Zhang Yuan not only did not back down, but was greatly interested. Apart from anything else, the title of Kyoto University as the strongest is attractive enough. Moreover, the character of the hands-off boss is also very distinctive, a perfect template for the protagonist. Chen Yun smiled bitterly. As expected, you will choose Jinshin College. That's all. You can try it first. If you don't like Yi Qingsong, come back to me and I will give you letters of recommendation from Shinlong College and Mingjing College. Jinshin College is in the bamboo forest northwest of the school. Just go there. If you meet Yi Qingsong, it means he is interested in you. Whether you can join Jinshin College in the future depends on you. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Yuan thanked Chen Yun, then left the academic affairs office and headed northwest. Soon, Zhang Yuan walked into a quiet bamboo forest in the northwest. According to teacher Chen, this is Jinshin Academy. Zhang Yuan was walking in the bamboo forest. The breeze made the bamboo leaves rustle. There was no one around. Let's drink and sing. Hiccup, what is life like? Suddenly, a drunken voice sounded in the bamboo forest, and the wind in the forest seemed to be much stronger. Zhang Yuan immediately shouted, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Yi Qingsong? I, Zhang Yuan, would like to join Jinshin Academy. A human who signed a contract with the devil. Hiccup, I don't like it, go away." When Zhang Yuan heard Yi Qingsong's answer, his eyes changed slightly. Even the god of war Wan Chang'an didn't notice that he had signed a contract with the Curse King, but Yi Qingsong could see it at a glance. Doesn't this mean that Yi Qingsong is stronger than Wan Chang'an? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan immediately strengthened his determination to join Jinshin Academy and continued. Since you have such a keen eye, why don't you take a few more glances? Hiccup, it won't make any difference if I look at you a few dozen more times. The devilish stench on you is too strong. If you stay by my side, it will affect my desire for wine. Go away now. Senior, I'm sorry. Zhang Yuan's eyes focused, and he immediately deployed a sword formation. 10 flying swords flew out from the sword formation space and began to cut down the surrounding bamboos and destroy the environment. An angry voice suddenly came from deep in the bamboo forest. First of all, the bamboos didn't provoke you. Second, don't destroy the environment. A sword energy came through the air. Zhang Yuan's eyes focused, and he immediately controlled a flying sword to deflect the sword energy. Perfect block. A skill that guarantees a perfect block? Boy, relying too much on skills is not a good thing. After Yi Qingsong finished his comments, 3 more sword energies came breaking through the air. Zhang Yuan did not dare to be careless. He used attribute conversion to transform all his mental power into strength and agility. Then he grabbed an iron sword with his bare hands and deflected the 3 sword energies with his naked eyes. This is a hiccup. Yi Qingsong commented once more, and then 6 sword energies swept through the bamboo forest and broke through the air. So fast. Zhang Yuan's eyes could no longer keep up with the speed of the sword energy. He recalled the feeling of practicing perfect blocking in the Rakshasa King copy and barely deflected the 6 sword energies. Well, this is getting interesting, kid. Turn off your attribute conversion skill and try using your sword controlling skill. After Yi Qingsong finished speaking, another sword energy broke through the air. Zhang Yuan canceled the attribute conversion and controlled the 10 flying swords to actively attack the sword energy. Clang! When the sword energy blasted away 8 flying swords, Zhang Yuan controlled the 9th flying sword to perfectly block the sword energy. Come again. 3 more sword energies attacked. Zhang Yuan concentrated as never before, capturing the traces of the sword energy and controlling the flying sword to block it. Ding, ding, ding. There were 3 consecutive crisp sounds, and this time Zhang Yuan only used 6 flying swords to deflect the 3 sword energies. The last time, from deep within the bamboo forest, 6 sword energies flew out, several times faster than before. Zhang Yuan's eyes changed slightly, and he hurriedly controlled the flying sword to block. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuan only blocked 3 sword energies this time. The other 3 sword energies hit him and turned into 3 gusts of cool wind. The bamboo forest suddenly became quiet. "Senior," Zhang Yuan called out, but there was no response from Yi Qingsong. Failed. Zhang Yuan was a little disappointed, but he quickly accepted the fact that he had failed. He was unable to take on the 6 sword energies because of his lack of strength, and he could not blame others. He just needed to work harder in the future. Zhang Yuan calmed himself down and turned to leave, but suddenly heard snoring coming from deep in the bamboo forest. "This is..." Zhang Yuan was startled and walked towards the depths of the bamboo forest following the sound. He soon saw a middle-aged man in plain cloth and with a stubble on his face lying on a huge rock and snoring. On the ground next to the boulder, there was an upside-down wine gourd and a thin bamboo that had just been broken. Fell asleep? When Zhang Yuan saw Yi Qingsong sleeping soundly, he was speechless and didn't know what to say for a moment. Finally, he stood up the upside-down wine gourd and turned away. "Boy." Yi Qingsong suddenly started talking in his sleep. "Get an Ice Emperor heart within 3 days. Then call Wang Haoran to go to the western suburbs of Kyoto for class." Zhang Yuan paused, turned around and looked at Yi Qingsong in disbelief. "Senior, what is the Ice Emperor's heart? Who is Wang Haoran?" "Call." Yi Qingsong started snoring again and seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Zhang Yuan was speechless, but he didn't want to wake Yi Qingsong up, so he had to go back to the academic affairs office and ask Zhang Yuan about the situation. "You said Yi Qingsong asked you to get an Ice Emperor heart within 3 days? Zhang Yuan looked at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. How much did that guy drink? Why did he give such an outrageous task? Zhang Yuan, "Teacher, is it difficult to obtain the Ice Emperor's heart?" "It's more than difficult, isn't it?" Zhang Yuan sighed. "The heart of the Ice Emperor is a material dropped by the boss of the Polar Ice Field Dungeon, and the Polar Ice Field Dungeon is a level 25, 50-person large-scale team dungeon in our school. I remember that you are only level 21. Even if your output is enough, you can't enter the level." As he spoke, Zhang Yuan threw a detection spell at Zhang Yuan. "Zhang Yuan, Swordmaster, level 28. Huh." Zhang Yuan rubbed his eyes and confirmed that he had not misread Zhang Yuan's level. He stared at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. "Level 28? What have you done in the past 10 days? Chapter 68. Solo Large Team Dungeon. "I didn't do anything actually, just killed some bosses, and then I reached level 28. "The bosses you killed were probably of high levels, right?" Zhang Yuan looked at Zhang Yuan deeply, but did not ask any more questions. He said, "Since you are at a high enough level, I will not stop you. The Polar Icefield Dungeon is in the dungeon hall in the middle of the school. The dungeons there are available to all the colleges in the school, but you need to pay 500 points for each challenge. Do you have enough points?" Forehead. Zhang Yuan was a little embarrassed. "Teacher, I currently only have 100 points given by the school. How about I go out and grab some? Doesn't the school encourage people to grab points? You've just entered school. There's no need to do anything that would make others hate you. I'll personally sponsor you 1,000 points. "Thank you, teacher." "You're welcome. Go ahead." Zhang Yuan said goodbye to Chen Yun and came to the copy hall in the middle of the school. As soon as you enter the hall, you can hear all kinds of lively shouting. "Level 20 Night Swamp Dungeon. Difficulty, anyone can go. I'll take you to a level 25 Orc Outpost Dungeon for a fee. The price is affordable, and you can choose the difficulty you want. Come quickly, boss. Level 30 Netherworld Tower. Nightmare difficulty. Missing a nurse. Needs purification skills." Zhang Yuan was stunned when he saw many students in the hall holding signs and shouting. Some even had a loudspeaker. The dungeon hall of Kyoto University looks no different from a wild dungeon. Both are like a farmer's market. In other words, the situation is the same at the entrance of every copy in this world. After all, there are only a few professionals who can clear dungeons alone. If most professionals want to upgrade, they can only seek cooperation and form a team to complete the dungeon. In the center of the copy hall, there is a teleportation array covered by a light curtain. By entering the teleportation array, you can be teleported to the place where the copies are stored at Kyoto University. Zhang Yuan ignored the students shouting in the hall, stepped into the teleportation array, and was teleported to a spacious hall. There are a large number of dungeon entrances suspended around this hall. There is a light curtain above each dungeon, on which is written information about the dungeon and the top 10 teams in that dungeon. In addition, there is an identity recognition station in front of the entrance of each copy. Just put your ID card on it and deduct the points for challenging the copy, and you can enter the copy. As expected of Kyoto University, there are so many public copies. Zhang Yuan took a quick look at the dungeons in the hall. From level 20 to level 60, there were at least 3 dungeons in each stage. Even students at Kyoto University's College of General Studies can raise their level to above 60 in school without having to venture into the wild. Zhang Yuan walked to the polar ice field copy and checked the copy information. Polar ice field dungeon. Level 25. Number of people 50. Note, the highest level of the challenger does not exceed 30, and each challenge requires 500 points. Below the introduction of the polar ice field dungeon, there is a row of dungeon clearance records. Xinlong Academy, Captain, Zhao Bin, Team Number, 50, Clearance Time, 4 hours 28 minutes and 56 seconds. Xinlong Academy, is it the hidden academy with the most resources that Teacher Qin mentioned? It takes a team from this academy 4.5 hours to clear the level. It seems that this dungeon is quite difficult. Classmate, do you want to challenge the polar ice dungeon? A senior student wearing glasses came over and asked in a soft voice. What's the matter? Zhang Yuan turned his head and asked. The senior student continued, it's like this. We are forming a team to challenge the polar ice sheet. There are already 36 people in the team. Do you want to join us? We will join when the team is full. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Zhang Yuan rejected the invitation from his senior, swiped his ID card at the ID recognition counter, and was teleported in. When the senior saw Zhang Yuan enter the extreme ice field dungeon alone, the corner of her mouth twitched. Is this kid crazy? Sun Qing, what's going on? At this time, Wang Fei, wearing heavy cavalry armor, came over and asked, where is the student just now? Sun Qing pointed to the entrance of the polar ice field dungeon with an innocent look on her face. He went in. They went in? Wang Fei was stunned. There are other teams trying to conquer the polar ice dungeon? Why haven't I heard about it? No. Sun Qing shook her head. He went in alone. Ah? Didn't he read the copy clearly? I think he saw it very clearly. He didn't even blink when he rejected me. Forget it. It would be a burden for this kind of young man to join our team. Let's continue to look for other people. We are well prepared this time, and we will definitely be able to pass this dungeon. While Wang Fei and Sun Qing were talking, Zhang Yuan had already arrived at an ice field. The cold wind was howling and large flakes of snow were covering the sky, blocking Zhang Yuan's vision. Is this a large-scale team instance? It's hard to even tell the direction. Zhang Yuan did not walk around aimlessly. He deployed a sword formation on the spot, lighting up the vision within a radius of 500 meters. Soon, Zhang Yuan found a path on the snowfield. He immediately summoned the Rakshasa King and let him walk in front to explore the way, with Zhang Yuan following closely behind. Rakshasa King is under attack. Not long after he walked, Zhang Yuan received a warning that the Rakshasa King was under attack. An elf assassin wrapped in a bearskin coat rushed out of the blizzard and stabbed the Rakshasa King in the back. The Rakshasa King's physical strength immediately decreased by 1/3. Zhang Yuan immediately used Eye of the Abyss.
Snow Elf Assassin, Enhanced Elite.
Level 25. Strength 15,000. Agility 20,000. Spirit 10,000.
Physique, 5000.
Skills Backstab, Invisibility. What high attributes! This monster's attributes are higher than those of a level 30 Rakshasa King. Is this a 50-person team dungeon? Zhang Yuan exclaimed and immediately ended the life of the Snow Elf Assassin with his flying sword. Successfully killed the Snow Elf Assassin. Experience plus 100,000, minus 50%. Get Elf Blood *1. A level 25 monster has 100,000 experience points. Zhang Yuan could only sigh that it was worthy of being a large team dungeon. I don't know if I can reach level 30 after completing this dungeon today. After Zhang Yuan had a rough judgment on the strength and experience of the monsters in this copy, he sped up his progress and continued to use Mental Storm. With the infinite recovery of mental power from the Blade of the Cursed King, Zhang Yuan now has no pressure at all to use Mental Storm. He can use it when the CD is ready. Once used, all monsters within a radius of 500 meters will be cleared, and the experience will be greatly increased. Even though the road was clear, Zhang Yuan still walked in the snow for nearly half an hour before being blocked by a large iceberg. There is a cave under the iceberg, and at the entrance of the cave stands a slender elf holding 2 swords. Snowfield Elf Swordsman, Strength and Leader. Level 25. Strength 30,000. Agility 30,000. Spirit 15,000. Physical Strength 30,000. Skills Ice Blade Chi, Blizzard Charge, Double Blade Slash. The first boss in the Polar Ice Field dungeon has exaggerated attributes, comparable to the level 35 Star Knight in the Star Secret Realm. While Zhang Yuan was investigating, the snow elf swordsman suddenly jumped up, raising a snowstorm and rushed in front of the Rakshasa king. The Rakshasa king used the sword flash to try to counter the skills of the snow elf swordsman, but his attributes were not enough and he was chopped into pieces by the snow elf swordsman on the spot, leaving only bloody skin. Return. Zhang Yuan immediately took out the mask and put the Rakshasa king back into the mask space. At the same time, the hatred of the snow elf swordsman was also transferred to Zhang Yuan. Blizzard advances. Chapter 69, Curse of Slavery. Seeing the snow elf swordsman rushing towards him, Zhang Yuan did not kill it instantly with his flying sword, but tried to use the flying sword to perfectly block its attack. After being taught a lesson by Yi Qingsong with his sword energy, Zhang Yuan finally understood that this world is not just about numbers, but also requires certain skills. Zhang Yuan pushed forward rapidly along the way. The monsters he encountered were either too weak and could be killed instantly, or too strong, like Artis and Desses, which were too strong. Zhang Yuan is about to reach level 29, but the only two bosses he can really train against are the Rakshasa King and the Star Saint. Now this snow elf swordsman is obviously a skill-based boss, and his attributes are higher than Zhang Yuan's, but not too outstanding, so he cannot pose a threat to Zhang Yuan. This boss is Zhang Yuan's best sparring partner. Clang. Zhang Yuan first consumed the passive blocking intuition to stun the snow elf swordsman, and then distanced himself from the snow elf swordsman to allow him to recover. The snow elf swordsman picked up his two swords again and rushed towards Zhang Yuan at an extremely fast speed. Zhang Yuan, who had no blocking instinct, could not block the snow elf swordsman's swordsmanship at all, and was slashed twice by the snow elf swordsman on the spot. Zhang Yuan lost less than 5% of his health, but it was quickly restored to full with the dual physical recovery of the sword formation and the blade of the cursed king. Sure enough, the attack poses no threat to me. Zhang Yuan was completely relieved. He controlled the flying sword to force back the snow elf swordsman, and then let the snow elf swordsman continue to attack. In this way, Zhang Yuan practiced blocking with the snow elf swordsman for half an hour, and was finally able to keep up with the snow elf swordsman's speed. He controlled the flying sword with his mind and perfectly blocked the snow elf swordsman's double sword slash. Thank you for your sparring. Zhang Yuan thanked the snow elf swordsman, and then Qi Shao flew out and dealt a fatal blow to the snow elf swordsman. Successfully killed the snow elf swordsman. Experience plus 300,000, minus 50%. Obtain the equipment Elf Long Sword. Elf Long Sword, Platinum Attack plus 300, Sword Skill Power plus 30%, Skill Cooldown minus 25%, available at level 25. A golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body, and Zhang Yuan reached level 29. After getting rid of the snow elf swordsman guarding the cave, Zhang Yuan summoned out the Rakshasa King again and followed him into the cave. This cave is more complicated than Zhang Yuan had imagined. The internal passages are crisscrossed. Some intersections can be connected together, while some intersections are dead ends. Zhang Yuan has no good solution and can only try and error bit by bit. Not only that, there are a large number of invisible elf assassins hiding in this cave, who will suddenly rush out to launch a sneak attack. If it is a full team of 50 people, after entering this narrow cave, the advantage of numbers will be limited to the greatest extent. At this time, if there are no big brothers in the team with top-notch equipment and sufficient output, then the team will easily be wiped out in the cave. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan himself is a big brother with sufficient output, and those elf assassins cannot pose any threat to him. The only thing that can stop Zhang Yuan is this cave maze. After wandering in the cave for nearly an hour and killing many elves and monsters, Zhang Yuan finally came to a cave as wide as a palace. In the center of the cave, there stood a huge block of ice, and inside the ice there seemed to be a female elf frozen. As soon as Zhang Yuan stepped into the cave, the entire cave began to shake violently, and then cracks began to appear on the surface of the huge ice block, and finally it exploded. A beautiful elf appeared in front of Zhang Yuan. Ice Elf Queen, World-Class Leader. Level 30. Strength 30,000. Agility 20,000. Spirit 80,000.
Physique 1,000,000.
Skills: Frostmourne, Ice Explosion, 1,000 miles of ice. Level 30, a terrifying number. After seeing the attributes of the Ice Elf Queen, Zhang Yuan understood why this dungeon was a large team dungeon for 50 people. Facing this Ice Elf Queen, if the team does not have top-notch equipment, excellent command and tacit cooperation, let alone 50 people, even if there are 100 people, the only outcome is annihilation. Although you are very beautiful, it's a pity that you are a magic boss. I can't practice perfect blocking. I can only ask you to die. After seeing the attributes of the Ice Elf Queen, Zhang Yuan did not let her go like he did when dealing with the snow elf swordsman. He directly used sword intent to accelerate, and Qi Xiao and Zhan Lu pierced the boss's body at the same time. The ice elf queen let out a painful scream, and then her whole body was covered in ice, and the entire cave began to freeze. It's the second stage. Zhang Yuan was not surprised that the elf queen entered the second stage. Or rather, it would be strange if the elf queen did not have the second stage. As the ice elf queen was completely wrapped in ice, a beautiful but scary singing voice rang out in the cave. The ice elf queen activates Frostmourne, and all team members are cursed, with all attributes reduced by 50%. I didn't expect that the elf queen's Frostmourne is also a curse skill. Zhang Yuan couldn't help laughing when he saw that his overall attributes had increased by 50%, and used his flying sword to attack the ice elf queen who was wrapped in ice. Qi Xiao broke the ice that wrapped the ice elf queen, and Zhan Lu pierced the ice elf queen's chest, emptying her health bar. The effect of the cursed king's heart is triggered, and the ice elf queen suffers the slavery curse. Do you want to enslave the ice fairy queen? Suddenly, a strange message popped up on Zhang Yuan's panel, and he was stunned. Slavery curse? Although Zhang Yuan didn't know what this curse was, he couldn't suppress his curiosity and directly chose slavery. The ice elf queen, who was supposed to be dead, suddenly screamed in pain, and then a large amount of black gas emerged from the wound on her chest and wrapped around her whole body. She seemed to be trying her best to resist the curse cast on herself, but unfortunately with her ability, she could not stop the erosion of the curse. Soon, the ice elf queen's expression became dull and her eyes were lifeless. Successfully enslave the ice fairy queen, and can be summoned from the pet space. Get Ice Emperor Heart *1. Zhang Yuan obtained the materials dropped by the boss, but did not gain any experience. Is it because I enslaved the boss? Zhang Yuan looked at the ice elf queen not far away and found that he and her had established a special master-servant relationship. Now Zhang Yuan could control the ice elf queen to do anything with just a thought. Realizing this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but flash a trace of shock in his eyes. This slavery curse can even enslave world-class bosses. Doesn't that mean that whenever he attacks a boss in the future, he can turn the boss into his own pet baby as long as the attack triggers the slavery curse? This cursed king's heart is too perverted, isn't it? Chapter 70 Breaking the Record. While Zhang Yuan was still counting the spoils, a melodious bell rang in the hall. Someone broke the dungeon record. Hurry up and find out which copy it is. Here, the record of the Polar Ice Field dungeon has been updated. All of a sudden, a large number of people in the dungeon hall rushed into the hall and surrounded the entrance to the Polar Ice Field dungeon. More than 100 pairs of eyes stared at the light screen above the copy, waiting for the record to be refreshed. For this instance, I remember the last time the record was broken was 3 years ago, right? I was a freshman at that time, and I'm about to graduate. I haven't heard of any academy trying to crack this dungeon recently. Who cracked it? It seems like someone is organizing a team to conquer the Polar Ice Field dungeon today. Could it be them? Everyone was discussing it one after another, and soon new information appeared on the screen. No academy, team leader, Zhang Yuan, team size, 1 person, clearance time, 2 hours 12 minutes and 6 seconds. Hiss. As the record was updated, everyone gasped and the hall suddenly became quiet. After a long time, someone broke the silence. Is this a mistake? 1 person cleared a large-scale team dungeon alone, and it only took more than 2 hours. Even if 50 level 30 people go in, they may not be able to clear the level, right? Who is Zhang Yuan? How come I have never heard of this person? It seems that this year's top scholar is named Zhang Yuan. Could it be him? Bullshit. A freshman can only be level 21 at best. If the boss who clears this dungeon solo is that Zhang Yuan, I will stand on my head and eat shit. Everyone started discussing excitedly, and the originally sacred temple became like a vegetable market at this moment. At this time, Wang Fei and Sun Qing, who were still forming a team, were teleported into the dungeon hall and saw a group of people gathered at the entrance of the Polar Ice Field dungeon, discussing something intensely. What happened? Wang Fei looked confused. In order to pull people in, he left the dungeon hall for a while and didn't know that someone had broken the record. Sun Qing stood on tiptoe and took a look. It seems that someone has broken the record of the Polar Ice Field dungeon. I didn't hear that there are other teams that want to conquer the Polar Ice Field dungeon besides us today? Wang Fei muttered, and Sun Qing seemed to have thought of something, and her expression changed slightly. No, there really is one. Who? Have you forgotten? Someone entered the Polar Ice Field dungeon before. You mean the young man who wants to solo a large-scale team dungeon? How could it be him? Wang Fei smiled and waved his hands, ruling out the possibility raised by Sun Qing without even a second thought, and walked straight towards the crowd. Let's not make blind guesses. We'll know once we go over and take a look. As soon as Wang Fei and Sun Qing squeezed to the front of the crowd, they saw Zhang Yuan walking out of the copy. The two were stunned on the spot. He's out. Boss, add me as your friend. Take me to the dungeon. The price is negotiable. Boss, I've been in school for 2 years, and I still haven't cleared this polarized dungeon. Please help me. As soon as Zhang Yuan came out, he was surrounded by a crazy crowd. Wang Fei and Sun Qing were squeezed out by the enthusiastic crowd on the spot. Zhang Yuan looked at the crazy crowd and couldn't help but twitch his lips. He immediately swiped his ID card at the identity recognition station in front of the copy and then was teleported into the copy again. He's in again. He wants to play solo. Is he treating the large-scale team dungeon as a leveling dungeon? But then again, if you have the ability to play a large-scale team dungeon alone, leveling up in it is indeed faster. After all, one person can enjoy the experience of 50 people. People outside the copy were talking about it, while Wang Fei and Sun Qing outside the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. He really went solo. Sun Qing, did you use detection on him before? What's his profession? Yes, he is a profession I haven't seen before, called Sword Master, and he looks like a support. A hidden profession? It looks like it has the strength of a legendary profession. We must make friends with this kind of person. Let's wait outside. Then we won't continue recruiting people? What's the good plan? Once Zhang Yuan joins the team, the number of people won't matter anymore. Makes sense. While the discussion outside the copy was in full swing, Zhang Yuan had already re-entered the polar ice field copy. Although he has already obtained the heart of the Ice Emperor, the experience points in this dungeon are very high. He can easily reach level 30 in one go in this dungeon and then change his job. In addition to leveling up, Zhang Yuan had 2 other purposes for entering this dungeon again. First, he wanted to see if the boss of this dungeon was still there after he enslaved the Ice Elf Queen. Second, when he refreshed the record, he received a reward from the school, 10,000 points and 10 credits. Needless to say, points are money. The key is credits. In order to graduate from Kyoto University, one must obtain 300 credits, and credits are extremely difficult to obtain. After completing a course in 1 semester, one might only get 1 credit, or even 0.5 credit. Moreover, in 4 years of college, a maximum of 100 credits can be obtained through classes, and the remaining 200 credits must be obtained from other channels. For example, refreshing the school copy record, or completing the tasks and commissions issued by the school. Zhang Yuan wanted to know if he could regain credits by repeatedly refreshing the copy record. If possible, he could get all the credits needed for graduation in less than a month, without even having to go to class. With the experience of the first dungeon, Zhang Yuan made rapid progress this time and reached the boss territory of the Ice Elf Queen again in less than an hour. There is also a huge block of ice standing in the center of the cave, but there is no Ice Elf Queen inside the ice. No boss? Zhang Yuan's mouth twitched involuntarily. He didn't expect that the boss of this copy was really kidnapped by himself. You know, every copy resource is extremely precious. 2/3 of the wars that broke out among countries in the world were caused by the fight for copy resources, and the remaining 1/3 were also related to copies. In this world, copies are equivalent to oil, and large team copies are even more like large oil fields. Zhang Yuan is now destroying a large oil field in the country. If the school knew about this, I don't know how many people would go crazy. However, the Ice Elf Queen is the meat at Zhang Yuan's fingertips, and there is no way he can give it back. Forget it, let's give it a try. The school won't let me lose my life. Zhang Yuan chose to give up and directly stepped into the boss's territory. Boom! The cave began to shake, and a large number of cracks appeared on the surface of the huge ice block, and then it exploded. The next moment, a message came from Zhang Yuan's communicator. Successfully cleared the polar ice field dungeon. Congratulations on breaking the dungeon record. Reward, 10,000 points. Zhang Yuan passed the level directly, but this time there was no credit reward. He only got 10,000 points. At the same time, the Kyoto University Copy Management Center was in an uproar. Chapter 71. The copy is broken. It should be okay. Teacher Zhu, the copy exploded. In the copy management office, a young teacher shouted in panic to a middle-aged man with a mustache who was leisurely drinking tea. Young people just haven't seen the world. It's just that the copy has been blown up. Why are you panicking? Zhu Yongfu blew away the steam from the teacup and said, "We are responsible for managing the copies. It is common for copies to have problems. We just need to solve them when they occur. Tell me which copy has the problem." Polar Ice Field Copy. The Polar Ice Field Dungeon? I remember that was a large 50-player team dungeon, right? This is an old dungeon, so it's normal to have some minor problems. Zhu Yongfu took a sip of tea slowly and continued to ask, "Tell me, what's the problem?" "The boss was kidnapped." "Humor. I want you to talk about problems, not tell jokes." "Teacher Zhu, the problem is that the boss has been kidnapped."
Bang!
The teacup fell to the ground. Zhu Yongfu stood up suddenly and rushed to the copy console. He shouted in a broken voice, "How could the boss be kidnapped?" Seeing that Zhu Yongfu's voice broke, the young teacher said quickly, "Teacher Zhu, don't be too excited. Calm down a little." "How can I stay calm?" "Pull up the dungeon log and see what's going on." Zhu Yongfu was sweating profusely. You know, the value of a large team copy is equal to that of 10 ordinary copies. If the Polar Ice Field copy is destroyed, it will definitely be a major accident. He might even lose his job. I've read the log. It's a freshman who was soloing the Polar Ice Field dungeon. After defeating the Ice Elf Queen, he captured her and kept her as a pet. Catch the boss and keep him as a pet? Zhu Yongfu was stunned. How did the student do it? The young teacher shook his head. I don't know. Forget it. You should temporarily close the Polar Ice Field dungeon. I will go to the Academic Affairs office and ask Lao Chun for a copy of the new student's information. Oh, by the way, what is the student's name? Zhang Yuan.
Ugh!
When Zhu Yongfu rushed to the Academic Affairs office, the copy hall was in an uproar. What the hell? Clearing the Icefield Polar Dungeon in just 1 hour? Is that boss cheating? I remember that this dungeon took an hour to complete, which means that the boss killed everyone in seconds along the way, including the boss. It turns out that the first 2 hours were because we couldn't find the way. Now no one will ever break the record of the Polar Icefield Dungeon. Oh, right. Did you notice that Zhang Yuan doesn't have a college yet? He's still a freshman this year. Are all the freshmen this year so fierce? I remember during the freshman training a while ago, there seemed to be a freshman who could summon machines and beat up a few juniors who wanted to steal points. I thought that guy was awesome, but I didn't expect there would be someone even more ruthless. Compared to them, I am a loser as a senior who needs to delay graduation. Everyone was discussing heatedly. At this time, a light appeared at the entrance of the copy and Zhang Yuan walked out. The boss is coming out. Boss, you are awesome. Boss, do you want to be my younger brother? Brother, help me level up and I can warm your bed. Zhang Yuan was once again surrounded by the crazy crowd. Knowing that he had caused a big mess, Zhang Yuan did not care about the praise of the crowd. After saying sorry, he changed his attributes, used the skill of controlling the wind, and jumped out of the crowd like a gust of wind and left the hall. What a fast speed. This agility value must be tens of thousands, right? The boss is really awesome. A big guy is a big guy. Even his back view is so elegant and handsome. I'm already fascinated by him. The name Zhang Yuan will be heard all over the campus tomorrow. After Zhang Yuan left the copy hall, he returned to the Academic Affairs office to find Chen Yun. He couldn't hide the fact that he had captured the Ice Elf Queen, so he had to report the situation before things got serious. If you lose your student status because of a boss, it would be a waste of time. Seeing Zhang Yuan coming back in a hurry, Chen Yun couldn't help but say, "You're back so soon? But don't be discouraged. After all, that dungeon is a large-scale team dungeon with 50 people. You can't do it alone. Didn't Yi Qingsong give you 3 days? Once you find a team, you will definitely be able to get through it with your output." Chen Yun thought that Zhang Yuan had failed in his solo attack, so he immediately smiled and comforted him. Although Zhang Yuan's output is very strong, he is alone, and clearing a large-scale dungeon requires more than just output. A meat shield, a nurse, and control are all indispensable. It is still too difficult for Zhang Yuan to solo. Zhang Yuan got straight to the point and said, "Teacher Chun, I made a small mistake." Chun Yun didn't care and smiled. "Did you have a conflict with other students?" "It doesn't matter. It's normal to have conflicts with other students in school. As long as no one dies, no matter how serious the injury is, our school doctor can save the patient." "Zhang Yuan, I captured the boss of the Polar Icefield Dungeon." "So you caught, what?" Chen Yun, who was laughing, shuddered suddenly and stared at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. "Oh my god, what did you catch?" "Old Chun." At this time, Zhu Yongfu rushed into the Academic Affairs office and shouted, "Give me the file of a student named Zhang Yuan. That little bastard actually captured the Ice Elf Queen as a pet, causing our large-scale team instance to collapse. I must skin him alive." After Zhu Yongfu finished yelling, he saw Zhang Yuan and Chen Yun in the Academic Affairs office looking at him with embarrassment, and the office became a little quiet. Chen Yun glanced at Zhang Yuan, not knowing what to say for a moment. So he had to calm Zhu Yongfu down first. Old Zhu, don't get excited. Maybe there is some misunderstanding. Zhang Yuan probably didn't mean it. You said it wasn't intentional, so it wasn't intentional? Zhu Yongfu was like a powder keg that had exploded. Hurry up and give me Zhang Yuan's information. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the principal finds out, I won't be able to keep my job. After that, Zhu Yongfu looked at Zhang Yuan again and said, go out first, and come back after I finish talking to Qin Yun. Zhang Yuan said awkwardly, Teacher, I am Zhang Yuan. Zhu Yongfu was stunned, then cast a detection spell at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, Sword Master, level 29. So it's you. Zhu Yongfu exploded. You're only level 29. What on earth did you do in the Polar Ice Dungeon? Zhang Yuan, it was just a normal monster hunt, and then for some reason, the Ice Elf Queen became my pet. After the meeting of elders, the contract he signed with the Cursed King had become a top state secret. He could not and had no right to reveal anything related to the Cursed King to anyone. All he could do at this time was to play dumb. No, I don't know why. Zhu Yongfu's mouth twitched. Then can you return the Ice Fairy Queen? Zhang Yuan shook his head and said innocently, I'm afraid. I can't. Chapter 72 Campus Competition League. You're not going back yet? Zhu Yongfu's mouth twitched, and veins popped up on his forehead. Do you know how much of a loss it would be for our school if a large team instance was scrapped? Chun Yun quickly tried to smooth things over. Old Zhu, don't get excited. It's just that a dungeon is missing a boss. We can go catch a boss in the wild and put it into the dungeon. The Polar Ice Dungeon can't be damaged. Yongfu, you make it sound easy. Wild bosses that can rival the Ice Elf Queen are all world-class, and they must be level 30. Where can we catch them? Once a world boss appears, especially a low-level world boss of level 30, it will be besieged by major guilds as soon as it appears. Those world bosses will not survive for more than a few hours, let alone be captured alive. Chun Yun continued to comfort him. We can always find a way. Anyway, things have come to this point now. You can't possibly fire Zhang Yuan for this, right? He was just doing a normal strategy copy, but something unexpected happened during the process. This is unforeseen. Zhu Yongfu rolled his eyes at Chen Yun and said, I finally understand. Old Chen, are you determined to favor this guy? What kind of magic potion did he feed you? Chun Yun, you still won't understand even if I tell you too much. Let me put it bluntly. Zhang Yuan is now level 29. He was level 28 before he soloed the Polar Icefield Dungeon. He is a genius who can solo a 50-man dungeon at level 28. Isn't his value higher than a large team dungeon? After all, the purpose of our school is to train students. Since Zhang Yuan was able to take in the Ice Elf Queen, that's his ability. As teachers, we can't stop students from making progress, right? Zhu Yongfu, that's true. But if this dungeon loses its final boss for no apparent reason, I won't be able to explain to the principal. Chun Yun, don't worry. The principal is also a person who loves talents. If you report the matter truthfully, he will not only not punish you, but will even reward you. After all, you have helped Zhang Yuan. As for the Polar Icefield Dungeon, since we can't find a level 30 world boss, let's first capture a normal boss and put it in the dungeon, and then adjust the difficulty of other monsters in the dungeon. As long as the difficulty of this dungeon is balanced well, it can be reopened. Zhu Yongfu sighed. It seems this is the only way. Seeing the two teachers like this, Zhang Yuan felt a little embarrassed and said, Teachers, is there any way to capture wild bosses? If I encounter a level 30 world boss, you can also help catch it. Chun Yun shook his head. You don't have to worry about this kind of thing. Your main task now is to level up and improve your strength. Even if you encounter a wild world boss, you should kill it if you have the chance. After all, the rewards for killing each world boss are extremely generous. You don't have to give up those rewards for the school copy. All right. Zhang Yuan didn't insist after hearing this. The students will remember the kindness of the two teachers. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Wait a minute, kid. At this time, Zhu Yongfu seemed to have thought of something and suddenly called Zhang Yuan. Do you have any experience in real-life combat? Zhang Yuan, I think so. After all, he has killed several people, and although they were all killed instantly, it can still be considered a real-life battle. Zhu Yongfu's eyes lit up. That's perfect. The National Campus Competition League is about to start. You can join our training team and represent our school in the PK. Old Zhu, you are kidding. Chun Yun's face suddenly turned stern. Those participating in that competition are all juniors, students above level 35. Zhang Yuan has just entered the school. How can he participate in such a high-intensity competition? Why not? Zhu Yongfu put his hands on his hips. This kid can even clear a level 25 large-scale team dungeon by himself. He must be strong enough. At worst, he can release the Ice Elf Queen and beat the students from other schools into a mess. This is a great thing to bring honor to the school. Besides, if Zhang Yuan can win the championship, it will be a huge benefit to him as well. Chen Yun sighed, then looked at Zhang Yuan. What's your opinion? Zhang Yuan was curious. What is the National Campus Competition? Zhu Yongfu introduced. It is a professional competition league hosted by the Daxia Ministry of Education. All major universities across the country will participate. Each school will send a 5-person team to participate. In this competition, thousands of college students from thousands of universities across the country competed on the same stage to finally decide the champions of the 3 categories: individual competition, 3-person team competition, and 5-person team competition. The champion of each category will receive extremely generous rewards. My requirements for you are not high. Just win one of the 3 categories. Zhang Yuan asked again. Kyoto University should not be short of geniuses, right? Why are you looking for me? Zhu Yongfu. In fact, I recently received news that several colleges and universities have produced extremely talented people. Although the 5 people in our university training team are all quite strong, it may be difficult for us to win the championship this year. We at Kyoto University win at least 1 championship every year. If we don't win any this year, I'm afraid our school will become a laughing stock across the country. Kyoto University is the top-ranked university, and every year the top scorers in the college entrance examinations in various provinces and cities basically choose Kyoto University. Judging from the strength on paper, Kyoto University is indeed the strongest. But in fact, all major universities will establish affiliated middle schools to cultivate students who will not take the college entrance examination and will be directly admitted to the school from an early age. Since those students have received professional training since childhood, once they are drawn into a combat profession at the age of 18, they can immediately give full play to the advantages of the profession, which is far stronger than ordinary professionals. Due to the existence of this recommendation mechanism, Kyoto University does not necessarily receive the most talented students, which results in that even Kyoto University cannot win the championship in the campus competitive league. Zhang Yuan nodded. I understand. I can't participate. Chen Yun then instructed. Zhang Yuan, you can participate, but remember, don't force yourself in this competition. This is just a game. Zhu Yongfu said seriously, Old Chen, I have something to say to you. Why are you so pessimistic? Isn't Zhang Yuan's strength obvious to all? Let him play, and he will definitely kill people. This is a great opportunity to win glory for the school. Chen Yun said unhappily, I think you want to save face for yourself, right? You are the leader of this campus competition. You are afraid that if you don't get a good result this time, people will talk about you, right? Haha, don't be so blunt. Besides, if I lead the team to help the school win the championship, it will be a great achievement. The principal won't be able to blame me for the dungeon incident then. Zhu Yongfu smiled awkwardly, then said to Zhang Yuan, you don't have to be too nervous. There is still a month before the league starts. You should first train to level 30. It would be best if you can awaken in advance. The first transformation is a watershed for combat professionals. With your ability, it should be no problem for you to upgrade from level 29 to level 30 and complete your job transfer within a month, right? It's no problem, teacher. Chapter 73 God's Treasure House. It was already evening when Zhang Yuan came out of the academic affairs office. He went to the cafeteria and spent 2 points to have a sumptuous dinner. He then sent a message to Li Shuer saying that he had finished his work and had reported to school, and then hurried back to the dormitory. After clearing several dungeons in a row today and exchanging 2 moves with the strongest man from Kyoto University, Zhang Yuan was exhausted both physically and mentally. All he wanted now was to lie down on the soft big bed and have a good sleep. As soon as Zhang Yuan arrived at the door of dormitory number 0, he saw Granny Niu guarding the gate, staring at him menacingly.
Niu, Granny Niu.
Zhang Yuan felt Granny Niu's murderous aura and suddenly had a bad feeling. He quickly took out the star stone from the storage space and said, I'll pay the rent. Put the rent aside for now. Granny Niu stared at Zhang Yuan. First, explain why you lied to me this morning. Zhang Yuan was stunned. What did I lie to you about? Granny Niu, are you still playing dumb? I asked you if you got the blessing of the star god. Why did you say no? Zhang Yuan, I really didn't get it.
Impossible.
Granny Niu responded decisively. There were only 2 people in the star secret realm at that time. Now it is confirmed that the other one does not have the star god's blessing. So you are the only one who has the star god's blessing. At this point, Granny Niu's tone softened again and she continued, Zhang Yuan, are you hiding this from me because you don't trust me? In fact, there is no need for you to do this. I won't harm you. When Zhang Yuan heard Granny Nyo's words, he immediately understood why Granny Nyo was angry. He smiled bitterly and said, Granny Nyo, you misunderstood. The star god did send down a blessing on me at that time, but for some reason, the blessing failed. The blessing failed? Granny Nyo's eyes widened. How is this possible? If the god's blessing fails, it can only be that you have the power of other gods. Could it be that you have received blessings from other gods before this? Zhang Yuan shook his head. Grandma Nyo, the power in me is not a blessing, but I can't go into details about the specific reasons. After hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Granny Nyo seemed to realize something. She did not ask where the divine power in Zhang Yuan came from. She just said with regret, that's a pity. I thought you could open the treasure house. Treasure house? When Zhang Yuan heard Granny Nyo's words, his eyes lit up slightly, and he immediately said, Granny Nyo, although I didn't receive the blessing of the star god later gave me another piece of equipment. After saying that, Zhang Yuan showed the appearance of the star god robe. The robe of the star god? When Granny Nyo saw the robe Zhang Yuan was wearing, her pupils suddenly trembled and her eyes almost popped out. No, it's impossible. Why would the star god give you this equipment? Zhang Yuan was curious. Is there anything special about the star god robe? Let me take a break first. Granny Nyo took a few deep breaths and calmed down before saying, the star god's robe is a token of the star god. He gave this equipment to you, which means that he has completely recognized you and can share his power with you. This matter is of great significance and can even affect the development strategy of the Great Xia Empire. Zhang Yuan was shocked. Is this equipment so important? Granny Nyo looked at Zhang Yuan deeply and said, Zhang Yuan, I really underestimated you. You gave me such a big job when I just arrived at Dormitory 0. I dare not imagine how lively Dormitory 0 will be in the future. At this point, Granny Nyo turned around and said, come with me. Zhang Yuan, Grandma Nyo, where are we going? Granny Nyo, go and open a new chapter for Dormitory 0. Granny Nyo said something that made no clear sense. Although Zhang Yuan didn't understand, he still followed her obediently. When Zhang Yuan followed Granny Nyo upstairs, he found that except for the second floor, the entrances to other floors were covered with a thick fog, and he could not see the situation in the corridor at all from the stairs. Granny Nyo introduced to Zhang Yuan as they walked. In Dormitory 0, floors 2 to 5 are all accommodation areas. Each floor has a special bonus effect. The higher the floor, the stronger the bonus effect. The 6th floor is the public area. Anyone who lives in Dormitory 0 can go up there. There are many dungeons and special facilities unique to our dormitory building. As long as you have a star stone, you can quickly improve your strength on the 6th floor. We are going to the 6th floor now. Even if you're running on the 6th floor, you can still permanently improve your attributes. Zhang Yuan asked, then how can I live on a higher floor? Granny Nyo, once you have reached a high enough level and passed the test in Dormitory 0, you will be able to move to a higher level. If you want to live on the 3rd floor, you must reach level 41st. Understood. While Granny Nyo was introducing the basic situation of Dormitory number 0 in detail, Zhang Yuan also came to the 6th floor. The 6th floor is a wide platform, surrounded by a lot of exercise equipment and several copies of the Starry Sky. The blonde boy that Zhang Yuan met at the entrance of the Star Secret Realm dungeon this morning was now running on a treadmill engraved with magic circle patterns. Granny Nyo introduced Zhang Yuan. His name is Wang Haoran, and he lives in Dormitory 208. Don't be fooled by his appearance of a 13 or 14-year-old boy. He is actually your senior and has lived in Dormitory 0 for a year. He is Wang Haoran? There was a hint of surprise in Zhang Yuan's eyes. He remembered that Yi Qingsong asked him to take the Ice Emperor's heart and Wang Haoran to the western suburbs of Kyoto. He didn't expect that Wang Haoran also lived in Dormitory number 0. This saved him the trouble of looking for someone all over the school. Granny Nyo saw that Zhang Yuan was interested in talking to Wang Haoran, so she continued. Once that guy is immersed in his own world, he won't pay attention to other people. If you want to get to know him, you have to wait until he finishes his training. Come here with me first. As she spoke, Granny Nyo took Zhang Yuan to a copy and said, try to see if you can get in. Seeing that Granny Nyo wanted to clear the dungeon by herself, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but say, Granny Nyo, I've already cleared several dungeons today. Can you come back tomorrow? Granny Nyo, don't worry, there are no monsters in this instance. If you can get in, you'll get unexpected benefits. A copy without monsters? A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes, and he used the Eye of the Abyss on the copy in front of him. God's treasure house. Grade? Only those chosen by the gods are qualified to enter. The information given by the Eye of the Abyss made Zhang Yuan realize that this dungeon was not simple. He immediately became interested in it and asked Granny Nyo, "What should I do next?" Granny Nyo nodded. "Put your hand in and you'll know." Zhang Yuan did not hesitate and put his hand directly into the vortex. Then he felt a strange force surging into the copy and enveloping his whole body. The next moment, the copy burst out with dazzling light, instantly covering the entire sixth-floor space. Wang Haoren, who was training, was attracted by the light and turned to look at the glowing copy. When the light faded, Zhang Yuan had disappeared from the spot. He actually went in. Granny Nyo was filled with excitement. After so many years, someone is finally able to activate the God's Treasure House. Chapter 74 Career Awakening. In the copy, Zhang Yuan came to a hall made of starlight. In this palace, there are many treasures suspended, including equipment materials, and without exception, these treasures exude an extremely terrifying aura. Congratulations on coming to God's Treasure House. As the chosen one who activated the Treasure House for the first time in 30 years, you are eligible to draw a treasure from the Treasure House. A prompt appeared on Zhang Yuan's panel, and then a magic array similar to the Destiny Star array appeared in front of him, except that it was a colorful array. Then, a divine stone emitting a special aura slowly condensed in front of him. God's Stone card draw? Zhang Yuan looked at the special divine stone in his hand, was stunned at first, and then his heart beat faster. If this can also be considered as drawing a card, then his talent of absolute luck can also be triggered, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan became more and more excited. This card pool is full of treasures, and the guaranteed payout is probably equivalent to the payout of an ordinary God's Stone. If he could draw the best stuff in the God's treasury, no, I can't help it. Zhang Yuan couldn't contain his excitement and placed the special divine stone into the prismatic Destiny Star array. The special divine stone turned into colorful light and dissipated, and a large number of cards began to roll in the prismatic Destiny Star array. Different from ordinary Destiny Star array where most of the cards are white, Zhang Yuan discovered that most of the cards in this prismatic Destiny Star array are gold, and the remaining small part is all red cards. This God's Treasure House is truly incredible. When Zhang Yuan sighed, a colorful card flew out from the Destiny Star array, and there was a colorful stone on the card. First level Awakening Stone, God level. Note, this Awakening Stone is condensed from the power of a certain God. It can be used together with other Awakening Stones. The one who awakens using this Awakening Stone will gain the power of the God. The second God level Awakening Stone. When Zhang Yuan saw that he had drawn a God level Awakening Stone, his heart was filled with shock. And according to the description of this Awakening Stone, it seems that it can be used together with other Awakening Stones. In this way, can he use 2 God-level Awakening Stones to complete the first level of advancement? Looking at the course of world history, no one has been able to awaken using 2 Awakening Stones at the same time. Not to mention that those 2 Awakening Stones are both God-level. Zhang Yuan is making history. I'll be able to reach level 30 naturally tomorrow after a good night's sleep in the dormitory. By then, I'll be able to use 2 God-level Awakening Stones. I don't know how abnormal I will be. At this moment, Zhang Yuan was looking forward to tomorrow more than ever. After Zhang Yuan drew the card, he was directly teleported out of the copy. At this time, Granny Nyo and Wang Haoren looked at him nervously. Zhang Yuan, what did you draw from the treasure house? When Granny Nyo saw Zhang Yuan coming out, she couldn't wait to ask. Zhang Yuan did not hide it and said generously, I drew a God-level first-level Awakening Stone. You won the first prize on your first draw? Granny Nyo's eyes almost popped out of her head, her face full of disbelief. A God-level Awakening Stone. How many professionals dream of having that treasure? Zhang Yuan smiled and said, It's just luck. You're more than just lucky. In this treasure house of God, the probability of winning the first prize is less than 1 in 10,000. Granny Nyo muttered, her whole body emitting the resentment of a non-African. Feeling Granny Nyo's resentful mood, Zhang Yuan didn't know what to say, so he immediately changed the subject. By the way, Granny Nyo, I see that the God Stone used for drawing cards in the dungeon is different from our ordinary God Stones. How do I get that special God Stone? Granny Nyo replied, That's called the Star God Stone. It's a treasure condensed from the power of the Star God. Before you activated the God's treasure house, there was no way to obtain the Star God Stone. But now it's different. According to the rules of Dormitory 0, there are 2 ways to obtain Star God Stones. Either you pass the trial of Dormitory 0, or you exchange it with ordinary God Stones. 10 ordinary God Stones can be exchanged for 1 Star God Stone. The trial in Dormitory 0 will only take place when you advance to a higher level. There will only be a few times in total, and you won't get many Star God Stones. So, I suggest you save up all the God Stones you get and exchange them all for Star God Stones. After all, if you draw 10 times in a row with ordinary God Stones, they may all be garbage. But Star God Stones are different. They are guaranteed to contain platinum-level treasures, and there is a high chance that you will draw treasures of epic level or above. Zhang Yuan pondered, 10 God Stones for 1 Star God Stone. This kind of thing is a sure win for other people, but it is different for Zhang Yuan. To Zhang Yuan, an ordinary God Stone is equivalent to a special weapon. Before he draws all the special weapons and fully refines them, it would be a huge loss to exchange God Stone for Star God Stone. In this way, he can only rely on the trials in Dormitory 0 to obtain the Star God Stone. However, Zhang Yuan did not intend to talk about this matter, and instead said, Grandma Nyo, I am a little sleepy and want to go back to rest. Is there anything else? No more. Go back and rest. Granny Nyo waved her hands repeatedly and said, By the way, you don't have to pay rent from now on. Keep your star stones for upgrading yourself. Thank you, Granny Nyo. Zhang Yuan thanked him and then couldn't wait to go downstairs and return to his dormitory. Seeing Zhang Yuan leave, Wang Haoren couldn't help but ask Granny Nyo, Granny Nyo, can I also go to the God's treasure house to draw cards? Granny Nyo smiled and said, Of course, thanks to Zhang Yuan, the God's treasure house has been activated. Anyone who lives in Dormitory 0 can enter. Very good. Wang Haoren took out 10 God Stones from the storage space. These are the God Stones I have collected for half a year. How can I exchange them for Star God Stones? Just go directly into the treasury. Understood. When Wang Haoren entered the God's treasure house with great anticipation, Zhang Yuan had already returned to the dormitory, fell asleep, and started the idle mode to gain experience. Enter special area, experience plus 10 per second, minus 50%. The next morning, a golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body, and he reached level 30. You have reached level 30 and can awaken your profession. Do you want to awaken? As soon as Zhang Yuan opened his eyes, he saw the prompt on the panel and couldn't contain his excitement. Awaken. The awakening ceremony has begun. Please use the first level awakening stone. As Zhang Yuan chose to awaken, the 2 God-level first-level awakening stones in the storage space began to light up. Zhang Yuan took out 2 first-level awakening stones, and they flew into the air by themselves, shining with black and blue light respectively. The next moment, 2 God-level awakening stones simultaneously turned into 2 rays of light and rushed into Zhang Yuan's body. Zhang Yuan suddenly felt a brand new power surging in his body. Awakening is successful. The Sword Master advances to Sword Master. The first God-level awakening stone adds attributes. The Sword Master advances to Shadow Sword Master. The second God-level awakening stone adds attributes. The Shadow Sword Master advances to Ghost Sword Master. Chapter 75. Ghost Sword Master. Huge improvement. Zhang Yuan was shocked to see that he had awakened once, and his Sword Formation Master had advanced 3 times in a row. He immediately checked his current attributes. Name, Zhang Yuan. Title, Cursed King. Occupation, Ghost Sword Master. First transformation. Level, 30, 0%. Strength, 25,010, plus 714. Agility, 19,010, plus 714. Spirit, 50,001, plus 714.
Physique, 19010, plus 714.
Special attributes of the profession. Critical hit rate, 39%. Critical hit damage, 390%. Hiss. Such a big bonus? When Zhang Yuan saw his current attribute panel, he couldn't help but take a breath. Excluding the attribute enhancement from equipment and talent, Zhang Yuan's bare panel attributes are equivalent to an increase of 2,000 attributes per level up. Compared to before awakening, the attribute enhancement has increased 40 times. In addition to the attribute enhancement, Zhang Yuan also found that several of his skills had changed. Ghost Sword Formation, Level 5. Deploy a sword formation, which continuously consumes mental power. Within a radius of 100 meters, critical damage is increased by 180%. Within the range of the sword formation, the speed of all enemies is slowed down by 50%, and the damage received is increased by 50%. The speed of all friendly forces, including yourself, is increased by 50%, and the damage caused is increased by 50%. Ghost Sword, Level 5. Control the flying sword, attack from mid-air, and directly kill the target with less than 25% health. Ghost Sword Speed, Level 1. Flying sword speed increases by 1,000%. Except for the two skills of sword formation space and attribute conversion, which remained unchanged, the other three professional exclusive skills of the sword formation master have been greatly enhanced, even to the point that Zhang Yuan was a little confused. Not only that, Zhang Yuan even discovered that his 6 constellations had changed. Sword Lord, Constellation 1. The effective radius of the sword formation is increased by 20 times. Sword Intention, Constellation 2. Deploying a sword formation and controlling a sword no longer consumes mental power. Within the sword formation, the enemy's mental power continues to decrease, while you and your allies continue to recover mental power. Sword Bone, Constellation 3. In the sword formation, the enemy's physical strength continues to decrease, while you and your allies continue to recover physical strength. Sword Embryo, Constellation 4. In the sword formation, every time you attack an enemy, other enemies in the sword formation will receive 50% splash damage. Sword Heart, Constellation 5. In the sword formation, your own and your friendly forces' attacks will definitely be critical hits, and the critical hit rate will be doubled and converted into critical hit damage, and the critical hit damage will be increased by an additional 200%. Sword Immortal, Constellation 6. In the sword formation, you ignore the enemy's defense, and friendly forces ignore 50% of the enemy's defense. All 6 constellations have been greatly strengthened. Zhang Yuan looked at his current attribute panel and was so shocked that he was completely speechless. He knew that after a professional's first awakening, their combat power would see a huge boost, but he didn't know the boost would be so huge. This is no longer a career advancement. It is a complete redesign of a new career that is more perverted and violent. DPS, Meat Shield, Support, Nurse. He can now do everything that other professions can do. Is this the improvement brought by 2 first-level God-level awakening stones? This is too abnormal. Others at level 30 only have attribute panels of a few thousand with their equipment, but he has tens of thousands. Not to mention the improvement of skills and constellations. Zhang Yuan is now so strong that he feels a little embarrassed about it. Crap, this cheat is really powerful. Zhang Yuan calmed himself down, tidied his appearance, then went out, walked to the door of number 208 and knocked. No one responded. Strange, I got up early today. Has he already gone out? Zhang Yuan muttered, and was about to go to Granny Niu to ask about Wang Haoren's whereabouts, when the door of room 208 opened. Wang Haoren, with messy hair and bloodshot eyes, looked at Zhang Yuan dejectedly. It's you. What's the matter? Zhang Yuan saw that Wang Haoren was completely different from yesterday, and the corners of his mouth twitched. What happened to you? Seeing Zhang Yuan asking, Wang Haoren suddenly said excitedly, 10 God Stones? Do you know what I got from the God's treasure house with the 10 God Stones I saved for half a year? Zhang Yuan was curious. What did you draw? Wang Haoren, an epic armor. Zhang Yuan, isn't this pretty good? 10 God Stones may not necessarily give you epic equipment. Wang Haoren cried, it's useless for me to take it. I already have my own exclusive armor. I might as well go to the Destiny Star Array and gamble 10 times, which might even refine my equipment to the next level. I was so angry that I couldn't sleep all night. Zhang Yuan didn't know how to comfort Wang Haoren for a moment. After all, what he drew from the God's treasure house was a God-level awakening stone. He felt that no matter what words of comfort he said now, it would be a mockery to Wang Haoren. Zhang Yuan had no choice but to quickly change the subject and said, Teacher Yi asked me to come find you and ask us to go to the western suburbs of Kyoto for class together. Teacher Yi is going to teach? When Wang Haoren heard Zhang Yuan's words, he immediately changed his previous depressed look and stared at Zhang Yuan. Really? Zhang Yuan, anyway, he told me this himself, so it shouldn't be wrong, right? Wang Haoren, was he drinking when he said this? Zhang Yuan, drank it. Well, Wang Haoren paused, then sighed and said, then we don't need to go. I guess he has completely forgotten about it. Not really. Zhang Yuan hesitated. He is the strongest person in Kyoto University after all. How can he forget what he just said yesterday? You don't understand Teacher Ye's character at all. Wang Haoren sighed again, and then said, forget it. Wait for me for a moment. We will go to the bamboo forest later to see if we can find him. After saying that, Wang Haoren went back to the room, washed up, and after getting ready, he returned to his cool appearance of yesterday. Let's go. Isn't your state of mind changing too much? Zhang Yuan looked at Wang Haoren in surprise. He couldn't understand why Wang Haoren seemed like a completely different person in just a few minutes when he just washed up. Wang Haoren smiled slightly and said politely to Zhang Yuan, I'm really sorry for letting you see my unruly side just now. In fact, this is the real me now. You must have said it the other way around, didn't you? Zhang Yuan did not expose Wang Haoren's disguise and followed him to the bamboo forest in the northwest. When the two men walked deep into the bamboo forest, they saw Yi Qingsong sleeping soundly on a rock, with wine gourds all around the rock. Even the air was filled with the strong smell of alcohol. It's only morning, right? How much did he drink? Zhang Yuan looked at the wine gourds on the ground and couldn't help but complain. Wang Haoren smiled embarrassedly and said, "Teacher is addicted to alcohol. He drank a little today." Wang Haoren pushed Yi Qingsong and said, "Teacher, Zhang Yuan has already got the Ice Emperor's heart. Should we start the class?" Zhang Yuan? Yi Qingsong muttered in his sleep. Who is Zhang Yuan? Why did he bring the Ice Emperor's heart? When Zhang Yuan heard Yi Qingsong's words, his fist stiffened on the spot. Chapter 76. Haven't you ever killed anyone? After Yi Qingsong finished talking in his sleep, he slept like a dead pig and could not be woken up no matter how Wang Haoren pushed him. Wang Haoren said to Zhang Yuan with an embarrassed look on his face, "Teacher is like this. Once he gets drunk, he will forget about even the most important things." Zhang Yuan, what should we do now? Wang Haoren, usually at this time, I would find something to do. Oh, by the way, I heard that a world boss appeared in the western suburbs of Kyoto recently, and no one has conquered it yet. The teacher wants to take us to the western suburbs for class. I guess it has something to do with the world boss. How about we go and take a look ourselves? Okay. Zhang Yuan nodded. He had never seen a world boss in the wild, so it was a good opportunity to go and broaden his horizons. Wang Haoren smiled and said, "Our school happens to have a teleportation array that can teleport to the West City Gate. I'll take you there." Not long after Wang Haoren took Zhang Yuan out of the bamboo forest, Yi Qingsong, who was still sleeping soundly, opened his eyes slightly and said to himself, "His talent is good, but the next step is to see his character and brain." Yi Qingsong took out a new wine gourd from the storage space and took a big gulp. At this time, a breeze blew and the bamboo forest rustled. The next moment, Yi Qingsong disappeared along with the wind. The west gate of Kyoto, the city wall here is made of cast steel. Not only is there a barrier cast by a god-level formation master, but there are also a large number of gun muzzles hidden in the wall. Once war breaks out, this city wall will be enough to annihilate all invading enemies. Wang Haoren showed his Kyoto University ID card to the guard at the city gate, and the guard stopped trying to stop him and let Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren leave the city. The wilderness in Kyoto is different from that in Shihu City. Here, the roads are flat and there is not a single wild monster to be seen. Wang Haoren explained to Zhang Yuan, "The city defense forces of Kyoto will regularly clear out monsters outside the city. You won't be able to see a single wild monster within 10 kilometers of Kyoto. 10 kilometers away, there is a town that has been abandoned for 30 years. The monsters there are all above level 35. Someone witnessed the world boss in that town." Zhang Yuan was curious. There is an abandoned town outside of Kyoto? Wang Haoren, I heard that 30 years ago, an Abyss army reached the outskirts of Kyoto, and that Abyss army was stationed in that town. Although Da Xia later repelled the Abyss army, the town had already been contaminated with a lot of Abyss aura and was no longer suitable for living. Even now, the Abyss aura there has not been completely cleared, so the monsters in the town are much stronger than ordinary wild monsters. Zhang Yuan, you are only level 30, and you may not be able to withstand the monster's attack. When the time comes, you can walk behind me and I will protect you. Zhang Yuan used the Eye of the Abyss to investigate Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren, Dragon Sword Soil, level 35. You're only level 35, so it's unclear who will protect whom by then. You don't understand. Even though I'm only level 35, my profession is a legendary profession, a complete zero-life profession, with mechanisms and stats far superior to ordinary professions. When the time comes, just watch me show off. That's great. My profession is a warrior constellation, which means I start with a -2 life. Wang Haoren looked at Zhang Yuan sympathetically, patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder, and consoled him. Brother, I understand. Many professions are like this. Zero fate lacks mechanics, and you must draw a fate constellation to become stronger. Sometimes, this world is so fucked up. Many hidden professions are not even as strong as ordinary professions before they draw a fate constellation. Yeah. Zhang Yuan sighed. Luckily, I have full life. Wang Haoren. Brother Wang, why are you silent?
Roll.
The two of them joked all the way as they walked along the 10-kilometer flat road and arrived at the abandoned town. The moment they stepped into the town, they suddenly felt the temperature around them drop a lot. Looking around, the town is full of dilapidated buildings covered with moss. Even after 30 years, there is still a faint smell of the abyss in the air. One can imagine how deeply the abyss has harmed this land. Wang Haoren, who had regained his composure, told Zhang Yuan, "We have entered a dangerous area. The monsters here like to hide in those houses. You have to be especially careful." "Yeah." Zhang Yuan nodded slightly and then deployed the sword formation.
Fuck.
Wang Haoren saw the enhanced attributes on his panel and looked at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. "Dude, aren't you a damage dealer? Why are all these auxiliary effects?" The buffs Zhang Yuan gave him have increased his strength from 0 lives to 6 lives, and the improvement is even stronger than 6 lives. "Zhang Yuan, I'm a formation-based output profession, so it's normal for me to have 100 million points of auxiliary ability, right?" What are you talking about?" Wang Haoren's mouth twitched, and he refreshed his understanding of this world. Before meeting Zhang Yuan, he thought that his profession was very strong, surpassing 99.99% of professionals in the world. Even Teacher Yi commented so. But after meeting Zhang Yuan, Wang Haoren realized that his profession was just that of a fucking primitive man. Unfair. It's so unfair. When Wang Haoren angrily denounced the injustice of heaven, Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Someone is coming. At this time, 6 professionals wearing uniform equipment and holding sophisticated weapons walked out of the town and blocked the way of Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren. One of the mages holding a staff said calmly, "We, the Flying Dragon Guild, are currently hunting the world boss in this area. Anyone outside, please leave as soon as possible." When Wang Haoren heard the mage's words, his expression suddenly darkened. "This jungle is a public area, and the world boss doesn't belong to you alone. Aren't you being too overbearing?" The mage glanced at Wang Haoren and Zhang Yuan indifferently, and without any nonsense, he directly ordered the professional next to him, "Kill them." 2 of the archers immediately drew their bows and shot arrows. 2 arrows emitting poisonous light shot directly into the faces of Wang Haoren and Zhang Yuan. Before Zhang Yuan could take action, a flash of sword light appeared. Wang Haoren took out a dark red sword, cut off the 2 arrows, and shouted angrily, "Are you going to kill someone now?" The mage saw that the level 35 Wang Haoren easily cut off the attacks of 2 level 40 archers, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then he said, "These 2 guys are not simple. Everyone attack together." As soon as he finished speaking, other professionals launched attacks one after another. All of a sudden, fireballs, hail, poison arrows, and all kinds of attacks flew towards Zhang Yuan and the other person. Seeing this, Wang Haoren's eyes filled with rage, dragon scales appeared on his skin. He took a step forward and let out an angry roar. The ground was crushed by his steps. Skill, dragon roar, boom. The terrifying sound wave shattered everyone's attacks on the spot, and all the professionals of the Phylong Guild were seriously injured by Wang Haoren's dragon roar. The leading mage's expression changed drastically. "This guy's damage is not right. Retreat quickly and inform the president." At this moment, 6 flying swords appeared out of thin air behind them and directly harvested the lives of everyone present. 6 bodies fell straight to the ground, and the abandoned town suddenly became quiet. Wang Haoren stood there in a daze, looking at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. "You killed them?" Zhang Yuan didn't take it seriously and asked, "Brother Wang, have you never killed anyone?" Chapter 77, Level 70 World Boss. Kill. This is a rather unfamiliar word to Wang Haoren. He has been a top student in school since he was young. After he drew a card and changed his job, he has been leveling up in the dungeon. After being admitted to Kyoto University, he has also stayed on campus. Even if he has conflicts with other professionals, the fight between the 2 sides will be limited. It can be said that Wang Haoren has lived in an ivory tower called school all his life so far, and has not been exposed to the beatings of society. Zhang Yuan saw Wang Haoren's expression and immediately realized that Wang Haoren had never experienced such a thing. So he comforted him, "It's okay, there always has to be a first time for such things." Wang Haoren swallowed hard, still unable to accept it. But they are not monsters, they are living people, and they died just like that. "Zhang Yuan, they want to kill us. If we let them go, more people will come to kill us, and then more people will die." "Brother Wang, human nature is evil. In this world, everyone possesses extraordinary powers. Killing is the easiest thing in this world. As long as people have greed, they will have the intention to kill. Brother Wang, can you live on campus forever?" Wang Haoren was silent for a long time, then said, "Zhang Yuan, I don't mean to blame you. I also understand this truth, but I still need some time to digest it." "Yes, I understand." Zhang Yuan nodded, and then said, "Do you want to rest here for a while? I can deal with the world boss by myself." Wang Haoren shook his head. "No, I will be able to overcome this psychological problem soon. Let's move on. Okay, wait a moment. Zhang Yuan dragged the bodies to the bushes on the side of the road, took off 2 sets of clothes from 2 of the bodies, and handed 1 set to Wang Haoren. There are probably quite a few people from the Flying Dragon Guild in this town. To avoid unnecessary trouble, let's disguise ourselves a little. Wang Haoren did not refuse. He and Zhang Yuan changed into the uniforms of the Flying Dragon Guild and entered the abandoned town. Members of the Dragon Guild can be seen everywhere in this town, but there are few wild monsters to be seen, as they have all been cleared out by the Dragon Guild. Looking at their behavior, they probably haven't found the world boss yet. We still have a chance to complete the first kill. Zhang Yuan saw that the members of the Flying Dragon Guild had been searching for something in the town and immediately realized that the boss had not been found. He then asked Wang Haoren, "Brother Wang, do you know where the Flying Dragon Guild came from?" Wang Haoren, "I only know that their guild is a super large guild ranked in the top 30 in the country, and the president is a high-level professional at level 75, with strong strength." Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. "Just now I heard that the mage was going to inform the president, which means that the president of the Flying Dragon Guild is also in this town. It seems that this world boss is not simple." Wang Haoren showed a worried look on his face. A world boss that can make the leader of the Flying Dragon Guild personally fight must be at least level 65 or above. It is simply not something the two of us can fight against. Even if we infiltrate the Phylong Guild's team and finally get to kill the boss, I'm afraid the Phylong Guild won't let us leave. Zhang Yuan laughed and said, "Brother Wang, are you scared?" "Somewhat." Wang Haoren replied seriously without being stubborn. After all, one of them is level 35 and the other is level 30, while the president of the Flying Dragon Guild alone is level 75, not to mention other professionals. The combat power of the two sides is not at the same level at all. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, as long as I take action, the world boss will definitely be ours. The Phylong Guild won't even be able to smell the boss's exhaust." Wang Haoren originally wanted to ask where Zhang Yuan got his confidence from, but then he thought of the enhancement effect Zhang Yuan gave him. Those enhancement effects, if applied to anyone, can turn a person into a god of war, and if applied to Zhang Yuan, the effect will definitely be even more exaggerated. Perhaps Zhang Yuan really has the ability to snatch the boss from the midst of thousands of troops and then leave safely. Thinking of this, Wang Haoren said nothing more and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you from now on. What are we going to do?" Zhang Yuan glanced at the Phylong Guild members around him and said with a smile, "Since there is free labor, we must make good use of it. Wait a moment, the Phylong Guild will definitely find the world boss." "Found it. The world boss is over here. Everyone come over here." At this moment, an excited roar was heard from afar, and all members in the abandoned town ran towards the sound. "Look, haven't we found it? Let's go and take a look." Zhang Yuan chuckled and immediately took Wang Haoren with him to join the team and rush towards the world boss. When the two arrived at the scene, the people from the Flying Dragon Guild had already begun to line up to attack the world boss. The knights are at the front, with warriors, archers, mages, and other outputters in the middle, and assistants and nurses at the back, buffing and healing the team while controlling and debuffing the boss. The guild of several thousand people cooperated very well at this moment, besieging a boss who was 3 or 4 meters tall, with a sheep's head, a human body, and horse hooves, and surrounded by flames. Zhang Yuan used Eye of the Abyss on the boss. Hellfire Demon Sheep, World Boss. Level 70. Strength 120,000. Agility 300,000. Spirit 200,000. Physical Strength 20 million. Skills: Devil's Roar, Hellfire, Death Curse, Earthquake, Physical Strengthening. The strength attribute of the level 70 world boss has exceeded 1 million, and the physical fitness is 20 million. Coupled with the physical strengthening skill of the Hellfire Demon Sheep, Zhang Yuan has no idea how much blood this boss has. What a terrifying pressure. I can't see its properties at all. Wang Haoren and Zhang Yuan hid in an abandoned building behind the crowd. Seeing the Hellfire Demon Sheep being unharmed despite the siege of thousands of people, they looked at Zhang Yuan and asked, "What should we do?" Zhang Yuan said in a serious tone, "I don't think I can kill this boss in 1 second. Let the Phylong Guild output for a while." "Were you thinking about killing this boss in seconds?" Wang Haoren was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. "Listen, is this something a human could say?" Zhang Yuan did not respond to Wang Haoren. His eyes swept across the array of the Flying Dragon Guild and finally fell on a thin man with a pigtail and a green magic book floating beside him. Mei Wanfeng, Voodoo Soil, level 75. Is that the president of the Flying Dragon Guild? He's actually a drug addict. Zhang Yuan had just detected Mei Wanfeng's information, and then he saw the magic book next to Mei Wanfeng turning pages quickly, and several green lights shot from the magic book onto the Hellfire Demon Sheep. The Hellfire Sheep howled in pain, and its movements suddenly became much slower. More and more green toxins spread throughout its body, constantly corroding its health. Zhang Yuan detected the information of the Hellfire Demon Sheep again, and found that the attributes of this boss had been reduced by more than half, and were still decreasing. What a fierce skill. Chapter 78 Corrupted World Boss. As Mei Wanfeng took action, the output of the Flying Dragon Guild suddenly went up to a higher level, and the Hellfire Demon Sheep's physical strength began to decline at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this rate, the Flying Dragon Guild will be able to kill this world boss in an hour at most. Zhang Yuan, when do we take action? Wang Haoran saw that the frequency of the nurses of the Flying Dragon Guild healing the knights had obviously decreased, and he immediately realized that the Hellfire Sheep would not be able to hold on for much longer. He turned his head to look at Zhang Yuan, only to find that Zhang Yuan was in deep thought. What are you thinking about? Wang Haoran asked curiously. Zhang Yuan, I was thinking about Teacher Yi. Wang Haoran was stunned. Aren't we preparing to fight for the world boss? Why are we suddenly talking about the teacher? Zhang Yuan, Teacher Yi asked me to get the Ice Emperor's heart, and then go with you to the western suburbs of Kyoto for class. After our analysis, this class is probably related to the world boss that appeared here. Wang Haoran. If Mr. Yi hadn't blacked out from drinking, he and the two of us could definitely conquer that world boss. So far, our guesses are all logical. Is there any problem with that? No, we are missing crucial information. Zhang Yuan took out the Ice Emperor's heart. That world boss is going to be captured soon, but so far, the Ice Emperor's heart has not been used. Wang Haoran, you mean, we guessed Mr. Ye's intention wrongly? He didn't want us to conquer the world boss? No, the general direction is definitely correct. We must have overlooked some details. Zhang Yuan shook his head, and then summoned out the Rakshasa King and the Ice Elf Queen. Wang Haoran was shocked when he saw Zhang Yuan suddenly summon two bosses. Zhang Yuan, are you a summoner? Is there anything you don't know? It's just equipment skills. Zhang Yuan briefly explained to Wang Haoran, and then ordered the two summons. Go search this abandoned town and look for suspicious places. King Rakshasa and the Queen of Ice Elf nodded together. Then King Rakshasa turned into a black shadow and went to the left side of the town, and the Queen of Ice Elf turned into ice crystals and went to the right side of the town and began searching. Zhang Yuan continued to hide in the abandoned building and observe the condition of the Abyss Flame Demon Sheep. More than 10 minutes later, Zhang Yuan saw a kill sign appear on the head of the Abyss Flame Demon Sheep, indicating that the physical strength of this world boss had dropped below 25%, and Zhang Yuan could kill it directly. At this moment, wisps of black gas emerged from the ground where the Abyss Flame Demon Sheep was standing. The Abyss Flame Demon Sheep, which had been being beaten, suddenly went into a rampage state, purifying all the negative effects on its body, and at the same time its four-dimensional attributes were greatly improved. Roar! The sudden outburst of the Abyss Flame Sheep caught the nurse off guard and caused the knights in the front to be pierced. The formation of the Dragon Guild was disrupted, and the Abyss Flame Sheep rushed into the crowd, slaughtering them wantonly. What are you doing, knights? Hurry up and attract the boss's hatred. Nurse, add some blood. I'm going to die. Assist, give us some control. The boss is out of control. In just such a short moment, the situation was reversed immediately. The formation of the Flying Dragon Guild was broken up. Countless casualties occurred, and many professionals even abandoned their teammates and fled the battlefield. At this moment, the scene was in chaos. A bunch of losers. They can't even hold the boss's hatred. I'll hold the boss back, and each team reorganizes their formation. When Mei Wanfeng saw that the Flying Dragon Guild's formation was disrupted, he shouted loudly and then flew into the air. The green magic book began to flip wildly. Terrifying magical power surged around Mei Wanfeng, and a green poisonous cloud slowly condensed in the sky. The entire abandoned town began to be filled with poisonous fog. Wang Haoran stared at Mei Wanfeng standing high in the sky and said in surprise, "This posture. Is he going to use the forbidden poison technique? Zhang Yuan, let's hurry up." Before Wang Haoran could finish his words, the Hellfire Demon Sheep suddenly appeared behind Mei Wanfeng, opened its bloody mouth, and bit off Mei Wanfeng's head in one bite. Mei Wanfeng's headless body fell from the sky, and the poisonous cloud in the sky dissipated. President! The president was killed? There's something wrong with this boss. Everyone run! When the people from the Flying Dragon Guild saw Mei Wanfeng being killed, they were defeated on the spot, and everyone fled out of the town, abandoning their weapons and armor. The Hellfire Demon Sheep was chewing Mei Wanfeng's head in the air. The flames surrounding it gradually turned green, as if it had absorbed Mei Wanfeng's power and evolved into a poisonous attribute. It's evolving. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yuan finally stopped holding back and deployed a sword formation to cover the Hell Flame Demon Sheep. Qi Shao flashed by and cut off the head of the Hell Flame Demon Sheep. The headless corpse of the Hellfire Demon Sheep also fell from the sky, crushing Mei Wanfeng's body into a meat patty. Behead. Zhang Yuan successfully triggered the killing effect of the constellation, but Zhang Yuan did not receive any killing prompt. Zhang Yuan, the boss is looking over here. At this time, Wang Haoren exclaimed, and Zhang Yuan came to his senses, only to see the Hellfire Demon Sheep's head still floating in the air, its eyes staring straight at them. The next moment, green light appeared in the eyes of the Hellfire Demon Sheep. Zhang Yuan suddenly felt scared and immediately stood in front of Wang Haoren. Danger! Boom! 2 green lights shot out from the Hellfire Demon Sheep's eyes, instantly penetrating the entire building and leaving a long gully on the ground. The reinforced concrete building collapsed at this moment. In the ruins, Wang Haoren looked at Zhang Yuan, who was standing in front of him and was safe and sound. With an unbelievable look on his face, "You blocked the boss's attack?" "It's a bit reluctant." Zhang Yuan put Qi Shao and Zhan Lu, who were blocking in front of him, into the sword formation space, and said in a deep voice, "If I didn't have a temporary shield and 100% poison resistance just now, that attack just now would have killed me." His Qi Zhao's passive ability of immunity to death has not yet cooled down. If his health points drop to 0, he will really die. Zhang Yuan once again used the Eye of the Abyss on the Hellfire Demon Sheep. Corrupted Hellfire Sheep, World Boss, Level 80. This time, the Eye of the Abyss only gave very little information, and Zhang Yuan couldn't even see the attributes of this boss. Corrupted? Zhang Yuan's pupils shrank slightly, and he immediately shouted to Wang Haoren, "This boss has turned into the Abyss. Let's go." Without any hesitation, Zhang Yuan used Qi Shao and Zhan Lu to attack the Hellfire Demon Sheep, building up a temporary shield for himself, and then fled with Wang Haoren. Boom! The moment Zhang Yuan pulled Wang Haoren away, 2 more laser beams shot through where they were just now, directly melting the earth. The Hellfire Demon Sheep calmly watched Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren running wildly in the abandoned town. Its head was reconnected to its body, and then it started running. The next moment, the Hellfire Demon Sheep endured the deceleration of Zhang Yuan's sword formation and rushed towards them at a speed far exceeding Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren, leaving a trail of fire behind it. Wherever the Hellfire Demon Sheep passes, everything is burned. It's too fast. We can't outrun it. Zhang Yuan looked back at the Hellfire Demon Sheep that was rapidly approaching them, stopped and turned around without hesitation, summoned Qi Shao and Zhan Lu, as well as 8 flying swords, and began to attack the Hellfire Demon Sheep at a high frequency, trying to trigger a useful curse and defeat this Hellfire Demon Sheep. Unfortunately, the Goddess of Luck was not on Zhang Yuan's side this time. The Hellfire Demon Sheep rushed to Zhang Yuan and swung its huge fist at him. "The temporary shield that Zhan Lu gave me adds 90% damage reduction, and the blocking instinct blocks 1 attack. I should be able to withstand this wave of attacks without using the Star God Robe." It was too late for Zhang Yuan to dodge at this time. This thought flashed through his mind. Qi Shao and Zhan Lu appeared in front of him, intending to block the attacks of the Hellfire Demon Sheep as much as possible and survive this wave of attacks. Hongya! At this moment, a loud shout came from behind, and then Zhang Yuan found himself shrouded by a huge shadow. The next moment, a giant red dragon flew over Zhang Yuan's head and directly knocked the Hellfire Demon Sheep away. Dragon? Zhang Yuan's pupil shrank suddenly, and he turned around in shock, only to see Wang Haoren breathing heavily and smiling at him. "Zhang Yuan, she is my best secret, isn't she cool?" Chapter 79, 3 Battlefields. Wang Haoren had only been showing off for a few seconds when the red dragon was pinned to the ground by the Hellfire Demon Sheep. The Hellfire Demon Sheep opened its bloody mouth and bit directly into the red dragon's neck, causing the red dragon to scream miserably. Wang Haoren's expression changed slightly. "No, Honger is too far behind the boss in level. She is no match for the boss. Give it to me." Zhang Yuan reacted and immediately covered the red dragon with a sword formation, applying all his buff effects to the red dragon. With the help of Zhang Yuan's sword formation, the red dragon immediately broke free from the bite of the Hellfire Demon Sheep, knocked the Hellfire Demon Sheep to the ground with 1 claw, and then opened its mouth to bite back. This time it was the Hellfire Demon Sheep's turn to scream. It kept tearing the red dragon's flesh with its sharp claws. However, with Zhang Yuan's sword formation, the red dragon's physical strength was constantly recovering, enough to withstand the damage from the Hellfire Demon Sheep. Seeing this, Wang Haoran said happily, "Hunger has suppressed the boss." "Not that simple," Zhang Yuan said in a concentrated voice. "This Hellfire Demon Sheep is not the real boss, and it is still getting stronger. Even with my assistance, the red dragon can only hold out for a while, and will be killed by the boss sooner or later." Wang Haoran's expression changed slightly. "So what should we do now?" Zhang Yuan took out the Ice Emperor's heart and handed it to Wang Haoran. "My summons just sent me a message that they found abnormal energy deep in the town. The boss's body might be there. I have to stay here to assist the red dragon in fighting the boss. You take the Ice Emperor's heart and deal with the boss's body." Wang Haoran took the Ice Emperor's heart, glanced at the red dragon that was still fighting hard, and then his eyes became firm. He said to Zhang Yuan, "Okay, you must persevere. If I haven't come back by the end, you can ride Hunger away from here. Don't be so pessimistic. King Rakshasa and the Queen of Ice Fairies will help you." Wang Haoran didn't say any more words. He put the heart of the Ice Emperor into the storage space, bypassed the Hellfire Demon Sheep, and ran deep into the town. Zhang Yuan summoned all the flying swords he could control to assist the red dragon in fighting the Hellfire Demon Sheep. With Zhang Yuan joining the battlefield, the red dragon immediately gained the upper hand and the Hellfire Sheep was beaten back step by step. At the same time, on a dilapidated high-rise building in the ruins of the town, Yi Qingsong stood on a steel bar protruding from the wall, calmly watching Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoran split into two groups. "I didn't expect these two little guys to be so well integrated in their first collaboration. This is really beyond my expectations. It seems like they can handle this boss on their own without my help. It's just right. The kids have their own things to do, and I do what I should do." Yi Qingsong took off the wine gourd from his waist, took a big gulp, and then suddenly threw it forward. The space in front twisted, and then a white hand stretched out from the twisted space, grabbed Yi Qingsong's wine gourd and crushed it. The next moment, a slender female demon walked out of the distorted space and looked at Yi Qingsong indifferently. If Zhang Yuan saw this female demon, he would find that she looked exactly like his mother. When Yi Qingsong saw the newcomer, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he smiled and said, "I didn't expect it to be a Duke-level demon. You were obviously targeting me, but after Zhang Yuan entered the town, you seem to be particularly concerned about him. What is your relationship with him?" "Nothing to do with you," the female demon said lightly, and condensed a long whip with barbs in her hand, and lashed it towards Yi Qingsong fiercely. Yi Qingsong laughed and grabbed the whip with one hand. His eyes gradually became colder. "If you don't tell me, don't blame me for killing you. You should be worried about yourself. This time, the trap was prepared specifically for you. The Abyss wants to deal with your demons, and I'm not the only one." The female demon snorted coldly, and the long whip in her hand suddenly turned into a poisonous snake, quickly wrapping around Yi Qingsong. The next moment, the space around Yi Qingsong suddenly cracked open and sucked him in. The plan was successful. Yi Qingsong has been teleported into the Abyss. "You can start now." The female demon spoke calmly to the void, glanced at Zhang Yuan below, stayed in the air for a moment, and then teleported away. Zhang Yuan, who was fighting against the Hellfire Sheep with the red dragon in the town, seemed to have noticed something. He turned back to look at the place where the female demon disappeared, frowning slightly. "Just now, someone was staring at me?" Roar. At this time, the Hellfire Demon Sheep let out an angry roar, and the whole earth began to tremble. Zhang Yuan's attention was drawn back, and he saw green flames swirling around the Hellfire Demon Sheep's right claw. Zhang Yuan suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, and immediately shouted, "Red Dragon, get out of the way!" The red dragon that was blocking the front and fighting with the Hellfire Demon Sheep heard Zhang Yuan's words, and without hesitation flapped its wings, stirred up a gust of wind, and flew high into the sky. The Hellfire Sheep also soared into the air, and its sharp claws surrounded by green flames suddenly slammed towards the red dragon's heart, but the red dragon was unable to dodge. "Qi Xiao." Zhang Yuan called Qi Xiao to his side, grabbed the hilt of Qi Xiao's sword with one hand, and then used the skill Ghost Sword Speed. Flying sword speed increased by 1,000%. Qi Xiao turned into a ray of light and dragged Zhang Yuan to the front of the red dragon. Then Zhang Yuan drew out Zhanlu from the sword formation space and held it in front of himself. Block instinct. Clang! The Zhanlu sword perfectly blocked the attack of the Hellfire Demon Sheep, and then a blue sword light flashed. The palm of the Hellfire Demon sheep was chopped off, and a large amount of poisonous blood spurted out. The red dragon also opened its mouth and spit out a dragon breath. A raging flame swept over Zhang Yuan and slammed heavily into the Hellfire Demon sheep. Boom! The terrifying dragon's breath penetrated the earth, and the entire abandoned town was engulfed in flames in that instant. Zhang Yuan grabbed the red dragon's claw with one hand and stared at the sea of fire below. 10 flying swords protected the red dragon. Still no boss kill prompt. The next moment, Zhang Yuan saw a black shadow appear in the sea of fire, and its size was expanding rapidly. Zhang Yuan's pupil shrank suddenly, and he immediately turned over and landed on the red dragon's back. Red dragon, fly higher. The red dragon flapped its wings once again and soared into the air. Then the Hellfire sheep rushed out from the sea of fire. Its body was still growing in size. It raised its hand to grab the red dragon in the sky. It's like using the method of heaven and earth. At the same time, with the help of King Rakshasa and the Queen of Ice Elf, Wang Haoran discovered the boss's true form deep in the town. A level 50 meatball with flames burning all over its body, and that looked like a brain. Although this meatball is much weaker than the Hellfire Demon sheep, in Wang Haoran's eyes, this meatball still exudes a dangerous aura all over its body. A bit stressful. After discovering the boss' true form, Wang Haoran turned around to look at Zhang Yuan and Red Dragon, who were trying their best to avoid being captured by the Hellfire Demon sheep in the sky. He took a deep breath, then took out the Ice Emperor's heart and his own giant sword, turned around and looked at the burning meatball. It seems that we have to make a quick decision here. The Rakshasa King and the Ice Elf Queen immediately entered combat mode. Chapter 80: Killing the World Boss. After the Hellfire Demon sheep grew larger, even the soldiers on the walls of Kyoto could see it. What is that? What a huge monster. Look, it looks like someone is riding a dragon and fighting that monster. Who has a telescope? It's too far away and I can't see clearly. While the soldiers were watching the battle between the Hellfire Demon sheep and Zhang Yuan in the abandoned town, some professionals from the Flying Dragon Guild fled to the city wall and shouted loudly, "Something happened. The level 70 world boss has turned into an abyss monster." What? That giant beast is the boss of the abyss? Is the abyss invading again? Hurry up and activate the demon exterminating cannon to help that hero fight the abyss boss. As the survivors of the Flying Dragon Guild brought back the news that the world boss had transformed into the abyss, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded at the west gate of Kyoto. The soldiers on the city wall immediately put away their desire to watch the fun and assembled as quickly as possible, ready to go out and meet the enemy at any time. A gun port on the city wall opened, and a demon-killing cannon extended from the wall, aiming at the Hellfire Demon sheep in the distance. The west gate of Kyoto immediately entered a wartime state. Zhang Yuan, who was on the dragon's back, noticed that the cannons on the Kyoto city wall in the distance had been activated. He immediately realized that Kyoto City had discovered this abyss monster and immediately said to the Red Dragon, "Red Dragon, dive to the ground." The Red Dragon, who had fought side by side with Zhang Yuan for some time, now completely trusted Zhang Yuan's judgment. She dived into the sea of fire below without hesitation. Seeing this, the Hellfire Demon sheep roared and grabbed the Red Dragon. At this moment, a majestic voice came from the west gate of Kyoto. Fire! Boom! The demon-destroying cannon fired out a terrifying laser that instantly penetrated the 100-meter-tall Hellfire Demon sheep, blasting its upper body into pieces on the spot. Wherever the laser passes, the space is slightly distorted, and its power is extremely terrifying. The lower body of the Hellfire Demon sheep fell into the sea of fire. Although new granulations are still growing on the wounds of the Hellfire Demon sheep, and it is only a matter of time before this boss is resurrected, Zhang Yuan finally has time to help Wang Haoran. "Brother Wang, how are you?" Zhang Yuan immediately switched to King Rakshasa's perspective and saw that King Rakshasa and the Ice Elf Queen were both entangled by a terrifying tentacle that looked like a brain ball, and then the three of them were frozen in the ice together. Wang Haoran, covered in blood, grasped the sword with both hands, roared, soared into the air, and stabbed the frozen ball of flesh fiercely. The giant sword pierced through the ice and stabbed into the meatball. The meatball let out a shrill scream, then exploded directly, blowing Wang Haoran, the Rakshasa King, and the Ice Elf Queen away. The Rakshasa King has died. The Ice Elf Queen is seriously injured and has returned to the summoning space. Zhang Yuan lost the perspective of King Rakshasa and received 2 messages, which suddenly made his heart tighten. When he saw that Wang Haoran was still alive on the team panel, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then looked at the half-dead Hellfire sheep lying in the abandoned town. At this time, the icon that can be killed appears again on the head of the Hellfire Demon Sheep. This time, it can finally end. Zhang Yuan used Qi, Shao to pierce half of the Hellfire Demon Sheep's body without hesitation. Successfully killed the corrupted Hellfire Demon Sheep. Experience plus 20 million, minus 50%. Obtain legendary weapon. Flame Demon Greatsword. Obtain a legendary cloak. Flame Demon Cloak. Abyss King. 4-dimensional attributes, plus 715. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest, 4596/100000. As the Hellfire Demon Sheep was killed, a golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body, and he directly reached level 31. However, he did not have time to check the boss's rewards. He immediately rushed to the depths of the town with the Red Dragon and found Wang Haoran buried in the rubble. Zhang Yuan immediately deployed a sword formation to cover Wang Haoran, using the sword formation to restore Wang Haoran's strength. Wang Haoran's breathing gradually stabilized. Seeing this, the Red Dragon rubbed Zhang Yuan's arm with its head in gratitude, then turned into red light and dissipated, pouring into Wang Haoran's body. Zhang Yuan suddenly felt that Wang Haoran's energy and blood had become much stronger. Soon, Wang Haoran opened his eyes and saw Zhang Yuan checking his equipment. He couldn't help but ask, "How's the boss?" "Thanks to you, it's been solved." 2 legendary equipment exploded. Zhang Yuan placed 2 legendary equipment in front of Wang Haoran. "We will each take one of these 2 equipment. You choose first." Wang Haoran sat up and looked at the huge red sword and red cloak in front of him. Flame Demon Greatsword, Legend Attack plus 3000, Strength plus 10,000. No equipment level limit. Flame Demon Cloak, Legendary gain 100% fire resistance. The holder can summon the Hellfire Demon Sheep to fight together. After the Hellfire Demon Sheep dies, it will recover automatically in the cloak. There is no equipment level limit. What high attributes? And there is no level limit. Wang Haoran was immediately moved when he saw the attack power of the Flame Demon Giant Sword. He looked at Zhang Yuan and said, "Zhang Yuan, this Flame Demon Giant Sword is very suitable for me. Can you give it to me?" "No problem." Zhang Yuan picked up the Flame Demon Cloak and put it on, and immediately felt himself surrounded by a massive amount of fire elements. With a thought, he summoned the Hellfire Demon Sheep. The next moment, a 3-meter-tall Hellfire Demon Sheep walked out of the flames. Zhang Yuan immediately checked the properties. Hellfire Demon Sheep. Level 70. Strength 120,000. Agility 300,000. Spirit 200,000. Physical Strength 2 million. Skills: Devil's Roar, Hellfire, Death Curse, Earthquake, Physical Strengthening. The level is 70. Except for the stamina value, which has increased from 20 million to 2 million, other attributes have not been weakened, which is completely worthy of the level 70 boss panel. When Wang Haoran saw the Hellfire Demon Sheep being summoned by Zhang Yuan, he couldn't help but sighed. "Zhang Yuan, including this boss, you can already summon 3 boss-level summons. I'm afraid many summoners can't compare to you. Not bad, can be used as a meat shield." Zhang Yuan was very satisfied with the attributes of the Hellfire Demon Sheep and hid the appearance of the Hellfire Demon Cloak. Although this red cloak is very handsome, it is too conspicuous to wear and not suitable for daily activities. "Zhang Yuan, your cloak is very handsome, but I still like this big sword." Wang Haoran smiled and immediately equipped the Flame Demon Giant Sword and couldn't let it go. After the 2 of them divided the loot, Wang Haoran took out the scroll back to the city and teleported back with Zhang Yuan. At the same time, in the heart of the abyss, Yi Qingsong looked at the 6 demons surrounding him with terrifying auras and said to the leading demon with a smile, "Hadi, you really think highly of me. As one of the 7 great dukes, you actually brought 5 duke-level demons with you just to kill a drunkard like me." Hadi looked at Yi Qingsong with a smile and said, "Yi Qingsong, I have always admired you. If you are willing to join the abyss, I can even help you get a seat as a Grand Duke. Recently, Deses is about to die, and his position will be vacant soon." "That sounds tempting." Yi Qingsong smiled slightly, took out a wine gourd from the storage space, took a big gulp, and said drunkenly, "But you don't have good wine in the abyss, so you can't keep me." "Pity." Hadi sighed in disappointment. "Everyone, kill him." Chapter 81 News about Parents. After Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoran returned to school, they went straight to the bamboo forest and did not see Yi Qingsong. "That's normal. Teacher Yi is elusive and I often can't find him. Let's come back tomorrow." Wang Haoran was not surprised by this and told Zhang Yuan, "Don't join other colleges for the time being. At Kyoto University, only Teacher Yi can make your strength and talent fully utilized." Zhang Yuan thought of Yi Qingsong's drunken appearance and hesitated. I admit that teacher Yi is very strong, but is he really suitable to be a teacher in that state? After all, strength and teaching ability are completely unrelated. If Yi Qingsong has always been a hands-off boss, then it would be meaningless no matter how strong he is. He is unqualified as a teacher. Wang Haoran smiled and said, "Don't look at teacher Yi like this. He is still quite reliable at critical moments, and he can see through many things. Just a few pointers from him are equivalent to the results of a year of practice in other academies. Most importantly, we don't have to attend classes at Kenshin College. For all the required courses at Kyoto University, as long as we go to the library and finish reading the corresponding books, we can get the corresponding credits. This can save a lot of time." "It sounds good. I'll come over again tomorrow." Zhang Yuan was immediately excited when he heard that he didn't have to go to class. "Okay, let's disband here today. I left early today and I haven't paid for my rent yet, so I have to go back to the dormitory to get some star stones. Well, I'll go to the library and learn some knowledge about the abyss in my free time." After Zhang Yuan parted with Wang Haoran in the bamboo forest, he went to the library. The library of Kyoto University is the second largest library in the Great Xia Empire, second only to the National Library. In the Kyoto University Library, except for some forbidden knowledge that requires certain permissions to read, all other knowledge can be borrowed free of charge by Kyoto University students. Zhang Yuan found an empty seat and sat down. He placed his hand on the crystal ball on the table, and then a light curtain was projected in front of Zhang Yuan. 5 blocks are displayed on the light screen, namely profession, skills, copies, monsters, and abyss. Zhang Yuan clicked on the abyss block, and then a large number of book titles about the abyss were arranged in alphabetical order and displayed in front of Zhang Yuan in an orderly manner. After Zhang Yuan picked out a book called Introduction to the Abyss from the light curtain, the light curtain disappeared, and then a book flew out from the bookshelf and landed in front of Zhang Yuan. It was that Introduction to the Abyss. As expected of Kyoto University, the library is so high-end. Zhang Yuan saw that he was just sitting there, and the book he wanted to read flew to him. He couldn't help but sigh, then opened the book and studied seriously. This book talks about a lot of information about the abyss and the abyss battlefield, including the distribution of monsters on the battlefield and the level environment. Outside the defense line of Daxia's first position, the average level of the abyss monsters is already above level 60. The troops stationed there have to fight with the abyss monsters all the time. The professionals who can operate there are all the strongest among the strong. There are only a few countries in the world like the Great Xia Empire whose defenses are built less than 100 kilometers away from the entrance to the abyss. As for any country that can push its army into the entrance of the abyss, there is not even a single country like it. To this day, humanity's understanding of the abyss remains superficial. They only know that the area of the abyss is larger than the entire surface world, and that there are countless demons with terrifying power in the abyss. Those demons who stand at the top of the abyss are called Demon Kings. The Demon Kings divided up the land of the abyss, and the Curse King's territory was located on the outskirts of the abyss, close to the entrance. Therefore, the Cursed King has always coveted the land on the surface and constantly sent his demons to invade the surface. Most of the wars that humans have fought against demons over the past few hundred years have been wars with the Cursed King. 30 years ago, the Cursed King personally led his army to invade the Great Xia Empire. After the Great Xia Empire paid a heavy price to kill the Cursed King, a new king from the abyss replaced the Cursed King and became the new Demon King of the Cursed Kingdom. At present, the human race knows very little about the new king. It is only known that the new Demon King commands 7 Demon Dukes, and each Demon Duke has the power to destroy a large country alone. Like the Deses that Zhang Yuan met before, he was one of the 7 Devil Dukes. Just one Demon Kingdom in the abyss can challenge the entire human race, and a Demon Duke can defeat the first position of our Great Xia Empire. The Cursed King who signed a contract with me is actually the former emperor of such a kingdom. Zhang Yuan looked at the information about the abyss and gained a new understanding of the Cursed King. It is conceivable how determined the Great Xia Empire was to allow him to fight the Cursed King at level 70. This is a big gamble. If he failed, Daxia would definitely fall into a desperate war again, and the Daxia Empire, which had not yet recovered its vitality, might not be able to withstand a new all-out war. At this moment, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt the weight on his shoulders. Come on. Unconsciously, Zhang Yuan saw the evening, and his communicator suddenly vibrated. It was a text message from an unknown number. Come to the bamboo forest. Is that Mr. Yi? Although Zhang Yuan didn't know how Yi Qingsong got his contact information, he still put the book back and rushed to the bamboo forest. At this time, Yi Qingsong was drinking deep in the bamboo forest, with many wounds on his body. Teacher, Zhang Yuan saw Yi Qingsong's condition and his eyes changed slightly. What happened? Nothing, just a fight with some demons. I got some skin injuries. I'll go get the school doctor for treatment later. It's nothing serious. Yi Qingsong smiled easily and then asked Zhang Yuan, tell me about your battle today. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. You haven't forgotten it? Yi Qingsong smiled and said, although I drink a lot, I still remember the important things. I really didn't expect this. Zhang Yuan's evaluation of Yi Qingsong suddenly increased a lot, and then he recounted today's battle in full. Well, you guys did a great job. Yi Qingsong nodded in satisfaction. You have passed. I will go to the academic affairs office and tell Zhang Yuan to help you with the formalities. From now on, you will be the only student of Jinshin Academy. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Yuan thanked Yi Qingsong and then asked, but Mr. Yi, you called me here specifically, so you shouldn't just be talking about this matter alone, right? Sure enough. Yi Qingsong smiled, then took out 2 photos of demons from the storage space. Do you know these 2 demons? Zhang Yuan's pupil shrank slightly when he saw the 2 devil photos. Mom and Dad? Chapter 82. Master and Disciple. Is that really the case? Yi Qingsong saw Zhang Yuan's reaction, and his eyes narrowed slightly. I saw that they still had some human aura on them, and they looked a bit like you, so I took 2 photos while fighting them. Zhang Yuan immediately asked, Teacher, how are they doing now? To be honest, it's not very good. Yi Qingsong shook his head. Although they both still have some human rationality left, it is not much left. At present, they are completely on the side of the devil and can no longer be considered human. Zhang Yuan, is there any possibility of saving him? Yi Qingsong, there are many examples of humans transforming into abyssal demons, but there has never been an example of a demon transforming back into a human. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but take 2 steps back. How could this happen? Yi Qingsong added, but don't worry too much. Most humans become demons and become the lowest level monsters. They don't even have a trace of rationality left. But your parents are very special. Not only do they still have their sanity, they are even Duke-level demons. The status of this kind of demon in the Abyss is second only to the Demon King and the 7 Dukes. They all have their own territories and are of extremely high status. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Maybe we can find a way to turn them back into humans. Even if we can't, we must try to get them to stand on the side of the human race. Zhang Yuan, Teacher Yi, what can I do? Yi Qingsong, this matter requires long-term planning, and many things need to be done slowly, but I do have a very urgent task for you to do. Zhang Yuan immediately held his breath and said seriously, Teacher, please tell me. I will definitely finish it. Yi Qingsong, in 3 days, the principal will hold a dean's meeting. The deans of all colleges must attend. You will go on my behalf. Zhang Yuan. Ahem. Yi Qingsong coughed twice and continued, of course, it's not because I'm too lazy to attend, but because I have something urgent to attend to. Besides, the people going this time are all deans of various colleges. Each of them has a lot of resources. It would be good for you to build good relationships with them. Zhang Yuan was speechless and said, Teacher, it's fine if you skip our students' classes, but isn't it a bit too much to ask a freshman like me to attend this dean's meeting? Yi Qingsong, that's nothing. You can fight against the world boss of level 80. Many deans of colleges are not as strong as you. You are fully qualified to participate. Zhang Yuan was speechless. Is this a question of strength? This is fucking the opposite of Tiangang. Just imagine, a bunch of big guys at level 70 or 80 were sitting together, discussing all kinds of important matters that could affect the fate of the Great Xia Empire, and he, a student, got in on the act? The style of painting is different, right? Yi Qingsong didn't take it seriously and continued, let me tell you, this meeting is crucial. The principal will rate each college, and the college ranked last will be disbanded. Since our Jinshin College ranks last in all indicators, Jinshin College is at risk of disbanding. Your mission this time is to demonstrate the spirit of our Jinshin Academy in the meeting, convey our Jinshin spirit to the principal, and save our academy. Zhang Yuan, so, teacher, what is the spirit of Jinshin Academy? What is the Jinshin spirit? Zhang Yuan is not even a member of Jinshin Academy yet, so how could he know what Yi Qingsong was talking about? It's not important. Anyway, I'll leave this meeting to you. I have more important things to do, so I'll leave first. Yi Qingsong threw away the repetitive words he had just said, and then threw a black ID card to Zhang Yuan. This is my ID card. I have given you my authority. Insert the card into your communicator, and the meeting information will be sent to your communicator. Take it. After saying that, a breeze blew by, and Yi Qingsong disappeared on the spot. Hey! Oh my god! When Zhang Yuan saw Yi Qingsong dropping his ID card and running away, he couldn't help but swear. At this moment, his evaluation of Yi Qingsong, which had just risen, instantly fell to the bottom. He even suspected that Yi Qingsong had just said so much about his parents just to pave the way for avoiding the meeting. This guy is too unreliable. How can he just give away something as valuable as an ID card? Zhang Yuan looked at the black ID card in his hand and sighed repeatedly. Why did he choose such a person as a teacher? However, things had come to this point, and Zhang Yuan had no choice but to go ahead. He inserted Yi Qingsong's ID card into his communicator and then received a meeting message sent by the principal. In that group message, the principal also specifically named Yi Qingsong and severely criticized Yi Qingsong for being unqualified as a dean and teacher. This guy just wants me to go over there and get scolded, right? When Zhang Yuan saw the message from the principal, he inexplicably thought of the situation where students were asked to raise their parents by their teachers, and in order to avoid being scolded, the students would just find an outsider to pretend to be the parent. After reading the meeting information, Zhang Yuan was about to take out his ID card when he suddenly received a text message from the bank. Your account has spent 3 million yuan on manhwa winery, and the available balance is 1,800,000,000,000 yuan. How many? 1, 10, 100. Zhang Yuan counted the balance and asked in surprise, 118 billion? Zhang Yuan was shocked by Yi Qingsong's personal wealth. Then he seemed to have thought of something, and a subtle arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Teacher Yi, you asked me to work for you. Is it okay for me to take some salary? Zhang Yuan whistled and came to the Imperial Exchange in the school. This exchange in the school can use identity cards for transactions, which means Zhang Yuan can now use Yi Qingsong's money. The rich and powerful, Zhang Yuan confidently sat down in the exchange, put Yi Qingsong's ID card on it, and then searched for the word long sword in the auction house. That night, there was a major earthquake at the Empire Exchange. Many people got the news at the first time. Yi Qingsong from Kyoto University spent 1 billion yuan to buy 10 level 30, epic level standard longswords at the sword casting villa in one go. Everyone was speculating that the strongest man in Kyoto University must be planning to take in a disciple by buying so many low-level swords at once. After receiving the goods, Zhang Yuan walked out of the exchange with satisfaction and took out his newly bought sword from the sword formation space. These swords are purple all over, with beautiful patterns on the swords, and they are made by famous artists. Purple Ghost Sword, Epic Attack Power plus 800, available at level 30. Note, produced by Zhu Jian Villa, a century-old enterprise, quality guaranteed. A very pure and simple attribute, with no other bonuses except attack power. But for Zhang Yuan, this is the best before his sword box is filled with special weapons. After finally replacing the iron sword in the sword box, Zhang Yuan returned to the dormitory contentedly and fell into a sound sleep. Not long after, in a tavern in Kyoto City, several old men in fancy clothes approached Yi Qingsong, who was drinking. Yi Qingsong smiled and said, "Hey guys, what rare guests. Are you here to have a drink with me?" The old men smiled and said, "Mr. Yi, we heard that you were going to accept a disciple. We have children of the right age at home. How about you consider it?" Yi Qingsong. Chapter 83 Dean's Meeting. For the next 2 days, Zhang Yuan spent all his time in the library, learning all kinds of knowledge to enrich himself and earning credits at the same time. After 2 days, Zhang Yuan not only had a clearer understanding of the world, but also completed all the required courses for the semester and obtained 10 credits. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, Zhang Yuan was still sleeping in bed. Yi Qingsong's ID card suddenly lit up, and then a teleportation array appeared under Zhang Yuan and teleported him away. Zhang Yuan suddenly woke up from the floor and found himself in a magnificent hall. Independent teleportation lights were lit up around him, and high-level professionals with terrifying auras walked out one after another. Did I locate the wrong location? I was clearly teleporting Yi Qingsong. A cute girl with a bun looked at Zhang Yuan in confusion, not understanding why she made the mistake. An old man with a white beard next to him said sternly, "Xiao Su, how could you make such a low-level mistake? The child is still sleeping. You should apologize to him and send him back." "Principal, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, brother." Su Wantao quickly apologized to the white-bearded old man, then apologized to Zhang Yuan, and then teleported the confused Zhang Yuan back. "I won't be wrong this time." Su Wantao muttered to herself, repositioned Yi Qingsong, and deployed the teleportation array again. A white light rose in the hall, and then Zhang Yuan appeared in the hall again. At this moment, everyone was stunned, including the principal Jing Bingyun. When Su Wantao saw Zhang Yuan appear again, her face turned green, and she explained to Jing Bingyun in a panic, Impossible. Principal, believe me, I definitely didn't make a mistake this time. I located Teacher Yi. Jing Bingyun was confused. Where is Yi Qingsong? At this time, Zhang Yuan, who had already woken up from his dream, also realized that this was the beginning of the dean's meeting. He immediately took out Yi Qingsong's ID card and explained to everyone, Senior teachers, my name is Zhang Yuan. I will replace Teacher Yi to attend this dean's meeting. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Nonsense. This Yi Qingsong is really getting more and more outrageous. How can a student be allowed to attend a meeting of this level? Principal, if you don't take care of Yi Qingsong anymore, his tail will be lifted up to the sky. How can this be so shameful? All of a sudden, the deans of various colleges began to criticize Yi Qingsong, and they were all extremely angry. Zhang Yuan had anticipated this situation, so he could only stand there with a wry smile and wait for everyone to vent their anger before making any further comments. After all, this matter is indeed absurd, and it is understandable that everyone does not accept it. Quiet. Jing Bingyun suddenly spoke, and a powerful aura surged out of his body, instantly covering the entire hall, and the scene immediately became quiet. Jing Bingyun looked directly at Zhang Yuan and asked, Kid, are you sure you want to attend this dean's meeting on behalf of Yi Qingsong? Zhang Yuan said helplessly, Sure. Jing Bingyun asked again, Do you know what will happen next? Zhang Yuan, I think I know. After getting Zhang Yuan's answer, Jing Bingyun looked at Zhang Yuan deeply and then said, Since everyone is here, let's officially start this meeting. At this time, the handsome Vice President Duan Xing, who was wearing a red robe, questioned, Principal, isn't this a bit against the rules? He is just a student. How can he be qualified? Jing Bingyun interrupted. Since Yi Qingsong chose this child to be the representative of Jinshin College, he is now the dean of Jinshin College and is qualified to stand here. Let's treat him equally. As Jing Bingyun defined the matter, even though some deans were quite dissatisfied with Yi Qingsong's behavior, they had to accept the result on the surface. In this way, Zhang Yuan successfully mixed in with a group of bigwigs and attended the dean's meeting. At the beginning of the meeting, Jing Bingyun brought up the first topic. First of all, the first topic of the meeting is still the old-fashioned college rankings. Currently, Xinlong College ranks first, Mingjing College ranks second, Huofeng College ranks third, and other colleges are also performing well, except Jinshin College. For a moment, all the dean's eyes were focused on Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was a little embarrassed, but he had no choice but to go ahead and endure it, thinking about what he was going to say next. Jing Bingyun continued, All the indicators of Jinshin College have not met the standards, and the ranking is the last. According to the last place elimination mechanism, if a college ranks last for 4 consecutive quarters, it will be disbanded, and the students will be assigned to other colleges. Zhang Yuan, as the representative of Jinshin College, do you have any objections?
Zhang Yuan, no objection.
Jing Bingyun, okay. I hereby announce that Jinshin College is disbanded. Yi Qingsong's title as dean is cancelled, and the students of Jinshin College are temporarily incorporated into. Principal, wait. At this time, Zhang Yuan suddenly spoke and interrupted Jing Bingyun. Jing Bingyun paused and looked at Zhang Yuan. What do you want to say? Zhang Yuan, before Teacher Yi handed this matter over to me, he specifically told me to show the Jinshin spirit of Jinshin Academy to all the teachers. Sword Heart Spirit? Jing Bingyun was stunned at first, then he laughed. This is the first time I've heard of this kind of spiritual culture in your academy. What is its core? Never give up until the last moment. Zhang Yuan replied without hesitation. This is the spirit of Jinshin. Duan Xing chuckled. Silly boy, you are almost fooled by that bastard Yi Qingsong. What do you mean by never giving up? That crappy academy is about to be disbanded, and even Yi Qingsong doesn't dare to face this fact in person. Do you still want to never give up? Zhang Yuan, I have looked up the last place elimination system of Kyoto University's colleges. If the college that is about to be disbanded can prove that the students it has trained are excellent, it means that the college's teaching methods are correct and the college can continue to operate without having to disband. Jing Bingyun shook his head. As far as I know, Jinshin Academy only had 1 student before. If you include you, there are only 2. The sample size is too small to prove that Jinshin Academy is capable of cultivating outstanding students. Zhang Yuan, Principal, our Jinshin spirit emphasizes quality over quantity. Su Wantao muttered, Isn't the spirit of Jinshin to never give up? Zhang Yuan pretended not to hear Su Wantao's muttering and looked directly into Jing Bingyun's eyes. Principal, although there are only 2 students in our college, they are better than hundreds or even thousands of students in other colleges. Jing Bingyun, how to prove it? Zhang Yuan smiled slightly and deployed a sword formation to cover everyone in the hall. At this moment, everyone noticed the enhanced effect given by Zhang Yuan, and their expressions all became extremely wonderful. This gain, speed and damage increase by 50%, continuously restore mental and physical strength. Attacks are guaranteed to be critical hits. Critical hit damage increases by 200%, ignoring 50% of the enemy's defense. When everyone saw the gains on their panels, they even felt that they dared to challenge even gods. What a huge improvement this is. Principal, can this be proved? Chapter 84, The Dean's Favorite. Jing Bingyun looked at the buff effects on his panel, was stunned for a moment, and then asked Zhang Yuan, "What is the range of your buff?" Zhang Yuan, the current radius is 2 kilometers. 2,000 meters. Jing Bingyun's pupils suddenly shrank, and he could no longer hold back. A Legion-level halo can also provide such a huge benefit? He didn't even dare to think about it. If Zhang Yuan stood in the army, how many times would the combat effectiveness of the entire Legion increase? There is no need to talk about the future. Even now, as long as the Great Xia Empire has Zhang Yuan, it can completely counterattack the Abyss and push the front line to the entrance of the Abyss. Thinking of this, Jing Bingyun took a deep breath and said, "Indeed, Zhang Yuan, your strength is far beyond the general perception. Perhaps only that freaky Qingsong can teach you well." "I object." At this time, Duan Xing spoke again. "Principal, Zhang Yuan is indeed the best student I have ever seen, but Yi Qingsong is also the most incompetent teacher I have ever seen. Letting Yi Qingsong train Zhang Yuan is irresponsible to the student. Jinshin College can be retained, but I suggest that Zhang Yuan come to Xinlong College. Only with the resources of our college can his talent be brought into full play." As soon as Duan Xing said this, the other deans present immediately understood what the old man was planning. Soon, a tall, elegant woman in white said, "Principal, my opinion is to let Zhang Yuan join Mingjing Academy. He is not grown up yet. Only if I can provide him with one-on-one protection can he thrive." The speaker was the dean of Mingjing College, the god-level nanny Gu Bingying, who was also the dream lover of many teachers and students of Kyoto University. As Gu Bingying spoke, the other deans could no longer sit still. "Principal, our Fire Phoenix Academy is full of high-output geniuses. This is the most suitable place for Zhang Yuan. The teachers in our Holy Light Academy are all top-notch assistants. This is the best place for Zhang Yuan to go." "Principal, we?" For a time, the deans of all the major colleges began to debate which college Zhang Yuan should go to, and no one cared whether Jinshin College should be cancelled or not. "Everyone be quiet for a moment." Jing Bingyun stopped the restless deans and said, "I understand your love for talent, but Zhang Yuan is Yi Qingsong's student. Isn't it against the rules for you to fight for him like this?" Duan Xing took out a tablet and said, "Principal, I just checked. Zhang Yuan is a freshman in our school. He hasn't even completed the procedures to join Jinshin College. In principle, he is not yet a student of Jinshin College." Gu Bingying said, "I also remembered that Zhang Yuan was the student who did not participate in the freshman training this year. Logically, Zhang Yuan should have been selected by all colleges through fair competition. Why did Yi Qingsong accept Zhang Yuan without our knowledge?" "That's right, Principal. You have always favored Yi Qingsong in the past, and now you are letting Yi Qingsong take in an incredible genius through the back door. This is not fair. Yi Qingsong is so lucky. It's okay that the best student entered his college last year, but he kidnapped another one this year. I think Kyoto University should be renamed Kenshin University." "That's right. Jinshin College has always been ranked last, but the quality of the students it enrolls is better than the last. What's the point of us deans working so hard? We might as well just give up." The deans present were all shrewd people. After Duan Xing and Gu Bingying pointed out the loophole, they also seized the loophole to bombard Jing Bingyun. Originally, they were unsure about snatching Zhang Yuan at the beginning, but now everyone began to feel justified. Zhang Yuan watched the solemn and dignified palace turn into a vegetable market and felt a little dazed for a moment. Who could have imagined that these people who were arguing with each other until they were red in the face were actually highly respected and admired college presidents? "Enough." Jing Bingyun finally couldn't hold it anymore and raised her voice to suppress the voices of the deans. The hall suddenly became quiet. Jing Bingyun pressed his temple and sighed, "I understand everyone's demands, but Zhang Yuan didn't attend the freshman training because the military summoned him, not because I asked Yi Qingsong to use a backdoor. On the other hand, I think students' choice of college should respect their own wishes." Duan Xing added, "Principal, this is unfair. Zhang Yuan has only come into contact with Yi Qingsong, so he naturally thinks Jinshin College is good. But he has not come into contact with other colleges, So how can he be sure that Jinshin College is the best for him? Jing Bingyun looked at Duan Xing. So what do you think? Duan Xing, I think we can let Zhang Yuan study at my Shillong Academy for a while. After all, our academy is ranked first all year round and has the most resources. Maybe Zhang Yuan will like our academy? Gu Bingying threw a coquettish glance at Zhang Yuan at this time. Little Zhang Yuan, our college is full of top-notch beauties from all departments. If you come to our college, you will be the most favored junior brother in our Mingjing College. The dean of Fire Phoenix College sneered, Haha, Gu Bingying, you're trying to do this, right? Who doesn't know that the school beauty of Fire Phoenix College is my granddaughter? Zhang Yuan, if you come to our college, I will arrange a blind date for you immediately. Gu Bingying covered her mouth and laughed. Teacher Liu, your Fire Phoenix Academy is full of men, and there are less than 1/10 of girls. How can you have the confidence to compete with our Mingjing Academy for beauties? Seeing that a new round of quarrels was about to break out, Jing Bingyun immediately said, I think we should do this. Zhang Yuan will be temporarily listed as a student at Jinshin College for 1 year. During this year, as long as he wants, he can go to various colleges to study, and you can all be his teachers. During this period, any achievements made by Zhang Yuan will not be counted as achievements of Jinshin College. After 1 year, Zhang Yuan will choose which academy to join officially. What do you think? Duan Xing nodded. Not bad. Gu Bingying, in that case, I can barely accept it. Other deans also expressed their agreement with this result. In fact, most of the deans present understood that even if it was a fair competition, Zhang Yuan would only choose from Xinlong College, Mingjing College, and Jinshin College, and at most one more, Huofeng College. The reason why these deans wanted to join in the fun and muddy the waters was that they didn't want Yi Qingsong to pick up such a great treasure for nothing. After all, Zhang Yuan's talent is there. Even if Yi Qingsong plays badly, Zhang Yuan can single-handedly raise Jinshin Academy to a height that does not belong to this academy. And if Qinshin College is not ranked last, then the other colleges will have to open the exam. Jing Bingyun breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that this topic was finally over, and then he said, since everyone agrees with this result, let's move on to the second and most important topic of today. As soon as Jing Bingyun said this, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt that the deans who were noisy just now all became serious and solemn, and the whole hall was filled with a solemn and murderous atmosphere. Something is wrong. Zhang Yuan, who was watching the show, noticed that the atmosphere suddenly became wrong and immediately became serious. Jing Bingyun took a deep breath and said, the most important level 70 copy of our school, the Holy Spirit Realm, has completely become abyssal. Deans, who is going to conquer this abyss dungeon? Chapter 85 actually, I am the output. The Realm of the Holy Spirit, this is a copy that only very few lecturers and professors at Kyoto University know about. Although this dungeon is level 70, its normal difficulty is higher than the nightmare difficulty of an ordinary level 70 dungeon, and the nightmare difficulty is even close to the level 70 abyss dungeon. However, although the Holy Spirit Realm is extremely difficult, the rewards for passing it are extremely generous. No matter who you are, as long as you clear the Holy Spirit Realm on normal difficulty for the first time, you will get epic equipment of level 70. If you clear the Holy Spirit Realm on difficult difficulty for the first time, you will get epic equipment of level 80 or above. To reach the nightmare difficulty of the Holy Spirit Realm for the first time, you must be level 70 or above, or have equipment of legendary grade or above without any equipment level restrictions. In the realm of the Holy Spirit, even more than half of the divine weapons were revealed. It can be said that the reason why Kyoto University ranks first among all higher education institutions in the country is half related to the realm of the Holy Spirit. And now the realm of the Holy Spirit has begun to deepen. This is an extremely serious problem for Kyoto University, and it must be solved immediately. However, the difficulty of the Holy Spirit Realm is equivalent to that of the Abyss Dungeon. Now that the Holy Spirit Realm has become even deeper, the difficulty is simply immeasurable. The most difficult thing is that there is only one chance to attack the Abyss copy. Once the attack fails, the Abyss monsters in the Holy Spirit Realm will run out, which will be a fatal blow to the entire Kyoto city and even the entire Dacia Empire. Therefore, this Abyss copy cannot be conquered by relying solely on a fearless spirit and passion. One must be 100% sure. Principal, I apply to be the DPS in the team. In the hall, Duan Xing spoke first and applied to conquer the Holy Spirit Realm copy. I can be responsible for the milking. Gu Bingying also stepped forward and applied to take on this important task. Jing Bingyun nodded, yes, you two are both God-level professionals. You are the best candidates for this operation to be the main output and treatment. At this point, Jing Bingyun paused and continued. The Holy Spirit Realm is a 5-person dungeon, and I am the most suitable person to be the shield. In this way, the raiding team only needs 2 assistants, or 1 damage and 1 assistant. Su Wantao on the side raised her hand and said, Principal, I can play a supporting role. Xiao Su, are you? Jing Bingyun looked at the somewhat nervous Su Wantao, pondered for a moment, and then said, Indeed. Although your level is only 70, as a god-level formation master, you are indeed qualified to join the strategy team. Seeing Jing Bingyun agreed, Su Wantao immediately clenched her fists and said firmly, Principal, don't worry, I will definitely not hold you back. Jing Bingyun. In this way, the attacking team is basically formed. We can set off after finding a damage output or support. Duan Xing suggested, Principal, how about Yi Ching Song? Gu Bingying chuckled, Vice Principal, don't you hate Teacher Yi the most? Why would you take the initiative to recommend him at this time? Duan Xing snorted coldly, Humph. I just think he is not worthy of being a teacher. I don't deny his ability. In this operation, he is more suitable to be the main C than me. Gu Bingying. I didn't expect that you, the Vice Principal, think so highly of Teacher Yi, but I also think so. If Teacher Yi can join the strategy team, the difficulty of conquering this dungeon will be greatly reduced. Jing Bingyun said at this time. Indeed, Yi Qingsong is the best candidate for this mission, but he has more important things to do and cannot participate in this attack operation. As soon as Jing Bingyun said this, Duan Xing and Gu Bingying frowned slightly, and Su Wantao became even more nervous. Yi Qingsong is recognized as the strongest person in Kyoto University, and his strength is even above that of the principal Jing Bingyun. If Yi Qingsong goes into battle, then they can only choose Dean Liu of Fire Phoenix College. Although Dean Liu is also a very powerful DPS, he is a fire mage like Duan Xing, with heavy attributes. Once the boss has high magic resistance and high fire resistance, the success rate of their team strategy will probably drop by 30%. Principal, let me join the battle. At this time, Zhang Yuan suddenly spoke. No. Why are you, a student, joining in the fun? Without waiting for Jing Bingyun to speak, Duan Xing rejected Zhang Yuan's proposal without hesitation. Gu Bingying also said at this time, Little Zhang Yuan, although your auxiliary ability is indeed outstanding, we are conquering the high difficulty abyss dungeon of level 70. Any small monster in there will die if they touch you. My treatment will be useless to you. Jing Bingyun also agreed with Duan Xing and Gu Bingying's ideas at this time, and said to Zhang Yuan, I am really surprised that you can stand up, but it is not your responsibility to conquer this dungeon. Your current task is only to improve yourself. You are the future of our Kyoto University. Duan Xing, Xiao Su, send Zhang Yuan back. There is no need for him to participate in this topic. Su Wanning nodded repeatedly, okay, etc. Zhang Yuan immediately interrupted Su Wanting's spellcasting and said to Jing Bingyun, Principal, I'm not kidding anymore. I'm serious. The best 5th player of this team can only be me. Jing Bingyun still shook his head. Kid, your joke is not funny at all. You don't understand the horror of the Abyss Demon at all. Zhang Yuan said seriously, No, I know very well how terrible the Abyss Demon is, so I must go. At this moment, the sword formation was deployed again, and Qishao Zhanlu and 8 Zio swords flew out from the sword formation space. The dangerous aura emanating from the sword's edge stirred up huge waves of fear in the hearts of everyone present. They actually felt a fatal threat from a level 31 kid. Zhang Yuan manipulated 10 flying swords to circle around him and said, Teachers, I am actually a DPS, and the support is just a bonus. Duan Xing was shocked for a moment when he saw the flying swords around Zhang Yuan. Then he came to his senses. No. Even if you are a damage dealer, the level gap between you and the monsters is too big. You can only be a support when you join the team. There is no way. Zhang Yuan, Teacher Duan, do you have a way to lock blood? Duan Xing, what? Zhang Yuan, equipment, skills, talents. No matter what, it's a means to prevent being killed instantly. Duan Xing frowned. Of course I do. But why are you asking this? Before Duan Xing finished speaking, Qishao beside Zhang Yuan turned into a sword light and shot towards Duan Xing. Duan Xing's expression changed drastically, and he immediately condensed a flame shield in front of him. However, Zhang Yuan's sword was too fast, and before Duan Xing's flame shield was formed, Zhang Yuan's Qi Shao pierced through his chest and directly knocked out Duan Xing's passive ability of immunity to death. -906015-375. As the flaming clone that emerged from Duan Xing's body died in the hall in place of Duan Xing, the entire hall fell into deathly silence. Everyone present had an expression of disbelief on their faces. They all knew Duan Xing's skills. Duan Xing's flame clone was hit out, which meant that Zhang Yuan's sword just now directly reduced Duan Xing's health to below 30%. If Duan Xing didn't have that passive skill, he would have been killed instantly. Level 31. Has the ability to kill a level 80 mage instantly? What kind of injury is this? Everyone was stunned. Gu Bingying came back to her senses at this time. She pursed her lips and asked Duan Xing, Vice Principal, how much harm did Zhang Yuan cause you? Duan Xing was sweating profusely at this time, and he was a little dumb. He replied in a trembling voice, 900 million. At this moment, the entire hall fell into deathly silence. Chapter 86. As long as you don't meet Zhang Yuan, you will succeed. The hall was silent for an unknown amount of time before Jing Bingyun broke the silence. He coughed twice and asked Zhang Yuan, how often can you deal this level of damage? Zhang Yuan replied, my sword can output once as long as it stabs once. What I did just now was just a normal attack. As he spoke, Zhang Yuan used his skill Ghost Sword Speed. The 10 flying swords immediately spun around Zhang Yuan as fast as electric fans, causing many Deans to turn green in the face. With Zhang Yuan's current attack speed, more than half of the Deans present would not be able to last more than a second. At this moment, everyone only wanted to say one thing to Zhang Yuan. This pendant is not cheap, right? After playing with the sword for a while, Zhang Yuan put all the flying swords back into the sword formation space, looked at the stunned Jing Bingyun, and asked, Principal, now I should be qualified to join the strategy team, right? Jing Bingyun came back to his senses, looked at Zhang Yuan deeply, and said with emotion, I didn't expect that Daxia would produce a little demon like you. Maybe you are the one who has the ability to end the war between our human race and the Abyss. Deans, the 5th member of the team for the Holy Spirit Realm Abyss Dungeon is Zhang Yuan. Do you have any objections?
No objection.
I agree. Seconded. After Zhang Yuan demonstrated his extraordinary strength, all the Deans present, including Duan Xing, no longer regarded Zhang Yuan as a student, but as an equal standing on the same platform with them. The only thing that allows them to defeat Zhang Yuan now is age and level. In that case, I hereby announce the members of the team that will attack the Holy Spirit Realm. Main Tank, Jing Bingyun, level 85, Ancient Shield. DPS number 1, Duan Xing, level 80, Holy Fire Judge. Healer, Gu Bingying, level 80, Radiant Envoy. Assistant number 1, Su Wanting, level 70, Master of 10,000 Formations. Number 2 DPS and number 2 Support, Zhang Yuan, level 31, Master of the Ghostly Sword. The Abyss Raiders team has been selected. This meeting is now over. I ask all Deans to keep all the contents of today's meeting confidential. After Jing Bingyun read out the list of members of the Abyss Raiders team in public and announced the end of the meeting, he instructed Su Wanting beside him, Xiao Su, send the Deans back? Yes. Su Wantao nodded slightly, unfolded a formation under her feet, and teleported everyone except the members of the strategy team back. In the magnificent hall, only 5 members of the attacking team were left. Jing Bingyun first instructed Gu Bingying, Xiao Gu, help Duan Xing reset the CD of his passive skill of immunity to death. His passive skill of immunity to death is very important for this attack. We need to make full preparations before we set off. Okay, Principal. Gu Bingying nodded, then spread out her white palm. A green light continued to fly out from her palm, wrapping around Duan Xing and resetting Duan Xing's skill cooldown. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan immediately asked Gu Bingying, Teacher Gu, can you reset the CD of the equipment skill? Sure. Xiao Zhang Yuan, do you need to reset any skills? Very good. A hint of joy flashed across Zhang Yuan's face, and he took out Qi Xiao. Excuse me, Teacher Gu. My special weapon has a passive ability to avoid death. I have used it before, and it has not cooled down yet. Gu Bingying nodded and smiled. No problem. My skill cooldown time is half an hour. I will help you later. Sorry to bother you, Teacher Gu. You're welcome. While Gu Bingying was waiting for the CD, Jing Bingyun walked up to Zhang Yuan and said, Zhang Yuan, you are the only one among us who doesn't know anything about the Holy Spirit Realm, so before we set off, I will give you a brief explanation of this dungeon.
Zhang Yuan, excúseme, principal.
It should be. Jing Bingyun smiled and said, the map of the Holy Spirit Realm is a sky island. The monsters on it are mainly dragon people. You don't have to worry about most of the monsters. I will stop them all. They can't touch you. But there is a kind of monster called the dragon copy that you have to pay attention to. It can copy the skills and equipment of any member of our team. Once you are copied, all the Abyss monsters will be strengthened by your sword formation. Coupled with your high damage, we are likely to be wiped out directly. Zhang Yuan, then how can I avoid being copied? Jing Bingyun. Generally speaking, the dragon clone will copy the person with the highest output in the team. So before we deal with the dragon clone, you should not take action. Just use the sword formation to assist from the back. Zhang Yuan nodded. I understand. Also, let me tell you about the map. When Jing Bingyun was explaining to Zhang Yuan some details that must be paid attention to in the copy, in the Holy Spirit Realm copy, Odysseus and Ishtar squatted in front of a white archway at the entrance of the dungeon, chatting intermittently. Ishtar, this is a dungeon of Kyoto University. Outside the dungeon are powerful human warriors above level 80. The Grand Duke asked us to guard the gate here. Isn't that sending us to our deaths? Isn't it all your fault, you loser? You couldn't even handle a level 10 Zhang Yuan, and in the end, Grand Duke Desses was seriously injured by Zhang Yuan. Now the king is blaming you, and I'm going to suffer with you. How dare you say that to me? Didn't you handle that guy at that time? Who knew that bastard was immune to water damage? I didn't know he was immune to mental damage. Anyway, I have already started learning other types of spells. Next time I see Zhang Yuan, I must kill him. You should think about how to survive today. This instance has become an abyss, and the strong human race will definitely come to attack. Don't forget our mission. If we succeed, we will be eligible to be resurrected. If we fail, then we will really die. Don't worry. I went back to the abyss to ask the devil prophet for a fortune teller. He said that my luck has been overflowing recently. As long as I don't meet Zhang Yuan, I can succeed in everything I do. There's no way that bastard can run into this Holy Spirit realm, right? Odysseus said this, looking at the entrance to the dungeon, and said to Ista confidently, Ista, don't worry. This time it was Grand Duke Hadi who personally set up a death trap for the human race. We will definitely win. Ishtar's eyebrows jumped. Don't say that. I'm scared. What are you afraid of? Why are you such a coward and want to be a demon? While Odysseus and Ishtar were chatting, the light at the dungeon teleportation entrance suddenly lit up. Odysseus immediately became serious. Be careful to hide. The two demons, Odysseus and Ishtar, immediately hid in the bushes on the side of the road, staring at the teleportation entrance with bated breath. These two level 70 abyss bosses are invincible bosses in front of Zhang Yuan, but in front of Jing Bingyun and other god-level professionals, they are just little karami and must be extremely cautious in doing things. At this time, Jing Bingyun walked out of the teleportation entrance. A gleam of light flashed in Odysseus's eyes. Here he comes. It's Jing Bingyun. Just as we predicted, the members of the human race's attacking team are Jing Bingyun, Duan Xing, Gu Bingying, Su Waning, and Zhang Yuan. When Odysseus saw Zhang Yuan following the team into the dungeon, his eyes almost popped out. How dare this guy come to this dungeon? Just when Odysseus saw Zhang Yuan and his emotions fluctuated, Duan Xing's eyes flashed, and a red magic book condensed out of thin air and flipped quickly. The next moment, two fire dragons rushed out of the magic book and roared towards Odysseus and Ishtar.
Chapter 87 Yin Yang Dungeon.
Discovered. Seeing two fire dragons attacking, Odysseus and Ishtar each used their escape skills to avoid Duan Xing's attack. Go as planned, run. Odysseus felt the burning sensation on his cheek and turned around and ran away without hesitation, without any desire to fight. Ishtar followed closely behind. You too. Why are you running? Jing Bingyun took a step forward, and a huge black stone shield condensed out of thin air and slammed to the ground. Skill. Giant shield provocation. Boom. The black stone shield directly smashed the ground, and the terrifying air waves swept in all directions. Odysseus and Ishtar suffered irresistible traction and attacked Jing Bingyun uncontrollably. The mental light waves and water arrows hit the black stone shield, but did not cause any harm to Jing Bingyun. At the same time, Su Wanting cast a spell quickly, and a magic circle quickly unfolded under her feet, quickly covering Odysseus and Ishtar. Skill. Super gravity barrier. Buzz. Odysseus and Ishtar were pressed to the ground by the extremely strong gravity and could not move. Zhang Yuan stood at the back of the team. He couldn't help but feel respect when he saw the two demon bosses who had caused him a lot of trouble being easily subdued by the principal and others. As expected, they are the top combat force of Kyoto University. Two level 70 abyss bastards. How dare you come and pollute my Kyoto University dungeon? Duan Xing snorted coldly, and another fire dragon emerged from the magic book, surrounding Duan Xing, roaring at Odysseus and Ishtar, and was about to devour the two demons. Duan Xing, don't kill them yet. At this time, Jing Bingyun stepped forward to stop Duan Xing from killing him. These two demons are just cannon fodder. They don't have the ability to make the Holy Spirit realm abyssal. The real boss is still hiding behind the scenes. Let's interrogate him first. After that, Jing Bingyun looked at Gu Bingying and nodded slightly. Xiao Gu, I leave it to you. Okay, Principal. Gu Bingying walked gracefully to the front of the team and blew a breath towards Ister. A strange, fragrant breeze blew on Ister's face, and Ister's eyes immediately lost their color and became dull. Dear, tell me, who sent you here? Ishtar replied dully, Grand Duke Hadi. Hardy, one of the 7 dukes of the Abyss? After hearing Ista's answer, everyone's eyes changed slightly. They didn't expect that the mastermind behind this incident was so powerful. Jing Bingyun's expression was a little solemn, and he said to Gu Bingying, Hadi always likes to play tricks. He won't just send 2 demons to die. What is Hadi's plan? Gu Bingying nodded and continued to ask Ishtar, why are you staying here? What do you want to achieve? Us?
Sous l'explosion.
Just as Ister was about to speak, Odysseus beside him suddenly let out a strange cry. Ister, who was bewitched by Gu Bingying, had his soul detonated on the spot and died with blood coming out of all his 7 orifices. The surging spiritual power spread out in all directions, causing the elemental power of the entire copy to become chaotic. Everyone changed color. Damn you bastards from the abyss. Duan Xing flew into a rage on the spot. The fire dragon transformed into a giant flaming claw, grabbed Odysseus' head and lifted him up. Are you looking for death? Odysseus suppressed the pain and grinned. Ha ha ha. Foolish humans, you want to dig information out of us? No way. Kill us if you want. We still have a chance to revive, but you all have to die in this copy. Asshole, I'll grant your wish. Duan Xing roared, and a flaming fist flew out from the magic book, hitting Odysseus's abdomen hard, causing Odysseus to spit out all the internal organs on the spot. Duan Xing, don't kill him. Jing Bingyun held down the violent Duan Xing and asked Gu Bingying, Xiao Gu, can you charm him? Gu Bingying tried it and then shook her head. No. This demon is a spiritual master. His mental resistance is too high. My charm skill has no effect on him. Hee hee. Stupid human. Odysseus grinned. This copy is the tomb that Grand Duke Hardy prepared for you. Just look forward to the gift that the Grand Duke prepares for you. At this point, Odysseus looked at Zhang Yuan at the end of the team. Zhang Yuan, you are such a bastard everywhere. I was thinking of killing you the next time we meet, but it's a pity that you have to die in this dungeon with these old guys. Zhang Yuan looked at Odysseus calmly and suddenly grinned and said, Odysseus, you are such a big jerk. You have some wisdom, but it's a pity that you met me in this life. Odysseus was startled. What do you mean? Zhang Yuan sneered, Odysseus, listen to my orders. Buzz. As soon as Zhang Yuan said this, his eyes suddenly turned dark, like a boundless abyss. Odysseus looked into Zhang Yuan's eyes. His pupils suddenly shrank, and then an unspeakable fear surged from the depths of his soul. King. Odysseus' body began to tremble violently, and fear grew on his face, as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible. This is impossible. Duan Xing saw Odysseus's sudden change and looked at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. What did you do to him? Zhang Yuan, I'll explain this later, Mr. Duan. Put him down first. This? Duan Xing hesitated. Jing Bingyun saw Zhang Yuan's dark eyes, thinking about something. He seemed to realize something and said to Duan Xing, listen to Zhang Yuan. This demon can't stir up any waves. As Jing Bingyun spoke, Duan Xing withdrew his flaming claws, and Odysseus was pressed to the ground by the gravity array again. Zhang Yuan said to Su Wanting, who was a little dazed, Teacher Su, you should also remove the magic circle. Oh, okay. Su Wanting came back to her senses, nodded repeatedly, and removed the gravity array. Odysseus got up from the ground, stared at Zhang Yuan with horror, and kept repeating the word impossible in his mouth. Zhang Yuan whispered, kneel down. Thump. Odysseus knelt down uncontrollably in front of Zhang Yuan, with his whole body prostrated on the ground, as humble as a bug. Zhang Yuan looked down at the humble Odysseus and said, Answer me. What do you want to do here? Okay, king. Odysseus responded humbly. Grand Duke Hadi divided the Holy Spirit realm into 2 copies, Yin and Yang. The human race's attack team must split into 2 groups and kill the 2 Yin and Yang abyss bosses to truly attack the corrupted Holy Spirit realm. If the human attack team does not discover the existence of the Yin-Yang dungeon, they will only take one of the 2 routes. Once the human race enters the boss's territory and starts the abyss attack mode, the other route will be considered a failed dungeon attack because there is no attack team. At that time, The Abyss boss will be greatly strengthened and lead the Abyss monster army to rush out of the dungeon and slaughter the students of Kyoto University. The human race attack team trapped in the dungeon will also be dragged into the Abyss due to the destruction of the corrupted dungeon and be killed by the demons who have been waiting in the Abyss for a long time. My and Ister's mission is to set up a maze here to attract the attention of the human raiders. I will use my spiritual power to cover up the illusionary power at the entrance of the dungeon and prevent the human raiders from finding another dungeon. As soon as Odysseus said this, everyone present couldn't help but flash a trace of horror in their eyes. This hardy, what a vicious method. Chapter 88 I Walk Alone. As Odysseus told the truth, Gu Bingying closed her eyes and sensed it, then blew a breath towards a white arch in front of her, and the space around the white arch rippled like water. The next moment, a black arch appeared next to the white arch, and then a road leading to the unknown appeared in front of everyone. There is another way. Gu Bingying immediately looked at Jing Bingyun. Principal, this is the first time we have encountered a yin-yang instance, right? Now our plan has been completely disrupted. What should we do next? Their team was configured to conquer one dungeon, but now they needed to conquer two dungeons at the same time. So this five-man team had to be split into two teams. How to allocate the team's combat power is something that must be considered now. Jing Bingyun's expression was also somewhat solemn at this time. He was unable to make a decision for the time being, so he could only say to Zhang Yuan, ask Odysseus more about the situation of the yin-yang dungeon, especially the strength of the dungeons on both sides. Zhang Yuan nodded and said to Odysseus, answer the principal's question. Odysseus immediately replied, the Yang dungeon is the holy spirit realm after corruption. All monsters are corrupted by a huge amount of abyssal power, especially the final boss, the Holy Spirit King, whose strength has increased by more than 20 times. The Yin copy is generally a replica of the Yang copy, but because the Yin copy was created out of thin air by Grand Duke Hardy using his own power, the difficulty is between the Abyss Yang copy and the nightmare difficulty of the Holy Spirit Realm copy. Duan Xing. In this case, the principal and teacher Gu have to go separately. We need to ensure that there are shields or healers in each copy. In addition, the Yang copy needs to send the main combat force and score 3 people to go. In my opinion, it may be the most reasonable allocation for me, teacher Gu, and Xiao Su to go to the Yang copy, and for the principal and Zhang Yuan to go to the Yin copy. Zhang Yuan shook his head. Teacher Duan, I don't think it's appropriate. Duan Xing, why? Zhang Yuan, Teacher Duan and Teacher Su are 1 DPS and 1 support, and Teacher Gu is a healer. If your team goes to the Yang dungeon, who will take the damage? Teacher Gu's healing pressure is very high, right? Duan Xing, we can only distribute them this way. With your level, Zhang Yuan, even if it's a monster in a dungeon, you'll die with just 1 touch. Teacher Gu's treatment will be useless to you. As for us, we should be able to get through it if we hold on. Zhang Yuan firmly rejected it. No. The monsters in the Abyss have high attack and defense, and there is also the Dragon Copy Man. Once the Dragon Copy Man copies you, Teacher Duan, plus the strengthened Abyss boss, without the principal in front to take the damage, Teacher Duan, the 3 of you will be easily wiped out. Duan Xing was silent. He knew in his heart that if they tried to attack the Luyang dungeon without a meat shield, the probability of their being wiped out would be very high. But if Jing Bingyun and Gu Bingying both went to the Yang copy, then even if he and Su Wanning went to the Yin copy, without treatment, they might not be able to withstand the damage, and the result would be the same. Not only Duan Xing, but everyone else also fell silent at this time. After all, their team's configuration is only enough to conquer 1 Abyss dungeon. Now they are forced to split the team into 2, which greatly increases the difficulty for them. Seeing everyone silent, Zhang Yuan continued, my suggestion is that the principal, Teacher Duan, Teacher Gu, and Teacher Su, the 4 of you go to the Yang instance together, and I will go to the Yin instance alone. Jing Bingyun couldn't help but exclaimed, you want to play the Yin dungeon alone? Duan Xing couldn't help but frown. Zhang Yuan, are you crazy? Do you know what you are talking about? Gu Bingying, yes, Xiao Zhang Yuan. Although the difficulty of the Yin copy is lower than that of the Yang copy, it is only relative. Its difficulty is definitely much higher than the nightmare difficulty of the Holy Spirit Realm. If you play it alone, you will die. Su Wanning, I don't think this is a good idea either. Zhang Yuan said seriously, teachers, I'm not kidding. Only if the 4 of you go to the Yang dungeon together can we guarantee the completion of the Yang dungeon. Jing Bingyun, but how can you conquer the Yin dungeon by yourself? This dungeon cannot be passed by just output. It's not just me. Zhang Yuan directly summoned a level 70 Hellfire Sheep. I have a level 70 Hellfire Sheep and a level 70 Odysseus. With my auxiliary ability, the two of them can barely serve as the front row. In this way, there will be 3 combat forces in the dungeon. In addition, I have 2 level 30 boss summons that can block gunfire, which is enough to clear the level. Please believe me, teachers. Zhang Yuan's eyes were extremely serious. I will never let you down. Jing Bingyun looked at the boss summoned by Zhang Yuan, then looked into Zhang Yuan's eyes. He was silent for a long time, closed his eyes, took a deep breath and sighed. I didn't expect that one day, we old guys would need a child to turn the tide. It's really fate. Duan Xing was anxious. Principal, how could you fool around with Zhang Yuan? He is only level 31. How can he clear the Yin dungeon alone? This is the abyssal Holy Spirit realm. The level 70 Hellfire Demon Sheep and Odysseus are useless at all. Jing Bingyun, Duan Xing, you and I both know how terrifying the Holy Spirit realm will be when the monsters are strengthened 20 times. Even if the 4 of us attack the Yang copy together, it is a life and death struggle. Without any one person, we will definitely fail. All we can do now is trust Zhang Yuan. Duan Xing gritted his teeth. But, as teachers, how can we let a student face the abyss alone? Gu Bingying, I agree with this division as well. Duan Xing was shocked. Teacher Gu, why did you get involved too? Gu Bingying did not respond to Duan Xing. She walked up to Zhang Yuan and said, Little Zhang Yuan, promise your teacher that you will not die. Zhang Yuan, I promise. Gu Bingying smiled and kissed Zhang Yuan lightly on the forehead. Then Zhang Yuan felt a strange power surging into his body. This is my skill, the goddess kiss. It can revive you once. I hope it will bring you good luck. Zhang Yuan's heart suddenly warmed. Thank you, teacher. We should thank you. Gu Bingying replied with a smile, then looked at Duan Xing. Teacher Duan, Zhang Yuan is Yi Qingsong's student. Even if you don't like Yi Qingsong, you won't deny his vision. After all, the young man who saved the day was also selected by him. Duan Xing clenched his fist in silence. Gu Bingying didn't continue talking and looked at Jing Bingyun. Principal, we have wasted too much time. Let's go. Jing Bingyun nodded, picked up his shield, and looked at Zhang Yuan. Kid, the Yin copy is left to you. Zhang Yuan grinned and gave a thumbs up. Leave it to me. Don't worry. I wish you good luck in martial arts. Jing Bingyun looked at Zhang Yuan deeply and walked straight into the white archway. Come on, Xiao Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, don't let me down. Brother Zhang Yuan, if we can return alive, I will make you a loving lunch. Gu Bingying, Duan Xing, and Su Wanning said goodbye to Zhang Yuan one by one, and then followed Jing Bingyun into the white archway. Zhang Yuan glanced at Odysseus, who was still kneeling on the ground, then looked at the black archway and said with a faint smile, Odysseus, whether you can survive depends on your performance today. Odysseus shuddered. Yes, my king. Chapter 89. Distress and Hard Struggle. Zhang Yuan passed through the black archway and came to a huge garden maze. The walls on both sides were hedges more than 10 meters high. There was also an invisible barrier on the top to block those who wanted to cross the maze from the air. It's really a one-to-one replica. This maze is exactly the same as the principal described. Zhang Yuan was not surprised by the garden maze that appeared in front of him. Before he entered the dungeon, Jing Bingyun explained to him the map of the Holy Spirit realm and how to solve each area. There are 3 areas in the realm of the Holy Spirit, namely the Garden Maze, the Ancient Temple, and the Land of the Holy Spirit. The final dungeon boss, the King of the Holy Spirit, is located in the deepest part of the Land of the Holy Spirit. Zhang Yuan is now in the Garden Maze. If he wants to get out of the maze, he needs to follow the white flowers on the hedge wall. Zhang Yuan found the white flowers on the wall and summoned out the Rakshasa King and the Ice Elf Queen, asking them to stand behind him. He let the Hellfire Demon Sheep lead the way, with Odysseus following closely behind. He sat in the middle and protected his body with a flying sword. Zhang Yuan set up an iron bucket formation and followed by Hua's instructions, moving forward. Soon, Zhang Yuan encountered the first corrupted dragon man in the maze. Corrupted Dragon Warrior, Elite, Level 70. Perhaps because of the influence of the power of Grand Duke Hardy of the Abyss, Zhang Yuan's Eye of the Abyss can only see the name and level of the monster, and cannot understand the monster's attributes and skills. As expected of a Grand Duke of the Abyss who is at the same level as Desus, this little monster is treated the same as the corrupted Hellfire Demon Sheep, which makes my Eye of the Abyss unable to see through it. Could it be that the demon of the corrupted Hellfire Demon Sheep was also Hardy's work? Such a thought flashed through Zhang Yuan's mind, but he did not think about it too much. He directly ordered the Hellfire Demon Sheep and Odysseus to attack the Abyss monster together. Before killing the dragon clone, Zhang Yuan had no intention of showing his damage. After all, there was only one pervert like him in the world with such unreasonably high damage. Fortunately, the Ghost Sword Master possessed extremely strong auxiliary capabilities. With the help of the sword formation, the Hellfire Demon Sheep and Odysseus killed the corrupted dragon warriors in just a few strokes. Successfully killed the corrupted dragon warrior. Experience plus 1 million, minus 50%. Obtain Dragon Horn *1. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest, 4597/100000. King of the Abyss, plus 716. Each small monster adds 1 million experience points. Even if I give half to the Curse King, I can't kill many of them to level up. I wonder if I can reach level 40 after clearing this dungeon? Zhang Yuan was extremely satisfied with the experience of dealing with the monsters in this dungeon and began to make steady progress. This garden maze is extremely complex, and hidden in the walls on both sides are a large number of vines that can launch sneak attacks and contain paralyzing toxins. If there is no maze strategy, it is very easy for a first-timer to be entangled by the vines and eventually strangled to death. Previously, the Holy Spirit Realm dungeon was controlled by Kyoto University. Challengers could exit the dungeon at any time if they were in desperate situations. But now the copy has turned into an abyss, and Zhang Yuan has lost the power to exit the copy. All he can do is be extremely careful to avoid capsizing in the gutter. If he fails, not only him, but also the presidents, Kyoto University, and even the entire city of Kyoto will suffer a devastating blow. Rakshasa King is controlled. Zhang Yuan had not walked far in the maze when the Rakshasa King behind him was entangled by hidden vines, and his physical strength dropped rapidly. Zhang Yuan quickly controlled the flying sword to cut the vines. The whole process took no more than 0.5 seconds, but the Rakshasa King's physical strength had run out. The level and attributes of the Rakshasa King are too low. Even with my sword formation restoring his strength, he can't last a second. It would be great if there was a way to increase the level and attributes of summoned creatures. Zhang Yuan waited on the spot until the Rakshasa King's strength was fully recovered before continuing to move forward. The paralyzing vines in this garden maze will only attack the members walking at the end of the team, so Zhang Yuan must ensure that the Rakshasa King and the Ice Elf Queen survive and make them the targets of the paralyzing vines. Otherwise, once Zhang Yuan is entangled, even though he has 100% poison resistance, these paralyzing vines have skills and passive abilities that can reduce or ignore poison resistance. Given his level, he will surely die. Successfully killed the corrupted dragon warrior. Experience plus 1 million, minus 50%. Successfully killed the corrupted dragon Manjiantu. Experience plus 1 million, minus 50%. Successfully killed the corrupted dragon gardener. Experience plus 3 million, minus 50%. As Zhang Yuan continued to move forward, information about killing monsters appeared one after another. A golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body, and he reached level 32. Leveling up here is really fast, but it's a pity that the Hellfire Sheep and Odysseus can't trigger my Constellation Splash, which greatly affects my leveling efficiency. I'm really not used to killing them one by one. Zhang Yuan sighed. He really wanted to activate the sword formation and give the monsters in this copy a mental storm to experience the pleasure of a sudden level increase. It's a pity that the dragon copy hasn't appeared yet. If he was so happy, the dragon copy would be happy too later. No, you have to hold it in. His small body cannot withstand a blow from my sword. While Zhang Yuan was trying hard not to go invincible, in the Yang copy, Jing Bingyun and his group were already locked in a tough battle in the garden maze. Those corrupted dragon men seemed to be crazy. They stepped on the sea of fire laid by Duan Xing, ignoring Su Wanting's control, and kept chopping at Jing Bingyun's big shield. One after another, healing and mana recovery flew out from Gu Bingying's hands and landed on Jing Bingyun and Duan Xing respectively. The huge healing pressure made her sweat profusely. The strength of these monsters is too exaggerated. Is this the level 90 Nightmare Dungeon? Duan Xing was sweating profusely and spoke with gritted teeth. At this time, his magic book was almost smoking. A huge amount of fire elements poured onto the corrupted dragon men, but the number of those corrupted dragon men did not decrease at all. When one dies, another one takes his place, as if the supply is endless. At this moment, he was extremely grateful that the principal had also come to the Yang copy. Otherwise, without a meat shield to hold on in front, they would have had no choice but to be hacked to death by the abyss monsters. Su Wanting set up one enhancement array after another, with deep worry in her eyes. The four of us are having such a hard time advancing. I wonder how much pain Brother Zhang Yuan is in. Jing Bingyun's muscles were all engorged with blood, and his clothes were stretched open by his muscles. He held the shield tightly and growled, "This won't work. Everyone, get ready. I'm going to break through a path and leave the garden maze first. Duan Xing, use the fire dragon to clear the way. Xiao Su will speed us up, and Xiao Gu will take care of the vines." "Good." Everyone responded in unison. Duan Xing's magic book flipped quickly, and then a fire dragon spewed out, knocking all the corrupted dragonmen in front of him into the air. "Walk!" Jing Bingyan roared, used the charge skill, and rushed into the sea of fire with a large shield, followed by Duan Xing and the other two. The four-man team burned their boats and began to charge forward.